we should say. The games went pretty fast, pretty convincingly, except for that one game of the Chiefs versus Longzhu, but it was faster and to be expected from a first day of a tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But now today we have the best of 3s in the semifinals and that best of 5 at the end to really tell us who the best team here at IEM Oakland
And
is.
I think while people are excited to figure out who the best team is, I think they're more excited to see TSM right now. We have an NA diehard fan base here, and it's just good to see these people so passionate about their teams.
Yeah, and any event there is all around the world, there's always a lot of TSM jerseys, but obviously it is even more now. Let's take a look at the updated bracket to see where we ended up today. Going into those semifinals, as we had the 2 best of 3s yesterday, INTZ was looking to prove something, but they didn't put up much of a fight against a very strong Unicorns of Love, and it was an 0-2 victory, or loss rather, for the INTZ versus UOL. And then the Chiefs put up a good fight in game 1 versus Longzhu, but in the end had to capitulate and a 2-0 victory for Longzhu. They will be going up against the Flash Wolves later today, but that does give us that Unicorns of Love TSM matchup that we will be talking about at length. And just a little teaser, 2 years ago we had the Kick His Jungle TF, we had the Syndra of Power of Evil taking down Bjergsen, so there's a lot going into this matchup.
And that was a time where TSM was known for unable to respond to cheese, right? To random picks that come out of nowhere, the Twisted Fate jungle, you gotta call it cheese. But now the team has evolved. They're ready for that kind of approach, and Unicorns is not that kind of team, at least from what we saw against INTZ.
And of course, they've just grown so much as a team. Move was a big question mark coming into yesterday, but proved himself on the stage much, actually out-jungled Revolta, I would argue. A much smarter player in that series. Revolta, I think, kind of playing on autopilot, doing a lot of kind of standard jungle moves, and Move felt like he was one step ahead, which is not something we normally say about this guy who's known pretty much exclusively for warding.
Yeah, there's a lot of members of the Unicorns of Love that stepped up, and in general, they seem like a very cohesive unit. We'll talk a bit more about that in just a second, because of course, we're not holding down the fort here alone. We have a ton of other talent here, and we're gonna meet our casters for game 1 for a brief introduction as well.
Thank you very much, Jacques. Hello, IEM. Hello, everybody on the stream. I am Achilles. Joining me today on the desk, we have Frost Kieran to my left and Zyrene to my right. And I got to say, I'm pretty damn excited about this game. Of course, TSM in the house going up against UOL. That rematch from a couple years ago at San Jose. Will they be able to clinch it out this time, or will Unicorns, who are looking pretty damn strong, will they be able to find victory yet again?
Yeah, that's the question here today. Unicorns, we know that they're strong, but how strong? Exile had a fantastic performance yesterday, and they're going up against a TSM that is now using a substitution with Wild Turtle at 80 carry, replacing Doublelift.
I have to set the stage, though. Like, while you bring up good points, we just need to take it back. Yes, it's a rematch between Unicorns of Love and TSM, but this is EU versus NA all over again.
Yeah, it's just a classic matchup, so I'm really excited to see how this one's going to go. And of course, we can't ignore our second semifinal of the day. We also have the Flash Wolves versus Longzhu coming up. Longzhu looking a bit shaky, of course, that 8th place team coming out of Korea. And Flash Wolves historically have had a very good record against Korean teams. You have to think that they're going to be the favorite, but they have those 2 substitutes coming in.
Yeah, that's the other question here today. How strong are the Flash Wolves with their substitutions that they've been making? Because they're trying to get their roster in a place where, you know, they had a disappointment at Worlds. They want 2017 to be a better year for them. So if they make Worlds, then they have a roster that they've been improving all throughout the year. So they're trying to solidify that. Everything
that I've heard backstage from the Flash Wolves says that they are confident coming into the roster. There's a lot of trust there. So again, it's like you said, what type of form are they in? And it's also a question for TSM. You know, Unicorns of Love, they kind of came out of nowhere. They looked great. Are TSM in the same boat?
Yeah, I mean, Sifa and I both have a bit of a history with the Flash Wolves. We know them for a while, and they're a very fun team. They're kind of like the Rocks Tigers in that regard. These guys get along really well. So I want to see how they're going to mesh with these 2 new players. We'll see if they have that same cohesion, that same level of energy when they come in. We're going to throw it back over to Shock, Sifa, and Crumbs, though, and get more breakdown on this first match.
Yeah, it's just a teaser from the casters. We'll get back to them in just a bit. We are going to set up a bit more. You guys look great, by the way, for the cast today, but that jacket of Frost currently is blowing everyone out the water.
Why don't we get to wear a sequin? Why is
Frost
the only one who gets a sequin jacket? Crumbs, when are we doing it?
Next year, I'm going to be sparkling as well.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And those matchups are fantastic. And I do think that we shouldn't. Of course, that is a great storyline, that UOL and TSM matchup from 2 years ago, but we got to focus on the TSM of today and the TSM that has come here with Wild Turtle, with in the back of our minds that Worlds was not what they'd expected, and is one of those teams, as most of the teams attending here, that did not hit their goals for 2016 and see that match in that context.
Well, I find that this tournament for them is kind of like a redemption thing. They didn't meet the expectations at Worlds. They did really well in the LCS, and now they're coming in here, and they can safely say that they are coming in as the expected winners of this tournament, even though some might disagree, and that if they can just show up here, that's still a notch in the books for saying we won this tournament, we were able to perform and not choke like we did in the big stage.
Yeah, proving you're a team worthy of international competition has to be so important for a lot of these teams, and I think it's very true of Unicorns of Love as well. They fell just short of qualifying for Worlds as Europe's 3rd seed. 5-game series against Splice, really rough road for them, and of course, just came out and said, we're locking in this roster for next year. We're keeping everyone despite players that a lot of people were skeptical about. So if they want to show people that this was the right choice, they really need to take down TSM today.
Well, they really look great, even though I try to not give them that much credit because the competition was not really there yesterday. The fact that they closed out the game so quickly always speaks highly to me, because if you're a really good team, you're going to be able to dismantle teams that are of a lower caliber in a very quick fashion, and they did just that. So I think that while the measuring stick isn't very accurate, it's still enough for us to say that this is going to be a tight match.
I agree, because traditionally even better teams, and especially the Unicorns of Love, have had trouble sometimes closing it out, and sometimes you get into that problem against weaker teams that you can't find the exit or the way to end up the game. The other team I want to talk about here is the Flash Wolves. We haven't seen them yet, and when we talk about roster shuffles, they have made some big changes, and we've always said the Flash Wolves are a good team, but they've never really mixed it up, and now that Worlds, they didn't make it to the group stage, where previously they had a great performance at MSI in some games as well. They decided to have double red in for NL, and then in the top lane it can be or Rinse or MMD, which is a change of dynamic, and I'm very excited to see what that will bring for them.
I've always been excited about the Flash Wolves. Their 3-man core of Karsa, Maple, and Sword Art is so strong overall, but they've always really struggled with the AD position and the top position. So the fact that they're taking bigger steps to kind of find players who can fit that role, who can fit what the team needs, is really interesting. But even if those guys can't step up, I feel like if Sword Art, if Karsa is on point, and if Maple can get ahead, these guys can still crush a game, because those guys are absolute monsters in their
I'm with you on that one. I started sipping the Flash Wolves Kool-Aid after a bit, after so many years of just seeing them be underrated and then perform. And even though they did not make it out of groups, the fact that they were one of the teams that kept leading in gold so many times and just struggled to close the games out speaks to me as a team that understands the game relatively well. And I think that closing a game out is one of the simplest things right now. It's quite, you just take the turrets and just understanding wave management, because you no longer need to understand lane stuff. So the game is becoming a little bit simpler. And so if they have learned from Worlds and can apply it here today, then I think that this team will have a really good game in the early game and transition to close late.
Well, that's the big question mark for me, too, because we look at their opponents, we look at Longzhu, a team that is notoriously strong in the early game, has sizable gold leads across the regular season, and yet can never close it out, can never make it work. So if we do end up at the point where neither team can close, it's going to be an absolute disaster in the late game, like Baron Bates. I don't know what's going to happen. I remember the Longzhu.
You mean a lot of fun.
It's going to be a blast.
Yeah.
I love watching people dance around Baron for 5 minutes. Super fun. And so the question mark is, like, which one of these guys are going to be able to close better? Who can step up today? Because Longzhu, while they did look shaky yesterday, I don't think you can ever underestimate a Korean team in international competition. So frequently, we see them just step up, and maybe where we don't expect it.
Yeah, they really just get that buff of, we are coming from such a powerful region in the LCK that even though we're an 8th place team, that still means that we can compete with the rest of the world.
Yeah, and what we've seen previously also just from Korean teams that we maybe undervalued before the tournament, they are just able to adapt so quickly, even between games 1 and 2 versus the Chiefs yesterday, where the first one was very competitive. They made some wrong objective calls, and in game 2, they had already adjusted a lot of that, and that's what we see from Korean teams generally, is they adapt so quickly, and they're quick on the ball, and they grow throughout a tournament, even if it's only...
And they're not going to be susceptible to a best of 1 cheese here, which makes that even more powerful, considering that they have so many players at their disposal to just swap back and forth if something doesn't go their way.
Well, interestingly, too, Flash Wolves have talked about why they are so proficient at beating Korean teams, why they have such a good record, and they talk about mixing the aggression of the LPL and the tactical mindset of Korea.
A hybrid.
A hybrid, the perfect, right? But the issue is that doesn't always transition well, but against Longzhu especially, a Korean team that doesn't hesitate to take fights, a more aggressive Korean team in so many circumstances, even when it's not always the right choice, it's a very interesting matchup, because I don't know if the narrative of these guys are really good at beating Koreans applies anymore, because this is a different style of Korean team.
Yeah, we are still waiting for the players to get into the lobby and set up, and for the stage walk-in as well for a little bit. So let's turn our attention to that first match of the day, a bit more TSM versus the Unicorns of Love. They had 2 games yesterday. I don't really think they showed that many things that we didn't expect, though, for picks and bans, so TSM can be fairly prepared or not prepared, because we have not seen anything really from the Unicorns of Love in terms of picks and bans.
Yeah, I mean, it was as meta as you get. You have Poppy, you have the Cassiopeia, the Lee Sin in the jungle. There's really not a whole lot except the Tahm Kench.
The rise of Tahm Kench all of a sudden.
Yeah, the Tahm Kench is really the new addition, but we credited some of that to scouting, because we really didn't see the Tahm Kench be that important in the second series of the Longzhou versus the Chiefs. So maybe that pick was just specific towards INTZ. But overall, TSM just has no info on them.
And I don't think we can take anything from that series, too. Unicorns of Love clearly have communicated very well. They played well. They took down INTZ relatively easily as well, which is, disappointing for INTZ fans. But I think coming into this, we just have to say this is a new series. We know Unicorns of Love are going to get along well and they're going to function well. But if they had made a massive mistake, maybe we could have taken something from that series if they had taken a long time to close out. Because it was so fast, because it was so clean, I don't think we can learn anything from it. I think this is a clean slate and a fresh start for both squads. And I think the bigger question mark is going to be in the mid lane for Unicorns of Love, because Exile going up against Bjergsen, historically Power of Evil had a good matchup, right? But it's going to be a pretty rough path for this guy. This is a new caliber of mid laner that he did not really get a chance to face in Europe, with Perks and Febiven kind of having rough seasons.
Well, a lot of people do kind of see Exile as the younger Bjergsen in the old days when he was playing over in Europe, right? He's coming up. It's a coming of age kind of mid laner that just started getting really, really good, a lot of attention towards him. Like, oh, this guy could go somewhere. And I think that it's quite interesting to see how Bjergsen will approach this matchup, if he sees any similarities between himself and Exile's playstyle. And just remember of maybe when he was in those shoes, what he was thinking when he was facing against somebody that is of the caliber that he is now.
Well, it's interesting, too, because when we saw Bjergsen come up in the European scene, it was always like, this guy's pretty good and he's growing. When we saw Exile coming to Europe, he was awful. He was so bad. He was like a Yasuo one-trick, split pushing, dying alone. But he got so good so fast over the course of the regular season. I remember sitting down with Efya and the team being like, okay, wait, when did he get good? At what week did this happen? Because he was feeding 2 weeks ago and doing nothing, and now he is killing everyone.
Don't hold anything back. No, it's like the compliment
like
to kind of dissing him into a compliment.
It's like Smeb, right? Start at the bottom, now we're here. Hard work. Hard work pays off, guys.
Hard work pays off, and also just the project that Sheepy has had with that team and now deciding to stick with that team is very good and commendable. And we also saw a couple of the things that they weren't good at. Hopefully they can keep the consistency. If Move and Exile are popping off, it's great. And the fact that that bottom lane has come back into their own, or into their own maybe for the first time, because Hillesan, for me, this season has not been as dominating as he has in the previous season for the Unicorns of Love. But it did seem that yesterday, especially on the Tom Kench pick, rather, it seemed to work. He could do the right things for the team.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Kench is just such a powerful pick, especially when you play it against Ashe. It's really simple, and his ability to just roam and influence the rest of the map is quite scary, because that level 6 Tom Kench, as we saw, you can just ult towards mid lane, especially if you combo it with the very common Ashe or Jhin. You can put so much pressure onto other lanes that it becomes very oppressive if you don't know where he is. And if you just are able to control the waves in bottom side, you use that pressure and you can translate that to every other side of the map, which is essentially something that never really happened before, because globals came from mid, came from top, but now globals can come from bottom lane, and that's a new addition flavor to League of Legends that is relatively new.
And for Tom Kench, I think it shows good macro decision-making, right? Good understanding of where you need to be, using that ultimate to abuse that mobility, that global presence. The bigger question mark for me, though, is the early laning phase. Tom Kench notoriously going to lose lane early. Biofrost notoriously proficient on range supports. And honestly, the big weak point for INTZ has pretty consistently been their bot lane. So while they did have a good showing yesterday, once again, how much does it actually mean? But TSM, similar struggles in the bot lane. Of course, it's Wild Turtle. It's not some rookie player. It's not some random coming in. They should be relatively comfortable playing together, we have to assume, but it is a very different level of player in the bottom side.
The amount of practice that Bio and Wild Turtle must have had is quite slim. It's been weeks since it's been announced, so it's nothing to compare to what UOL has had in developing synergy in that bottom side. But luckily, I think that the matchups, if you can really play some lanes that are quite easy to just not have a whole lot of synergy, you can just play Caitlyn with a Carmen. It's quite easy to just push, 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 or other similar lanes that allow you to rely on the picks to kind of scapegoat yourself out of laning phase.
So I'm curious now, do you think that TSM should just leave bot lane to do bot lane things and focus on other lanes to try to snowball, to try to win the game? Where does the attention have to go in this matchup? Because for me, mid lane seems like the crux of this matchup. If Bjergsen gets ahead, if Exile gets ahead, they're both fantastic players, but bot lane is, potentially so explosive with the talent difference.
I don't think it's worth it to deviate from the bottom lane just because you can safely say that Wild Turtle is a guy that can carry games easily. If you give him the resources, he can show up, especially outside of laning phases. That's kind of been the struggles that he had in the regular season before. So I do think that if they can just focus on any lane that they want and make sure that maybe their opponents are thinking about, oh, they're not going to go bottom, they can use that to gain an advantage. But I'm always going to say help Bjergsen.
We will see what happens. We're getting closer to picks and bans. We're going to meet the teams in just a second, and we're going to get IEM Oakland Day 2 officially started.
For the third time in a row, the Intel Extreme Masters return to the Bay Area. After 2 amazing events in San Jose with fantastic matches and a great crowd, it's time to move on to a new location. In the heart of California, only a stone's throw away from San Francisco and the Golden Gate Bridge, is the city of Oakland. Oakland, also known as Bump City or the sunny side of the Bay, is considered the 3rd largest city in the San Francisco Bay Area with over 390,000 population. Close to the Martin Luther King Jr. regional shoreline overlooking San Leonardo Bay, you can find the Oracle Arena, where this year's Intel Extreme Masters takes place. It's one of the most prestigious sport venues in the US, and the Intel Extreme Masters are the first esports tournament ever to take place there. At the home of the Golden State Warriors, the world's best gamers will fight for the IEM Oakland Championship.
And welcome to the 11th season of the Intel Extreme Masters League of Legends here at the Oakland Oracle Arena. Welcome, guys. How are you guys doing today? That's good. Well, you guys are going to feel a lot better once we introduce the first teams for today. And first up, we have from Europe, LCS. Making an amazing showing yesterday, the Unicorns of Love.
Dressed up for the occasion.
That is my MVP. I am so excited that I get to see this happening live. Such a welcoming guy, and you have in the top side just Chachi, jungling is Move, mid lane Exile, AD carry Veritas, and in the support role, Hillisang.
Yeah.
Of course, I love that because it's probably part of his job that he has to go to the gym. He's probably like, yeah, you guys have to pay for my gym. I need to be really, really ripped when I come on stage dressed like a unicorn. Like, perfect.
That's definitely it. Also, the cheers here, they were cheering for Unicorns of Love, but I think there's another team that they really, really want to meet, so we're going to get to that.
All right, guys, I think that we have a few fans here tonight for our next team from California, LCS, and your Summer Split finalists and champions, Team Solomon.
Sitting down for the first time, preparing for their first match. The cheers are very loud, and Wild Turtle back in that jersey, it is kind of an odd sight.
I'm not quite used to it. It's throwing me off a little bit. But I'm excited to see how it performs with the team, and glad that they picked up a former TSM member to sub in for Double Lift. Of course, Haunster in the top lane, Sven Skaren in the jungle, none other than Bjergsen in the mid lane, substitute Wild Turtle stepping in, and Biofrost as his support.
And the only thing that's throwing me off is seeing Wild Turtle without a smile on his face.
Bit of the nerves maybe coming back because it is kind of a big task. You are subbing in, and it isn't exactly the World Championship, but still they're looking to make a statement here and to see how it all gels, so you don't want to mess up.
We're also thinking about the pressure too, right?
Yeah.
Unicorns of Love, while they have improved immensely, I mean, we can still just label them as a 4th place European team, and losing to a 4th place European team on an international stage as North America's, I think, undisputed best team, that's not going to look good for you coming into the next season and does not inspire confidence in your roster.
I mean, they have to come in with a hot head, understanding that they have to really perform here, and I'm sure they expect to make it all the way to the finals and even take this tournament. And I do think that the new AD carry is really not going to make that big of a difference in their playstyle, as we've seen time and time again this team be able to function in the top side of the map without including the AD carry role.
Yeah, we will see what happens, and good thing you mentioned it, getting to the final. If that is the case, they'll have to play a best of 3 in the an entire best-of-5 later as well. Unicorns of Love yesterday played, but it won't have worn them out too much, but I hope they can keep a fresh head here. And what are we looking at going into picks and bans? As said beforehand, Unicorns of Love didn't have to show really anything, and on 6.21, TSM should be pretty versed and know where they want to go.
I think the one thing that we're kind of forgetting is that in Worlds, Sven Skaren was an absolute demon on Lee Sin. This guy got it banned every single time, and they're getting blue side here, which means that they were most likely looking for a first pick of that pick because Syndra on the purple always banned Bjergsen. So there's a lot of picks that you just cannot let TSM have. Otherwise, they're going to have players that can single-handedly carry games.
And absolutely, especially if you're playing around the top side of the map, you want the jungler to be able to impact those solo lanes. We've talked Exile, not sure how he's going to match up against Bjergsen, but if Bjergsen gets a kill, it doesn't matter who you are. He's going to take that lead. He's going to be able to win that lane and probably win the game from there. And it's a similar story for top lane. Chachi, an absolute powerhouse player for Unicorns of Love, you know, usually left alone, but if he becomes the center of attention, if they want to give Haunter that support, it could change the way the game is played and definitely will affect picks and bans if that's how they want to play.
Yeah, definitely, and hoping that, as you say, in that mid lane has to go. We did see some jitters from Exile possibly yesterday in that first matchup versus INTZ. Did get solo killed, but then completely turned it around and took over that game. But this is not a risk you can take, and he has commented that he's very excited to play here, very excited to play versus Bjergsen first international event, so we're going to have to see if he can keep it together.
I think he'll have an easy time just because right now the meta, realistically, if you're playing up to par, you can just not die in lane. You can push and roam, you can just push and leave the lane because the wave clear is just so powerful at this moment that it's very easy to avoid getting killed. So I think that if at any point one of these mid laners feels like they're getting too much pressure, they can easily just take an easier matchup or just receive enough help so that they can mitigate any pressure.
Well, I think if the picks and bans from yesterday are any indication, we will see, especially if jungle's going to be high priority, if they want to leave that Lee Sin up and available, mid bans will come through. We're not going to see Syndra, we're not going to see Ryze, so we're not going to have these super aggressive mid lane matchups where solo kills are possible. It'll probably be the Oriannas and the Victors, the control mages, the wave clear.
Hopefully the Zillion into Victor, as I am a big fan of the Chrono guy.
Nice. Chrono Shift guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, we'll definitely see the players are filing into the lobby, about to set up for picks and bans. I want to turn my attention a bit more to that top lane because I have a flashback to that fantastic Expression Jace performance yesterday. It slipped through the cracks, and we see how it can completely turn a game on its head. How influential do we think a possible Visit Chachi having a monster performance again can tilt this game?
I think that Chachi was most likely a quite good Jace here, and it's something that you can't let slip through, and similar to TSM, that they will have picks that can solo carry games. Jace is that kind of pick if you just let him have, for anybody that's proficient at the pick, because you can get such a strong laning advantage that it's very easy to transition and roam across the map because of his speed, because of his ability to just poke and take down turrets. Jace is something that I don't want to see let through.
And that goes hands in hands with what I talked to Sheepy about yesterday. I was asking him, Visit Chachi, how are you feeling? He's like, he's so good now, we can leave him alone, and Jace is the perfect champion for that. Wins the lane on his own, does not need support, but honestly for me, the strongest version of Unicorns of Love is when Chachi was playing something with more impact, more of a teamfight pick, like Poppy, like Shen, things that could maneuver around the map and set up other people to succeed. So for me, the question is going to be, are they going to give him that solo kind of carry top laner, or are they going to look for a more supportive role from him and focus maybe around the bottom lane, as Veritas has been stepping up?
And I hope that TSM strategy does not revolve around thinking that Chachi will play solely Poppy because of those two Poppy games yesterday. He's very capable of playing those carries, as you mentioned, or just influencing the team a little bit more, because he even won lane as Poppy, which doesn't really count too much. But I do think that there's picks like Rumble, that Echo, that can still really win lane in certain matchups and also influence the map tremendously with teleport.
Well, and if any matchup really did matter yesterday, I would argue that it's the top side. Yang, definitely the strongest player in terms of laning prowess on the side of INTZ, and Chachi is similarly strong laner. So him winning so confidently in that lane, so consistently, I think does say something, because Haunter, while he was very good in the regular season on an A, he was kind of lackluster at Worlds in a few of those games. And I'm curious which form of Haunter we're going to see today. Are we going to see the dominant, local Haunter he is on home turf, or are we going to see Worlds Haunter where, yeah, he gets that chase, yeah, he gets early leads, but they never, amount to anything.
Although there's also the argument that it's the same Haunter that was playing, but we're going to just jump right into the picks and bans. Bard and Syndra. Syndra, of course, you just cannot let that go through.
And Cassio is the second one coming from the side of TSM. Obviously, a strong pick in Exile, also a favored one. And there, the Jace, we are not going to see it, at least not in game one.
So it looks like the focus is they're taking off all of the power picks for the mid lane. Respect Band coming out from TSM to take the Cassio away now, but of course Rise is up and available. Potential for Unicorns of Love to take that one away. I like that the Bard Band is consistently coming out. Hylissang has shown himself to be an incredible playmaker on that champion, but these guys are going so fast. Rise taking off as the final
They've
bandit.
got a plan.
Immediate first pick Olaf, not going to see the Lee Sin prioritized.
Oh, I really wish we saw the Lee Sin, but Olaf can snowball very quickly as a pick, so we expect the early game to be quite aggressive from TSM, and hopefully they pair this with a lot of lanes that have incredible kill pressure, which is pushing ability to allow Olaf to get into the jungle, to go countering, and make sure that Lee Sin gets accounted for.
Yeah, and it does seem that, yeah, Lee Sin will be the pick for move. Good performance yesterday. And then Veritas, one having the choice, seems to be favoring that Jhin now, although usually we see him going to Ashe in those situations, but that's a good statement, of course, similar for him.
Well, I just think that the Jhin is such a powerful pick because any single time that Jhin is missing, your mid laner has to play safe, which is so incredibly obnoxious for you to just say, all right, well, he could be mid lane at level 2 because he took W. Now you have to just back off. And you have to respect that as a mid laner, and it allows you to mitigate those matchups that might be swaying one way or another.
Really interesting second rotation comes in from TSM. So they get the Ezreal and the Zyra. Zyra, of course, powerhouse in the bottom lane, relatively hard to deal with. We'll see now if Hylissang wants to play the MF or if he's found, a counter of his own to deal with this pick. But a lot of early power on the Zyra, a lot of early lane control, kind of balanced out by Ezreal. Completely dominant before he buys that first item, but the second he buys that tier and sets himself behind, the lane pattern is going to shift pretty quickly.
And they definitely have a lot of opportunity to invade through the bottom side early here on TSM. Olaf being a jungler that will most likely start on the blue side, finishing bottom. If he can time that with a pushing wave from Zyra and Ezreal, can guarantee an invade onto the blue side, get some good scouting wards, and make sure that Lee Sin's always stopped.
There we go. The return of misfortune.
It's the Unicorns of Love. If anyone's going to play a weird pick, I mean, it's already meta at this point as far as they're concerned.
We're not going to call it cheese. That's not what it is. And they're very quick lock-in on the other side then for Zillion and Poppy. TSM had a super good plan. There we go.
Zillion into Victor. That's a match.
The Prophet does it again.
So
that's one of my favorite match of Zillion into Victor, but of course, especially when you combo it with Poppy and Olaf, you do not underestimate how deadly a Poppy is, running at you with bombs on her head with another life and twice as fast.
And I mean, it's the same story for Olaf, right? Movement speed steroids are so nice to have, and especially with Karma kind of getting adjusted, being more powerful in that support position, I think Zillion gives a lot more to this team overall. Bringing back Olaf when he has so many tanky stats, that life is so much more relevant.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. Now, the Gangplank locked in as well for Vizichacho. We assume if nothing incredibly crazy happens here.
Yeah, so the one thing about Unicorns of Love lineup is that they are incredibly loaded in damage. Like, you could not pick more damage out of every single roll here. And that's going to be very deadly because what are you going to do as Zillion here when you are having to deal with every single member capable of popping you? You got to be careful.
And of course, the final thing that I want to point out here before we move into game is that there's a lot of pressure on TSM to pull ahead early here, especially with an Olaf jungle. If this pick falls behind, it's going to be very tough to come back. They have the Zillion for wave clear, but it'll be difficult if they can't find early advantages because, like you said, so much raw damage in this lineup, and if they find a lead, it only gets harder.
If anything, a super exciting matchup ahead of us and two super interesting composition. I know that the casters are antsy to give their 2 cents about that, so let's kick it over to them.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead, get ready to get into this first game. TSM versus Unicorns of Love. And man, we had a pretty interesting draft. The return of the MF support into the Zyra. Really interesting to see. Interested to see how Hylissang's going to play that matchup. What do you think about that one, Frost?
I'm always super stoked. Right now, I'm a Misfortune one trick in solo queue, so I'm ready to talk about some MF support.
You're part of the problem, all right?
Out damage everyone every game.
Right.
Lose every time. It's cool.
Ban it so nobody can have it. That's my policy.
Yeah, just take it right off the
Yeah, I think Unicorns of Love, they ended up with a very good draft here. I think they have 2 to 3 winning lanes, depending on what you consider the Zillion into the Victor matchup. Because Zillion, he does have potential to carry, but the problem is it's not always that great. It's not that easy. It's hard.
I mean, even at worst case scenario, it's just going to turn into a wave clear lane where you're just shoving back and forth, especially once they get their itemization or those points and the key abilities to reset those waves every single time. So I 100% agree with you. The big question mark for me is we saw that Gangplank was actually punished when he was picked earlier in this tournament, simply because he's so easy to dive, especially from a Poppy post level 6. So Unicorns of Love really need to keep Vizichachi safe when that window opens up.
Yeah. Well, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are on to the rip for game 1. TSM charging down the bot lane. Unicorns of Love just going to go ahead, fan out. Typical 5-point across the map. Not going to get caught out. Don't want to fall for any of that early cheese.
Yep, TSM, they're going to run 3 in the bottom, and yep, Hylissang is going to end up checking it.
Okay, so I want to quickly kind of touch on, since this is going to be like your team that performed at Worlds, TSM, high-level team, probably the most elite series that we're going to see so far in terms of strategy for this game, the difference between deep vision and scouting vision. So it used to be when the lane swaps were there that teams would place deep vision. It was about securing information around the junglers, exactly what Unicorns of Love just did right now on your screen, and that's figuring out start times so you can set up your gank paths. What's really been changed, especially around the bottom side, which is why that Make It Rain was so important in the brush, is scouting vision. And that's about determining where your laners are starting, so you can get an advantage on the level 1. What's really important is for Ezreal, if he wants to be successful in lane, because he doesn't actually fall into a power trough until he itemizes towards his tier, is he needs to make sure that he plays the level 1 perfectly so he can out-trade on the Jhin, because otherwise Jhin and Misfortune are just going to shove him in and it's lane over.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do, though, as an Ezreal, because shoving versus a Jhin, you don't have wave clear. You have to get your poke down and then eventually say, okay, now you're too low HP, so you have to be using your abilities on the enemy, not so much on the minion wave.
Well, speaking about getting your poke down, you can see Bjergsen not wasting any time, already throwing out the clocks onto Exile. He's going to land a second one. Just trying to chip down that Victor as best as he can, but this should be a pretty stagnant lane until the junglers become involved.
Yeah, tiny little things there where Exile, I don't like that he takes the bomb and he's walking towards creeps, because he's actually amplifying the damage that Bjergsen is doing effectively to the wave and to Exile
He's
himself.
getting really low right now. He's down below half HP.
Yeah.
Bjergsen's been just really working him down.
Yeah, actually fighting against the Zilean main is very scary. Like, Bjergsen is the best Zilean right now currently in the North American LCS. He's pulled it out multiple times. He even pulled it out at Worlds, and it wasn't as effective, because in the laning phase, he's great, but then it relies on the team. He's going to have to rely on Svenskeren, speeding him up, speeding up Hanser, so somebody else really needs to carry a lot of burden on this team.
But that's the nice thing about TSM's composition, is they have damage kind of layered in every single facet. So even when Zilean starts to fall off, when he becomes that secondary support, which his damage, especially if he gets ahead of the clock, will still be strong mid to late game. I mean, if he hits that stun, Olaf rocks by, Exile can get burst out very quickly. There's a lot of kill threat mid lane.
And just talking about the compositions and like wrapping all of that in here, because TSM, it's not always about Bjergsen, and this composition is definitely not really that much about Bjergsen here. You'll have a lot of utility, but it's about the jungler, it's about the top lane.
Yeah, Move walking in towards those Raptors. Svenskeren on the chase, won't get that second undertow as Move will dash away over the wall, but he's low, can't go over to the Wolves, and Sven is just going to push right into the jungle. Now he can help himself to some of these camps.
Exactly, help himself to some of these camps, takes the blue buff because he saw that Move doesn't have it yet, and he may even hand this off to Bjergsen if he can get a shot, but I assume he's going to take it for himself to just increase his route.
Yeah, looks like Bjergsen's going to go ahead, stick around in the mid lane, keep trying to work down Exile. Make sure he's not going to roam over here to try to help Move retake that blue buff, but he will be able to find it. Move, meanwhile, just still working down those Wolves, but he's going to have to go back pretty soon. He got taken really low.
Yeah, there's no... ooh, hold on, though.
Yeah, Veritas going low, Wild Turtle. Doesn't have the Mystic Shot up quite yet. The minions come in, so will body block that. But Veritas not going to be losing any summoner spells, but still going to be dangerously low for a Jhin.
And that was the key thing, the fact that he could have forcibly tried to remove one of those summoner spells, like the Flash or the Heal, but now Hillsong...
Oh boy, yeah, Hillsong going low, has that Ignite ticking from Biofrost, but it's not going to be enough. They still hold on to the Heal. So he will be able to walk his way out, strut his way out, I should say, but it looks like Hillsong might be having to make a pretty fast back soon.
Yep, it ends up being a shove so that Wild Turtle can back and get tier timing right now and pick that up and have a back there. He doesn't really miss any CS at all.
And speaking of backs, we need to quickly touch on Bjergsen's teleport. So it is a double TP composition coming out of TSM. He did go ahead and use that right now. So kind of cheating in a back, although Exile has actually done a wonderful job matching him, making sure that as soon as Zilean stepped into Fog of War, that he also found his back timer and doesn't lose anything because it is a cannon wave.
And that double TP is going to be very important, because this composition that UOL has is actually an old composition from about 2 or 3 months ago, where you had Gangplank Jhin. You Gangplank ultimate, the Jhin uses his ultimate, and how is Zyra supposed to get out of that without Flash? It's very difficult. She's going to take some shots, and so Hanser would have to block at that point, or you have to have an ultimate from Zilean. So those teleports are going to be very important from TSM.
In the LPL compositions like this, we call them Venn diagrams of murder. You just effectively layer all of your circles. You got the bullet time, you have the Jhin ultimate, Chaos Storm comes down, you have nowhere to run.
Yeah, it's absolute zone control. Choke points are miserable to go
Uh-oh, Exile's going to go ahead and get stunned up by those bombs. The second one almost takes him down. One more auto attack just about would have done it. Bjergsen's going to threaten him, push him back even further, delay his recall as best as he can, but that's going to be a flash down for the Victor in mid.
Yeah, very scary situation for Bjergsen as well, for Exile as well, just because Bjergsen still retained his flash, so stepping forward and threatening, like, you can't back right there, and losing just those valuable seconds really does punish.
Absolutely, and you look at the CS now, So that's going to be CS that Exile, he can't make up for a very long time. 20 down already, and he's not even going towards his Hex Core. He's been having to be forced back on really bad timings. That's the big Victor nerf, was it takes 1,250 gold to get to your first upgrade, and he's backing with 400, 300, over and over again.
Oh,
Hold on, though, Svenskeren.
Yeah, Svenskeren coming in. Vizicachi throws down the barrel, get that move speed increase, but he's already been taken down to about half HP. Haunter not able to close that gap. Looks like Vizicachi will be safe in the end. So not a lot going to come out of that one, but Svenskeren trying to apply that pressure where he can. Is currently up in CS and has shown himself in multiple lanes as opposed to Move, who hasn't really popped up yet.
This is important, though, because it opens up space for Move to contest the Raptor camp. Not only will it now threaten Bjergsen and give Exile a bit of safety, although as I say that...
yeah, one bomb coming in. He lands a second one. Undertow goes through. That's going to be first blood going over to Bjergsen. Beautiful handoff by Svenskeren.
And it was the confidence of Exile to step forward, knowing that he had Move sitting around the mid lane. Just didn't expect Svenskeren to make his immediate pathing down towards the mid lane.
That was beautiful from Bjergsen, the slow, the bomb, making sure that you can't dodge it and getting that complete stun there. And right up in the top lane, though.
Yeah, Haunter
very difficult matchup.
Looking to duke it out a little bit here with Vizicachi, but not really going to have much kill threat on that GP.
But this is also where things get really scary. The dive potential on Vizicachi is very strong.
Exactly, he's right here.
Yep, Svenskeren coming around the back. Vizicachi still relatively healthy in Haunter.
If he can hold off, use the ultimate, Move is right here. If Svenskeren, he doesn't see him because he already walked out of the bush.
Okay, here comes Svenskeren, stun into the wall, knocked him up with the Keeper's Verdict, and he's still going to go down, gets him with the E, but Svenskeren, one more turn shot, there it is, Move is able to find that kill. Can he find a second one? The chase not going to come through on the Haunter, he will make it out alive.
Just like Zyrene said, the fact that they didn't have eyes on Lisa meant that they were able to trade 1 for 1. That said, the teleport is down, so Gangplank's still going to lose a lot. Thankfully, Unicorns of Love will gain something across the board because Move's going to pick up all that free lane tax.
Yeah, and Vizicachi didn't even use his ultimate there. He didn't use it to slow the Poppy, to make sure that the Olaf takes a little bit extra damage or anything like that. But what's he going to use it for now? Because it has to be worth something here, because it could have been worth a kill.
Yep, Move coming in the back now, looking for a kill on the Haunter. He just gets the shield from the passive.
There it is.
But here's the Cannon Barrage. Dragon's Rage in, lands the Sonic Wave, stunning the wall. No! Does he turn it around? Beautiful play by Haunter to equalize that exchange.
Beautiful. Like you said, the Cannon Barrage comes through, but that is actually worth a little bit more gold there for UOL because there's an assist on the back of it, so it's 150 more, plus that CS is just going to die to the turret.
And that's the big thing for me, is the fact that Gangplank was being punished so hard because he didn't have the teleport to get immediately back to lane. Well, now Poppy's in the same boat, so we're suddenly kind of more even across for the top laners.
Yeah, really good. Oh man, if Haunter made it out of there alive, that would have been extra good.
Just
but
mispositioned next to the
still
wall.
really good for him to get that equalizing kill.
And right now, TSM, every single time they've been doing this since the beginning of the summer split, they see a buff up, they know where the jungler is, completely taken. Svenskeren now has the red buff of Move after seeing the
Exile yet again,
Get
gonna get dove on. That's the E coming through, the Undertow to slow him up. Gravity Field not gonna come down in time to lock up the Olaf, and now Move might be in a bad spot, comes into the lane to try to help out Svenskeren. Gonna get the ultimate just in case. He's gonna make it out alive all the same, and TSM put 2 more on the board.
What an absolute monster right now. There's almost nothing more powerful in a dual 1v1 scenario as an Olaf with red buff, but just the confidence to run behind the lane and then Move comes in. It's like, that's fine, I'm here for one more.
This is the Danish Dynamite combo of TSM. Svenskeren, Bjergsen teaming up, and the fact that the Zillion is there to back up the Olaf, speed him up. This is what this composition means. Olaf has to snowball, and then you can just run straight at the Jhin, the Misfortune, the Victor. They can't do a single thing about you. They don't have a tank on the UOL side. They don't have somebody to just soak damage, peel, or even keep the backline disrupted. As soon as Olaf runs in, he's on your squishies. Nobody is inside of TSM's backline.
And that goes all the way back to draft. We were talking about this as the analyst desk was covering this. The fact that they gave away Poppy. You know, typically when you see the Olaf come out, you want to grab that Poppy, so you can't knock him away, but you can at least separate him from the rest of the team, try to focus fire and burn him down. I feel like it was kind of a misstep. Gangplank can punish Poppy in lane, but it hasn't been set up so far that way.
Yeah, UOL, they love those globals. Things like the Shen that Vizicachi was playing back
he gets
up
to
with the
start
team,
with
but
the
hold
wall.
on.
I have to cut you off here. Haunter going in for the exchange on the Vizicachi. Wants that kill, knocks him up with the ultimate. There it is. The afterburn on the Q will finish him off, and Haunter finds the solo kill.
And this is the thing, Gangplank is technically supposed to win the 1v1 against Poppy just because she's a melee champion, so she can't clear out the barrels as effectively. It should give you a lot of chip damage, but it's just been put in such a volatile situation that Haunter is able to really punish him.
Yeah, the early game definitely goes over to the Gangplank, but Poppy just has so much of
the resistance
damage inside of her kit, gets extra resistances. It's really ridiculous, to be honest.
Yeah, we can see Move now, just taking the Ocean Drake. Gonna get a little pickup here for the Unicorns of Love, but It's a slight little reprieve to the pressure that they've been under 6-2 at the moment.
Right now, down, look at the bottom lane. Biofrost, he got chunked out, had to blow his flash, and it looks like the ultimates came through, so this may even be first turret going over if they're able to keep enough damage here, because Move is on the bottom side.
Yeah, Wild Turtle chunked out. He's not going to get hit by the rest of that Make It Rain, so he will be able to back, but the wave's not there, so it buys a little bit of time, but with the new one coming in, looks like Unicorns might be able to find that first brick gold.
This is super dangerous mid, though.
Yeah, Bjergsen doesn't land that first bomb, will get the proc of damage off, but Exile uses the Ghost.
TP from Hanser, he's behind them.
Oh, Hillside taking that turret shot. The ultimate comes down from the Zyra, not going to bump him up, but here comes Hanser, gets a stun in, onto the Lee Sin, throws down that W to make sure he can't come in. Wild Turtle going to flash away, but Move is hot on his heels, but it doesn't matter. He takes him down. Now Svenskeren and Bjergsen roaming down from the mid lane. They're going to clean him up. 3 kills picked up just for Wild Turtle. TSM 9-3 on the board.
Fantastic coordination there. The TP from Hanser, he backed off of the turret to make sure that he could get it without being spotted, and it forced you all into a bad situation. They lost everybody there, and Wild Turtle's the only one who went down just barely. He almost made it out.
I mean, frankly, the only saving grace for Unicorns of Love is that they did manage to pick up first brick, but even if you check across the chip damage on top side with Gangplank left alone with that tower, it's pretty much nothing, just barely past 50%. So massive swing for TSM, especially if they break.
Oh, I know how this story goes. Exile this time, he says, I'll just use my flash and get out safely. That will be the turret going down. However, TSM have completely blown open the map. Now going to be 1-1 on the turrets, equalizing that count at least, but still have a pretty massive lead for not even 15 minutes into this game.
And I don't know how they're going to stop this Olaf as it reaches this mid game. He's 2 levels up over Move. He's just been bullying him over and over again. And TSM, when they get an advantage onto Bjergsen, like that first blood that he got, they can completely leverage that for the rest of the game, because when you have control of mid, you have control of the Raptor camp, you have control of the enemy's Wolf camp, then you start extending that to their buffs, you get vision easier, you keep shoving in the Victor, and he's not able to actually fight back, and you get their jungle for free.
These micro control points like the Raptor camp, like these smaller jungle camps, are so important because they set up that Silk Road, or that perfect path to exactly the gank routes that you want. So the thing is most people recognize this meta as just about, shoving lane dominant picks, but you pick the lane dominant picks to empower your jungle to take control of those micro points.
Yeah, looks like we're just going to take another look at that exchange in the bottom lane where TSM picks up those 3 members.
Yeah, they're already out of ultimates on the side of UOL. They actually committed too much. If they had just turned around instead of trying to engage, Hylissang, you saw him take so much damage there, that's what ended up costing them, because Svenskeren's already running down. Victor, he could have called it out as well, because you saw Svenskeren run straight through the mid lane to go down bottom, but they wanted that first brick gold so badly.
I'm glad that we've all adopted the first brick, by the way.
I don't like it. I just adapted it for this.
Oh, come on. I think it's a good
it for today.
First tower blood gold is like really awkward, so I think first brick's pretty straightforward. It's good.
Or it could just be first turret gold.
First brick's got a little ring to it. Hylissang, though, he is the bells have been rung, and he is now dead. He is going to go down yet again. This support MF not quite working out the way that Unicorns would have liked it to. And another turret is going to be going over to TSM. But look at this. Setting up in the top lane, Veritas and Move waiting in the wings. They're trying to bring up Exile. Moves on the ward, so they will spot him out.
Yeah, what they have here, though, is they do have a Gangplank ultimate, and there's no way that Hanser could possibly affect this fight. But Bjergsen, he's keeping Exile out. He's chasing him all around the jungle.
Yeah, and frankly, the level disadvantage and discrepancy between Svenskeren and Move right now, that's level 10 Olaf to level 8 Lee Sin. Even with a straight 5v5, TSM well and in control of this map.
And you can see Svenskeren, to just kind of illustrate that point, taking away the red buff with Move, just watching sadly from the flank. Exile, though, back in the mid lane, getting stunned up, has the gravity well down, but it's not going to catch Bjergsen. He's still on the chase, has that ultimate that he can throw on himself. He will go ahead and pop it. The bomb's not going to connect on to Exile. Can he make it out the undertow? Not going to finish him off. Looks like he might be okay. That's going to be the current call coming through. The ultimate from MF canceled as well. Wild Turtle goes for it, finds Exile, takes him out, and blocks the bullet, simultaneously keeping Bjergsen safe. He's still on the chase, though. The W connects onto Svenskeren. He will get locked up a little bit. Goes back in, actually. Move is low. Can he finish him up? Goes in. One more hit will do it. He's able to find the kill now. Looking for Hylissang. Veritas goes forward. Able to finish off Bjergsen. Finally gets the double kill in the end. But Svenskeren's now the W not going to connect. And the minions finishing him off. Vizichachi now wants to be part of the action. Throwing down the barrels. Not going to be able to chain the third one. Barely missing, but he gets the movement speed. Flashes forward. The parlay is not enough. The undertow there. He's going to cleanse off the slow. Svenskeren Scarin just turns around to do the best he can, but it's not enough. Vizicachi gets the shutdown, and man, what an awkward tussle around the mid lane. All in all, 3 for 3.
But I feel like it sets the tempo and kind of the feel for TSM right now. The fact that Scarin was so aggressive, so forward, like, guys, we can take him. Guys, just get behind me. Just put the bombs on me. Well, the rest of TSM like, Sven, calm down. You know, let's back up a little bit. Let's reset the map. They look super confident right now in their play. And yeah, it was kind of an awkward exchange, you know, gave away some kills, but ultimately not a bad takeaway.
Yeah, and right here, move, the kick, if that had been onto Sven Scarin, possibly putting him through Bjergsen, it would have been a much better fight for them, but he actually just outright kills the Zyra there and doesn't get anything else from that.
But look at this right here. Sven is actually going to turn around, throw the axe, and he's just going to continuously go back and forth. And he's just waiting for Bjergsen and Wild Turtle to throw out their long-range skills.
Yeah, Veritas also with the aggressive play here to go forward. Great call by him, and then they have Vizicachi already coming up, but this is going to cost them that bottom turret because Poppy is now going to stop, cancel his recall, go up, get that turret. So there's actually a turret that goes down during this exchange as well.
All in all, TSM still going to be maintaining a pretty firm lead as we move forward in this game. 3.4 thousand gold at the moment, twice as many kills as Unicorns, and now Haunter looking to add more to the board, goes in on Hillsang, he's going to get the flash away immediately. Veritas has a bit of damage that has to be respected even by that tanky Poppy. And actually, maybe not, he's just going to flash in, throws out the Keeper's Verdict. Gets sped up by Bjergsen, goes in, not going to get the bomb off onto him. Veritas still trying to kite back as best he can. Now we can see Exile roaming up the river, but I don't know if he's going to arrive in time to turn the tides of this fight. Looks like Unicorns, they're just going to play this one safe.
But meanwhile, bottom lane, TSM have complete control of the side of the map. It actually forced Gangplank to back up. That was cute. They're not going to try to contest for the tower. Vizicachi was able to hang onto his health bar, clear out the creep wave with his barrels, and instead they're going to turn on the Ocean Drake.
Yep, so that will be 1-1 on the Ocean Drakes here between both of these squads. It's going to be a mountain as our third one. We'll see who's going to be able to claim that. TSM certainly would make good use of it as they've already knocked down a lot of those turrets. The tier 1's all falling. We haven't seen if they got much damage in onto that tier 2 in the bottom lane. But for now, they pretty much just command the pace of this game. Let's see what Unicorns are going to do to try to drag their way back in, because so far it hasn't been looking good. Turtle might be in a bad spot though. Vizicachi coming in, throws out the barrel, not going to get much, but gets that movement speed, throws out the cannonball barrage, and man, Wild Turtle getting chunked out, trying to kite back. The TV comes in, Haunter! Perfect! Immediately gets off the stun. The ultimate there as well from Bjergsen, just in case, and Wild Turtle, he'll walk away with his life.
And TSM seem to be on fire today, not just with Bjergsen. Hotzer's on his game, and so is Sven Scarin, and all three of those guys are going to enable each other to do even better. What happens? What are you going to do with this Poppy as soon as she's sped up into your back line? It's so hard to get rid of Haunter, but he's also a large damage threat now as he picked up that Sheen.
I mean, I know, Frost, you were really kind of tilted in the draft. We weren't able to be on camera for that one, but you're like really frustrated with Unicorns because they didn't take that Poppy. They gave it over to TSM, and it's been pretty instrumental in their success so far in this first game.
It's because Unicorns of Love in their draft phase, they had the opportunity to counter pick mid lane. In their second rotation, they took Victor as well as Misfortune. They could have taken support. It could have been anything. Like, obviously, they took the Misfortune as the counter to Zyra, but it could have been the Karma to, you know, help speed up, back away from the Olaf. But they just needed some sort of big disengage, and they never picked it up.
Yeah, I'm always a little worried too when a Poppy comes out and you pick something like a Gangplank as opposed to a Trundle, which actually could have been really good for this composition. It would have been a good counter to the Poppy in the top lane and would have actually gotten Haunter to stay away from helping his team out. Maybe even slowed people down from getting in, but it's not what happened here. They went with the Gangplank. They wanted that damage. And it's even something that UOL played against yesterday. Vizicachi played Poppy into Gangplank. He played the other side of this matchup.
And Gangplank has kind of seen a reemergence in Casper Cup in Korea to limited success. But like you said, it failed yesterday, and it doesn't look like it's going to have much success today.
It's hard to succeed with ever since he's gotten a whole bunch of nerfs back to back to back. His early game is not as passable as it was before, and he doesn't even have the same type of goal generation that he used to.
And my big issue with Gangplank is always his build, the fact that it's so expensive, one of the most expensive builds in the entire game, especially when you fall behind like this. It's now Unicorns of Love just trying to hang on long enough to stack up the gold to get that itemization working for them.
Yeah, it's a little more armor pen focused ever since the Trinity Force lost its crit damage, so now he has to go for Last Whisper, Yomu's Ghostblade, and things of that like, which not necessarily the best against the Poppy or this team as a whole, but the Last Whisper, it'll help him out, but it's not going to help him out too much against Turtle or somebody like that.
Yeah, I mean, that is something I guess we have to be conscious of, though, is that the Gangplank, if Unicorns can hold on, it's only 20 minutes into this game despite having, 22 kills already. But if Unicorns can hold on for long enough, if Vizicachi can finish that build, he will be a powerhouse on that GP. As long as he can line up the barrels, he can absolutely decimate the ranks of TSM.
And that's the thing, they have so many tools on this composition that even if TSM get full control of the map, that if somehow this turns into a Baron game, they get securing that, they have so much wave clear. Like, as long as they don't die and they can clean up their vision, just play defensively, they have options to stall this out. So complete onus on TSM right now to put the pedal to the metal and to close this game out with the lead that they have.
Yeah, because of all of that wave clear, it'll probably come down to dives if TSM want to crack the base, pushing up to inhib turrets and then ending up using their Olaf or Poppy.
Which in that respect, since UL have all of the tools on their kit to clear the waves, TSM have all the tools on their kit to create the dives. They have the Poppy, they have the Zillion, they have the Ragnarok.
Yep, now Sven just going to be getting some vision down to this bottom side. Dragon not going to be coming up for a little while, but what's that? Basically that free sack of gold that is just hovering around in the river.
I do want to talk a little bit about how this game has been going from each lane's perspective too, because Veritas actually won the bottom lane. He was 20 CS up over Turtle, got a little bit of help, got the turret. And although the misfortune, we talked about how it wasn't necessarily working out to the extent UOL may have wanted to, that's mostly because of the low mobility that it has getting caught in the mid game, whereas it was rather effective during the laning phase to stop Biofrost and Wild Turtle from actually getting much in that lane. So Veritas is a member of this team that has the highest CS right now. He's above his lane opponent. He's been above him the entire time, and he's already crested 2 items. So this Jhin could be a boon for UOL moving forward.
Well, he's got that nice CS lead over top of Wild Turtle, so he's in a pretty good spot as far as his items goes. 2-2-2. Couldn't get as any more neutral than that with his score line.
Oh, that's frustrating.
It's okay. He's got plenty of damage with those clocks there. You see that blue buff will get whittled down pretty steadily by Bjergsen.
And so the Mountain Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute. So it's kind of the question, why are TSM all bundled up towards the bottom side of the map? It's because Bjergsen really wanted that blue buff. It's huge to deny that away from Exile again. We keep talking about Unicorns of Love wave clear. A lot of that hinge on Victor. If he doesn't have the mana pool, he's not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, but just look at the difference in vision. Because they wanted that blue buff on the bottom side, all the vision from TSM is down and allocated there, whereas now UOL have complete control of Baron. They have the Scuttle Crab, they have pink wards galore, and TSM, it's actually dark there right now, so they have to go face check it and get some vision.
Exactly, which you can see that in their inventory, the fact that they've got 5 pink wards just sitting around waiting. This is a very clear pattern for TSM. They're going to walk into this Baron pit, they're going to start clearing all the vision, and they're going to play the pick game.
Yeah, we'll see them
That's
likely
perfect.
moving over to sweep that out.
Dragon.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
actually look at this. Vizicachi being taken down really low. That's going to be the Keeper's Verdict thrown out, popping him up straight in the air, gets the heal in from the W, flashes forward, knocks him back. Does he have the damage? No. Move is there with a shield, and Haunter overcommitting for that solo kill will get taken down. The shutdown handed over to Veritas. That's going to be a nice chunk of gold.
There are 5 members of Unicorns of Love, and Haunter took all of them on.
Oh, but they're looking for more to turn this one around. They will avenge the death of their top laner by taking out Move.
Absolutely necessary as well, because that would have been the Mountain Drake there. Now Bjergsen shoving on the top side. It is a teleport Zillion, remember, so it is possible if something happens, he can teleport in, but he's up against Chachi.
Yeah, Chachi's going to be looking for the kill. Throws out the barrel, get a big burst of damage. Bjergsen still holding on to the ultimate, will finally throw it out. This one's going to knock Chachi down below half HP, flashes away the barrel, not going to connect, but Exile's here to follow up. Throws out one, the Chaos Storm there. The second one not going to hit for the stun, and Bjergsen will fall.
Yeah, they're kind of getting picks all across the map. They aren't getting much for it because their waves are all shoved up. They're not getting turrets. They aren't really getting control of objectives. The Mountain Drake still goes over to TSM, and they can't even take Baron right now either.
But this is slowing down TSM's momentum and their tempo.
Yeah.
Again, if Bjergsen hadn't been caught there, it would have just been the free Drake, and then TSM could have quickly walked over to that Baron pit. Because he did get picked off, it's kind of like, okay, reset, wait for our mid laner, and it just delaying that Baron setup by, a minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes, where Unicorns of Love get more time to stack up that farm. Vizicachi is hitting really hard right now.
Exactly, and as he completes a Yomu's Ghostblade, when that comes through, it's going to be very threatening to the squishies and to the tanks. And when Exile hits that second item, Rylai's, that's a huge power spike for this Victor. It makes it so that Bjergsen's not going to be able to navigate the fights the same way.
And that's the thing, if we come into a Baron fight and TSM don't prep this perfectly, if it comes to a 5v5, there's a lot of choke points in that area. This is the Venn diagram of murder composition. Unicorns of Love, that gold deficit, if all of their R buttons are lined up, it's still going to hit huge across TSM.
Yeah. Well, something that has to be nagging in the back of TSM's mind at this moment, because they have been unable to really gain much more ground in the last couple minutes of this game. Tier 2 tower, the last thing that they were able to acquire for themselves. So going to be looking for that top lane or the mid. You can see Bjergsen now hovering around here, but Exile and Hylissang are nearby to stop him. And this looks a little bit familiar, Hanser. Yeah, going back in on the Vizicachi, knocking him down, will get the stun. The cleanse comes through from the orange, and it looks like the GP will live another day.
So TSM's priority is actually the wave control right now. The reason why they're bouncing between top and mid is because they want to get those waves shoving, and then they want to start moving into this jungle and placing down that vision to try to catch Unicorns of Love.
Hylissang, he'll get caught by a bomb, and he's hovering on top of his teammates, almost dropped that onto them. But you can see TSM, like you said, sweeping through the jungle, getting rid of that vision so they can start setting up around the Baron. Won't be comfortable enough to go for an attempt. Still 25 minutes in. Don't have a lot of items completed. And with everybody on Unicorns alive, it'd be too risky of a move.
Clever ward placement by UL. They still have a cheeky ward that's actually hidden behind TSM right above the mid inner turret.
And who face checks on UOL? Like, they don't have somebody that's safe to do.
Just throw the Make It Rain.
You're going to get caught, and they have to just use Make It Rain, but that also leaves him in range of getting run down.
Svenskeren, speaking of running people down, goes in, just gets the undertow in on the Hylissang. Won't be able to pursue much deeper than that. Has the Guardian Angel, so he can be pretty damn sure he's going to be fearless charging into the back line of Unicorns.
And a big problem right now is also the lane assignments for Unicorns of Love. The fact that Vizicachi, yes, he can do a lot of damage to Bjergsen, but he is still struggling against Hanser. At least Hanser is being very obnoxious, requiring more resources of Unicorns of Love. So as TSM are patient playing this Baron game, Hanser was just being a big pain in the bottom side, now looking for his teleport play.
They get the ultimate out of Hylissang, they actually just pull off of it, so they have that ultimate down, not going to be able to actually use it and get a lot of damage off, and now they're going to try to run straight into him.
Yeah, Exile throws out the Ghost, is bursting down Svenskeren as best as he can with a death throw deck. Not going to get hit by that undertow. A nice sidestep yet again, going to fall short. That's going to be the Zillion ultimate coming through to get Svenskeren back up. Wild Turtle going in the missing shot, not going to connect on Hylissang. He's so low. It looks like he will make it out alive. Veritas on the backside, able to snipe out Biofrost with a curtain call, but he goes down pretty swiftly as Wild Turtle avenges his support. Move now going in onto Bjergsen, who does not have his ultimate back up, but the bombs are just ripping through the Lee Sin of the GP. One more bomb move. Not really much he can do. Looks like he will live in the end, but Vizicachi is not long for this world. Wild Turtle picks up a second kill in this exchange. Hanser going back in, not going to find the stun onto the wall, but might still get the kill. Throws out the passive, but won't be enough. Exile will make it out, but Unicorns of Love, they lose too.
Yeah, that fight was so scattered. I have no idea how Unicorns were trying to navigate that. Veritas had a really good position, but TSM with the teleport flank made him panic.
And he,
move, gonna go back in, but Bjergsen has the ultimate this time. One more bomb will finish off that Lee Sin. Looks like it's an interesting Sonic Wave. Not really where you want that to go, but TSM in the meantime, they're finishing off the Baron. They're gonna finish off move as well. Wild Turtle with the Arcane Shift finds the kill, and TSM, I think they have what they need to close this one out.
Yeah, insult to injury right there. Wild Turtle picking up the kill and just making sure that there's no chance for that Baron still to come down. That circus fight is what I'm going to call it above the red buff, though. The fact that Unicorns of Love tried to fight in such a skirmish-heavy area when TSM have just lived in that area. You know that every single brush is going to be warded, that they're always going to have the vision advantage. Look at all of the wards around here. They're just so scattered.
Yeah, it's the teleport ward that's really important because he ends up going after move and then abandoning that, looking at Hylissang, and then comes all the way around towards Veritas. He just starts to ignore the two others, so Hanser ends up going there, picking up Veritas, which is very important because he's a huge part of their damage. And if the Poppy's doing that, well, hey, that's Svenskeren down too.
Hey, yeah, welcome back. It's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. Hylissang going down for the jungle. That's a pretty good exchange as far as Unicorns is considered. They throw out the curtain call, not going to get a whole lot done. A little bit of damage on a Wild Turtle and Bjergsen, but TSM, they're going to keep this train moving right up the mid lane. They're looking for that tier 2.
Yeah, that was a skirmish over the blue buff, but ultimately doesn't matter because they've got the inside track looking for that mid tower.
Well, they also get top tower because Hanser was not there. He was ending up pushing top lane by himself. So a 1-for-1 for TSM and 2 turrets going their way.
Yeah, he didn't have the TP that joined the team, but wasn't really necessary in that context. And now TSM, they're going to keep this going. They have those Baron-empowered minions.
And they have to watch out. Move, he's trying to get
Move comes in, gets the kick on the Bjergsen, and will knock up Biofrost as well. And actually, that's going to be Wild Turtle. He's shut down. Vizicachi finds the kill. The Cannon Barrage thrown down, and now Move takes a big chunk of damage. He's going to have to peel back, but a nice answering kill from Unicorns. They're going to hold on to that inhibitor turret for a little bit longer.
I was just waiting for Bjergsen to start throwing 3-pointers, just trying to look for that Lee Sin.
Man, that Lee Sin, he's definitely blind because he's running into all his teammates. He's like running those bombs and I'm like, what are you doing, Move? Half the time he's almost killing his teammates while he's killing himself there. But anyway, Vizicachi had a really good flank. He ended up coming from where the blue buff was and all the way around and got a really great ultimate. And I think a barrel onto Wild Turtle because Wild Turtle, I think he had his summoner spell still available right then.
Yeah, looks like he very well might have had those up, but TSM, they're not going to stick around, you know, and just kind of rest their minds on that minor loss of their AD carry. They're going to still be proactive. They move down. They pick up their second Ocean Drake of the game. That will be our last one before the Elder comes up.
I also believe that this means that they only have 2 live Baron buffs, and of course the buff is about to run out of time. They do have kind of a margin left with it, but
About 3/4 of the way done.
they didn't break the inhib line, and that's kind of the big important thing, is the fact that Unicorns of Love were still able to survive it, that they were still able to hang on. So this is kind of the one last hurrah, the one last push for TSM to try to put a dent in this.
Yeah, you can see Bjergsen just trying to clear out these waves as best as he can. Keep the minions moving in to chip it down. The top one, especially, is really low. Hansard put in a lot of work as Unicorns were distracted by the remaining members of TSM in that mid lane. So one nice push from the whole team could finally break that inhibitor turret line. It looks like TSM, they're going to full commit into this mid side. Once they're moving forward, just keeping those minions up. TSM, here it is. Svenskeren playing forward. Move goes in, takes a huge chunk of damage off of his HP. The bomb's coming out. That's going to shove him back.
Yeah, they keep going with the split push. And now they all group up and they're going to get this turret.
Yeah, it goes down. The Dragon's range has been used. Several members getting popped up. Wild Turtle in the front line, but he has his Zillion ultimate to bring him back to life. Veritas throwing out the curtain call, will fire all of his shots. Doesn't really hit the priority targets of Bjergsen and Wild Turtle. And now Hillsang going to take a bunch of damage. So Zyra plans doing some more. Concert goes forward, finds Vizichotzi, gets a nice bit of damage down, but he's going to get rooted from the W and he won't fall. It's going to be the transfer power coming in from Exile, finds the kill. And now TSM, they're going to have to try to peel back out of this one. Might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew without that taking front line. But now the roots come in. They find move. The Arcane shift forward. Wild Turtle will finish him off. TP coming through from Bjergsen. He's going to be nice and healthy on that Zillion. Has the ultimate backup. Might have to use it on himself, and he does. Veritas finishes him off with that crimp, but here comes Bjergsen yet again. Bring out the bombs, not really finding the targets. Veritas, don't walk into that bomb. Almost gets taken out by that one. Wild Turtle looking for the kill. Can he trade it back? Goes over the wall, almost goes down. There it is. Exile comes in yet again, killing him with a Q. Chachi not going to fall in the end, but Bjergsen has answered. Hillsang gets the shutdown onto the victor. 3 more kills picked up for TSM. Vizichotzi just going to be trying to keep those minions out of the base as best as he can on his lonesome, but man, TSM picking up that inhibitor and taking kills at the same exact time.
Yeah, 2 kills going over to Bjergsen. Fadeaway kills, the bombs doing so much damage right now. This Zillion is not to be messed around with. He even just teleported in, has home guard, speeds himself up, and just runs straight into the fight. It almost gets him killed, but right here, it's so bold, but it allows Svenskeren room to get in, pushes him off. Veritas is now sectioned off, and Wild Turtle goes in, and now Vizichotzi has to collapse, and this is just so good because they avoid the trap. Bjergsen comes around, and boom, 2 bombs. Almost kills Vizichotzi. Gets another bomb. Flash bomb onto Exile. That is so risky to do, but even with the shield, it's still not enough, and he gets 2 off of that.
Coordination across TSM looking fabulous, especially for Svenskeren and Bjergsen there. You know, we had some questions, double if not on the roster. He was known to be part of that shot calling process. Wild Turtle, yeah, he kind of looks like he's on a different page, you know, going forward, Arcane shift over the wall, trying to be super aggressive, do the Wild Turtle things, but the Danish duo, real strong still.
Yeah, at least Wild Turtle feels at home. He's not the only one flashing forward for kills. Bjergsen's got his back.
That's true.
It sets such a comfortable tone and mood of TSM. You know, we were super, Bjergsen, you know, releasing his tweets kind of seemed a little bit, you know, trying to tone down the hype. I don't know why everyone's hyping us up. We're not necessarily the favorites to win this tournament, but they come in and they just look like they're having fun. Yeah, and TSM, no, they aren't always crushing in scrims, right? They're sometimes losing scrims, sometimes they have really bad days, but it always seems to be when they show up on stage, especially in North America. Whenever they're playing against North American teams, European teams, they seem to be doing pretty well. But right here, this is just a display of power, and the fact that they got such a good draft right out of the gate just set them up for success.
Yeah, and you have to wonder what the other 2 teams are you know, thinking as they watch this game. Longzhu and Flash Wolves, one of those 2 is going to move on to face TSM if they can close out this series. So they have to be kind of, you know, brainstorming right now. How will we get ahead of this squad, this duo of Bjergsen and Svenskeren that has been so dominant? And the reason they're so dominant as well is TSM during the summer split, when they started just thinking about how they actually want to play the game, and they said, what is TSM? Well, TSM, they want to play fast. It sucks to lose slowly. So we're going to lose fast or play fast or win fast. They just want the games to be quick, and that's what they call Bay Life now. Losing slowly, that's something that Flash Wolves know all about after their Worlds experience. Oh, yeah, losing slowly, it feels bad. It feels bad to lose, but it feels worse to lose slowly. Yeah, I definitely I can attest to that from my solo queue experience in both Korea and North America. It's not good times. Svenskeren, though, pushing forward. He's being an Olaf. Yeah, Exile is getting sectioned off right now. Yeah, Haunter coming in, has a perfect lineup on the wall. Haunter, are you looking at your monitor, my friend? Keeper's Verdict goes out. Not going to get a whole lot. Biofrost coming in, the root's not going to connect. Finally gets the wall stun. Can they finish him off, though? True Shot Barrage comes through. Zyra throws down the ultimate, but will not find it. And Exile's able to walk out. Haunter, not really paying attention.
You know, it's fine. He kind of came around the corner. He high-fived Exile. I was like, I'm going to give you this one. Never mind.
He got his ghost at the end of the day, but Biofrost burned his flash to try to get that kill. So a little bit of a misplay. It
was a bold move.
Right there. It was. It's like one hiccup that Haunter has had, and an otherwise pretty impeccable game from him on this Poppy. So that, and then that overcommitment in the bottom lane, trying to solo kill Vizichachi.
We don't have time to go through all the little mistakes.
That was it. It was just the two.
Yeah.
I'm done.
But that is kind of an important point, though. The fact that TSM's mistakes in this game have been caused by their own player and their own over-aggression, as opposed to like big macro decision-making mistakes, which even though this game is kind of taking longer than it should, still, if you're Flash Wolves, if you're Longzhu, if you're watching backstage, this is still very scary because you're just like, they're just playing around. They're playing with their food. They're styling on them.
They can't style forever, though. They have to close the game out, and right now, they're starting up that Baron, half HP. Move is already
Deep
around.
teleport.
Yeah, and Move has the GA as well, so he's going to be able to commit to this. Yeah, Deep Teleport coming in. Haunter on the backside, tries to get onto Exile. Not going to be able to find the stun, but he finds the Keeper's Verdict, knocks him up. Svenskeren getting that Zilean ultimate yet again, and that's going to be the victor going down. Move has the dash away, still has his GA up, so he will be relatively safe if that gets popped. Vizichachi going low, Haunter still in the front line, still relatively healthy, and now Hillsong and Veritas are going down. Wild Turtle goes in, he's going to find the solo kill, almost a double, but that one gets picked up by Haunter in the end. Move not going to get clipped by that Mystic shot, barely gets away from it, but TSM now perfectly placed to go ahead, move right into the base. We have 30 seconds on Exile, the inhibitor going down yet again. Wave getting ready to crash. TSM, they might just end it here.
And Turtle leading the charge, not only playing super aggressive in that team fight, but as soon as the inhib spawns, he's the first guy in the base. He's like, guys, I'm ready. Where's the HP? Let's take it down.
And speaking of where's the HP, Wild Turtle's gonna go right after Move.
Yeah, just jumping right into the face of that Lee Sin. Doesn't have the Dragon's Rage, so he feels perfectly comfortable to do so. Haunter going in, tries to get the stun on the Vizichachi. Won't be getting much done, but the Nexus turrets are going to fall. One more hit. Can he get it? No. Move is not going to die in the end. The GP will go down, however. Exile's up. Can he do anything? It doesn't look likely. Haunter going to inject him back into the bound. And TSM, they will pick up game one over Unicorns of Love. Wild Turtle, he's back, baby.
Very aggressive suit from TSM. It looks like the form that they were in at the end of summer. Worlds may have been a little bit of a hiccup for them. They went on the international stage. Biofrost, Rookie showed a little bit there. But now it seems like they're doing quite well against Unicorns of Love and possibly going into the finals.
They just dismantled them with a 10K gold lead when it was all said and done. I believe 2 Barons in their back pocket, or at least started up the second one, just in full control from start to finish.
Yeah, really strong performance from them in the first game, but we're going to throw it over to our analyst desk and see what they thought about that one and what we can expect from game 2.
Welcome back to the Xfinity Analyst Desk. A very interesting and entertaining game, and we could have told you that from looking at the draft alone. I do want to separate a little bit of the end of the game and maybe some of the mid-game and start by looking at the savagery from Svenskeren in the beginning. He absolutely dominated that early game.
So as expected, they go for a 330 invade onto the blue side. Olaf starting blue. They understand that Zyra and Ezreal push. He can take that blue buff and then extend his ability to invade. And watch right here. This is after Zilean had burned the flash on Exile. He goes right in, and this is what I love to see. Punishing somebody that our laner has gotten the summoner down and making sure that you can return to it.
And immediately, what we talked about beforehand, Exile and Bjergsen, that matchup, when that gets rolling, and here it does, and then he immediately goes top lane and just puts his team on his back for the beginning and gets them off to a great start.
And of course, you can already see not only are they winning their individual lane matchups, but when they have those leads, they're just so proficient. As you said, it's snowballing these leads. It only gets harder from this point out. And I do want to point out here, Chachi not looking like himself. I'd say making some very over-aggressive moves on the top side of the map. Now, we can totally say that Haunter outplayed him because he clearly did that game, but Chachi's a better player than that, and he should be able to go even.
I did feel like that was the theme for the solo laners towards Unicorns of Love. They were playing a little bit too aggressive when they didn't have the room to do so, where the advantage was in the bottom side. Here, again, they're over-aggressing without respecting the teleport, the ability to roam from Zilean, and they're going to get collapsed on 5-man, losing 3 people in this exchange. And this is when TSM really gets ahead and starts getting the ball rolling for accelerating the game.
And also consistently from them, from TSM, even though they were very far ahead, if one member of the team was in trouble, they all went down to help him out.
You got to save the turtles. That's 17 TP, double TP, and Zillion Nolty to save him out. But this is like when they're getting a little bit too over-eager.
And you got to save the turtle, but sometimes the turtle saves you. Keep your eye on this. This is my favorite play. Leaps in, blocks the fourth shot, and snags a kill on the way out. That is just styled on right
wild
there.
turtle.
Perfect.
Without the dying.
Well, he ends up dying later on in this clip, unfortunately. Spoiler alert, but this is just how strong Olaf and Zillion is. You saw time and time again the bombs just being put on top of him, and Veritas is going to be unable to really clean Olaf up, but GP comes in from the sides, and just such an extended fight.
An extended fight, and this is, though, the moment in the game where you kind of see things watering down a little bit, because you said, Crumbs, beforehand, well, closing out games is the easiest thing right now, but why did it become such a slugfest?
The easiest thing, it's not the easiest thing, it's simple, right? And they did a 37-minute game, which, to be fair, I thought was very good time for closing the advantage that they had, considering the heavy wave clear that the Unicorns of Love have. You have Victor, you have Jin, the misfortune that makes it that much harder to siege a turret, and then you have to deal with the gangplank. So the fact that they were able to use their Baron control, their objectives and vision set up accordingly to close out before 40 minutes, I think is a very good time for the game that they put on.
Yeah, and overall a fantastic game by TSM, and Unicorns of Love dropping the ball. We mentioned Vizicachi beforehand. We had a lot to say about Exile, of course, and how he would do. How much of this is jitters, and how much of this is maybe Bjergsen is, for now, just too strong for him?
I think the big question, and Crumbs brought it up earlier, is that they're playing the same way that they played against INTZ yesterday. And so, or at least that's how it would appear to us. And so that is the big question, right? Are they just being a little disrespectful? Are they being too aggressive, making some poor decisions, assuming they're against weaker opponents? Or is it the fact that they are actually being outclassed? I think game 2, we hope to see a different shade of Unicorns of Love. We hope to see them take that one more seriously, but it's also possible that TSM are just the better team and are just going to monster it out again.
And it could very well be that. I mean, you also have to consider that Zillion into Victor is a very good matchup. The only time that we've seen that go Victor's way has been with Crown against Bjergsen, but that guy's Victor is just on another complete level. To be fair, I do think that it is a little bit of underestimating, as we were speaking about, just because when you see Olaf, particularly that first blood, you saw him gank topside, and then you're not respecting the fact that he can return towards mid lane, when you know that the Victor has no summoners, when you know Zillion with Flash is going to be incredibly deadly, and then you kind of die to that. That's something that shouldn't be happening on top of the other dives that Svenskeren pulled off with Zillion.
And my big concern moving forward is, and initially I thought Vizicachi would be able to beat Haunter. I was pretty confident in that. Now I'm kind of expecting them to go even. And Exile, now the most that I'm hoping for is for that lane to go even too. And now the last thing for me to look at aside from the bottom lane is the jungle role. And there's just no way I see Move doing anything against Svenskeren.
I mean, this guy has gotten just so damn good since the later half of the year. Just on top of every pick, he's just going off, and it's quite impressive. He's just single-handedly putting TSM on his back, just being there at the right place at the right time. And sure, maybe a little over-eager at times, but that doesn't matter when you're doing this much work.
Is it also a kind of a bit of a perfect storm of clash of styles? Because we know when TSM was dominating in the NALCS, when they get that early lead, they are fantastic at snowballing and closing out the game. And the problems that the Unicorns of Love had in the beginning were that if Move and Exile didn't get going, they wouldn't find the way into the game. And I feel like here it was kind of a perfect storm for them, and very hard to get the control back.
And it wasn't just that. It wasn't just that these guys fell behind, because that was already difficult, but they were making steps to kind of shrink that gold deficit. They were starting, now I'm not going to say coming back, but they were taking kills. They were trading blows, and they were extending the game. They had the wave clear. My big concern is that Hylissang, Vizicachi, 2 players that you rebuilt this roster around at the start of the last season, these are the guys underperforming. That misfortune was irrelevant for the entirety of the game. Vizicachi in that gangplank shows up behind 3 members of TSM. When he's behind, he's not killing anyone. I mean, the decision-making here was insanely poor. And maybe at this point, they were just desperate, making desperate moves. But if we see that same shade of Vizicachi, the same shade of Hylissang, I don't see any way that Unicorns, regardless of what happens in the early game, can win.
I really don't think that we're going to end up seeing a similar UOL that we see this game, because I do think that the draft influences them to play very differently, considering that they don't have any tanks. With the Tahm Kench, it's a lot easier to have somebody that can walk in and say, this is how we're going to start a fight. When you have 0 tank line, when you have nobody that can walk up to the Ezreal and just survive, or even desire, it becomes that much difficult, and you kind of shrink the opportunities that you have to come back into a game where you look for a fight. And I think that if they just cut that down and go for the poppy that they won at the previous game against INTZ, they will have an easier time getting the fight that they want.
Yeah, that might definitely be a priority coming out of game 2. They do have some time to regroup. They will be on blue side for game 2. We are going to take a quick break, as the players do as well, and we will be right back with game 2 of TSM versus Unicorns of Love.
Hello, everyone. Travis Gafford here for Yahoo Esports. I'm actually in our late night league studio right now. And just a little bit ago, I had a chance to talk to Doublelift from TSM, who is not competing on the team at this event and probably not for the next few months at least. But I did get a chance to ask him a little bit about what he thought of the event, the patch, and his team. Let's take a look. I'm joined right now by Doublelift, who is in Washington. Why are you in Washington, Doublelift?
Just here to vacation or take a break and staying with my girlfriend, streaming a lot. My streaming setup is here, so I'm just staying here for a while and streaming it out. It's pretty awesome.
So IEM Oakland is happening and TSM is competing. Is it going to be weird for you to see TSM compete while you're not, actually on the team?
It'll be a little weird. I'm pretty sure the team will do really well. With or without me, it's a really solid team, and we did a lot of back and forth discussions, a lot of arguments and stuff like that. So everyone's usually on the same page when it comes to strategy, and it's an old patch. It's it's almost like a solved game on that patch. So it won't be that different.
You don't think anybody's going to try to do something surprising or whatever, something that they've learned on that patch that they never had a chance to use?
There's always going to be cheese, but it's pretty solved. People are just going to mimic what SKT does, because they figured out the easiest and best way to win on that patch. For example, whenever SKT took mid tower, it was just so hard for the enemy team to win. Faker pushes up, he walks into your jungle. Now your jungler can't farm, he has to fight the enemy mid laner. It just creates so much pressure that both side lanes can play super aggressive. There's a lot of vision on because mid is the focal point of the map. It gets really snowballing, and one team fight just sort of decides who has the tempo for the next 10 or 15 minutes. So even though it's not my favorite patch, I guess you can expect pretty exciting games, and I just hope you guys will support and cheer for TSM, whatever their roster is.
Do you think that TSM is for sure going to win this thing? I mean, a lot of people, I think, would say that they are the best team at the event.
They're for sure going to win. I think that's kind of crazy. Maybe they're the favorites, but last time we were the favorites, didn't go so well. So I'm just going to reserve judgment for after the event.
How has streaming been going for you?
Dude, streaming, I mean, it's been awesome. It's been the first time that I've had a break, and I'm really looking forward to these next 4 or 5 months. I'm doing something I'm really passionate about and I really enjoy, but it's different. It's way less pressure, and my fans are really, really supportive and nice. So this whole experience has just been really smooth, and it's just been great. And I think it's going to be great for the next 3 or 4 months too. So
this is your chance to say something to TSM at the event. Anything that you want to, any messages you want to send to them or to any of the specific players at all?
Yeah, you guys fucking suck, dude. Stay cocky. No, I love TSM. I love my team. I mean, Kevin was awesome top laner to play with, best top laner I played with. And pretty much everyone was the best in their position I played with. I guess special shout out to Soren and Vincent. Soren for being very motivational. He was just he was a rock, dude. This guy, you want to play with Bjergsen. He's fucking insane. And to Vincent, who always took my advice and always listened to me and never really once complained. He was just a really great rookie to play with and was a great lens for me to see how to play bot lane through. And I hope he does well at this tournament. And I know TSM can win, so good luck, guys.
And anything to the fans who are watching?
Thanks for watching my team, I guess. I'll be coming back summer if the team needs me. This is just obviously a temporary break, but you can check out my stream. I'm not gonna actually plug the link, but you can check out my stream if you want to watch me. Thanks for, shitting on me on social media after Worlds. That was pretty fun. But also thanks for supporting me as well. And yeah, I love you guys.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for the interview, Doublelift. Looking forward to seeing how TSM performs without you. I expect them to do even better at this tournament than they ever have, specifically this year. All right, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you enjoy the rest of the tournament. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. We're actually at IEM Oakland covering the event. You can check out that coverage and more League of Legends and esports coverage as well here at Yahoo Esports.
The biggest rivalries in college. The toughest competitions on campus. Playing out in a new arena. All chosen by you. All in one place. fuel all rivalries on Yahoo Esports. Game on.
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and Core i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the total prize purse of Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Feel like a pro.
Come on, one more?
One more.
One more.
Okay.
Start the show! Yes! Totino's Pizza Rolls, also Totino's Stuffed Nachos.
That's a whole lot of sugar. Fun fact, there are about 16 packs of sugar in one 20-ounce canned drink. And then there's us.
G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports. Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy.
welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Oakland Day 2, that semifinal and final day. And in game 1 of their semifinal, TSM had a very convincing win over the Unicorns of Love, and we are looking ahead to game 2 momentarily, jumping into picks and bans. Unicorns of Love find them now on the blue side. I hope they came up with a plan. What are the things they have to remedy first and foremost going into that draft, going into game 2?
I think the biggest thing is putting Visachachi on a pick that will influence the map more and not really lose laning phase. The Gangplank, while it does not lose to the Poppy, the fact that he played it so poorly really influenced the rest of the map and just put him on the back foot for the entirety of the game as purely wave clear duty.
I'd like to see Unicorns of Love back off their high damage picks, maybe focus on a single player, maybe 2 players if they want that in the mid lane and the bottom lane if they want that on the top side. Does not matter to me personally. I just want to see them have some peel, have some tanky, have some defensive options. I'd like to see a Tom Kench. I'd like to see a more defensive support. And I'm also really curious how they're going to react to what Bjergsen's, to the potential counter pick for Bjergsen in the mid lane now that TSM have red side, because Exile's not going to be able to get a comfortable matchup.
And we have a bunch of bans on the table already.
Right
Unicorns of Love dealing with Zillion, Jace, and Karma, and Syndra and Ryze is expected on the red side. The bans from TSM, waiting on that third one. No surprises there, but then choosing to take out the Zillion and the Jace, and of course the Karma is a expected ban.
Absolutely. But now that Unicorns has the first pick, and more importantly, the blue side, they're most likely going to have to blind pick their mid and top lane, which means that they have to go with power picks. Victor, a very safe blind pick. That's why you ban out the Zillion if you really want to get this pick.
And the third ban from TSM, Tom Kench, is something they don't want to see for Hylissang on the side of Unicorns of Love. They now have to think about their first pick and where they put their priority.
And of course, Cassio was banned last game, but is still up and available. Not going to be the end-all, be-all mid lane picks, but also the jungle pool is completely open.
Nidalee was banned the previous game, and now that TSM can get their hands on it, the Olaf, while effective in the previous instance, I think that TSM can definitely work with Nidalee on Svenskeren. And even though he did get nerfed, they might stray away from it. He's very capable in any jungler, but if he can pull this one off, we really might see the power of this pick.
We'll see what they decide to go for. The hover for now, it could also be Lee Sin. We know he's very proficient on that as well. And what are we looking at for TSM? What are they thinking of picking here, aside from the jungler?
So I think a Poppy pick would make a lot of sense because it's a really good combination with the Nidalee. It's very easy to dive the backline. You have a lot of setup in the top side in terms of ganking, in terms of diving anybody, and it just really is what you want to have when you have a squishy, high damage jungler.
I think it fits perfectly into what the team needs overall as well, and also allows kind of, you know that lane's going to lose if Visachachi has a counter pick, if he can pick something more aggressive like a Kennen, like a Jace in the early game, just based on the range that those champions have. So I feel like overall it sets up Svenskeren to immediately be able to focus on the bottom side of the map or in the mid lane, which is perfect for them overall. But in the end,
we're gonna get to go see Svenskeren Lee Sin. You are excited for that.
Yeah, he is so good at this, and I think that he's gonna really just do a victory lap around moves Lee Sin from the previous time, because if he can play the Lee, how he played it at Worlds, how he played the Olaf today, then we're going to see a lot of pressure, just using Flash nonstop. And he has the advantage of not only really pressuring the mid lane, and this is the danger of Lee Sin and the manaless junglers, because they can do a route without doing blue buff. That means that they can hand off that first instance of blue, which we know lasts longer than any other instance, allowing Bjergsen to really further that advantage into the mid lane, considering that he gets counter pick.
It's so brutal already. Already looking like the better equipped player mechanically, the better mid laner overall, now potentially going to get the blue buff in the early game in addition to a counter pick. This is not the setup that Unicorns of Love want whatsoever, but unfortunately they're really powerless to do anything about it. Yes, if they take Lee Sin away, they give him the Olaf again. He gets the Nidalee, he gets whatever he wants, and it feels like Unicorns of Love are not set up for success, but they are taking some moves here in pick bans, because I like that the Kennen is coming in. It is putting more focus on Chachi finding a lead on the top side, but Kennen has both the ability to bully the lane and the ability to impact those team fights.
Yeah. And I mean, Kennen now is even easier for TSM to decide if they're going to save the counter pick for mid lane. Quite obviously it was at first, but they just say we want the support. We have a feeling most likely that Unicorns will go with a Victor towards the mid side, and now that Zillion's out, or Orianna, although Orianna does have a good matchup into Cassiopeia, the blue buff will definitely sway that.
And the Echo, we saw that yesterday once as well, and absolutely wreaking havoc for Expression. We will see what Hanser can do with it here, and see what Unicorns of Love decide to round out their comp with, and most importantly, that mid lane pick.
Of course, Echo really a champion that if he ever gets a lead is always going to be terrifying. So I'm curious to see if this means that they are going to put pressure on the top side or if they just want Hanser to be comfortable on his own in that matchup. A champion that's not going to get dived, that always will be able to, remain relatively even in the laning phase. But of course, the Bard has been left up and available. It's been banned against Unicorns of Love in every match in the tournament thus far, and Hillsong immediately goes for it.
Well, let's see if the Bard is actually ban-worthy. Coupled with Orianna, it really makes for a lot of engagement, really just complete devastation if you can land the Tempered Fate, follow it up with a Shockwave that is just so easy to do. TSM will definitely have to keep their eyes out on mobility to get away from the heavy engage that the Unicorns has.
And I really like that they've set up their bot lane for success in terms of playmaking. I always love seeing Hylissang on something with hard CC, the ability to initiate fights. It's a similar story for Veritas as well. They have the Ashe, they have the Bards. They can dictate the pace of these engagements. However, once again, like last game, especially if this Thresh gets locked in, if TSM get any kind of lead, if they're able to use Svenskeren in the same way they did last game, it's not really going to matter. Yes, Unicorns of Love have the potential for the Wombo combo, but they're just going to get outclassed by the sheer damage that Cassio can put out.
The giggle, I don't really know what I was referring to.
Well, they have a buff unicorn behind them to really support them.
Yeah.
The Zyra coming in, I think the Zyra is a strong pick here because it will do fine against Bard in the lane, but the danger is going to be with the heavy engage. If Zyra gets caught out of position, she's just going to be fodder nonstop for the Unicorns. You have Ashe arrows, you have Bard, you have the TP from Kennen. It's quite easy to pop this pick, so TSM is working with a quite fragile lineup.
And something that we heard from Frost Gurren earlier on the cast, and I believe from you as well, Crumbs, is that Jhin kind of wants someone to protect him on that front line, wants to be able to ult, and we once again don't have that from TSM. Echo's not a tank known for his ability to peel. Yes, Zyra has something, but if they ever get onto that bot lane, they're just going to go down immediately.
Two potentially very explosive compositions. Once again, time to get into game 2 with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Guys, coming back here for game 2. Interesting draft coming out from both sides. We're going to have Wild Turtle on the Jhin, not really a champion that he's been known for in the past. And then, of course, Bard making it through the draft, the Cassiopeia making it through the draft. So some pretty powerful picks. Nidalee also not getting snatched up.
Yeah, the Jhin for Wild Turtle was a little surprising for me. I know they do want to take it away and make sure that Veritas doesn't have it because it's been his best champion. But Wild Turtle's last 4 Jhin games, he's 5 Jhin games. He's 1 and 4 on that champion. It has not been a good champion for him in high pressure situations in both the playoffs and the regional qualifiers. He actually failed a lot on it.
He looked very comfortable in his last game though, so don't know if he'll fall into the same stressors. His partner, of course, is Zyra, and I kind of want to speak and direct towards that bottom lane. So you've got Ashe Bard versus Jhin Zyra. Now, Hylissang's Bard has been banned away from him multiple times over the course of this tournament. It certainly fits in his wheelhouse. He likes to roam around. He likes to be that kind of ganking support. It's why that Tom Kinch was also working out for him. But the problem is that because they have that Zyra pick, she should be able to at least neutralize the shove or even possibly shove them in and keep Hylissang locked down so he cannot roam towards mid, cannot roam towards top.
All right, well, here we are on to the Rift for game 2. TSM going to be looking to close this out over Unicorns of Love and move on to our grand finals. Unicorns need to bounce back, need to find this win if they want to keep their IEM dreams alive.
Look at this, TSM making a beeline straight for the bottom lane. Might be 3-4 in the bush.
Yeah, we saw this in game 1. Unicorns didn't fall for it, and okay. Gonna get hit with a pause. Looks like we just have a slight issue on stage. We'll get that taken care of.
No, it's
and we'll
fine.
get right back into the game.
Just means the tension gets to build. So how the map looked is that Unicorns of Love set up in a standard 5.5 referring to covering the 5 entrances to the jungle. It's kind of the option play of level 1 League of Legends, whereas TSM looking for that scouting kill vision by running head first into that bottom brush. Means that Hylissang and Veritas have to be very careful how they're going to scout this out. Now, typically, teams can circumvent this by placing a ward deep down the lane to catch this type of maneuver out. They do have the volley as well as the cosmic binding to check the brush, but if they face check,
Yeah, that's going to be somebody most certainly dying, especially somebody squishy like Hylissang on that Bard. But we'll see if they're going to fall for the trap. Looks like we might have the OK on stage. Just waiting for these guys to go ahead and start the countdown to get back into the game. We can get this underway. We'll have to see how Unicorns are going to bounce back from that first game because it was a bit rough from them. TSM being pretty dominant. Granted, they didn't close out the game as early as we thought that they might be able to, but it was still a pretty strong performance.
Yeah, absolutely strong performance from TSM. But I think the draft right now, a little bit more even. TSM have a lot of scaling, though. You have to worry what happens if they end up getting an early lead and if they end up going even further with that. Hey, oh.
I don't think Hylissang is so blind that he didn't catch that one. TSM not going to be able to pull it off.
But this is what we were talking about with that kind of scouting vision. Even though Hillsong didn't place a ward, just his posturing and his position within the lane allowed him to catch the vision of them cheating between those two bushes. So a great positioning from Unicorns of Love to make sure that they didn't leave open an Achilles heel for this bot lane.
Yeah. So just going to remain safe. We see the recalls coming through. The rest of TSM just going to scatter back to their usual positions. We'll have Haunter coming back in on this Echo, going up against the Cannon. Could be a little bit of a rough matchup, especially if Vizicachi can get rolling. Be a pretty big monster in that back lane with that. Oh, Firefrost Turtle.
That's
a little bit of damage.
actually pretty good from Unicorns of Love. Zyra doesn't want to start a camp unless she has a lot of setup time, and what Biofrost is trying to do is get a decent amount of plants up in the middle of the lane, and instead you just walk straight through them, step on the seeds, and you're good to go.
Yeah, well, just like game one, mid lane's already going to be action-packed with trading. Bjergsen and Exile just going back and forth there.
It's such a volatile lane as well. Orianna's considered the counter to Cassiopeia, but that's mostly because there's no whole lot that can actually do well against Cassiopeia. She scales so well and does so much damage early. The kill potential in this lane is actually quite high.
So we can see in the bottom lane, still just getting chunked out back and forth. Hillsang takes a bit of damage, has those little relics he can throw on the ground to heal himself back up, but the side of TSM, not so much. It's just going to be off that base regen. They don't want to have to pop that heal to keep themselves alive in this lane, so they have to be a little bit careful, make sure they're hiding behind those minions so they don't get caught by that volley.
And quickly touching back to this mid lane, so like you said, it is Orianna favored, and it is a very volatile matchup. It then goes back to the junglers. You know, how are the mid laners going to influence this lane? Again, there's still going to be a ton of kill pressure just because the kill threat from Lee Sin and Olaf, the burst damage that both of them supply. And either way, at some point, they're going to be able to push the wave back and forth and bounce, and this is what Exile's doing. He's got the wave shoved in, he has the pressure point, Bjergsen's locked down, he's just going to peek over and check out what's happening on Raptor Camp.
Yeah, if he is actually able to steal any one of those small ones, he prevents the level 3 from coming out.
Very punishing.
So, it was actually
Oh boy, Haunter at the top lane, he's going to get stunned up. Vizicachi able to just take him out in the solo kill right in the middle of the lane.
Gotta be careful about that Kennen. If Kennen's able to get a combo or a stacked up W, it's a big problem, and it looks like he didn't respect it.
Yeah, and no one expected that. In fact, our observer, you know, catching it a little bit late there because level 2 all-in top lane, someone dies for free. Flash is still available for both top laners.
Yeah, not something that you really expect. We can see Haunter already going to have to use that teleport to come back into the lane, starting to fall behind, 14-7 CS. Look at the Scuttle Crab going over, move, able to find it, but Svenskeren is hot on his heels. Biofrost coming in, has the roots, will connect, but Veritas and Hillsang are there to back him up. And Svenskeren thinking he's maybe bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. He's going to have to peel back, but that's going to be the magical journey coming through. Wild Turtle just going to get sniped by that Cosmic Binding. One more hit will take him out. Oh, the shield from Vinscoon takes him, keeps him safe. Svenskeren comes in and is able to scoop up that kill, keeping Turtle safe. That was so close.
It was greed meant for greed. The fact that Turtle stepped forward to try to push the wave, to try to pick up that CS, suddenly he's in a bad situation, and then Hilly flashing forward, trying to get the finishing kill. Ah, so unfortunate, but excellently played from TSM.
So good until it was so bad.
So good until it wasn't.
So good. That could have been a Hillsang highlight right there. But the prediction on the
Just
flash,
cut it early.
making sure, yeah, just cut the tape, Make sure you put that one in there.
That was a bit of a roller coaster of emotions right there. This is like, oh, Svenskeren's dead. Oh, maybe Wild Turtle's dead. Never mind, it's Hillsang in the end.
There was a
Veritas, no, Biofrost! What is going on? Biofrost too far forward, 80 carry not there, and Veritas picks up a very easy solo kill.
This is actually important. So 6.21 Ashe was adjusted. She had more power and more CC moved into her Frost Shot to compensate for the cooldown nerfs to her volley. And what this means is that pre-level 6, Ashe has so much more power to walk you down because it changed from a 5% slow to a 10% slow. Now you lose a lot of that into the late game, but that doesn't matter because late game, she's gonna have pretty much 100% crit. So you're gonna be hitting the triple crit now, which was changed onto the Frost Shot, so you just get more across the board, straight buff.
As long as you're able to get a follow-up hit, get him twice, get that crit off. And Haunter?
Yeah, he's going to go back in for this trade, but gets burned down below half HP. The auto attack still with that Doran's Blade doing some work for Vizicachi.
Yeah, I went back and I looked at it. Vizicachi was actually attacking Haunter more than he was attacking minions during level 1. Got him to about half HP and just kept whittling him down. And now this lane is effectively over for the laning phase for Haunter, and he just has to kind of survive it until he gets help. But right now, move. So heading towards the top side, looks like he's going to back. He's not going to help this lane out. It's underneath the turret soon.
Doesn't really need to help this lane out. Chachi is doing a pretty good job on his own. 13 CS now. up at the moment. No waves crashing in, so Haunter will be able to pick up a couple of those.
But how you continue to punish this is very different, just because Echo will have his ultimate soon, and so even though he doesn't have the TP, he'll have that reposition ability to kind of compensate, pick up that CS, hang around in the lane, and it's still very hard to dive in Echo. So this is now Vizicsacsi not just continuing to win and punish his lane, but to move around to the bottom side of the map.
And I want to see what Vizicsacsi does when he hits 6, because he'll hit 6 about a full minion wave before Haunter does, so he would be able to punish him before he has the ultimate to come through for the Echo.
Oh, Hillsang's going to get brewed in. That's the W coming through from Wild Turtle. Looks like it's just going to be some harassment. No overcommitment coming through from TSM. Don't want to go for the kill.
Just harassment? That was 75% of his health bar.
It's severe harassment. How about that? We'll call it that.
Severe harassment.
So Scared and Move finding each other in the jungle. Just going to be clearing out a couple wards.
I was like, isn't that how you say Sivir's name?
That's an old joke, but it checks out.
Oh boy, but Unicorns finding themselves in a bit of an advantageous position this time around. Not going to be down in gold like we saw in game 1. Still just 7 minutes in, but already 1,000 up on the board for them. Is going to be looking pretty solid.
I don't know if I know you that well, Zyrene, to burn you like that.
It's funny because it's like we're thinking while Seth is talking. It's like, oh my god,
just the eye contact that was happening.
I'm just letting this.
Say, Seth?
I'm just letting this all go on around me. I'm just gonna stare intently at the screen at the moment.
Anyway, back to the game. Haunter used his ultimate to come back to that lane. He picks up some early magic resistance, much needed for him. But in the bottom lane, it's just concentrating. Veritas again getting caught, and you can see chunks below half HP.
Yep, Bjergsen just throwing out that poison, trying to push Exile back. Move's going to show himself in mid. So TSM will be able to track his movements a little bit better from now on. Cosmic Binding on to Turtle, but it's just going to be the poking back and forth. No one really getting whittled down too low.
Speaking of tracking movements, the fact that pings are continuously coming from blue side, tracking move, like you said, through that jungle. So TSM playing with a lot of information here, which allows them to be aggressive on the bottom side of the map.
Yep. Wild Turtle still taking a couple of those volleys to the face. He's getting lower and lower and doesn't have a very reliable way of sustaining. He's out of potions, so it's got to be a bit more careful because that Ash Arrow comes out, and there it is actually as Veritas hits 6. The exhaust is there. Hillsang, he's going to swoop up that kill, but it's still going to be another one on the board rather for Unicorns of Love, 3-1.
And such good timing too, and Haunter still taking a ton of harass underneath that turret. Doesn't have the ultimate, so he's going to have to back here, and he may have to teleport back into lane. Move here if he can interrupt the recall.
Yeah, Haunter doesn't have the ultimate up yet. Looks like he will be able to make it out. Move not going to go in for the Undertow to interrupt.
But now he has the option, knowing that Olaf's in the area. He doesn't have vision that Move is actually resetting his position on the map, and he's actually going to choose and commit back towards the top lane, although cautiously walking.
Yes, don't teleport if you know the jungler's top side. You get absolutely decimated.
And it seems little, but because he's not teleporting, because he doesn't want to burn that summoner spell, get dove, and then not have it available, it does mean that the wave anyway is killed, but meanwhile mid.
Yes, Svenskaren's coming in, but Exile, he starts cheating up towards that top side of the river. Actually pops the Ghost, which might not have been necessary, but they get that summoner spell out of him in the end. So a nice little pressure play from Svenskaren. Looks like we're going to have another quick little pause.
And the fact that he uses the Ghost isn't awful against the Cassiopeia because Bjergsen has elected to take the cleanse just because Veritas' arrows. It's really bad if you're a Cassiopeia and you're low mobility champion not taking that summoner spell against an Ashe, who will sometimes throw that arrow just straight into your lane just for fun, see if it hits or not. So not going to have a mobility disadvantage for Exile.
Yeah. So not the worst thing that could have happened, but still a little bit of a freebie there for TSM, who so far still struggling a little bit. Just 9 minutes into this game, down 3-1 in the kills. They're down 1.3 thousand gold. This is, kind of turning things on its head compared to game 1.
And I think a big thing, too, is that top lane is 74 CS to 45. It's already 30 CS up for Vizicsacsi here. And Haunter, he's been struggling here the entire time, like straight from level 1.
Yeah, this is pretty much night and day situation for him.
It's also kind of the go button for Unicorns of Love composition in general, just because they have so many global to semi-global ultimates. The fact that they have the Tempered Fate, that they have the arrow that's coming back off of cooldown. So it's at that moment in the game where Unicorns of Love can, if they ever disappear into Fog of War, is very scary for TSM across the board.
Yeah, so we'll see if Unicorns can hold on to this, keep up the pressure. Now Veritas, just making very swift use of that Ashe arrow. As soon as he hits level 6, could be expecting more and more of that. Now with Hillsang as well at level 6, the Tempered Fate can come into play, and they can start making those mid-map plays between them with the teleport from Vizicsacsi as well.
And that's really where they start to thrive. The fact when they get Hillsong and Veritas involved on the map. Unicorns of Love, at least for this tournament, have been very quick and very fast about making these kind of mini rotations and snowballing from there.
Yeah. See just some more trading going on between Hanser and Vizicachi, but he is still in a bit of a rough spot, 55 to 80 CS.
Yeah, and that's going to give them a little bit of an opportunity on the bottom side of the map, though. Invade towards that blue buff.
Yeah, we see the wards coming out, so Biofrost and Wild Turtle, they'll be able to clear that one out. Looks like blue buff is successfully handed over to Bjergsen, so he doesn't have to fret too much. And that's going to be really nice for his harass going in that mid lane against Exile. So it looks like it's just going to be no real big item is coming out quite yet. Wild Turtle has a serrated Dirk, and Hanser's just trying to hold on to any MR that he could possibly get, just has that null magic mantle. Still opted in for the Dark Seal. Wasn't sure if he was going to do that, with that early kill that he suffered. But looks like he's still committing.
Yeah, it's kind of the sustained build for Echo and the possibility of snowballing. If you get back in the game, get a lot of assists, then you have so much AP. And the scaling on his AP on his shield.
Oh boy, Cosmic binding into the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Looks like Wild Turtle might be okay. Tempered Fate comes down, catches both of them, but there's no follow-up to be had. So Veritas, saying nice, landing of the skill shots, but they can't finalize the kills.
Oh, hold on though. Svenskeren actually in the top lane, finally throwing Hanser.
Yeah, he's going to dash over, kicks Vizicachi just a little bit out of the lane, throws down the slicing Maelstrom, but it does not matter. Svenskeren puts another one on the board for TSM.
That's exactly what Hanser needed, is some attention in that top lane. He's down in CS. He has a Dark Seal, so the kill's worth even a little bit more on him, and that's going to give them some turret pressure. And now you can see that ultimate was trying to actually get them off the turret because first turret gold.
And now it becomes a race, but meanwhile in the top lane, Svenskeren and Hanser have quite a lead right now. They should be able to get this down quickly.
Yeah, something tells me that a Lee Sin and an Echo can take a turret a little bit faster than a Bard. When Shockwave comes out, Bjergsen will take a little bit of damage, but he gets the flash away from Exile.
Just on the very edge right there. If that Shockwave hadn't connected, if Bjergsen had decided to flash forward and dodge it, he probably would have been able to walk down Orianna.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is now that he doesn't have that flash, it's a flash advantage for Bjergsen. You have to be really scared in that lane. And these lanes used to all be winning for you well, and now TSM, they're bringing it back.
Well, they have that ward in the jungle, so they did see move coming in. That's why they started cheating back up that lane. But Wild Turtle and Biofrost will remain safe for now, but that turret is dangerously low. One more push by Unicorns of Love, and they can finally take that out and put one on the board for themselves.
It's a bit scary for them because they didn't actually have eyes on Exile until just that second. Bjergsen actually warding over the wall in the mid lane to find him, but Cassiopeia actually shoved the lane forward and then disappeared into Fog of War. And so the reason why a move was being a bit more cautious is because they didn't know where Bjergsen could have possibly been roaming around.
Yeah, don't want to walk into Bjergsen in a dark jungle. That's one fast way to die.
He looks like a friendly guy, I'm just saying.
He's a friendly guy, but he's pretty cutthroat. Known him for a little while. You don't mess with him, but no. TSM crawling back into this one. Gold pretty much dead even, but they do have that turret advantage. So as soon as Unicorns can finish the one off the tier 1 and bottom, they'll swing right back into their favor. Dragon not yet going to be a point of contention, but Wild Turtle, they get caught by that Tempered Fate. Do they have the follow-up? Ash Arrow, nice flash away. The timing not quite there for Veritas, so won't be able to line that up and finalize a kill for Unicorns. So Turtle makes it out alive, but had to use the flash.
Yep, and that leaves him vulnerable for the next time the arrow is up. And it won't be too long before that happens. They've just been putting so much pressure on Turtle. You can see he's already suffering the CS department, and you well.
Oh boy, Hanser.
Nice CS, but hold up.
Yeah, he's going to go back in. Actually, Hanser trying to commit to this one. He's going to snap back. It's a little bit of that HP. Vizicachi does not have the flash to pursue. No one coming up there. Now Shockwave in. Svenskeren taking these turn shots. Throws out the Dragon's Rage. He's still going to die. But Bjergsen gets his first kill of the game onto Exile. So 1 for 1.
Yeah, and that's the Cassiopeia. She just does so much damage. As soon as she's able to get a poison on you, it's absolutely ridiculous how much she can do there. And even prevent you from getting away. Didn't use the Ghost there. Exile, he was kind of dead to rights from Svenskeren.
Oh, big chunk on the Hillsang.
You definitely
blinding comes through. They're going to open up the curtain call, but doesn't really have the angle. Veritas and Hillsang both make it out very quickly. And now Biofrost, they're just going to turn this on him. Flashes away. A couple more hits would take him out, but looks like he's okay.
No, he was not. He Move is here.
Oh, that Move's just charging it under the tower. Has the Ragnarok, finishes him off with the undertow. Take a couple turret shots. Can't get Wild Turtle. He was too healthy, but still picks one up.
Excellently played from Hillsong and Veritas right there to set it up for Move. The fact that they were both able to disengage from Wild Turtle's curtain call there, and it's kind of like what you alluded to, Zyrene, earlier, that Wild Turtle doesn't necessarily have the best track record when you look at his Jhin performance.
Yeah, it's mostly in high-pressure games, too. He did play it a couple of times during the regular season, and he went 3-1 on it, which is very respectable, but at the same time, it's still a negative overall for Summer. It's still, in terms of win rate, and especially in high-pressure matches, it just hasn't been very successful for him.
Well, Svenskeren not going to be able to find that blue buff, but as you were saying, so far, not been looking good for Turtle on the Jhin. Blue buff comes out. Shockwave actually going to suck in Svenskeren and Haunter. A little bit of damage, but they will be able to retreat.
Yeah, and it was Move who ended up getting the smite and picking up the blue buff there, so it's not a complete loss, but they stop it from going down.
They're coming in with the magical journey. Hillsang, he's already going to go down. Biofrost picks up that kill. Svenskeren dangerously low, has to hightail it out of here, and Haunter is just trying to disrupt the back line. Will use the snapback on the ultimate. Bjergsen goes in, finds Exile. Ash Arrow not going to connect. A double kill going over to Biofrost.
And that was the fact that they chose to fight without the Shockwave. Now, reminder, it had been used as they were trying to exit off of that, out of that rampway, and so the fact that Hilly decided to go forward to be aggressive, not having his mid laner's ultimate available, big mistake that cost him his life.
Yeah, and there was no flash for Vizicachi either. He looked like he was trying to flank. He already has the Proto Belt. If he had both of those, there's an easy way in onto multiple people there, at least 3, and that would have been a victory there for UOL, but it's just the timing of that. They decided to keep chasing, and the bar, kind of a wasted flash as well.
That feel when your support has the most kills on your team. Biofrost just taking him away from Wild Turtle, hasn't been able to pick one up yet, but still a nice pickup for TSM as a whole. They still hold on to that turret in the bottom lane, so they actually start to inch ahead with a very slight gold lead. A nice little spot for them, and Bjergsen especially coming in with that kill, those 2 assists. He's going to be crushing it in the mid lane. Already has that Abyssal Scepter completed. That you see the Giant spell coming through as well. He's up in CS. He's having a hell of a time on this Cassiopeia.
Oh, here comes the curtain call.
The curtain call comes out, but not going to get a whole lot. They take a magical journey through that dragon wall. They make it out safely.
And TSM just kind of wandering through the jungle, a little bit of indecisiveness, miscommunication. They just allow their tower to fall for free. Yes, it was very low, so it was just kind of a stiff breeze that pushed it over, but prioritizing, I guess, their blue security.
Yeah, the game is also neck and neck here, so if you're able to give Bjergsen, who's the standout player right now, and one who's up in CS, the only lane that's up in CS, on advantage, then it's possible that you can turn this around. So they're trying to set him up for success here.
Yeah, we can see though, UO, they're going to go ahead and start up this Cloud Drake. Should be able to net this one for themselves, and they will. The first dragon going in. Now Biofrost actually going to go down. That's a kill picked up by Exile in the fight. Just exploding right here in the jungle. Hillsang, Exile, and Veritas all very low. Svenskeren goes in, gets a Dragon's Rage kick onto the Ash. Wild Turtle pushing forward, looking for the kill onto Veritas. If they can find it, but here comes Chachi. Slicing Maelstrom comes through, and that's going to be enough for them to finish off Wild Turtle. Let's see now, Exile. They're completely caught out in TSM's side of the jungle though. Bjergsen's still relatively healthy. Haunter goes in with a phase dive, gets caught out and stunned immediately, has to snap back with the ulti, but here comes Bjergsen. Doesn't have the Petrifying Gaze, does not have the flash, throws down the poison, trying to get the slow. Exile low on mana. Bjergsen makes some magic. Going in, Vizicachi looking for the stun. Bjergsen gets that command attack. He goes down almost. Svenskeren able to equalize the kill with the help of Haunter. They're going to pick up 2 more. Bit of a scattered fight. TSM able to come out on top, but that one was all over the place.
It was all over the place, and UOL, they actually had an opportunity there. If Vizicachi and everybody's on the same page that I'm going to stun Bjergsen right now, you turn, you kill him immediately, and you saw Veritas actually just booked it out of there completely. Didn't help with the damage at all, and also there was a little bit of ability, but hold on.
Yeah, not done yet. Move says, you know what, I have a Ragnarok, moves in on the Biofrost, but with the rest of TSM arriving, he's going to have to peel back.
Just so chaotic, so scattered. The clean precision that we saw from Unicorns of Love yesterday against INTZ has almost completely disappeared. It is no longer about, you know, efficient pathing and hitting those great back timers and just inching these tiny little advantages that amount to these big dive scenarios. It's just these chaotic brawls.
And it shouldn't really be because they have advantages in these lanes, and Move has been doing a good job. Right here, it was a good pickup at the start, but they used a lot there. They end up putting Wild Turtle in stasis, and Vizicachi is trying to get in there so quickly.
And he actually burns his flash as well as his Proto Belt because he's just trying to rush in as quickly as possible. That when Svenskeren actually ward hops, he doesn't have the flash to follow up. So just mistiming across the board in their pathing, their backs, as well as their team fighting.
Yeah, it was a bit of a cluster, but TSM still going to come out now 9-8. They have the kill advantage, but the gold is pretty much dead even as the turrets getting ready to be shredded up in this top lane. You can see the Ghost coming through from Move.
Arrows
the
up.
rush forward as the Ragnarok is going to get caught. Svenskeren going in deep, but the Magical Journey is there to take him out. Svenskeren's actually going to pursue that one, but gets locked up by the Cosmic Binding, bit off way more than he could chew, and he goes down. Exile able to get the killing blow, but Bjergsen, he wants revenge, going in on a Move, won't be able to get that last Twin Fang to finalize the kill, and it looks like the Olaf will be able to live one more day.
Meanwhile, while all of this is going on, bottom lane, it's just a gigantic brawl. Vizicsacsi up against Hanser, and Hanser actually has the advantage now. Since that Trinity Force is completed, the Echo does have the upper hand.
And it's the nice thing, the fact that Echo can itemize into damage since he is a false tank with his ultimate and all of those... Oh, hold on.
Oh, he's not done. He's just going to go ahead, two-shot the rest of Vizicsacsi's HP, which should mean that that turret is going to go down, has the Sheen procs from the Trinity Force. He's going to make quick work of that.
It's okay, Vizicsacsi. I didn't see it coming either.
Yeah, the Flash. Also, there's 8 stacks now for his Dark Seal. The only death that he has is that one that happened at the beginning, the solo kill. And now 3, 1, and 2, and he's well off the ground. He's even up in levels over Vizicsacsi, which is a big problem here because he was so far behind previously. But now with the damage coming through, he's going to get himself a turret in a split push by himself.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a good item if you can bounce back, and Hanser, he's done just that now. 3, 1, and 2. As mentioned, clawing his way back in as far as the CS is concerned as well, but the map pressure that he's applying right now is just... can't really put that into the value of that, but Turtle, flashes away, but the Cosmic Binding still gets him. What was that?
I'm tilted for him.
Oh, man.
Yep. Cosmic Binding cheats a little bit. I'm just saying. It ended up snapping him to the wall there, even after the flash, because as soon as it hit, he flashed afterwards because it's not going to instant stun you, and then it checks. So it checked at the time when he got hit by it originally, not after he flashed.
Well, that's going to be deeply upsetting for Wild Turtle, but does get caught out, so UOL there. Little bush camp does pay off for them in the end.
Okay, so this is actually very important, though. The side lane matchup is now incredibly volatile for TSM. For Unicorns of Love. Hanser has the upper hand. He's going to continue to be able to bully around Vizicsacsi, so suddenly the tides have turned for how the early game was going for Hanser. And what this does is it opens up a whole new slew of possibilities for how they want to play the map, especially because Bjergsen has such great Baron tread.
And you can't allocate too many people down here to deal with Hanser if you don't have a way to get up towards that Baron, like you said. And it looked like they were trying to make a play onto Hanser if he was going to overstay just a little bit longer. But he pulls back and actually goes towards the top side of the map now. But a fight?
Yeah, Zyra, ultimate throw out. They get the kick in on the Hillsang. He's going to go down. Wild Turtle actually able to find that kill. Opens up with the Kurt Call move. On the run. Petrifying Gaze will catch Exile. Bullets come through. They take him pretty low. Unicorns of Love, they have to back off, but Hanser, he's just disrupting the flank. Goes straight onto Vizicsacsi, works him down. 2 kills so far for TSM. Hanser goes forward, can't use the ultimate in time, gets shut down by Exile, but still going to be a 2 for 2. Top end support going down. Bjergsen getting caught by the command shockwave, but the damage still isn't there for them to finish him off.
The damage isn't there for them to finish it off, but the damage almost has been done for them to grab this tower. They did run out of a creep wave, but a new one is coming in, and they've chipped away enough at the health. I don't know, Exile, this could be dangerous. Nope, they're going to back off.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and let that one
ballsy.
stay.
Yeah.
Would have been a pretty ill-advised stick around if they had done so, but all in all, just going to be 2 people going down on either side, both top laners and support.
The top laners now, very volatile matchup, but it's completely in favor of Hanser. He even just went straight through the ultimate of Vizicsacsi. He didn't care, forced him to solo ulti, and still got the kill on him. And that's something that now, that's not a winning lane for you at all. It's the matchup that swaps around level 9 into the Echo's favor. And with the magic resist items, there's not much you can do about it at that point from onward. You have to go after the squishies.
Yep, and as we take a look at this fight, you're going to see exactly what Zyrene is talking about. Isn't it super fun when a champion like Echo gets to build straight damage and then just face take Kennen like he doesn't care?
Yeah, the exhaust came through,
oh
but
boy.
It still would have been a victory there for Hanser.
Take a look at this one. Speaking of Hanser going straight into the pit on a Hillsang, gets the stun off. Gonna have to snap back, but Unicorns, they're still sticking to this Baron. It's down below half HP. Wild Turtle coming in, the TP being used by Vizicsacsi, trying to join his team. That's gonna be Veritas picking up a kill on the Wild Turtle right away. The Baron going solo. Svenskeren getting it. No, he cannot. The Baron is confirmed by the smite by move, but he is gonna fall immediately. And now TSM, they might be able to just clean up the fight. Bjergsen getting stunned up by that slicing Maelstrom, but now can just turn around with Fang after Fang, takes down the cannon. Meanwhile, Hanser still on the chase for Hillsang and Exile. The rest of TSM trying to cut them off. Svenskeren dashing forward, getting it. Different fate is there. Will delay him, but they're not done yet. Hanser goes straight in on the Hillsang. Will take him out, but he's going to fall in the end. Exile finding the kill. It's a 3 for 3, but the Baron over to Unicorns.
Exactly, and that's a whole bunch of gold to them. 3,000 gold advantage, and they have 2 Barons up, still available on these members.
not the most important members to have the Baron available, simply because you want one of them to be on the top laner as opposed to the AD carry, so that way you can play across the split push pressure. It is nice to have it on Exile with that Orianna, but it means that Unicorns of Love, instead of playing the map, they need to play a single consolidated lane.
Exile though, Svenskeren coming in from the side, trying to cut him off. Looks like he might be able to zip his way out. Doesn't have the goes. Svenskeren, he's going to stick around.
Yeah, he could turn right now.
Oh, Biofrost from the pit. Gets the root off. Will take him down. The shutdown goes to Bjergsen, but Move is there. He collapsed on top of the Cassiopeia and finds another kill.
Hilariously, as I say, Unicorns of Love need to play a single consolidated lane because it's risky to leave Ashe by herself. Check out Veritas. He's like, I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
Split push Ashe all day.
Yeah,
Push
but
Ashe. He's actually doing so well for himself, too.
There's a Haunter here.
Exactly, but he's able to do this because he had information about where the rest of TSM were, just because he lost his mid laner for it.
I really do want to take stock of Veritas in this entire series. He's been up in CS both times. He's almost Flame Horizon Wild Turtle. He's 3 levels up on him, too.
He's not died.
He hasn't died a single time. He's also going for the Hex Drinker / Maw.
That's really impressive as an Ashe.
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous how far up he is, but hold on, Chachi.
Oh, arrow goes in, and Chachi jumping forward.
Another kill.
With that Proto Belt, and that's going to be another one on the board. Yep, 5, 0, and 7 now for Veritas.
And again, led by Veritas with a beautiful arrow to find them behind the tower. It is going to rotate them nicely into the Cloud Drake, and if they want to look for more, they can look towards that bottom wave.
Well, right now they're going to be looking at a second Cloud Drake. Tack that one on the board for them, get that added bit of movement speed. We'll see what our next Dragon's going to be, and it will be an Ocean Drake. We're getting a lot of those this weekend. It's just Ocean and Cloud for the most part.
That was actually... Sorry, I was really confused there because Veritas was using Ashe and he had the Q up and he was shooting the Drake and his stuff went behind, but hold on.
Yeah, Bjergsen going to get caught by the Tempered Fate in the thick of 3 members. Throws out the Petrifying Gaze, but there's only so much you can do. Exhaust there as well, and he's going to go down.
And just giant question mark for Bjergsen. That's so uncharacteristic of him. He knows he's on the Dragon and he extended anyway.
Yep, there, ward over the wall. Visitachi knows Svenskeren's here too.
Yep, they're going to chase forward. It's going to be the slow coming out from Haunter. Looks like Visitachi will go down. Doesn't have Azonia's. And that's going to be a tier 2 falling in favor of TSM.
And this is big because they have the Baron buff on the bottom side. They're going to be able to shove faster. They get mid-chip damage as well. And now they're going to crack the base here. Unicorns of Love, they're going to actually get into TSM's base.
Yeah, look at this. Inhibitor line being broken now. They pour straight onto this one. Turtle still dead for 15 seconds. Bjergsen, another 10. Unicorns, they're going to find it. Haunter is trying to equalize as best as he can, but I don't think he's going to be able to finish this off.
You have to be careful, though. This is the Baron-powered recall, and Veritas, he's the one who came back.
Ash Arrow thrown out, does clip Haunter. He's going to have to flash away. Do they have the chase? Throws out the Q. Looks like he will be able to get away with the Time Winder. So he will be safe in the end, but they can't get the inhibitor. They just get the turret.
We're both jumping up and down. Veritas, he's got the empowered recall.
And then my English went out the window, too.
It's all good, you got it. No, but just to kind of talk about, Unicorns of Love, they look so shaky for the early part of this game, now coming back into the back part of this game, so there is a chance this will go even in the series if they can close it out. Still a very big F.
And Unicorns of Love, this team has actually been practicing for the last month. Even before they knew that they were going to be coming to IEM, they had actually buckled down.
But I just love that they've kind of finally found the secret of success, at least against TSM, and it's involving Hillsong and Veritas. The individual lane matchup, Visitachi did get a lead early, but otherwise the tables started getting turned when Svenskeren was prioritizing the correct lanes. But grouped up as 5, the Unicorns are looking strong.
Oh yeah, and speaking of grouped up as 5, they've confirmed that this is the roster that they're going to be using for 2017. And that's why they started practicing so early, because they ended up wanting to make 2017 the Unicorns of Love year. And this tournament is actually the one that gets them that head start. They've been practicing very hard for it. They want to repeat the 2014 success against TSM, and Unicorns of Love, they don't have a first place finish in the books. They want a trophy, they want to take down TSM, and they want this to be a team that Europe can be proud of.
Well, they're working on it right now. They take out that tier 2 turret. Just one more standing in the top lane. Svenskeren goes in, kicks Hillsang in, but that's going to be the shockwave used. Biofrost going down, going low, has to flash away with a Chachi. Flanking in from the top side. TSM sees him though, so they know exactly where he is, and now Haunter is pinching in from below. Throws out the parallel convergence, not sure if he's going to find anything. He takes a good bit of damage. Svenskeren, he goes in, but he gets stunned up immediately, has to hightail it out of there, get back to his team, but he doesn't have the opportunity. He's going to go down. Haunter has to snap back. He is going to fall. Another kill picked up. He jumps forward, is just barely clipping Biofrost. Will find Bjergsen in the end. A double kill going over. Biofrost going down. This might be the ace. Wild Turtle, the last living member of TSM, flashes forward, but it's not enough damage to finish off the Ashe. He's going to go down. That's the ace. And with Super Creeps pushing in the bottom lane, that might just be the game.
And again, Veritas with a huge play. The fact that his arrow clips Bjergsen, yes, it automatically pulls the cleanse, but he also dodged the Echo Stun. This guy is playing out of his mind this series.
And he's not the only one playing out of his mind. Exile 10, 4, and 6 in this game. He's able to bounce back, get a counter pick on Bjergsen, plays the lane well, and then he's able to close this game out right here.
Well, there we go. TSM not going to be netting the 2-0. Unicorns of Love will not go down without a fight. They're going to equalize the count 1-1. Unicorns take game 2.
Seemed like all of the draft problems that we'd seen in game number 1 were solved by Unicorns of Love in game number 2. The fact that they allowed their mid laner to get the counter pick, that they had the confidence in Exile to go toe-to-toe with Bjergsen. I mean, the most established mid laner of North America across from kind of the rising star of Europe.
And Exile, it's his rookie split, right? This is his first time on an international stage playing against TSM. That's a tall task, but he's up to it. He's playing against Bjergsen, this guy who is considered a legend, both in North America and in Europe. He's able to hold his own. He actually comes out on top in this game. And you were well from the get-go. When we talk about TSM, they like to play for lane phase so that they can get an advantage later on. They had almost no advantage in lane phase. Down in CS top, down in CS in the bottom lane on the AD carry, and in the mid lane, it was one that did go in Bjergsen's favor early, but it got turned around.
I was super excited for this matchup stylistically, just because Unicorns of Love, they love to fight. TSM, they're not going to back down from it. A little bit disappointed with game 1, but game number 2 is delivered, and I'm excited to see the finale.
I am as well, because the winner of this next game is going to be moving on to the finals. But let's go ahead, check in with our analyst desk to see what they thought about that.
Thank you very much, guys. We are getting a game 3, and the main things for the Unicorns of Love was improving their draft and stopping the bleeding early and getting their solo laners off to a better start, and that worked out perfectly for them, much in contrast to game 1.
Well, Chachi getting a solo kill onto Hanser really sets him up in the laning phase quite well, and just the abuse that we saw from the bottom lane from Unicorns of Love, using the Bard to really punish that Zyra, and that's what we're talking about. While the laning phase might be good, the ability to just gank Zyra and Jhin nonstop was just impeccable. And here, it's just, it doesn't look that good because they do trade a kill, unfortunately, but this is the idea that they had, and they roll with it the entire game.
And I think that while this execution looks shaky, they look much more confident in this game, which is what I really like to see here. And at the end of the day, really punishing Wild Turtle consistently across the laning phase, using the Bard, using the Ashe, setting up these picks where Jhin just doesn't have enough, ability or enough mobility to really do anything about this.
Yeah, Wild Turtle didn't have the best game, but that is a strategy without calling him out. He is that new element in that roster, and that synergy is not going to be completely on point, nor should it be immediately, so it is very smart of them to put more attention on that bottom lane.
I would have just liked to see the Ezreal pick come out here instead, and this is just a little teaser of damage, but with the Ezreal, you can really just forget about the laning phase, lose a little bit of CS, don't give up kills, don't give up the turret, and then you can survive, and you don't need to peel for him, which makes the team work as a 4-man unit without the cohesion of a new element be required.
And I also think that saving that counter pick for Bjergsen would have been a much better choice overall. I think there was no reason to pick the Cassio early. It is a very powerful pick, but as you mentioned, when you're running through picks and bans, Orianna has a solid matchup, can farm comfortably in that lane. The early pressure the Cassio puts down is, to a certain degree, nullified. And of course, Hanser and a lot of these individual solo laners had solid performances across the board, but I feel like TSM did not really set themselves up for success. And Biofrost having a solid pick is great, but I don't think Zyra needs to be the priority.
Well, it just looked like for TSM that they lacked a game plan. They didn't really understand where they should be at the map, while the Unicorns certainly did. And this call right here went for such a ballsy Baron call, but they stick to it, and I love when teams do this, when they understand we're gonna commit to it. Let's make sure that we all put our efforts onto this. They do so, and they're able to walk away with 2 Barons, which makes a world of difference because that allows you to push the waves much more effectively.
And in game 1, we said that the Unicorns of Love seemed like they were not taking it that seriously, or maybe not, or that much with their head in the game, but it does seem that TSM, after that convincing win, it turned the tables on them, and they also didn't seem to be entirely in this game.
The really interesting thing here for me is that while I agree with Crumbs that when they did make decisions, they went through on them. The Baron, it also happened a lot in the earlier game team fights, and that's the big concern for me moving into game 3, because they would use Orianna ult, as you mentioned, to poke down a little bit of damage in some of those earlier fights, and then continue to commit to a fight without that major cooldown. They set themselves up for failure once or twice, but because they were able to stay even, and because of the power that Orianna provided once she got that death cap, and honestly TSM having Wild Turtle so far behind and making some missteps, they were able to succeed. But if TSM had made a few less mistakes in the early game, a lot of those fights that UOL chose to pick would have gone completely differently.
Yeah, because still a lot of them were scrappy in the end, but you mentioned Orianna and just Exile having a much better showing also.
I'm excited to see what Exile can do in Game 3. They, once again, now that they have pushed to a Game 3, have the opportunity to counterpick mid, and they absolutely need to use it. Chachi should be comfortable in whatever matchup they put him in. Maybe not going to be able to get a solo kill in lane again, but I think a Poppy and Echo, whatever they want to give him, will be fine. I'm really worried about the middle lane, and for TSM, I think they have to be worried about their bottom side.
I just want to see compositions that are much more capable of defending themselves and as well as aggressive. And that's just more hard CC with front lines when you have the likes of Lee Sin being your tankiest member, because you got to remember that Echo is going to be split pushing. When you go to Trinity Force build, you're not going to be a part of the team. So when you have the 4-man squad from TSM trying to set up anything, there's just nobody that can safely face check, that can move in and really acquire anything for the team. And that's where the danger comes in of picking something like Zyra and Jhin together, where you don't have anybody to be a front line. If you have the likes of maybe an Alistar, a Braum with that kind of lineup, it's a lot easier for you to set up around the map and make sure that you can set up the Echo for success, because we saw him get solo kills. We saw him have so much pressure in the side lanes, but because the setup was not there, they were never able to get the ball rolling in terms of split push.
And it's an interesting trend, too, because it's the same thing we saw in Game 1 from Unicorns of Love. Not enough CC, not enough frontline. It seems like teams are maybe a little too aggressive in their draft decision. You know, you're not always going to have those SKT games where you execute perfectly in every fight. You should set up to be, you know, play like the team that you are, play around your weaknesses. Don't play like the perfect draft. Play the comp that you can execute well, not the dream comp.
And even with those comps, you see TSM now putting more emphasis on that bottom lane, maybe hovering around there to protect it a little more, because the solo lanes did seem a bit more vulnerable. That might also not be the best option.
Well, it's always difficult to judge where you should go when your laners are starting to die, because you want to be helping the lanes that are winning. Top lane gives up first blood, bottom lane starts losing, and then mid lane, it's hard to get a kill in that matchup. You have Orianna, which does very well into Cassiopeia, and then Cassiopeia doesn't have a whole lot of kill pressure unless Orianna really messes up. And we saw Sven visit that lane and try to get a kill and get Bjergsen rolling, but unfortunately, a trading 1-for-1 is just not going to cut it. So I think that if they are able to just pick something for mid lane to snowball more effectively, like they did the previous game, they'll have an easier time.
And I think, as you mentioned earlier, FU2, you just mitigate the weaknesses of bot lane by picking something like Ezreal. It's safe. It's not going to win you the game in the early laning phase, but it will scale up and it will be relevant. And most importantly, you're not going to die with an Ezreal. There's pretty much nothing that's going to kill you in the laning phase.
Don't die.
Don't
You
die.
die.
Very important. Please stop dying. That's not good.
Or a lot of dying all over for our entertainment. That's also fun to see.
Jesus, that's macabre.
In the game, of course.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. If they keep picking aggressive lanes and they keep fighting, it is still a big question mark, right? But at the same time, I think you can avoid that. You can pick around that. But, hey, man, they want to pick some, you know, double melee support, brawl out on the bottom side of the map. I'm totally game for that.
We'll see what we will get in Game 3, because we are getting a Game 3 to decide who will go to the finals here at the Intel Extreme Masters Oakland. We will be right back right after this.
And now, League of Legends on the Totino's bucking couch.
All right, let's go, Nikki.
All right, man, all right. It may appear like you've been winning so far, man, but like, honestly, no, I'm sitting on the couch. There's 2 fights to fight right now, and one is the couch fight, and the other one's the game fight. Ugh.
Hey, come back here.
I keep on accidentally typing in the chat. What, you too scared to take my inhibitor? You couldn't, that's what, no!
Woo, woo, oh.
I'm the cover of the bush. I'm the cover, no!
Oh!
Oh, jeez. What?
I just stole your pizza rolls.
What?
I didn't even see what
Curse you! Curse you!
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and Core i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the total prize purse of Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Feel like a pro.
Come on, one more?
One more.
One more.
Okay.
Start the show! Totino's pizza rolls, also Totino's stuffed nachos.
Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy. Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
People think I'm trash, but they're wrong. Today I'm just an aluminum can, but one day I could be a stadium.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
With DeVry University's new software programming specialization, you learn some of the most in-demand coding languages, like C++ and Java, so you learn the skills you need for your future. DeVry University, different on purpose. Visit devry.edu/tech.
How do I like it here? Well, it's not bad. The Wi-Fi, though, straight whack. Would have been fine in 2005. I had to patch into the gigabit connection across the street. First thing I did, got a new router. 5 gigahertz, extreme processing. That kind of speed keeps me young. GG, noobs. GG.
I'm excited to get another chance to play on stage because the last time I played on stage, it didn't go as I wanted. After we lost our Worlds, I think everyone just kind of split off and did their own thing because there's not a lot of point in kind of talking about specifically why you lost or what mistakes were made because it was over. And IEM Oakland was kind of our next tournament, but it was so far off and we didn't even know if we were going to have the same roster. So everyone just kind of took their time to go through everything, go through like all the emotions, the roller coaster of kind of disappointment. I feel some pressure going into this tournament, but on the other hand, we're also trying out an 80 carry and we're all kind of coming off a break, so we're not in our best possible shape. So I know that we're definitely not going to play as well as I know our team potentially can be in the future, but this is a really good tournament to kind of see how well can we do with like minimal amount of practice, with just a few days of practice and trying out a new player. Like how good is our kind of basics and base level of play? I think that's what we're going to be showing in this tournament. I think my last two experiences at Katowice were good. 2 years ago we won and it was just an amazing feeling. It was my first international tournament win. It was my first win that I felt like actually mattered because winning in NA or winning like playoffs it feels nice but it doesn't feel like you really achieved something because there's always so many teams around the world that can be better than NA or EU. But winning Katowice was my first like I really accomplished something. And just during that series, that whole week and playing the tournament, we learned a lot that we could bring back and dominate NA with. I think outside the wildcard regions, only us and Flash Wolves are like the top teams coming out of our regions. But I think that still doesn't mean that we should underestimate the wildcard teams because INTZ took a game off EDG at Worlds. And Longzhu has actually been practicing for this tournament and they haven't had any roster changes, whereas we had a roster change and Flash Wolves had a roster change. So I think actually a lot of the teams are going to be really close. A lot of people have been talking about the like Oracle Arena being a really massive and really hype arena. So I'm really looking forward to playing on the big stage.
Welcome back to the Intel X3 Masters here in Oakland, the Xfinity Analyst Desk, as we're about to jump into picks and bans for Game 3 between TSM and the Unicorns of Love. We are going to get right into it, and as a note, the Unicorns of Love won their game faster, so they got side selection and they decided to go for the blue side, as we quickly see the Zillion and Jace bans coming out again, as well as Rise and Syndra from the side of TSM, followed up by Karma, identical to last game.
And the Karma ban is just saying we want to play Bard because Bard has a difficult time hitting his abilities against Karma, one of the supports that can really speed boost back and forth whatever happens in the first pick. I mean, last time we saw the Olaf come through from the Unicorns, we might see that again as it was quite successful.
Really curious to see what the priority be. I guess you're right. It probably will be the Olaf immediately locked in. Can't use your profit powers to make me look like a fool.
Well, there
it's
we
not
go.
Fair. So I'm glad that they banned away the Ashe. I think that's a really good tool for Veritas. It's an interesting choice as opposed to taking away the Bard. But I think that we saw Hylissang get consistently aggressive on the Bard and misposition a lot, kind of over-aggressive, whereas Veritas played a really solid game of the Ashe, and I think that that pick just looks so much better on him than something like the Jhin.
Yeah, and going back to the Olaf for move, that did work out better for him. In the early game, he was able to put his mark down a lot more in the previous game than he did in game 1.
Well, he did fall a little bit behind, unfortunately, but I think that they were ultimately, because they had a frontline jungler as opposed to Lee Sin, were able to find more opportunities and create space for the carries to really shine, which is how they got far ahead in that game.
And this draft is identical so far, the Jhin and the Lee Sin again for TSM, sticking with that game plan, it seems.
I'm really concerned about the Olaf pick coming in because I don't feel like move had a massive impact. It was not a net negative impact where I feel like game 1 it was really bad from him, but I think it's important to take away the Olaf from Sven. But I was not impressed with what Move brought to the table. The bigger question for me, though, is what is Sven going to do? Because he was also, I mean, felt pretty much invisible in some of those early game plays.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have a lot of setup in your lanes, and your bot lane's losing, when your top lane's dying, when you only have Cassiopeia mid lane, it's hard to find a windows of opportunity. But speaking of windows of opportunity, I feel like the Jhin just waiting for Bar to come out again, and then just keep hitting him with 10 per phase over and over. And I mean, it looked like Hylissang had Turtles booked that game, because just flashing with the Q, baiting with the Mad Life Qs on Bard is just quite impressive and just completely shut down Jhin.
And we do see the Ezreal coming out this time around, and Vizitrachi going back to the cannon. A lot of playmaking potential last game, and they're looking to do the same thing, rather.
Of course, a very comfortable pick for Veritas. We saw a lot in the ULCS. Jhin, Ashe, Ezreal, and of course, Not much outside of that in the AD carry meta anyway, but things that he's all relatively comfortable playing with. The big question mark for me is going to be the support, as it looks like they will be saving it for last pick again, or could potentially, because the big thing about Jhin is if they pick a Tahm Kench, yes, they're going to forfeit the laning phase, but he's going to be so much safer in those skirmishes if Bard tries to set up. However, even that feels relatively weak overall, so I'd still much rather see them save this last pick for Bjergsen.
And interestingly, TSM seems to be going for exactly the same composition outside of the mid lane pick. No Cassio this time, but the Victor for Bjergsen.
I really like the Victor over the Cassiopeia. I think that Victor is one of the picks that could really have his impact on a fight before the team is already there. He can get solo kills by himself. The wave clear is more effective than Cassiopeia's, and he's just overall easier to work with than it is with Cassio, as somebody that's a little easier to kill, doesn't have as much CC outside of the ultimate.
And as called there, probably the Bard again.
Most likely. Orianna as well seems like the likely pick here, but I am excited about the Victor as well. It synergizes nicely with the Echo in terms of the potential for the chain CC, but additionally having immediate upfront burst damage as opposed to the sustained damage of the Cassio gets you lower faster and means that the Echo has an easier time executing people, taking advantage of the passive on parallel convergence, which is, I mean, one of his big sources of damage if they want to pull this pick into team fights. Which, while not ideal, does seem to be what TSM was doing in the previous game.
Ooh, the Kassadin hover. This
Well,
would be a
let's take the
very
ULCS
dangerous
special
pick here, actually.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes. Ooh, I love Kassadin. So Kassadin into victory is going to be pushed in nonstop, but eventually as he gets levels, he's going to be able to duel more and more. You got to remember that he has that magic damage reduction that will allow him to split push very effectively. And it looks like Unicorns of Love here can execute a pretty safe 1-3-1 composition. You put Kassadin in the side lanes and you have the Ezreal in the mid lane with the Bard, and you're just able to pressure the map from 3 points at once. It's all a matter of not losing early.
Exactly, and of course they've set themselves up for losing lane matchups in the early game, and the question is, can TSM capitalize on this? Svenskeren has the Lee Sin. Is this going to be the monster from Worlds we saw in the early weeks, or is he going to fall flat? Because if he cannot find an impact in the early game, and these guys get a chance to scale up, even if they're even, the champions are just stronger in the mid game, given the way that they scale naturally.
Yeah, and speaking of the mid game, I like the adaptation to go with the Braum, a little bit more synergy with just being able to defend yourself against the likes of a Bard. When he goes in, you can easily just block the stun there that way, and it's a lot more convenient to walk into the jungle when you have a Lee Sin and the Bard.
Yeah, we will see what happens. We're going to get over to our casters. 1 second. Quick predictions. Who's going to take it? TSM or UOL?
TSM.
TSM.
I'm going to say UOL. Heart lies with Europe. Sorry, fans.
All right, we'll see what happens. Our casters are going to take it away.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And, you know, we got their predictions coming out. So Shocks and Crumbs thinking it's going to be TSM. That guy from the Demacia Cups thinks that it's going to be UOL. So it's a little differentiation there between them. But what about you guys? I mean, because...
Whoa, I'm a caster. I'm unbiased.
So,
I don't make predictions.
Oh, come on.
There happens to be this guy with a unicorn on his head guarding the trophy right now.
I would not try to steal that trophy away from him.
That.
I mean, he looks like he could rip me in half.
It has nothing to do with the unicorn on his head and everything to do with that defined six-pack. Like, I would not go within 6 feet of that.
Which is harder, the abs or the trophy? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'd break my hand trying to punch those things. Either way, I'm not going to mess with. I'm not going to mess with him. I'm just going to sit here and say some snipey things that, you know, these teams, if they make some mistakes. But I mean, we certainly saw that in Game 2 from TSM. It definitely wasn't as strong of a performance from them as we saw in Game 1.
And this is actually really curious. The fact that Wild Turtle on your screen right now chose to go back towards that Jhin, I thought for sure that TSM were going to prioritize the Ezreal pick for him, especially because of how strong he showed on the pick.
Exactly. And when you look at Turtle's win rates for Season 6, every AD carry, he has above a 50% win rate. The next lowest is 70% with Lucian. Jhin is his third most played, 41% win rate on that champion. Everything else above 70%. Yeah. This is by far his worst AD carry that he's performed on this year, and I'm very surprised that they keep going towards it. It is very powerful in the meta, but he just doesn't seem to be as comfortable on it.
And it really is about empowering your team and kind of setting them up for success. Now, Jhin is incredibly good at breaking the mid lane tower because obviously once the bot lane tower goes or he has his ultimate, he can disappear into Fog of War, walk up to mid lane, open up the curtain call, and you should pretty much get that structure for free as long as you hit your bolts. It's just TSM, you know, we really haven't been playing a very macro-focused game until maybe much later on. It's been much more about these really intense, chaotic skirmishes, which is where Ezreal thrives.
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the things that we haven't really touched on yet, talked about it on the desk, is got to be this Kassadin pick. So it's definitely not something that we thought we were going to see. Orianna was definitely one that we were talking about during the pick and ban. But now we see this coming out for Exile. So think that maybe it's a little bit of a strange pick for Game 3 here in the semifinal?
I mean, kind of going back to Comfort, it definitely fits in his wheelhouse and his style. I want to, because there's so many different opinions on this. Crumb's touched on a little bit, you know, like, does Kassadin actually counter Victor? In China, Kassadin was the definitive counter for Victor. In Korea, it was actually Victor who got the majority of those wins. Zyrene, what do you think? I think that the Victor, it doesn't matter if he counters him or not. They're trying to kill Wild Turtle. They're trying to put him on a pick that he's not very comfortable on the Jhin. 100% cast and go after him every fight. One of their carries is gone. They have a tank top laner. They have a tank jungler. They have a tank support. You only have to worry about Bjergsen at that point, and the Kassadin has access to him as well. I think that what they're going to try to do is punish the member who's not as synergized with the team, and the member who also might be a little nervous because it's still a tryout period for him. And while I agree with that in the 5v5, the scary thing for me looking at Unicorns of Love's composition is how they survived the lane phase to get to that point. The level 1, I know we keep harping on this, but the level 1 for Bard and Ezreal is so important. If they don't get a hold and start winning those trades early, again, Bard wants to keep everyone at level 1 because he's one of the strongest champions at that stage due to his empowered meeps. Ezreal, he's got insane reach and damage with his Mystic Shot before he goes into the power trough of the tier. If they lose there, it's kind of like a forfeited lane, or Bard's going to be doing majority of the work for you.
Yeah, and I mean, we already saw Hill saying constantly lining up those cosmic bindings, the temper to fates as well, all connecting. So he's got to be a force to be reckoned with. We thought maybe Biofrost himself would take the Bard because historically he is pretty good on that champion, but the draft from TSM overall has just been pretty interesting. And the fact that they decided to prioritize the Braum tells me that Svenskeren is going to spend a lot of time down there. The one thing that Braum really offers is he offers empowering your jungle pre-level 6 because of the concussive blows and the winter bite.
Yep, they're going to have to play it quite safe down there. The Ezreal does have an escape. The Bard, not always the easiest to get on with the Braum, but you do have to worry. It's a double TP composition from Unicorns of Love. It is a Kassadin with the teleport, and this is going to play right into Exile style. The guy used to be that one trick who used to just split push on assassins, right? Now, this may be a 1-3-1 composition later.
Yeah, well, it looks like we might have gotten our technical difficulties taken care of, and the teams are loading in onto the Rift. Here we are, guys. Game 3, the semifinal winner goes on to our finals. Unicorns of Love tied 1-1 against TSM.
Quickly touching back to the double teleport to the Kassadin. Now, anytime you pick up a Kassadin, usually you see it in tandem back when he was big vogue in meta with someone like a Sivir, because obviously you don't bring any wave clear. Ezreal, we've seen him build Trinity Force primarily through this tournament. He's very dependent on itemization to kind of pick up his lackluster wave clear. So the scary thing about this composition is that if Veritas goes the Trinity Force build for Ezreal, and if Unicorns of Love ever fall behind, they pretty much have 0 wave clear. You're relying almost entirely on Kennen at that point, which isn't safe, which means that TSM can take any structure they want.
Yeah, that's the big fallback from the Kassadin, or I guess the downfall of the Kassadin is the lack of wave clear, especially versus somebody like a Victor who just does it so easily with a single ability. So the Kassadin, he's going to have backline access. If they get ahead on UOL side, they can set up the 1-3-1 effectively with some rather hard to chase down members with the Bard and the Ezreal that can't escape in the 3-man unit.
And see, compositions like this, I understand the theory, you know, Baron, Elder Drake, the dance has always been so important. This is a meta that revolves around vision, so team fighting is very strong. They've got tons of AoE, tons of backline threat, but realistically, TSM's composition, if it's just in a lane and you're just shoving it down, and if your priority is structures, which is the #1 way to snowball gold, it's so much more effective, which means that if your composition is focused around structures, you're powerful all the time. If your composition is focused around team fights, you're powerful every 6 minutes on those windows of the Dragon spawn, of the Baron spawn, unless you're continuously contesting in the jungle.
Yeah. It's the award coming out over here from Hillesang. Will spot out the start of the jungle for Svenskeren, so Unicorns should be able to keep decent track of him and his pathing. Might have to mix some things up to throw them off. But for now, just going to be standard lanes coming in. Haunster yet again going up against Vizicachi on this Kennen. We'll see if it goes a little bit better for him this time around.
It's actually interesting that Svenskeren decided to start the bottom side of the map. Typically, both junglers are starting top side. Of course, it makes sense for Olaf to start his blue. Sometimes he's the one, depending on if he's on red side, that will start bottom side. But what this does is it mismatches the junglers. They're not going to be on the same side of the map at the same time, and it opens up different windows for unique gank opportunities. So keep your eyes on Svenskeren and see what he does with that start.
Problem is, though, is that you all know he started over there. They put that ward down, and they saw the Gromp start, and then they backed off. So they know that there can't be the possibility of that 3-minute gank on the bottom side unless they forfeit red. But also, the Scuttle Crab take by move on the top side to make sure that nothing really cheeky happens here.
Again, using the vision from that ward, knowing that Svenskeren wouldn't be there to possibly contest that and taking his time.
For now, just going to be hovering around. So Svenskeren getting tracked early on is going to be a little bit harmful for him, because I'm sure he'd also like to get in onto Exile before he gets that Rift Walk, try to take down that Kassadin as early as possible.
It really means that he should just go for a full clear. The thing about Lee Sin is he obviously has a bunch of options for him. He's an incredibly strong early game jungler. He can look for the cheeky level 3 ganks, or he can just try to power farm to level 6. It used to be what old school Lee Sins did in Korea, and just abuse the strength of the Dragon Rage kick. Across from Olaf, in terms of a 1v1, still a little bit scary, but technically it's like super burst damage ultimate versus, you know, resistance speed ultimate.
Yeah. Now Exile going to be taking a little bit of a beating, gets that minor shield from the Null Sphere, but all in all, Bjergsen just trying to hammer him down with that Death Ray.
Right now, they just spotted Svenskeren going through the jungle, crossing through the river. Now you're going to see the top lane play a little bit more defensive, and Vizichachi will pull back, and that means Move goes into the other side of the jungle. He'll try to take whatever he can, get vision here, possibly take the Gromp. And if there is a gank opportunity, he may take it.
Yeah, looks like we're just going to have an exchange of the Gromps for now, but Move, like you said, will be in a much better position if he wants to rotate down, try to get some damage in onto Turtle and Biofrost. I don't think they want to go for something like a dive this early on. No one's going to have those tanky stats, so we likely won't be seeing that, but now Svenskeren is going to be hovering around for a little bit. Looks like he can also get the Wolf, so we'll just have some trading going on the opposite sides of the map.
This looks fishy, though, because why would you TP back to lane that early on? Vizichachi saying, like, okay, Lee Sin's probably on this side of the map still, and now I have a gigantic wave that's shoving.
That's the key thing, the fact that he went back to the creep, that he's trying to build the wave against them, the possibility of a dive, although Svenskeren looks like he's going to eject out of that plan.
Yeah, this just looks so fishy, though, if you're that Kennen. You're just like, what is this Echo doing?
Oh. Bjergsen trying to get the recall, just going to get interrupted, so not going to get his first back. We'll see where he wants to go with his buy. Probably just going to be trying to get his augments in as early as possible.
Well, Exile wants to stop the back so that he can eventually back first and teleport in. If you back at the same time, then the teleport still wins out.
And speaking of back, so we do see Svenskeren has finally got his, although I might be speaking too soon. Nope, Bjergsen's fine.
Well, Bjergsen's going to go, but Move is also matching that. Going to throw down the gravity field. Looks like he will make it out.
Gives him a better back timing, though.
And what I was pointing out is the fact that Svenskeren got the early back. Answer, careful.
making me nervous.
Got the early back. He was running towards the bottom side of his jungle, which has been completely cleared out. That wolf camp is just a single wolf, and it would have eaten up a bunch of time of Svenskeren, but now he's rushing top lane. We could have a 2v2.
Both are rushing top lane here. You see Svenskeren and Move actually going to meet in this bush. They know
Move
that he's
is
coming.
around the back. Haunster's still not level 6. He gets a flash away from Vizichachi. That's pretty crucial for him, but now might have to flash himself.
He's just trying to stall for Sven.
Yeah, actually, he's going to flash to the other side, trying to get the slow, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to be the reckless swing coming through, and Move picks up first blood. A huge misplay by Haunster.
He flashed way too early. Obviously, you're trying to retain that summoner so you can flash the axe.
Yeah, there's even more insult to injury here because the teleport's already down. There's no way that Haunster's getting back to this lane quicker than Vizichachi is, and Vizichachi now has an option to go elsewhere.
Yep. He's going to have that wave shoved in, deny that wave. Well, Svenskeren is at least there to pick it up. Yeah, see, already hurting him quite a bit. Biofrost going forward, though. They get the root down. They have the concussibles to line up. Hillside flashing to the side, trying to get through it, but it doesn't place correctly. He's going to go down, and Turtle picks up a kill for TSM. Still an advantage for Unicorns, but they definitely needed that one for Turtle in the bottom lane.
And this time around, it's not Biofrost and the Zyra that's picking up the kills. It's exactly where you want it on Wild Turtle, trying to redeem his previous Jhin performance. But huge question mark. Hillsong, what are you doing right there? Your 80 carries in base, buddy.
Yeah, it was a difference in back timing there. Wild Turtle backed early for the serrated dirt, got back to lane a little bit faster. Hold on, though.
Haunster getting locked up, snaps back. Will keep himself alive to the Chachi. That Rift Walk, so
okay, here we go. These are the tiny windows that back timers are really important. The fact that Hillsong had to walk into the enemy right there when he's going to place down his vision is delayed because he decided to overextend when his 80 carry was back. It's those tiny seconds that really cost teams.
Oh boy, Gravity Well coming down, but the Ragnarok is there. Bjergsen has the flash. Does he hold it? Yes, he does. He's going to go down. Meanwhile, Svenskeren in the jungle finds Hillsong yet again, but he's going to make it out.
Yeah, decided not to blow the flash there because the Kassadin would just R over the wall and chase him.
Oh, not quite where you wanted Veritas to go. A couple of those bullets will connect Hillsong. Going to eat the rest of them. Svenskeren not finding that Dragon's Rage. Root lands onto Hillsong. Can they close the distance? Biofrost walking up. Can he land the Winter's Bite? Looks like they're going to go ahead, peel back. They have to worry about the rest of Unicorns of Love. And now the teleport coming through from Vizichachi. Does not have the slicing Maelstrom there. Svenskeren makes it over the wall into the Dragon Pit.
They're going to chase him down. Kassadin has an inner track.
Yeah, Kassadin's coming over from the blue buff, gets the stun, might not even need him. There it is, hands the kill over beautifully to Exile.
And Unicorns of Love right now already 1,000 gold up, CS leads across the board, and 3-1 in kills. They are doing absolutely fantastic so far, and they already have so much going for them. That's even less going over to Hanser.
Yeah, at least he could have got a couple more whacks in on that turret, but the True Shot Mirage getting rid of those minions, and suddenly TSM, they find themselves on Struggle Street.
And you can tell Unicorns of Love synergizing very well right now, calling for help. The back that Bjergsen had to take in the mid lane because he was dead means that that's boom. Exile, inner track on the mid lane, able to go towards that blue buff.
You now got a pretty sizable item advantage for Exile on that Castle, and he's already got his Roa, so stacking that very early while it's just the MR available for Bjergsen across from him. Delaying upgraded Hex cores. Pretty damaging.
Yeah, I saw Faker do something like this where he rushed a Morel and Namicon against a Vladimir, though, before he even had a single upgrade. But that's the thing, is now he's not even abusing the wave clear against the Caston. He's going to need that so early on, but he has to have the Negatron cloak to actually survive. It's just so much magic damage, especially against double AP.
And now we've got the roam being set up, so the wave is building. Exile is now creeping behind the tower. He can jump this wall.
Oh, with a Roa, he can tank it too.
Wild Turtle getting a couple shots on the Veritas, but here comes Exile. Biofrost to get a huge burst of damage. Gets the exhaust down, though. That's going to be the knock-up from the Glacial Fisher. Hillsong getting rooted. Haunster's here, throws out the Parallel Convergence. Can it land? He's not going to find anybody. Gets the shield, jumps for it. He's taking too much damage, has to snap back.
Nice.
And now the Tempered Fates comes down, catches both Wild Turtle and Biofrost. The double stun comes through. Wild Turtle falls. Biofrost has to hightail it back. One more hit would have finished him off, but he will make it out with his life. But TSM used a bunch of summoner spells to teleport down from Haunster, and they still lost the ADC.
And Hillsong showing exactly why that Bard has been taken away from him, showing up big in the final game of this series and putting Unicorns of Love on the right track. Phenomenal Bard play.
It's been really good so far, and now you have to also worry about Veritas. Picked up that kill, but he's also going a really greedy build, has the tier stacking, has that call that's almost going to be cashed out.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for a lot of builds that are going to scale, like the Rod of Ages as well, but UOL already dominating the early game, so it's even better for them. This was just absolutely beautiful. It looked like the Magical Journey went off to the side. Nobody decided to take it then, but this is so good. Hillsong, double Bard, and then the Q.
Yeah, and normally you kind of see the Bard's kind of position. I thought he was maybe going to look for the Braum stun against the wall, but just finds the miracle double stun on two of the carries.
That's essential there, because the Braum one is a guaranteed one against the wall, whereas this one, Haunter had to walk up for that to happen.
Yeah, and just beautiful play so far from Hillsong. Unicorns holding on tight to that lead and growing it. Even still, 1,500 now, 4-1 in the kills. Turrets haven't gone down yet.
And this lead is just going to get even worse. Exile can bully Bjergsen. Pretty sure he could 1v1 anybody on the map at this point in the game, and they want to make it even worse.
Look at that damage. Bjergsen can't even match that at that point, even with the Chaos Storm.
And he's going to have to completely leave his tower because, again, Hillsong, as soon as the bottom lane has been won, he's able to unlock himself, start roaming around and applying that pressure with that Olaf. The mid-tier tower will soon break, and then they should be able to extend their control towards that dragon, towards Bjergsen's blue buff, and continue to put them on the back foot.
Right now, though, TSM are going to try to make a stand here, trying to fight in the top lane, and they're all collapsing mid.
Haunter's going in, has a parallel convergence coming down, but the slicing Maelstrom comes down. He just gets erased. Haunter losing in the 1v1. Meanwhile, down in the river, Tempered Fate comes through, finds Biofrost and Turtle yet again. Svenskeren going in, gets a kick out on the Hillsong, but it's not enough to finish him off. Move has to pop the Ragnarok to run out. Looks like he might be able to exit safely. Exile going low, taking those curtain call shots, but it's not enough, and Svenskeren does not want to go back in for that resonating strike.
So they're able to hold them off mid lane, but meanwhile the top lane is still fallen for TSM. Unicorns of Love.
Oh, Exile is going to get interrupted. Svenskeren takes it, and he finds the kill. Move there, not able to get the damage in. Svenskeren has to pop the flash, but he makes it out and finally takes down that Cassidon.
Yeah, they get a little bit more from that, but that top lane is going to go down. There's no teleport for Haunter. The turret's already low, and that's going to be solo gold over to Vizicachi in that top lane. And this is a guy that we were like, okay, he had a great performance yesterday on Poppy back-to-back. Can he hold up against Haunter? Well, it's not just holding up right now. He's getting a winning matchup, and he's actually crushing him early.
And that's the beautiful thing about the current roster of Unicorns of Love. You know, this is the solidified roster. This is the one going to 2017. The fact that Vizicachi and Hillsong have been the core, the base, the spine of so much of their success, you know, kind of mid-tier in the EULCS, but constantly peaking up when they get their playoff runs, when they get their regional qualifier runs, and it looks like they're on the right path for success.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. 2 towers now going to be falling in favor of Unicorns as they finish off this tier 1 in the bottom lane. Haunter's getting a little bit of damage in onto that top turret, but still not going to be able to take it. And this is just going to be rough stuff. You saw off that back, off that big burst of gold from the first brick. That's going to be the Proto Belt coming in for Vizicachi. So he's that much deadlier.
Pretty much the only time you can build Proto Belt, have to rush it on cannon, not an actually cost-efficient item.
Yeah.
It's
I like
great,
it on
though.
Elise as well.
It's an amazing item, but
So good.
first.
Yeah, have to get it first. But also, it's such a good laning phase item to just have the Hextech Revolver. It's great for the auto attacks and whittling people down, and it's a big part of how he's able to get a gigantic lead. The build path is so good as well.
Yep. Well, TSM, they will pick up an Ocean Drake for themselves. Another Cloud. They really just don't want to give us any Infernals, I guess. It's kind of frustrating, but whatever. It's fine.
I'll talk a little bit about something else, because you said that there weren't going to be any like speed boosts like the Sivir and stuff like that, and the Olaf has already gone for the Righteous Glory first. Like, this is such a good buy here. I really like this because it's going to help the Kennen get in, it's going to help the Cassidy get in, and before, I was like, okay, well, why don't they go Orianna? Why aren't they going to boost the Olaf? He's already got his own.
And you were saying something, you know, between the matches that Move picks these really aggressive junglers like the Lee Sin, like the Olaf, but he's not actually a carry-oriented jungler. He's much more about control, about supporting his team. And that's what's interesting to me about him as a player, is how he uses these hard carry picks and plays that 5v5 style, you know, picking up the Righteous Glory, making sure that he constantly has the pink ward on the back.
Yeah, you can see in that exchange there, Haunter taking a hell of a lot of damage from Vizichachi, who's currently just about 2 levels ahead of him now on that cannon, as well as just about 20 CS. So it's been a really good game for him so far. And just Unicorns in general, Bjergsen having to flash away from that Tempered Fate.
But I mean,
on him. Would have been dead to rights.
They just got his flash too, really big. I mean, that's a win right there. If you get the flash of the Victor, you just gave over that Rift Arrow buff to the Cassidy.
Exactly, and that's setting them up to start abusing that double teleport. So you can already see the call has gone through. We're going to move Veritas and Hillsong into the mid lane. They're going to start chipping away at that tower, and we're going to abuse Glimpse of the Void and Vizichachi's lead in these side lanes.
And speaking of side lanes here, Exile, he's just lurking, waiting for Wild Turtle to walk up, waiting for the AD carry to walk up. He's going to waste a little bit of time and say, okay, now it's time to shove, because Turtle's backing, making sure he doesn't get it. But if Turtle walks back into this lane, it is just so deadly. He's going to need help. He's going to need assistance.
Exile has kill pressure on pretty much anyone on the map at this point.
Slight little reprieve is that at least Svenskaren's keeping up, has a pretty substantial CS lead, that kill to the 2 that Move has. So they're about even in gold. So at least they have that going fairly evenly, but we need to see Svenskaren setting up those very crucial Dragon's Rage kicks, like we saw from Chaser yesterday.
The problem is that the onus is on TSM to break what Unicorns of Love are trying to set up right now, because if they're patient, they can continue to exploit the lane assignments in the side lane as they're doing now, and they can just continue to chip away at Bjergsen, you know, deny him his blue buff, make sure that Victor doesn't have the continuous wave clear, and slowly push down these structures and accumulate more gold.
Yep. Svenskaren gonna get shoved out of that jungle though. Takes a bit of damage, so he's going to have to retreat back up to that top side, but there's not many camps from available yet. Unicorns, they're just going to pressure in on this tier 1.
And UOL actually keep getting more and more of the chip damage here. They were able to push down that bottom tier 2 into the tier 2, so the minion is now right up against it. And that means that Exile, if he's able to push it all the way in, and they see all 4 people mid, 3 people mid, then Wild Turtle, he's got to watch himself.
Yeah, speaking of Wild Turtle, going to take a little bit of damage, not going to connect with the Deadly Flourish, so won't be able to get the root. Exile is just going to keep giving him hell in that bottom lane.
Again, TSM, that small window where they, you know, needed to make a play, either look for a flank, has slowly closed. They're probably going to have to give up this tower, start setting up their vision, and look for a play later on down the road. This could be risky, though.
Yeah, they had to sacrifice this, but hold on. Yeah, Vizzy.
Yeah, have to be really conscious about where that cannon is. Luckily, they have a ward near the Raptors, so they will spot him out. Bjergsen just going to go ahead and back, which means that they're going to surrender that tier 1 turret. It's not worth defending at this point. They need to start focusing on holding on to these tier 2s, because Unicorns, they're starting to kind of gravitate down to that bottom lane. Hillsong joining in with Exile, but there we see it. The turret goes down 3-0 in that regard, and the Unicorns, they have over a 4,000 gold lead.
And they're just slowly bleeding TSM out. So again, you know, the clean play from Unicorns of Love versus INTZ has kind of returned. You know, things have settled. They're being a bit more calm. We're not seeing these crazy skirmishes that we saw in Game 1 and Game 2. And they're taking control of the map as opposed to control of the fights.
Monster waiting in the brush, can throw out that parallel convergence, but even so, not going to be able to do a whole lot, I don't think, against this cannon. Yes, Svenskaren is coming in. Bjergsen in tow, but the TP's coming through now from Exile.
Oh, good
Can he turn it around? Yeah, good kick to keep him away, but Svenskaren goes back in, getting taken low. Exile trying to burst him out. Now Move is on the move, runs in, has the ghost, gets onto Bjergsen, the gravity well. Not going to be able to lock up anybody as Exile just jumps right out of it with a Rift Walk. And now Haunter, he is going to go down, snaps back, but there's nothing that he can do. A triple kill coming in for the Cassidy.
absolutely huge. Going over to him. There's so much gold falling into the hands of Unicorns of Love. Almost 6,000 gold up right now, and they're going to be able to start pushing down more and more turrets and get control of the jungle.
And it's all on the right weapons. The fact that Cassidy is sitting 4, 1, and 2 at 18 minutes of the game is absolutely devastating. There is nothing to protect the back line of TSM. You saw Bjergsen on your screen just get absolutely obliterated because Olaf and Cassidy, they have no disengage.
And now they're going to get this tier 2 tower. That is just going to open up the map even more for UOL. Have to be worried if you're TSM going into that top side of the jungle because they could just be anywhere.
And this is the thing about the composition. We said if Unicorns of Love ever fell behind, that they would be in serious trouble because they don't have the wave clear. TSM would be able to siege and pretty much take any structure that they want. But if this composition is ahead, it is so volatile, it is so disgusting. Cassidy and Olaf, probably two of the best snowballing champions in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the early game pressure and being able to close it out for sure. Because these guys, it's those early mistakes from TSM that got them to this point. Svenskeren, a little too aggressive, right? Ends up giving up a kill. And now we're looking at gold across the board where there are just lanes that are thousands of gold up. The cull from Veritas, he was able to stay safe. He ended up cashing in on that. He is so far ahead of Wild Turtle right now. Well, 1,400 gold.
Yeah.
Top lane, pretty much the same story. Mid lane, same story.
And he's sitting on a bank of 1,000 gold, so he can still go back and make a fairly substantial purchase.
The most important player for TSM right now is Bjergsen on this Victor because, again, he's their primary wave clear. He's their primary stall, which means if he gets picked out like that, losing his flash, it's automatically going to snowball into more structures and more map pressure for Unicorns of Love.
And that's what they're trying to do. Every single time Hill is saying, boom, I don't care if he's alone, throw the Tempered Fate at Bjergsen, try to get his flash or a Summoner Spell from him so that Exile can kill him, and then you can no longer have that one-on-one.
Exactly, because if he's dead, TSM are dead in the water.
Yep. Oh, did Veritas just snipe that out? I couldn't really tell. Looks like he might have gotten the steal. Either way, he has a red buff. Might have been his own. Haunter, in the meantime, in this bottom lane, goes back over the wall with the phase time, getting onto Vizicachi. Moves him down a little bit, but the Time Winder's not going to connect, and now Move is above him, so he's going to have to peel back.
But while all this is going on, they're still just buying time. That's why Vizicachi hasn't used the ultimate. He just, it's not really worth it for him to do so. And Exile's pushing the top lane, getting a slow shove going, warding up, and all 5 members of TSM are on the bottom side. Nobody is dealing with Exile now. Level 13, highest in the game.
Very important cooldowns as well. The Curtain Call not being available for the incoming team fight. It means it's going to be another free dragon over to Unicorns of Love. It is just the Cloud Drake. Excuse me, TSM did get the first one in the ocean.
Yeah.
But again, just this
surprise.
Oh my God. Exile jumping onto Biofrost's face.
Wow, big control there from him too. How many people would actually try to chase him down there? And even if he got concussive blows on you or a Q, that might be enough of a slow for somebody to follow up. Didn't have vision, completely respected that.
Yep. This feels back, but that is the dragon going over. So Cloud Drake now for Unicorns. The ocean still there for TSM. It's going to be a mountain coming up as our third dragon. We'll see what we get after that, but so far, the Infernal has still eluded us.
At this point, the most important thing for TSM is securing their defensive vision. They need to make sure that they've cleared out all of Unicorns of Love vision within their own jungle, which is why you see those defensive, very shallow pinks, and they need to make sure that they have control over the Baron. They still have great steal potential from Svenskeren on a Lee Sin, especially because it's such a comfort pick for him, and they just need to keep Bjergsen bouncing between the...
Whole lot done for Unicorns, but still a good block. Biofrost going to just take a quick little hop away, get out of that Mystic Shot. They're actually going to take it Veritas, and he gets annihilated. Bjergsen finally able to blow him up. The Cosmic Binding not really going to find anybody, and that is going to be the teleport canceled by Vizicachi.
And that is why that defensive vision is so important. They had the picks, they were able to find Veritas out of position, and Svenskeren makes the hero play, keeping them back in it.
And look right here, Hillisang walking a little far forward, but also Exile on the side. Sees that there's a pink ward, so he's going to back off, but that's Haunter with some alone time on the bottom side, and that's his teleport.
Oh, that's a little bit bold by Hillsang trying to clear that out. Goes to the magical journey, the bullets flying. One more would do it, but Vizicachi and Move are there to body block, and it looks like the Bard will make it out with his life, but barely so. TSM getting that kill on the Veritas. That's got to be a breath of fresh air for them. Haunter goes down to the bottom lane, and they'll finally take a turret.
Even getting the flash out of Veritas as well as he tried to get away from it. So it's another big thing that's going to help them out to get these carries.
So a big mountain of gold that they have to climb back up in if TSM want to take this game. 40.6 thousand now to the 36,000. So it hasn't grown, fortunately, for TSM. They've been kind of stagnating the lead that Unicorns have had for a while.
But this wasn't the situation that TSM fans had expectations for. You know, coming into this tournament, a lot of people were saying TSM are the favorites to win this one.
It never is what they expect, Frost. It never is.
the bane of North America.
I mean, it's home territory. They're coming off of Worlds where, well, it wasn't the greatest performance, but this was the TSM that set one of the best, if not the best, in terms of win percentage records in the North American LCS.
Yeah.
Well, people were expecting them to be able to crush a team that got 4th place in the European LCS, didn't even go to Worlds, didn't get that experience, may have not been practicing, but UOL mean business.
Yes, they do. And Exile especially does. Goes in, gets Haunter, rips him down to about half HP. The minion's doing a little bit of work onto that cast, but he's going to keep chasing. Has the mana for the Rift Walks. Looks like he says, you know what? I'll just soak up this gold instead. You can go ahead and leave.
He also has teleport advantage.
I feel like there's, rule 1, don't chase Singed, and rule 2, don't chase Echo. Pretty fast, pretty slippery.
As a casted, and I think you might be able to get away with it. You just have to be conscious of your mana pool.
Interesting foot race.
Yeah. It's not really, is it a foot race if he doesn't run? He kind of hovers. I think that's cheating.
Echo kind of rolls.
Yeah, and they all have their own little shtick. Now unicorns rather, there's more than one of them, moving into the jungle, back into this mid lane. All 5 of them. And they're gonna get some good damage down onto this tier 2, work it down to half HP. TSM is really trying to hold on to this one. Haunter's still hovering on the bottom lane, doesn't have the teleport yet to join them.
But the important member is Svenskeren right now. The fact that he's hovering off into the side, unfortunately he doesn't have control of the vision. He just walked through a ward, which is why Veritas is going to punish him right now. But you can see, Svenskeren, he knows I'm the playmaker, I have the responsibility to turn this around. Bjergsen just needs to wave clear, but if we're going to win a team fight, it starts with me.
He has to get it off on the right foot, too. And the thing is these carries are all very difficult to get to. The Kassadin, how are you going to kick him into the team? It's very hard to get an Ezreal into the team. But sometimes you need to save your kick to keep the Kennen out. He's the only person who could really do that on this team. Oh,
wait. Well, Haunter, this trade's going a little bit better for him this time around.
He's got his MR now.
Good damage down onto Exile. So yeah, having that Spectre scale on the Merc Treads definitely helping them out, but this time around the Darksteel not going to have many stacks. Oh, that's going to be a Tempered Fate straight on a Wild Turtle. Biofrost trying to block as much as he can. Wild Turtle's just going to have to flash over the wall to try to get underneath that tier 2. Haunter teleporting in, didn't have a ward to really put him in a good spot, and that's going to be Biofrost going down as Veritas finishes him off. The Chaos Storm taking down Vizichachi and Hillisei. They make it out with their lives, though. Looks like Exile will do that as well.
And now immediately to the top lane, you can see Exile goes to
double Cosmic Binding finds Svenskeren and Bjergsen. Throws down the Gravity Field. Looks like it will find Hillisei. There it is, the Afterburn of the Death Ray takes him out. Boom's going to go down as well as Svenskeren. Can't say his name. Gets the kill, and that's going to be the double kill. Vizichachi coming in, gets on to Wild Turtle, trying to burn him down. That's going to be the kill coming in. They take out Exile. Vizichachi, the last standing member. He's going to go down. The triple kill for Bjergsen, and TSM finds an ace over Unicorns of Love.
Are you kidding me right now? A miracle team fight from TSM. Bjergsen shows up huge. Cooldown after cooldown, perfectly chained. That victor just saved the game possibly for them.
Exactly what they needed. Now it's only a 3,000 gold gap. They get a little bit of Baron control back here, and they get so much gold onto Bjergsen. You talked about it earlier, Frostgard. He's the guy who has to pull it out in this game. He has to be the one to save them. He is the big carry right now, and they're going to look at the Baron. There's a little bit of a risk here. There's no teleports for UOL. This might be going over to TSM.
But check out where Move is. He's all the way in the base. They have to stall.
There's also no Tempered Fate, so Hillisei can't do a whole lot at this moment. It's getting ready to come off cooldown, but I think that TSM have it. It would have to take a miracle auto attack, but it's not going to happen. That's going to be the Baron. Going to TSM. Hillisei gets locked down by the Deadly Flourish, and just like that, TSM have placed themselves right back into this game.
And this is the performance that TSM fans expected from them. Dominant in their team fighting, decisive in their macro play. They're now running it up mid.
And immediately they're running it down mid here. Svenskeren looking for
he's going deep, but he takes a hell of a lot of damage. He has to back off using the W, but TSM, they have a massive wave, all empowered by Baron, and they're going to break the tier 2 line right here. Have to be careful if they spot Vizichachi on the sidelines. Haunter immediately going to deal with him. Exile jumps in, almost kills him. Gets a snapback. Svenskeren goes down. Biofrost sitting in the slicing maelstrom has to get out of there. Glacial Fissure comes through. Exile now whittling them down, and Wild Turtle all on his lonesome. A triple kill for Exile, and just like that, TSM, their flame gets snuffed out.
This is the battle of mid laners. Exile says, Bjergsen, I see you and I raise you. Immediately deletes all of the Baron bots from TSM, and now we're completely going the other way. This is a ping pong match.
Bjergsen ran out of mana. He had nothing left in the tank. They spent too long sieging. They tried to get 2 turrets. That was a fight into a Baron, into 2 turrets as an attempt, and TSM overextend. They tried to get way too much there, and now UOL, they're going to get an inhibitor turret for this.
They're going to get an inhibitor, I think. There's still 15 seconds. They have Veritas here. He's got a lot of damage. That's going to be the turret going down. Move here as well to help whittle this thing out. They're going to have it. So the inhibitor line now being broken by Unicorns of Love at 28 minutes, completely turning that play by TSM on its head.
Just a glimpse of hope for the home crowd here before, again, just the North American curse.
That was rough.
That was a roller coaster for the crowd.
That it was. It went from TSM chance to like NA library in here. It's a little bit. But, we have the Mountain Drake going over to Unicorns of Love, continuing to press their advantage. Looks like it's going to be a second Mountain Drake after that. And then our Elder will be spawning if we even come down to the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, this right here, Bjergsen, they had to chunk out Exile. You just can't do enough damage to him. Really low on mana spins. Karen, no idea why he went in there or why they're even trying to fight Vizicachi. They got the turret. They ended up getting it. And now everybody has to funnel off to the side because Move goes for a flank. Wild Turtle's left by himself, and just Exile able to clean up that whole front line. Yeah, just really strange kind of priority of targets there. The fact that Svenskeren decided to go in on the AoE of the Kennen ultimate. It's very odd. This is not the first choice I would make.
Well, down but not out yet. TSM still trying to be proactive. They have the wave pushing back into the mid lane. They will finally get that tier 1 tower up top. And now with multiple members grouped up in this top side, they might be able to pressure out and try to get some damage in onto this tier 2.
What do you think
Not if that happens, though.
As a 6th man? The crowd for TSM or Unicorns Love's manager?
Stronger? Or
I think that guy could probably fight everybody in this room simultaneously.
It's like Exile in this game. The 1v1 is strong. I'm just saying.
He's also got a staff. He's kind of like if Nasus was a unicorn instead of a dog.
2D.
Unicorns of Love need to win Worlds, get a Nasus
Yes,
again.
please.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that'd be great. Vizicachi, though, he's going to get caught out. Has to use that Zonia's. Glacial Fisher comes in, does pop him up, but TSM are taking a hell of a lot of damage. Biofrost has to back off one more hit, which takes him out. The Exile coming in, throws out the E, gets on the Wild Turtle, and should be able to finish him off. But no, they lock him up. That's going to be a shutdown coming in for Hanser, but the Slicing Maelstrom is there. Vizicachi actually does fall. Already used the Zonia's. Hanser snapping back, a double kill for Turtle. Can they find more? Hylissang, he's not going anywhere. One more hit will do it. There it is. Triple kill to Wild Turtle, and yet another ace for TSM.
And Unicorns can't reach Wild Turtle. He's able to turn it around. He sets up with a curtain call, and he gets the ace.
What a game coming back in. TSM able to take them down yet again, but can they get anything for it? It doesn't look like it. They're not in a position to push.
Okay, checking out on this team fight. It looks so good initially for Unicorns of Love. The fact that Veritas is moving in for that deep flank, the fact that he's trying to blow up Biofrost, who's going to get chunked out so low health, but he tunnel visions and TSM lock him up excellently, just burning down the Cassidy very quickly as they back out underneath the tower. But keep your eyes on Veritas right now. So he's arcane shifted forward. He's about to flash straight into CC and damage from the Victor. The Chaos Storm obliterates him, and Wild Turtle cleans up the rest of the fight.
They dove 2 turrets to try and help Exile, who almost killed Wild Turtle. Didn't even kill Biofrost in that engage there either, and that was just way too extended from Unicorns of Love. They are trying to play too fast. TSM and Unicorns have both fallen prey to this in this game in particular by itself. They've overextended both.
And we talked about when Unicorns of Love were being successful in this series. It's when they were playing the map, you know, backing away from some of these really chaotic skirmishes, overreaching, if you will. Because again, both these teams' playstyle, they will step forward, they will take the fight, and TSM have shown that they're a cut above in these last 2 exchanges.
But TSM, the thing is they're looking a cut below the way they were in the North American LCS, and Unicorns are looking a cut above themselves. Unicorns, they want to make the finals. This is a very serious tournament for them. They have no trophies in their case. I've said it many times, no first place finishes for them. They want Oakland to be the start of their 2017 season with this roster. Get that head start, make sure that they can get it, and then try to make Europe proud, because Europe multiple times has fallen a little bit short on international, but they are trying to make it up.
Monster going to take a bit of damage, but he's safe here in the base, but some split pressure coming out from the Unicorns. You see down this bottom side, tier 2 turret was knocked pretty low. A couple hits, honestly, from Veritas would finish that off. Exile taking a bit from Bjergsen. He's going to have to peel back as well.
But that's the only easy part that Unicorns of Love have. Obviously, the last standing outer tower, you can threaten, you can get behind it. So now it's about breaking that inhib line or contesting that mid inhibitor much harder from here on out. You think that the Unicorns of Love would probably have to file in, but they continue to play split push pressure. They're afraid of TSM's 5v5.
Yeah, and they have both of the teleports isolated up in the top lane, so if a fight breaks out, like it very well could in this bottom lane, they can come right in.
Yeah, they have to, though, because here comes Exile from the backside.
Oh,
They're gonna try to fight.
Going low, they're gonna find the kill already. Veritas picking that one up. Glacial Fisher comes in, Haunter in the back line, but here comes Vizichachi, the slicing Maelstrom, going in deep with the Zonias. They lock up Bjergsen. He's already used the flash and the ghost. He's trying to kite back, but Move is hot on his heels. The Undertow not gonna connect, and Haunter crucially finishes off the cannon.
But more important, Bjergsen is still alive. He needs to heal, he needs to reset. They're gonna lose the inhib, but they probably won't lose much more. They're gonna try to hang on to bottom.
Exile has no mana. He's gonna back right now. Does he TP into this? He does. They are trying to go for even more. They're trying to get this inhibitor.
Like they might be able to do so. The turret at least goes down. Exile jumping in onto Haunter. Doesn't have his ultimate, doesn't have his flash. A nice block on the True Shot Barrage by Biofrost. Now Exile, does he overstep? The gravity field is there, but he's able to rift walk out of it crucially in time, but the second inhibitor will fall. Unicorns, a bit of a scattered fight, but they still come out on top and only lose Vizichachi.
And this is big. Baron is up. Dragon, Elder Dragon in 30 seconds here. 2 inhibitors down for TSM. They have their backs against the wall, and these fights, it's coming down to UOL, diving Wild Turtle, diving Bjergsen. They're trying to kill both the carries as fast as possible, and the peel has to be on point for TSM.
And I love the fact that, you know, last game, best of 3, Unicorns of Love looking at the finals, looking to start their season strong, that Exile goes back to a pick like Cassidy. And remember, this guy made his reputation as the Yasuo one-trick, the assassin player, and just the amount of growth. There's been a lot of comparisons to his career trajectory as well as Bjergsen really stepping up in a high-pressure situation across from the best mid laner in North America.
His tendency was to get caught out and solo killed a lot. And Exile, he's been working on that, and it seems to be paying off so far. He has been an absolute boon for this team. Wild Turtle takes up the stance.
Yeah, that's going to be the curtain call coming through, but nobody in range for the shots. They'll throw all 4, and that's going to be Bjergsen getting caught by the Temper Base. The touching goes in. The slicing Maelstrom is ripping through TSM, and UOL looks like they're going to run all over them. Biofrost not able to make it out. Haunter uses the ultimate, but to no avail. Wild Turtle is the only one left alive, and even then, it was just for a second. Unicorns of Love, they found the ace. They have the inhibitors down, and they are going to take the game. They're taking the semifinal, and they're going on to the final later today.
UOL with the 2017 roster get an early start and punch their ticket to the finals of Oakland.
What a hard-fought game from both sides. Unicorns clinch it out at the end, though. We had so many aces, so many just back and forth plays. The Baron for TSM, then immediately getting snuffed out. But Unicorns in the end, they're finally able to pull it off.
And ultimately, it was kind of the reset from Unicorns of Love, going back to the drawing board. Yes, they drafted to take those 5v5 to try to dive into the back line, but what really won them that game was how decisive and how clean they were in moving around the map. Again, when this team started, Unicorns of Love were almost synonymous with this idea of chaos style, of just aggression across the map. They have completely reformed that identity, and as they move into the European LCS, they are a force to be reckoned with.
Hard work for Unicorns of Love. They have put in so much hard work. You think about how this team, chaos style is associated with them. Middle of the pack European LCS team, 4th place finishes across the board, 6th, second one time, and that was over 2 years ago. Absolutely insane how this team is now looking for the 2017 season to put up some great numbers for themselves, try to make Europe stronger.
Yeah, I mean, this team always making it into playoffs, never making it to Worlds. This could be the year for Unicorns of Love. They look really strong here at IEM. Of course, are playing against a TSM with a sub-80 carry coming in, but still, the play is coming out for these guys. Mechanically, it's there. The macro is there. The split push at the end of that game from them is just really good stuff. So I'm looking forward to following these guys through the EULCS this next split.
Well, they got 3 new members, right? Veritas, new to the roster, Exile, new to the roster, and even Move coming in. These are some players, one of them tested, right? Veritas, okay, what's going on with that? Move, we saw him before in North America, and he wasn't that impressive, but they put so much into these guys.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
You can't even be mad about that. Look at his body, man. I can't even disagree with him. I'm too distracted. No, but They have proven here today, at least within the context of TSM, that EU is greater than NA.
But when I see players that, like I'm talking about, like Move, like Veritas, and even like Exile, who come in, they're not doing very well. A lot of that is coaching staff, support. The guy on the stage, like that manager, who is supporting them, even just the morale that he brings to the team and able to lift everybody up. And you can see how well they're performing and how much this team is improving.
I'm so glad that you use the word improving and that you bring up the support staff, because the real winner for me for Unicorns of Love is the fact that they've been able to develop this incredible talent like Exile, like Move, into the superstars that we saw in this series.
Yeah, it was just a wonderful performance. Let's go ahead and get some words from the Unicorns of Love. We're going to throw over to Mark Register on stage for the interview.
Well, we are here with the Totino's winner interview here with Exile. Oh my gosh, what an amazing series of games. Game 1, you guys were lacking a little bit, but then you got your stride in game number 2. What was going on with game number 3?
The game was like we had control over the entire early and mid game, and in late game we had like a few bad plays which made the enemies come back, but in the end we catched up and tried to manage to finish.
You certainly did catch up at the end. Now, a lot of people are comparing you to Bjergsen as being your rookie year, and you're seen as one of the best mid laners in the EU. What are your thoughts on that comparison?
I don't know, honestly, because it's like, yeah, it's my first year, and like I see all these players that I always watched at home playing against, and especially Bjergsen. I always looked up to him as the best Western mid laner, and yeah, I'm really happy that people compare me to him. I don't think I'm there yet. I think I still have to improve a lot, and think that yeah, if I spend a lot of time on improving, then I can reach more potential with that.
Well, I think you're on the right track. Now, this is your first time in US soil and in Oakland. How does that feel?
The city's amazing, like Oakland, San Francisco as well. We've been driving through there, and yeah, it's so big. I'm not used to this, but yeah, the city overall looks great.
Well, congratulations on the win, and thank you so much for an exciting match. And now, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Mark. And Exile, indeed, very happy about that, and as he should be. Fantastic performance. Actually, overall, outside of first thing, his Orianna was great. His Kassadin was absolutely destructive here. They put the weight on him from the team, and what made it that with similar composition from the side of TSM, they kind of resorted to the same mistakes also early.
It was kind of an interesting play out through the early game. I was really surprised to see it unfold the way it did. I expected it to be much more TSM favored. Svenskeren especially, I expected more of an impact from, but because we didn't see any massive leads built up across the lanes, it's so easy for Unicorns to move forward and scale up, and Chachi continued to be a monster, and Exile really surprised me. I expected him to kind of get dominated in a similar fashion to game 1, because we saw when the lane advantage was in favor of Bjergsen, that Bjergsen took complete and absolute control, and that just wasn't the case this time around.
And I mean, for me, I think that a lot of the pressure went to the top side of the map. And right here, we're going to check out one of the first ganks on mid lane here, where Bjergsen, even though he has Ghost and Flash, you know that you can't really escape the Kassadin that does have level 6 and Rift Walk. And just the Unicorns were just relentless. Once they started getting going, they just were moving around the map so much, especially the Kassadin. That's what you want to see out of this pick. You want to be able to just push up the wave and threaten the side lanes constantly. That way, you never really have to stay at your turret as you're influencing the entire map.
And TSM tried to do something a lot and be scrappy and still get in those fights, but they didn't see on the same page. People arrived late, and then in the end, couldn't get the advantage anywhere.
Well, the thing is, the picks from TSM just don't have the ability to fight as continually as the ones from the Unicorns of Love. Olaf continues fighting. Lee Sin's more of a burst. Same thing with Victor. Same thing with Jin. Whereas the Unicorns can just take as many fights as possible and really not rely on any cooldowns for the battles.
Yeah, there was definitely some key moments where you all got very much ahead, where you give a Kassadin a double kill, you give him a triple kill. That's not going to do well for you in the late game. But somehow it almost got turned around, and then immediately turned back around for TSM.
Unicorns of Love continued to take some pretty greedy fights, but because they built such a massive lead in the early game, there's just not a whole lot that TSM could do, right? Like, Echo, when he's behind, isn't going to be a huge force. Lee Sin, once you pull into the late game, yes, he has the kick for playmaking potential, but there's so many mobile threats on the enemy team, you're not actually that effective or that concerning. So despite the fact that TSM made some excellent moves to come back in this game. They just fell too far behind early, and Unicorns of Love had the luxury of making those mistakes because of how well they played.
And this is that one that they just get so eager in this fight that they're able to actually get aced at the end of this. They are going to blow the cannon TP. And unfortunately, even though they get this massive lead for TSM after this fight, they just blow it right away. The Unicorns relentless with their ability to team fight because their mobility in the fight, as you mentioned. You have the Olaf with the Righteous Glory, you have Bard with Magical Journey, and then you have to deal with the Cassidy and Ezreal jumping in and out. And this is what you see right here. TSM just being so aggressive for apparently no reason, and the Unicorns just capitalize immediately. They're ready for the fight, and they take it.
And it's sad to see that kind of the anything you can throw, I can throw better situation, but that's just how it unfolded. In TSM, I feel like they needed to play more safe. They built a lead. They came back into the game. They have a solid team composition. They didn't really play to their strengths. They grouped up for, like you said, pretty much no reason here and took a very unnecessary risk. And the second you give Cassidy another triple kill at this point in the game, it's just...
And with that fight right there, I feel like that really is just a lack of shot calling in the sense of understanding what the objective is. When you're this far behind, you need to make it a priority that gold is your only goal. You do not need to be taking a fight. The turrets are your biggest priority. When you get that Baron, you want to make a power play. You want to make sure that you get as many turrets as possible so you pump your gold into your carries and that you're able to get better items.
Yeah, and Svenskeren, a lot of times, as you say, is still trying to make those plays when maybe they should have played it a lot more safe because they can withhold if they play it correctly. We saw it a couple of times, but in the end, what they built up in the early game for the Unicorns of Love seemed to have been enough, but we had some moments where it seemed to be turning and then again not.
Yeah, it was a very probably unnecessarily back and forth, but it's the nature of these two teams that really like to fight a lot, that really like to put a lot of faith in their players and take these kind of mechanical risks, is that you're innately going to lose a lot of members in the pursuit. It's not going to be that perfect, clean closeout that we know from a lot of other teams.
I feel like you put it in an interesting way. I just feel like in some of these late game fights, we did just see bad play from both teams for a while.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not always good play. Sometimes they took aggressive fights, right, so that they could come out with maybe a one-man advantage, a 4-for-5 trade, right, and would push for that. But yeah, some of these were just disastrous.
And this fight right here is just really highlighting how good Hylissang on Bard was. Even though you didn't see such impressive ultimates time after time, the ones that were hitting were just so critical. And it's so difficult for you to be playing Victor and Jhin when you don't have anybody to protect you against the Bard. And that makes me question the drafting from TSM in the sense of banning the Ashe as opposed to the Bard. We saw how effective it was into the Jhin because you can never get your curtain call off. Every time you use it, bam, Tempered Fate comes out and you never get that fourth shot off. And it just, it felt forced. It felt like they misplayed the matchup as opposed to just understanding that the Bard was doing a lot of work.
Yeah, absolutely, because when you look at the Ashe, the potential for engage there, it's very similar, right? But the Ashe arrow is so much easier to sidestep, so much easier to maneuver around for just about every champion in the game. The Bard ult, when you're close like that, you're pretty much guaranteed to get a flash or some kind of mobility cooldown, right? And guaranteeing that, especially once you already have a small early game lead, pretty much means that you can just chain gank any lane that you want. You get the flash the first time, you've got a cast and you've got an Olaf. With that already even just a small lead, snowballs so quickly out of control. And TSM, I misprioritize in draft for sure, and then fail to execute, I feel like, in the early game.
Now let's look at the series holistically and what it means and knowing for these two teams coming in what they wanted to achieve. First off, we got to give the praise to the Unicorns of Love. They've made it to the final. They will be facing off in a best-of-5 versus the Flash Wolves of Longzhou if we take a look at the updated bracket as well. And we got to give them praise where praise is due. They stuck together, they have the consistency, and they're working on their issues and getting better with something that they started last week. And here handily take out INTZ and Team Solo Mid. That's very commendable.
They played it really well. I really enjoy the fact that they actually lost game 1, and I felt like it was because of the picks that they really lost it, and they recognized it very quickly, turned it around for game 2, and then the game 3, they stick to what worked in game 2 and make sure that they can go with what they know worked against TSM specifically, which just shows a good sign for a team to have good scouting and good understanding of a best-of-3. That is what we saw from them against INTZ yesterday.
And a slight mix-up, too, with the Cassidy pick, which I think is a huge showing of confidence from them, not to just try to rinse and repeat exactly. The Olaf pick, super skeptical. They had faith in move. The Cassidy pick, skeptical as well. It's a lot of pressure on to Exile to be successful, especially after he got, completely destroyed in game 1. But the aggressive decision-making like that did pay off for them in the end because both the Olaf and the Cassidy were very, very effective in the early to mid game.
So then finally about the Unicorns of Love, when we opened up the show yesterday, there were a couple of analysts saying that they were tournaments to take the entire thing. How hopeful are you now seeing the combined efforts of them versus INTZ and TSM and what they've shown here, knowing that they're going up against a Flash Wolf or Longzhou in an entire best-of-5?
Well, we haven't seen the Flash Wolf, so it's quite difficult to say, but honestly, they look really good, the Unicorns. I really enjoyed the play out of them. It looked cohesive. They looked like a unit, and even though they do make mistakes, I think that the whole idea of perfect League of Legends is something that is a thing of the past that will no longer be relevant because these games are scrappy, because you want to see action and mistakes are made. And if you win at the end of the day and you win in a good amount of time with a good strategy, then you're a solid team.
Yeah, I think you should play to your team's strength, not play to the theoretical perfect game. Of course, to your original point, I don't know enough about the Flash Wolves, as Crum said. I will say that I think that they can take down Longju. If Longju do come out on top in that next best of 3, I think that Unicorn should be favored in that matchup. I don't think there's going to be too many lane discrepancies, and short of some pretty disastrous pick bans or some major mistakes in the early game, I feel like Unicorns of Love are the stronger team.
That's to be decided. And then, of course, we do have to also make a statement about TSM, or I do want to know how you guys are looking at it, and how do you think the team should look at it? Because disappointed, obviously, that they got knocked out and not being able to show anything, but they have those circumstances that this was not a lot of practice with Wild Turtle, a wholly different system. Or are you seeing symptoms of something more that they need to work on?
I think that it's difficult to say if there is something underlying the issues with TSM, but I will say that I was a little underwhelmed by the individual performances at times, particularly top and bottom. I really felt like could have done a whole lot better than dying in lane, right? That's something that you don't see a whole lot. If you die solo 2v2, 1v1, and maybe it's nerves, maybe it's a lack of practice. It most likely is that lack of practice. So I think that if they see it as such and they understand that the reason why they lost is because they did not keep up with the practice, then moving forward, they should be fine.
Yeah, I think that TSM are okay, right? I think that this was a rough performance from them overall. Really was not impressed with Svenskeren when he didn't have a lead. Of course, still a monster on that Olaf when he found one, but when they were in even game situations, when he didn't build a lead off of an early gank, he did not feel very impactful, even on a pick like Lee Sin, which is pretty much set up to dominate an early game. So overall, definitely a few weaknesses. Wild Turtle didn't feel like he quite clicked with the team, was not a fan of the way that he played Jhin, but that could be a little bit of Biofrost as well. You know, not the same level of communication present in that bot lane, and on an immobile pick like a Jhin, you really need the team to know what you are going to do, how you are going to play, and that's just not going to happen when you have a relatively young roster, at least in the sense of Wild Turtle.
But also ideal for them in the sense of trying people out. This is then, of course, a good test, and they'll be able to learn from that. And it's almost turning into a bit of a curse when they play in the Bay Area for IEM. They don't seem to make it.
It is what it is.
It's reverse Bay Life karma or something. I don't know.
I'm just sad that it didn't take a jungle Twisted Fate this time around. Like that would have.
That it just took regular League of Legends play to beat TSM.
Kind of regular League of Legends. Really bloody League of Legends, which is still sad as
regular pick-wise.
Yeah, very true.
Well, in any case, TSM is knocked out here, and the Unicorns of Love will advance to the finals, but we're going to see who's going to duke it out. Longju versus the Flash Wolves is our next semifinal. Before we go to a break, also a shout-out to one of our sponsors, Best Buy Expert Service, Unbeatable Price. We'll be right back.
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and Core i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the total prize purse of Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Feel like a pro.
Come on, one more?
One more.
One more. Okay.
Start the show! Yes! Totino's Pizza Rolls. Also, Totino's Stuffed Nachos.
That's a whole lot of sugar. Fun fact, there are about 16 packs of sugar in one 20-ounce canned drink. And then there's us.
G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports.
expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy.
Come on, one more?
One more.
One more. Okay.
Start the show! Yes! Totino's pizza rolls, also Totino's stuffed nachos.
You don't stop. Wiggle pop. Let me see the wiggle walk. Wiggle pop. Tick tock tock, make the wiggle walk. Wiggle walk, baby work, baby twerk, baby walk, baby walk, baby work, baby twerk. You wiggle walk, baby work, baby twerk, baby walk, baby walk, baby work, baby twerk, baby walk, baby walk.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Nerf Rival. The new dual-shot Atlas fires 2 simultaneous high-impact rounds. The new Rival Atlas. Nerf Rival. Experience the intensity.
Get up, we're going out. Dude, I made Totino's pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls!
Pizza rolls!
Pizza
rolls!
Eat us!
Okay.
Totino's pizza rolls, also Totino's stuffed nachos.
People think I'm trash, but they're wrong. Today I'm just an aluminum can, but one day I could be a stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our next matchup. And first, your LMS Spring and Summer Split champions, Flash Wolves. And now let's welcome back the all-star cast coming in from Korea, Longju Gaming.
There they are, both teams, Longju and the Flash Wolves, taking each other on for a spot in the final and going up against the Unicorns of Love for the title here at the Intel Extreme Masters Oakland. A lot of very interesting storylines, and the Flash Wolves is the very first time we see them. They didn't have to play yesterday, and there's a lot to talk about. And I want to start by showing the roster that they are playing with immediately, because they have decided to bring 2 subs here. Yet, however, MMD will be starting in the top lane for this game. Karsa will be in the jungle, and there's Maple. Double Red is on AD carry, where we are used to seeing NL in that position, and Sword Art the staple in that bottom lane. The first question for you guys is, what do you make of the fact that after the lineup that has been consistent for so long, and after the World's performance the last time we've seen them, what do you make of them bringing those substitutes here?
Well, it makes a lot of sense to start game 1 with only 1 of the rookies as opposed to 2. We saw EDG at Worlds try the same thing, bring 2 rookies in and decide to play only 1, because you don't want that nerve, that stage jitter to affect these players. So you want to have more of a commanding position in the team so that the rookies feel more comfortable.
Again, it's minimizing variables. And speaking of variables, you know, Flash Wolves, even though they're kind of exchanging with their subs, MMD hasn't had the greatest reputation or the greatest performance, especially internationally. They do have the core of that roster still there. Sword Art, Maple, and Karsa, very strong members, very strong veterans.
Yeah, always a very strong trinity there within that team, but the World's performance of them, and I feel like the LMS's performance overall and the Flash Wolves got a little lost because of all the upsets and the crazy thing, and the implosion of G2 and everything that went going on. But that is not good. They are usually doing better on the international stage, so this will also be looking for a statement from the Flash Wolves in this tournament.
Well, the issue with the Flash Wolves at Worlds was just that they were not able to close games. They were leading in gold so many times, but just when it came down to really taking the next, they just fell apart completely. And I think that because in Worlds they made progress each game to actually become better at it, I do think that in the off time they must have improved to actually get to a point where they can close out games.
And that's really been the story of IEM Oakland in general. It's resetting expectations. You know, unfortunately TSM, they had to go home today, but they came into the tournament, you know, trying to redeem the performance that they had at Worlds. And Flash Wolves, they're in a very similar boat. You know, it was the first time that the LMS teams didn't make it out of groups. So coming into this tournament as a #1 seed, as a world representative, even though, again, they're kind of doing that roster shuffle, it's still expected that they will be an elite competitor coming in.
Definitely. And what do you make of the fact that they bring Double Red in now? Of course, they also experimented with Kramer last year around, who was a Korean AD carry that stepped in for NL. But NL is a big communicator on the team, has always been. So how will that influence them coming into this game?
So Double Red was a sub primarily on the team. He does have experience with them. Kind of a role swap situation coming, though. He was a jungler, now moving into the AD carry position. Outside of that, I mean, obviously there's confidence there, but not too much confidence, because even though they have the 2 subs, they're choosing to minimize the variables to just try to isolate one of those factors. And he's got a great partner next to him in Sword Art. So again, while they are exchanging the AD carry, you have a very strong voice, very strong shot caller standing right next to you.
And Sword Art's just been known to be the guy that saves AD carries.
Yes.
He's been having to save NL time and time again. So if Double Red finds himself in a situation where he's uncomfortable or is just getting caught out too many times, he's going to be put in check, and that I guess, weakness will be mitigated by him.
And it really helps out Sword Art's champion pool. You know, it is very expansive, but he was known for, you know, playing like the big Janna plays when Janna was really strong in the meta. Right now, Tahm Kench is kind of making a peek at this tournament, so it works out perfectly for an AD carry that may be a little bit jittery on a big stage if they choose to go that route that teams have done earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, before we move over to Longzhu, TLDR of the playstyle of the Flash Wolves that we saw at Worlds, and what do you want to see changed about that? We mentioned it already. The fact that they had those long games and not able to close it out, that has to be the #1 priority for them.
Well, I don't think they need to change it. It's mid and jungle. Mid, jungle, and then hopefully splashing into support. And that's been the combination that's worked time and time again. I mean, SKT is the only indication we need for that.
It comes down to decision making in the late game. So your macro movements, your ability to close, to have that confidence, to be aggressive, to make those big change or game-changing plays. Wow, the echo on this mic.
It's difficult.
It's intense. So you look to people like Karsa, like Maple, a little bit of the power, excuse me, like Sorter, a little bit of the power was tuned away from Maple just because the meta's favoring more of those control mages. You know, he doesn't get to have the... You can try to do the Orianna, get the big shockwave, but you don't have necessarily the big hard CC as you would on some other form of champion. So looking towards Karsa, looking to Sword Art to kind of pick up the late game decision making for Flash Wolves.
And as for us, let's take a look at their competitors for them as well. Longzhu Gaming that we saw yesterday, they 2-0 the Chiefs to make it here to the semifinals in Oakland, and they have decided to start Expression and Chaser once again, like yesterday, Frozen and then Fury and Pure to round out that roster. Not making any changes there after a competitive and close game in Game 1. They found their form more in Game 2.
I'm a little worried about Longzhu, particularly Frozen, because he did get swept under the rug by Swiffer yesterday, and I think that today against Maple, he's going to be up against a bit of a tougher competition. Even though Swiffer had a great game, Maple is quite outstanding as a mid laner, and I think that he might be able to have an even bigger influence on mid lane than yesterday.
That is a very kind way to say what happened to Frozen in that mid lane. It was pretty bad, and he is facing one of the best mid laners on a world stage in Maple.
Mid lane jungle tandem even.
Exactly. The big question for me is, again, decision making. We've already kind of underlined how Flash Wolves have pretty poor decision making in the late stage of the game. Well, so do Longzhu. So the question is, who's going to get it together first?
We'll see what happens. We are moments away from the draft as well. We have something to look at from Longzhu's games. Yesterday, nothing too crazy there, but a very impressive performance from Expression. Chaser also the key to that. What are you looking towards here for their first pick?
Well, the team is only reliable on making plays by Chaser. Everybody else is lackluster in the sense of initiating their own plays, and they rely so much on the jungle pick that if Chaser gets to be shut down or is an uncomfortable matchup, things might go sour.
100% agree with that, but I'm actually really big on Expression. When he does happen to wander into the right play in the right area, he is fundamental to their plays going right. Very high mechanical ceiling, and he can certainly punish MMD.
Yeah, first time we see the Flash Wolves, and they do have blue side and first pick here in the side to ban out Jace, Ashe, and Lee Sin, and then Syndra and Ryze very standard coming out of Longzhu, waiting for ban number 3.
Completely understandable. You want to ban the Jace on blue side if you don't feel comfortable giving that carry pick to your top laner. MD most likely going to be playing a tank role, so it makes no sense to wait for Longzhu to ban it as they'll expect it in the Soul. We've seen what Maple does with Aurelion.
That's true.
I like the fact that they didn't ban the Nidalee, so you still have 2 high priority junglers available to you. We know that Chaser has both of them in the wheelhouse, and that's Olaf and it's Nidalee, and now it comes to the decision for Karsa. Which one are we going to prioritize?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of emphasis on Olaf so far in the tournament, and of course Lee Sin and Nidalee if it was open, and here it is. It is being first picked away for the Flash Wolves. It also leaves some power picks open that we haven't seen that much of. Karma is open for a change here as well for the teams.
Well, thank goodness the Nidalee comes through. It was a little monotone seeing so much Olaf, a pick that really doesn't have a whole lot of skill to it as opposed to the Nid.
And this was the big question that we have for 6.21, you know, with the nerfs coming into Nidalee, hitting her Cougar cooldowns across the board as well as toning down that Primal Surge. Would that solidify Olaf as kind of the top tier jungler? And so far at IEM, yes.
It's definitely shown, won a lot of matches. Poppy and the Karma as coming out for the side of Longzhu, and Poppy pretty standard there. What are the Flash Wolves going to reply with?
So the Wolves will most likely take something around bottom lane, or maybe the top lane. What's really expected here is Longzhu to save their mid lane for last pick so that you have a Karma as a possible flex pick, and you know exactly what the Flash Wolves will be running before you put Frozen to a matchup that is most likely going to be in favor of Maple.
I actually really love this second rotation from Longzhu. The fact that they've already seen the Nidalee, so they know that the Olaf isn't coming, and they prioritize grabbing the Poppy in tandem with it. I love that they're not giving away any of their disengage options.
And those 2 picks are fantastic against Nidalee. Not only can you stop her jumping in in with a steadfast presence on Poppy, but Karma can speed you away from her so that you don't get that gap closer, and the shields are really helpful, and we see that pick of the Varus coming through, and that's most likely a mid laner, but we have seen people try Varus in the bottom lane. That is most certainly a possibility.
And L famously as well, so we will see what happens and where they decide to take that, possibly in the middle. And the Gnar is also a pick that we haven't seen. Of course, the Jace is banned out, the Poppy is picked, so it is an option.
Well, NL will be very proud, as he most likely has been teaching Double Reds how to run the Varus in the bottom lane, but they have run into success in the past, so they are most likely quite experienced, and it's just throwing a curveball towards Longzhu in the sense that you need to make your picks understanding that this is a blind or a flex.
What do you think of the Elise?
I actually really like the fact that Chaser is prioritizing more of a dive style champion. Not that, you know, an Olaf, he comes in with Ragnarok, but it can't dive you effectively, but obviously your ability to juggle the tower aggro with Elise's Repel, the fact that that works in tandem with Poppy really well for her dive potential, I just think it makes the threat of a dive, even against the likes of a Gnar, very possible, as long as they're aware of that Mega Gnar.
And it's a super strong skirmish composition from Longzhu already. You can catch people out with most of your picks, and there's so much damage that it's relatively simple to go on single targets. Unfortunately, when it comes down to an actual team fight, if the Flash wolves are to lock in that victor, the AoE is going to be just absolutely grandiose.
I love the fact that you used the word pick, because again, both these teams really struggle in late game decision making, and you know what makes that really easy? Set up vision, stand in a bush, someone walks into a cocoon, you get a 4v5, you immediately turn into a Baron.
Yeah, we saw yesterday that Longzhu, even though the objective decision making sometimes faltered, when they got in those skirmishes, those team fights were where they were really doing exceptionally well, and we'll see what the Flash Wolves decide to round out the composition with here. Orianna, so it will be a Varus in the bottom lane, supported by a Zyra.
That is just a ridiculously strong lane in Varus Zyra. The amount of poke and CC that you can offer and set up for a gank, especially at level 6, the power spike from just massive AoE CC will be something that Longzhu has to absolutely respect.
The really cool thing about Varus and Zyra is that they're not only a shoving lane, but like once they have you underneath the tower, because if you think about someone like Sivir, who's also identified as a shoving lane, she just pushes you in, but once you're under the tower, she really can't poke at you. Varus can 100% punish you.
Yeah.
That's nasty, actually, thinking about being under the tower.
Disgusting.
Then you have plants, you have arrows, and you have the fields that you can't walk in with the healing reduction. It's really just a lot of pressure towards the bottom side, as you're mentioning. You expect Nidalee to start a route and just end towards bottom to make sure that they can just constantly have that lane pushed in and punish Longzhu, and we might see them go for that first break into the bottom lane.
And I hate using the word poke composition just because it's so overused right now. I'm going to call this a sieging composition, because again, anytime they're in a lane, anytime they're moving forward, Flash Wolves have the advantage, which means that Longzhu have to be so diligent about setting up flanking vision. Now, they do have a lot of CC in their favor. Like, if they ever want to contest the Flash Wolves, they can step back, they can open up that curtain call and just try to run them down, simply because they don't have a ton of disengage. Their primary disengage is actually just the Zyra ultimate for zoning.
We'll see what happens. We got the team composition on our plate for game 1, so let's check in with our amazing casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Welcome back, guys, for our second semifinal. We have Flash Wolves versus Longzhu. So, I mean, Papa's with you and I are both casting in Korea, but Daniel and I, we go back to the LMS finals, summer and regional. So I don't really know which side I want to lean to here. It's basically a win-win for me, I think. I have to say that.
The split allegiance is one thing, but I'm split on who will take this game, just because Flash Wolves, again, the prep for Worlds, they looked really good. The early game, they looked good, but then they lacked the decision-making. You can say the same thing about Longzhu. The talent on both sides, there are great players on both sides. So really, coming forward with no extra information about these two squads into this series, the only thing you can really take is that Longzhu improved appreciably from game 1 to game 2. And game 2, Longzhu, to me, can stand up to the Flash Wolves, but can they keep that up for a full best of 3?
The potential is definitely there. Personally, I'm really excited to see how this jungle matchup unfolds. Chaser, of course, has so many ups and downs, very frequently just powerhouse jungler. It's a similar story for Karsa. This guy in Nidalee should be an absolute terror, but we're going to have to see how hard some of those Nidalee nerfs hit him, and if he's going to be playing up to form, how he's going to interact with, for instance, Double Red, now present in the bot lane, or MMD, who has been a question mark on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised that we saw MMD coming back in. Really thought it was going to be Rins, that rookie. But they decided to go with the top laner that they've had since their summer finals last year.
I think I really do start to understand. I mean, EDG were talking about not running 2 rookies, or at least 2 rookies on the world stage over at Worlds this year. And I can understand, put in 1 rookie, evaluate his performance in as a single player and then go from there when it comes to adding a potential second rookie to a team.
Sure. That does make sense. Double Red, though, already going to be off to a bad start. Looks like he might have to save the summoners. No, he's not going to be able to. Flashes the wall. Isn't enough to kill him. Has that shield coming through. And that's going to be a really rough start for the Flash Wolves. Double Red already both summoners down.
And absolutely not how you want to start that lane. Vars can be such a powerhouse if he gets the early shove on, has the line wave clear, has the ability to get the fast level 2 against Karma, who is also incredibly frustrating to play against in the early lane. But Longzhu now set up to take complete control, and Fury, you know, a much more experienced AD carry, should be able to punish Double Red pretty easily.
Just felt like Flash Wolves wasn't watching INTZ yesterday when they were caught out in the same level 1. We've seen so many big arms race to get vision around the second brush, around bot lane. Double Red, of course, he's the one player most likely to be a little bit unfamiliar with these level 1 setups, but he pays a heavy price. Both summoners down, and we're not in a meta where you can lane swap and those early summoners are irrelevant because you're just going for the predictable turret take. 2v2 with no summoners on your AD carry, you are super exploitable.
And Maple had to take the command Protect as his first spell, so...
That's actually pretty standard. Allows the auto attack trades in lane, so that's not the cost, but double summoners on AD carry, enough said.
Just saying, you might want to be able to move your ball around a little bit, but can't do that until he hits that level 2. But he'll get that one quickly. Maple, definitely not the worry for the Flash Wolves moving into this one. We can see the Gromp taken by Fury and Pure, and they'll just move right back down here. So Double Red, we'll see how he holds on from here on out.
This is actually really interesting. Usually when you take the Gromp and the enemy isn't able to take a camp, the enemy might be able to zone or attempt to have the first track in lane, but because there's no summoners on Double Red, they instantly, despite having a health lead, have to move back because they just aren't able to take an extended trade against Flash and Heal on Fury.
Yeah.
Definitely something that they have to respect, but one of the few nice things about this is that Zyra does still provide enough zone pressure that, I mean, they are comfortably able to push up while the enemy team is doing Gromp, and you can't just get all in immediately. Of course, Sword and Double Red do get level 2 first in the end, however, so that's going to be very nice for them moving forward, but Pure finally catching up as well means that this lane phase is probably going to be relatively even, but the big concern here is when Chaser makes his presence known, it's going to be very easy to take Double Red out of the equation.
They've gone red into the Raptors, and now just walking over, trying to go for a very early gank. We should see that soon. Slight pause here, but...
Yeah, so. It's all right. We'll get right back into the game just momentarily. As soon as we get this squared away, looks like we have something up on Sword Art's side for the Flash Wolves. So we'll get that taken care of, get right back in. Just 2 minutes in. Nothing of consequence really happening outside of Double Red losing his summoners, but even those about halfway back up on that Flash. So doesn't have too much longer that he has to hold out until he can start playing a bit more aggressively in that lane.
I'm going to talk about some of the other different trends that have come through. The first 2 games we saw from Expression, the Echo we remember obviously very clearly in the first game they played yesterday. Second game was on the Jace, so lane boys, or these champions that can split push very well. Now he's on the Poppy, and Poppy does have some split push options, but it's going to be a lot more about the teleport engages. Expression was actually pretty amazing at being able to make teleport engages out of the flanking teleports on champions like Echo and Jace that aren't known for their flank plays. Really interesting to see him on just a different flavor of top laner, even though it's a staple pick in Poppy in the meta right now.
And of course, it really makes me happy looking at the way that Longzhu have run their pick and ban, because you have 2 options to help keep the Jhin safe. You have the Karma speed up, something that we failed to see across the Unicorns of Love TSM set. So Jhin, a much more effective pick under these circumstances. I like having this tanky front line. I like having the freedom of mobility coming in for Karma, and the composition feels strong overall. And additionally, as you mentioned, Expression, kind of a hit-miss player for me, but I really like when he plays characters that can flank, can make these kind of bigger plays, or pull back and just play a tankier role.
He's been reticent to pick team fighters, though. Again, he's so used, I mean, back in the day, Season 2, Season 3, was known as that Jax player, split pushing to win, has been very good at doing that in recent times, and had a great performance yesterday, but it's all about carrying it forward. And Flash Wolves, there's so many unknowns about this lineup. Sure, they are running 4 of the players that represented them at Worlds, but it was underwhelming for the LMS, and especially Flash Wolves at Worlds. You know, not getting out of groups, picking up that solitary kind of momentum-building win against SKT, but no more than that, really, for the Flash Wolves to show.
And of course, when we look at the other SKT game, it's a very, very different story, right? Completely brutal. And while I'm excited to see how the team has grown, Double Red remains a big question mark. MMD, I kind of have a pretty solid opinion on him already. He has not impressed me in the past, and that's my bigger concern. Double Red, of course, could be anything. MMD, I feel like very likely to be underwhelming, and Expression, while I said he's a question mark, has been performing well in this tournament so far, and I think that that trend will continue as we move forward.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see where things go. Just getting that, we had an audio issue getting taken care of, and we'll be back into the game momentarily, get that all squared away. But yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing how Double Red progresses through this game. Looks like the players are ready to go. Countdown's up, and we will be resuming here. We'll go ahead, jump back onto Summoner's Rift, and we'll just take stock of everything at the moment. So everybody, just pretty much across the board, is going to be even on CS. Still pretty early in. MMD inching out slightly on over top of that Poppy, as you would expect with the Gnar.
The Nidalee priority has been, much lower at this tournament than even in the Kesper Cup, but obviously on the Worlds patch, there was that latest round of nerfs that made her a little bit weaker, but Karsa, good denial pick to take it away from Chaser, and just keeping tabs on Karsa, whose potential has been unlocked in the past, but we're waiting for him to see one of those vintage Karsa carry performances from the jungle, maybe on this Nidalee.
Oh.
And it's very telling that both junglers have set up their pathing to allow them to end up on the bottom side of the map, clearly ready for any potential counter ganks, or maybe just looking for a full clear that sets them up to return to the top side. But as we enter to another brief pause, I'm really wondering where the pressure is going to show up for these guys, because with Elise especially, she has so much early game power and ganks due to the CC she provides, where yes, Nidalee has insane damage, but it's going to be difficult to set up a gank on a mini Gnar lane, for example, or an Orianna lane, where she doesn't really have exceptional ways to disrupt Victor or Poppy.
And even though we're getting a second pause before 3.5 minutes, there is actually one interesting pathing decision that was made. After getting double summoners down bot, Chaser went red buff into Raptors, into killing the Scuttle Crab at level 2. So it wasn't level 3, didn't have access to all 3 abilities to look for a gank. The theory there is because double summoners are down, you can expect Flash Wolves to path around bot because they know that Elise plus no summoners on the enemy AD carry equals a very likely kill. Therefore, go for the defensive vision, spot out the Nidalee if the Nidalee's going to come for a potential counter gank or gank around bot. And it's using the information Longzhu got, despite having an advantage, making the enemy jungler predictable is really good for them. So it's just interesting to see adaptations in pathing. You almost never see a jungler not go for 3 camps and then reassess, but that was what was done by Chaser here, just to cement the summoner spot advantage they have in bot lane.
And I like it because it's an alternative to forcing that gank, right? Because when you look at the potential damage output from a Varus, a Zyra, and a Nidalee, risking a 3v3 engage even with summoners down is, I mean, it's very high risk, low reward in the early game, right? You're very likely to trade kills back and forth. If it's a 1-for-2 or a 1-for-1, it doesn't really matter. You're spending so much of your pressure in your early game, and you're letting the rest of the lanes run free and just continue forward, which I'm not really a big fan of. So I like this. I think he set himself up potentially to go to the top side of the map, and from what we've seen, Expression can be very strong overall if you can get him a lead and can balance out what should be a Gnar favored matchup. So, Papa.
Yeah, we're just sitting here waiting for a bit more information, but the other interesting thing here in the draft is the Varus that was picked very early here. A potential mid laner. We've seen much more of it in the mid lane, but the reason why we see it is that Ashe was banned and that he didn't go for an early draft in the Jhin. So taking Varus as an early rotation, it's an AD carry with line wave. He can lane very safely against the Jhin, can just kind of passively go even in lane, and that was basically what Flash was looking there. They weren't looking to dominate lane, they just expected the Jhin pick from Fury and went thusly.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, since we have this pause, we're going to go ahead and actually take a look at a little bit of a replay package that we have of Longzhu from yesterday. So we'll get a little bit of a refresher course on their performance. So let's go ahead and take a dive into that one. So you can see, of course, against the Chiefs, Spook's just getting caught out by Frozen on that Victor, as always.
It was a really long topsy-turvy series here. Game 1, of course, was the one that a lot of people will remember. Chiefs had a lot of chances to come up. Longzhu were good at collapsing. Their target selection in fights, Chaser trying so hard to get those insect kicks onto Orianna. Finally found one very late in the game, but honestly, it was impressive that an OPL team was very close to beating a Korean team, even if it was the OPL champion versus an 8th place Korean team in Longzhu.
And, I mean, super shaky at certain points, but I really liked a lot of the ways that they executed in these team fights. Definitely saw some solid performances across the board. And for the Chiefs, of course, it was a really sad story, but they made some solid moves of their own. My big concern is looking at Fury. You know, a lot of mispositioning in some of these fights, and he's not always the center of the attention of the team, but I really like it when he does pick up more of a carry role. He's a very strong player in the mechanical sense, and I like it when they build team comps around him. Of course, not quite as likely in the current meta, given how popular the Jhin and the Ashe are, much more supportive picks, but it's interesting to see how they perform around him moving forward.
And I was mostly, as a LCK caster, focused on what Chaser did to change this team that had struggled so much in the late game. I felt that their late game shot calling was better. Of course, sliding scales, their late game has been pretty atrocious for the longest time, but Chaser is known to be a shot calling voice, and his voice added much more than it took away in this particular series. It's sad not to see Crash, who goes from being one of the best mechanical players and massive playmakers into kind of struggling in the late game. But Chaser so far, pass marks for me back on Longzhu.
Yeah, still just a little interesting to see that Chaser can come back in and have relative success. I mean, clearly his shot calling voice was definitely needed while they were in the Kespa Cup. Didn't work out so much for them in that regard, but so far so good for them. That game one, a bit rough, but by game two they really did nail it down. As we can see in here, Swiper just not really able to make it happen.
Yeah, this was definitely, Swiper. Been behind
He's
on
no
Cannon.
Vizichachi.
Coming against double Magic Resist, double more Malmortius, Locker. This was definitely too little, too late for Swiper. His teleport use let him down quite a bit in that series, but a competitive series nonetheless for the Chiefs overall.
Yeah, especially from Swiffer, who had a pretty strong performance, especially on the Orianna as he gets annihilated right there. But there were times where, no offense to the Chiefs, it did kind of seem like it was going to be a 1v5. That he was playing. He really did try to put the team on his back.
Big Swips has his moments, Spooks has his moments too, but Swiffer definitely the star player on that lineup, of course. They've been eliminated, Longzhu have moved forward, and I like that we were talking briefly about Chaser's ability to shot call, because the question mark for both these teams has been their ability to close in the late game. They're both notoriously good at building early game leads. Flash Wolves, of course, transition that very well into the mid game, but there always feels to be this breaking point when it comes to breaking inhibitors. If an enemy team has wave clear, they always seem to just fall apart on making any more aggressive decisions.
I mean, it's a crazy narrative because previous to Worlds, there wasn't a question that Flash Wolves were able to close out. They'd never lost a game when they were above, I believe, a gold lead after 20 minutes. So they were very good at transition from mid-game to late game. Worlds was that anomaly. They very clearly, extensively struggled. They would win games for 35 minutes and then lose. I believe there was a stat after 2 games where Flash Wolves have been ahead for 85% of their game time and gone 0-2, which is an insane stat to think about. But this is just a series between teams with insane stats. I brought it up a couple of times yesterday, but Longzhu, 8th placed LCK team, had the second best goal difference at 15 minutes in the league, above SKT, above the Rocks Tigers, above Samsung. 3 teams that went through to the semifinals of Worlds. So both these teams clearly have strengths. It's just actually putting them all together and coordinating them into match victories that has eluded them at least recently.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Longzhu is able to find another match victory or if Flash Wolves will take this one. We're going to get that technical problem taken care of, so we're going to throw to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
And now, League of Legends on the Totino's bucking couch.
All right, let's go, Nikki.
All right, man, all right. It may appear like you've been winning so far, man, but like, honestly, no, I'm sitting on the couch. There's 2 fights to fight right now, and one is the couch fight, and the other one's the game fight. Ugh.
Hey, come back here.
I keep on accidentally typing in the chat. What, you too scared to take my inhibitor? You couldn't, that's what, no!
Woo, woo, oh.
I'm the cover of the bush. Undercover, no!
Oh!
Oh, jeez. What?
I just stole your pizza rolls.
Why?
I didn't even see what
Curse you! Curse you!
everyone is enjoying IEM Oakland. I'm Mark Zimmerman, and every Tuesday at 3 p.m. Pacific, I host Late Night League on Yahoo Esports and Twitch. Check out some of the stuff we've been doing. We are saving the best for last, and that's why we got him first. Without further delay, I'd like to introduce today's special guest, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, Yunsip Lokodoko Choi, FA Shocks Deportre, David Lim, Eugene Po Belter Park, Brandon St. Vicious DeMarco, Darshan Upadaya, Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Speaking of fun, who better to ruin it all than Travis Gafford? Say hello, Travis.
Hello, Travis.
Getting a little more personal for a second, people always talk about you being like the most genuine caster in a sense. Is that something?
All the other ones are fake, completely scripted. I'm the only real one here. Travis can attest.
You like claim on Twitter you can do a great dolphin impression.
This is actually the only reason we have you on the show.
Yeah, can you do it? You are known for loving your alcohol.
Wait, I didn't name the dog.
Oh, you didn't? That
Yeah.
sounds like a name you would have given it.
Yeah, no, I didn't even name the dog. It's good.
I'm giving you some of our leftover Halloween candy. Oh my God, you ate it! You want to give a review on that?
Where's the trash can?
I'm gonna blindfold you, and we're gonna have you swing at a piñata.
Okay.
It's a Hecarim style
Okay,
piñata.
here we go.
Oh my God. Is it gonna come off the string, or is it just gonna?
I think.
Am I good? Is it dead yet?
You know what else is insightful, Travis? Next segment, where I talk about League of Legends gameplay. We call it hindsight.
So bad.
We just get to see a big old salt storm right here for NA. Just gonna take over.
Luckily, there's gonna be a nice little trail here that we'll get to later, but this is essentially the Doritos that she's coming in with. Because if you play Vayne, you're probably doing that.
You think that there'd be a little bit of a warning? Someone should be saying, hey, watch out. You know, get back up. Warning, you're going to be in trouble here. The TP's coming in, but they don't do any of that.
Just shut up, Mark!
It's not going away.
Shut up!
You have fun?
Yeah, that was great. Actually.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you have fun.
I'm
It's all
trying to
scripted.
make sure that your opening show is not complete garbage.
Yeah, well,
You're
no,
doing a terrible job of that.
Shots fired.
The biggest rivalries in college. The toughest competitions on campus. Playing out in a new arena. All chosen by you. All in one place. Yule All Rivalries on Yahoo Esports. Game on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IEM Oakland. Still getting our tech delays taken care of, but we're going to come back in here and just get ready to get back into the game. So, Papa Smithy, what is your I know you're a caster. Casters don't do predictions, whatever. What is your prediction for this match?
I mean, it's a really
We'll
hard
break the
one.
rules.
It's a really hard one to get a read on, just because the teams share a lot of the same deficiencies, and then there are question marks specifically around Flash Wars. If this was the same Flash Wars, now this series was played pre-Worlds, it would be very easy to break Flash Wars, but everything we thought we knew about the Flash Wars, how much the carry trio, Maple, Karsa, and Sordak could do for this team, even against international opposition, it would have been very comfortable to say Flash was just run over a team like Longzhu. But Longzhu looked promising yesterday. Flash was had that massive sidestep during Worlds. So it's a very hard one to evaluate. And obviously we haven't seen enough of this first game to really get an impression. So I was kind of seeing which team established themselves, that took control in this game. And my basic prediction is the team that wins game one will win this series. Will it be in 2 games? Will it be in 3? That's hard to say. But I think it's all about showing something both on this stage in Oakland and to your teammates, because there's a lot up in the air about the two teams.
And I'm impressed you have that level of confidence in Longzhu. When we saw them play against Jin last time, it was a disaster moving to the late game. These guys had a massive lead, 10K, and they threw a game away on the back of some incredibly poor decisions. You know, some maybe overly patient Baron baits where they sat around and waited in a bush and tried to bait a Baron for 5 minutes. I like Longzhu, and I believe that their decision is making is better, especially from the marked improvement we saw in Game 2 yesterday. But my big concern is that if they do get a lead, that Flash Wolves are going to be a good enough team to just turn it around when Longzhu go for something too greedy.
Yeah, but I turn it around, Sif, and I remember casting Flash Wolves games specifically in the first week of groups. You know, obviously didn't get out of groups, but casting those games where they'd be massively ahead at 20 minutes and then spend 30 minutes trying to bait Baron, not really know how to put down deep vision, not really know how to close the game in any other way, and then just kind of get ground out and give the enemy team a chance to go from 2 items to 6 one-team fight, and it's over because of death timers. So I just don't really have a lot of credit to give over to either team. That's why they kind of have to earn higher expectations through a strong performance in a game against tougher opposition than the Chiefs was able to put up yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Meteos learned how to play a champion the span of an entire game. So, you know, Flash Wolves definitely need to be able to close out early. We've seen how, oh, he's just napping. Just taking a little snooze in the chair, waiting for the games to get back in. But yeah, Longzhu, we've seen how strong they are early on. So Flash Wolves, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword here for them because they have to get ahead of Longzhu early and then close it out and not give that lead back over. So it's going to be a little bit of a tough one for them, especially with a rookie.
Yeah, and the rookie is the one that's already kind of put himself in a bad position. He's already laning without summoners, so it's going to be very hard to evaluate standard laning ability of Double Red in a game where he didn't have summoners from level 1. You can't draw too much potentially from this game, but I'm really excited to see more of this player making a role transition. So a bit of his history was on the Flash Husky, which is the B team of the Flash, was playing on a lower level of the LMS as a jungler, known as an aggressive jungler, now coming in as AD carry. And aggression and AD carries doesn't always work out as a marriage of temperament, but known as a Lucian player. That was basically the scouting report I got, is that when he did play AD carry in solo queue, favored the Lucian. Here he's on Varus, a new age pick, so clearly has been practicing some of the new meta picks. We are seeing more and more players flex the Varus to AD carry. I have to say, though, the playstyle here is pretty predictable. You get your tier, you build as much AD as possible, you wave clear. It's going to be about safety and positioning from Double Red.
No, don't want to be on camera? That's respectable.
Yeah, that's all right. But look at that. We got our game up and running, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go ahead and get right back in. 4 minutes about to be on the clock. Double Red Flash nearly coming up.
Okay, so the thing that I'm really interested about moving forward is going to be the Varus pick, although I may have to be more interested.
Oh, Sword Art. It's going to take a hefty chunk of damage there.
All right, focusing back in on Varus, one of the big things about it is Jhin has such a smooth build path in this patch. Such a nice, easy path to build through. Varus is not quite the case. He can go for a Youmu's, he can follow a similar path, but he's very, very mana reliant. And so if you go for the tier, similar to Ezreal, you're innately setting yourself up to fall behind. While Varus does have insanely high base damages to balance that out to a certain degree, Jhin just feels like a better pick moving into the mid game. And with Double Red already set up not to take control of this lane with that early summoner spell usage, it just feels like this pick it is set up to be underwhelming. Now, of course, it's not a pick we see a lot of. There's a lot of creative potential here, something that Longzhu may not be ready for, but I do not like the Varus pick into the Jhin. Jhin just feels like the superior version.
But wait, what do you take against Jhin is kind of the question. They probably would have had to first pick Jhin, so they didn't really have the flexibility. See Elise here, Chaser.
Yeah, Mabel in a bad spot. Gonna actually be running forward, trying to juke out the potential Cocoon coming out. It looks like he's gonna flash the wall. Chaser is going to pursue, but Karsa's here to back him up. So a little over-aggressive by Chaser, and suddenly not going to have that flash. So it's good on Karsa to be there to support his mid laner.
Yeah, the synergy between Chaser and Frozen certainly wasn't on point there. The follow flash from Chaser, no interest from Frozen to either Ghost or look for anything. Ghost has that lower cooldown. If there was any aggressive mindset from Frozen, we would have seen the fight initiated with a Victor Ghost, but didn't go for it and ends up just kind of being a waste of a summoner there from Chaser.
Oh boy, now Expansion. He's in a bad spot. Karsa coming up here. They get the stun. Gets a stun into the wall. Expansion just trying to kite around, but I think he's going to go down for this first blood. Running down the river, but Frozen is not there to support him, and there it is. Karsa on the Nidalee, netting the first blood for the Flash Wolves.
Excellent start for the Flash Wolves. They already have had the winning top lane matchup, and now it's going to be even easier with that assist and with the control in the lane. Karsa additionally getting a lead on this Nidalee. Yes, there were nerfs to the champion. It does not matter, though. If she gets ahead, she is still as much of a terror as she has been in the past. So excellent starting plays coming in here, and Chaser getting over aggressive, but it's Karsa who's the patient one, and with a successful gank on the top side.
And when there's so much similarity in terms of playstyle between the two teams, the jungler that gets ahead early can certainly snowball matchups, and Chaser, having lost the flash, makes it a lot difficult for him to match in other lanes. So big early win for the Flash Wolves, but certainly not going to call this one early. This is one that really you have to wait for a couple of inhibitors to go down to really be able to anoint or even pencil in a potential winner.
Even then, who knows?
But looking at the early game decision making, I'm a little disappointed from Longzhu, and especially from Chaser. We can talk about how they weren't on the same page, Chaser and Frozen, but at the end of the day, it was Chaser who overextended with the flash. Already getting both of Orianna's summoners means a flash cocoon would have been a free kill in the mid lane if he had just been patient and found an opportunity for a return gank. Maybe not 100% guaranteed, but very easy to execute option. Instead, he gets aggressive and he goes for something that is, once again, high risk, low reward overall.
Yeah. See Fury trying to land that deadly flourish, not really going to happen. But bottom lane, pretty much just going to be a farm fest as Double Red tries to catch back up. Fury has extended a nice little lead on this Jhin so far. Opted in to go for the Boots of Swiftness very early as opposed to something like the Serrated Dirk, which is very common. So just wants to have that mobility.
So you get the freedom to build items like Swiftness Boots first when you're against a Varus. Varus will always go for tier first, needs to stack it up. Mana pool allows Varus to get those high base damages to wave clear, so he's not actually losing anything. And having Boots of Swiftness to be able to outrun specifically Zyra and her suite of initiation, potentially with the Grasping Roots and even the Strangle Thorns, is very important in this laning phase. And coming back to something you mentioned, Sifa, specifically about the Varus into the Jhin, the one thing you can say is that Varus is so safe, can wave clear off the screen, that it's more about safety, because with Ashe off the board, there aren't really many viable picks to take into Jhin, and we have to wonder how big the champion pool is for Double Red, given that he is very recently moving over to AD carry. So comfort and safety are what you crave for the Varus.
Oh boy, that's going to be ultimate thrown out there. Gets a lot of damage in on the Pure, almost takes him out, but now the curtain call from Fury. This is the first two, finds a third and a fourth, but Double Red's still quite healthy, and Chaser isn't going to be able to get much done, so it looks like they will be able to back off, and they get the heal out of the AD carry of Longzhu.
He actually healed very early. That's why it looked like there was no damage whatsoever coming out from the last Fury shot. So once again, a summoner down. Has flashed now, though, so... Yeah.
And of course, good to stay at higher health. Do not want to get at that execution percentage, or any lower you get, the more damage you're going to take. Heals up, ensures that he's not going to take anything greater, allows him to stay in lane and continue to apply pressure, but it's Karsa now who we have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, he's got the red buff, so he can slow him up. He's going to throw in that one auto attack. Knows that Chaser is still probably somewhere nearby, so they're going to start peeling back. Just get a little bit of damage in onto the turret, but overall, Flash Wolf's not going to gain much ground.
It just so happened that Victor was walking over for the blue buff transfer, so it was going to be first to a rotation. Smart of them to back away. No future kills coming out for the Flash Wolves, but laning phase will continue, and Karsa continues his invading.
Yep, standing on a ward though, so they'll see both Karsa and Maple, and of course the Wolf Spirit there to back him up. We'll be having that pretty soon in competitive play anymore.
And Longzhu, of course, just do not have the resources to stop this push from happening. They're not going to be able to clear it out entirely at this stage without another wave to back them up, but they do not have any more members of their team to help defend. And the Zyra wave clear, while pretty reasonable with the plants, is just not enough to stop a ton of damage going onto this turret. It looks like Flash Wolves might just straight up go for first brick here, despite the fact that it's a little bit of a risky move.
They're going to have it. There's no one really nearby. Chaser's up in the river. They're going to throw down the Stranglethorns. Not going to be able to get the knockup, but it doesn't matter. Karsa still walks away with a second kill, taking down Pure.
And Chaser just not providing any pressure on the bot side after that earlier botch gank. Goes to the top side of the map, had actually recalled subsequently, and there was just no one there to relieve pressure for the bot lane. They're going to even lose further minion waves. They can't enter lane here, Longzhu. Fury's already backed, so Longzhu, macro-wise, really passing advantage after advantage over to Flash Wolf.
And between first brick and 2 kills, this is a brutal deficit to be at in the early game. This is going to extend to about 2 or almost 3K very early on, only 10 minutes in. On top of that, Double Red's ult comes up again, so if they want to return to bot lane, or if Double Red wants to go top, they have excellent setup to take another tower. Poppy is not going to be safe up there, so Flash Wolves absolutely in control of this game, and Chaser just making moves here, building aggressively, but not getting anything out of it.
And we gloss over the fact that Double Red got solo first break, 650 gold. The bounty from that went back, bought a Serrated Dirk, isn't even rushing towards finishing his tier into the Mana Moons are going to be a big trading advantage here to match what Fury was putting together. So that big hump, you know, the 700 plus gold you spend on tier is now answered by the first brick, and he's actually able to match combat stats with Fury.
Yeah, I mean, all said and done, getting that assist in plus that first brick, he's going to be up about 400 gold. So he's going to be in a pretty comfortable spot despite being in that CS disadvantage still. So good turnaround from Flash Wolves, getting those 2 kills on the board. Now they're up 2,000 gold just 11 minutes into this game.
Interesting here too, because with the pressure on the bottom side, Flash Wolves had the opportunity to rotate their bot lane to the top side, force a turret, and accelerate the pace of the game, but they resend their bottom lane down. They look to contest here, and it looks like they are very content extending this laning phase, maybe looking to keep control of the Mountain Drake, but overall, maybe a less aggressive decision from this team, and one that could potentially be very beneficial, because Gnar having no problem against the Poppy, and the laning phase extending, very good for the Orianna, who really wants to hit some of those late game item breakpoints.
But it does feel like Orianna is kind of on a different page to the rest of the team. Consider that the rest of the lineup is much more suited to the siege, to the poke war. Orianna can provide some utility in terms of speed up and shields for safety to go for that poke, but Flash Wolves' objectives is to take down the outer ring of turrets as early as possible and start prepping vision for Drakes, for the Barons. So Flash Wolves want to keep their foot in the accelerator. And
oh
MMD,
boy, straight into the transformation. The stun not going to hit from the wall, but MMD does get a lot of damage down onto Expression, and he burns the flash. So that's still going to be a nice pickup for him. Chaser arriving yet again just a little bit too late to try to turn that fight around.
And I really like that. Karsa, of course, there to back him up. Poppy spots Karsa out, knows that he cannot turn to fight the Gnar, that he cannot turn to make that a more even trade, and just has to take the brunt of all of that damage. Will most likely have to burn the TP here onto the top side of the map, or he can save it and give up so much life on the tower. But either way, Flash Wolves, clear advantage there on that top play.
A pathing advantage for Karsa. He's been first to every lane. Chaser's been second. Hasn't been able to get anything done, and Nidalee does, of course, have this speed, the ability to pounce between camps, always has an innate advantage there, but it's been pathing and also the champion pick that has allowed Karsa to open up a big lead over his opposite number, and what was one of the featured matchups in this game.
Absolutely, and of course the big question mark was, why are we not seeing the Olaf priority? Why are we seeing the Nidalee priority? Of course, Karsa, an insane Nidalee player, a similar story for Chaser, but given the current state of the meta, given the past games that we've seen, we expected Olaf to be higher priority, but we're seeing now why Nidalee can be such a strong powerhouse, because once again, she gets a lead similar to Olaf, can just start to take over a game.
To me, the Elise is taken here because if you ever get a lead in the early game in any of these lanes, they're set up CC to allow potential kills, you know. Both Poppy, Jhin, and even in the mid lane with the Victor, it feels like the 2v2 skirmish can be powerful. Speaking of 2v2, it's going to be a bit more than that here.
Yeah, that's going to be the curtain call coming out to get a lot of shots in on the double red, trying to slow him up. Fourth shot connects, as does the Cocoon, and that is one dead Varus. Expression charging in to get the killing blow, and Longzhu finally put one on the board.
And right as you mentioned it, Papa Smee, the chain CC comes in perfect onto double red to make sure they get that kill. Not even an opportunity to flash there before. It would have just been death anyway.
And this is the same thing that Expression was doing yesterday. Consider MMD teleport to the top lane as Chaser and Karsa.
Yeah, he's going to go in, takes a lot of damage. The root coming through. Mantra Q as well to chunk out the Nidalee. They're going to have to back off.
And this is something I never thought I would say, but Expression has been the best teleport user at this tournament, known for playing in his own lane, known for being a split pusher. He has come to this tournament and frequently he has seen an enemy top laner teleport back to top lane just to, you know, buy items and continue laning, and Expression is sacked lane, gone somewhere else on the map, and made things happen. And it's great to see his map rotational play actually start to take his play to the next level.
And while that was a solid pickup, it does continue to extend the lead that MMD has built for himself on the top side, 132 to 107. The Frozen Mallet coming in as well, so it only gets harder for Expression to be comfortable in this laning phase. But if he can keep making these teleport plays, there's pretty big opportunity for Longzhu to come back. If they can force a team fight, if they can chain that CC and start a fight with a man advantage, it could be very good for them, especially as Victor starts to complete his Hex Core upgrades and we start to look towards what I assume will be a Rylai's next.
You can see MMD going to be building up that Gnar bar, has the ultimate up yet again, and Karsa is waiting in the wings. Hopping forward. Nice interruption, though. Charging up the Poppycopter. Will he be able to hit him? Nope. He's going to go wide. Now they go straight hit underneath the turret. Star stun into the wall. Expression pushes him back out away from the tower, actually doing him a favor before he dies. And that's just going to be the third kill picked up for the Flash Wolves.
All of us waiting with bated breath, expecting at least one of those skill shots to miss, for Poppy to walk away to safety, but everything connects for the Flash Wolves. Make sure that they're going to grab not only the kill, but the topside tower. 4K gold lead at 15 minutes, and as excited as we want to be about this, this is what we said at the start of the game. Can they close? Can they continue to extend this gold lead? Will it be clean, or are we going to see Flash Wolves get a nice gold lead, look nice and pretty in the mid-game, and then just fall apart when it comes to making those critical decisions?
Yeah, and I mean, if Papa, if your prediction is correct, then Flash Wolves might just be walking away with this series. Whether or not it's in 2 games or 3, I don't know, but the Flash Wolves are looking quite strong, and honestly, Double Red got killed in the bottom. As long as you had to commit a lot to pick up that kill, doesn't seem like he's going to be much of a liability for the squad so far.
The composition is coming together for Flash Wolves. Next part of the puzzle is to take that mid-outer turret, have all 3 down, and then really start to monopolize some of these objectives like the Drakes. No one has visited the Drake yet at 16 minutes. But now Longzhu able to keep control of the game, but the pace will really change if they can find a way to brute force Victor's turret.
And that one's going to be a bit tough.
Yeah, definitely not. One of the perks, of course, of picking Victor is that even if the early game does go poorly, as long as your Victor is not in a massive deficit, he's always going to be that wave clear bot, that secondary option, just to stall the game as they move forward. But when we look at the late game, I feel like Jin is going to outscale the Varus. Gnar, of course, a very big threat to tanks as we move further in the game, but Victor, Jin, such a strong core.
And the side of Flash Wars much more suited to that siege than the 5v5 team fight.
Oh boy, I have this one coming through again. MMD gets the transformation, hits him with a wallop, pushes him back, and might just find the solo kill. MMD has to be careful though, he's fighting in the minion wave, but here comes Maple, zipping his way up from mid. Flash away by Expression, tries to get the sun, actually is able to get it. Nicely done by Expression to turn that one around, but Maple gets the killing blow.
But this will be a big win. Look in the bot side. Finally, the wave has crashed at bot, and they're going to get a turret for this here, Longzhu. So because they had to commit 2 members and only go 1 for 1, big win for Longzhu across the map.
Exactly where they wanted to be, starting to make moves to come back. And of course, with the bot lane tower going down, the gold lead's going to continue to shrink. And this gold lead, while very sizable for this stage of the game, if they can keep on this pace, it's not going to be a big deal. And Double Red maybe biting off a little more than he can chew.
Yeah, throwing out the ultimate, not going to connect on the Frozen. Takes a good burst of damage from that Chaos Storm, but overall, he's going to be all right. Retreats back to the mid lane.
And while I like what Flash Wolves is doing, consider that they're doing this in a risky fashion. They're not really pushing up at a lot of walls. They do have a nice pink ward down. I do tell a lie. They have actually done some pretty good job of making this push safe. But Longzhu are just staying at the bottom. It will be a bit of an overstay though if they try to go for this turret.
Yeah, Chaser taking a couple turret shots. MMD going to get that speed up from the Hyper. Cocoon not going to land, but it doesn't matter. They're just going to let Chaser walk out with his life, but they got his flash.
And it's really big that they don't take down this inner turret because it's not realistic to actually path back to such a advanced part of Flash Wolves' bot lane in the next 3 or 4 minutes. That's a lot of standing gold they could have picked up. That is going to be very hard for them to actually take for at least the next 10 minutes of the game.
And I really like that play coming out in the end. I wish Longzhu had been able to get that bottom tier tower because getting the bottom tier, setting up that pressure on the bottom side makes it much easier to control vision around the Baron pit. Of course, it's only 18 minutes, but as we approach the 20-minute mark, especially if one of these teams wants to get a Mountain Drake, and especially with the Zyra present on one team, you do have to respect the potential for early Baron takes. And without that tier falling, it just feels like Longzhu, it looks so good for them to start, but once again, the trade works against them.
Well, looks like we have another pause coming out. We'll see what the issue is. Try to get back into this game. So far, 4-2 on the board, just 19 minutes in. Haven't had a lot of kills, but we've had a lot of skirmishes coming out, especially around that top lane. MMD definitely feeling comfortable on this Gnar.
We're building towards a crescendo, no sooner in the game, but regardless, building towards a crescendo that we just haven't seen. This has been basically what you'd expect given the comps. Flash Wolves have been having the slight advantage in taking turrets. They want to keep the pressure high. They want to keep pushing forward, trying to get the siege going, but they haven't really been able to group as 5. And while they're taking these easy objectives, the Flash Wolves at Worlds, they just struggle to take the difficult objectives, the inhibitor turrets, the inhibitors, actually find a way to take Barons and close games. And we just haven't got a window into that, so I'm still very reticent to give a full opinion about the Flash Wolves until we see a Nexus explode on the other side.
So interesting too, as we move forward in the game, I was skeptical when they didn't accelerate the pace in the early stages, but now that they've done it, now the question, as you mentioned, is can Flash Wolves make dirty calls? Can they take risky plays? Because they can make clean calls. They can take free objectives. They can manipulate those resources in that sense, but can they take the fights where they're going to lose a couple members but come out on top in the end? And as we get closer to Baron, that's going to be the huge central focus for both these teams because you know, whatever you can say about Chaser, he still has amazing potential to steal. One of the few perks of not picking the Olaf, of course, is that, you know, you're not, your natural enemy isn't a wall. You can get over that pit, you can steal the Baron, you can contest, and if Flash Wolves hesitate, it's going to set up Longzhu for easy ways to come back into this game. But at this stage, I think it's very clearly in Flash Wolves' control. I'm excited to see that Karsa is still performing well because he had some rough games on the world stage, and his good pathing in this early game and confidence in his decision-making was pretty key in building this lead.
Yeah, I mean, having this 4,000 lead already, you know, pre-20 minutes for the Flash Wolves is pretty strong. Going up against an opponent like Longzhu, because they're so good at the early game. So outclassing them in that regard is a really good sign for the Flash Wolves. But again, the biggest thing is that they have to be able to close out. If they cannot do that, then eventually they'll just bleed themselves dry, and Longzhu will get, you know, one opportunity to come back in. And if they take it, then they might just be walking, you know, their way into the final.
I like the phrase you used, Sifa, the dirty calls. It's not about 50-50 Barons. It's just at Worlds, Flash Wolves weren't making 50-50 Barons, but at some point it looked 60-40, it looked 70-30, and they were still not willing to commit to going for something without perfect vision, without perfect setups. And I think the best teams in the world, they make the educated calls. They take that prisoner dilemma and they go for the high risk, the medium risk, high reward plays that can really change the course of a series. We've seen so many 20-minute SKT Barons back in the day, big power plays in the 20 to 25-minute phase, and 20 to 30 minutes is where the Flash Wolves really lost their luster at Worlds. So that's why we're starting to creep towards that 20-minute phase. So far, so good for the Flash Wolves, but you could say that for 4 or 5 out of their 6 games at Worlds, and they didn't put many victories after that first 20 minutes.
And it's interesting too, because they are the team that, you know, that kind of brought this label upon themselves with the combination of aggression from the LPL, of the very macro-oriented mindset of the region of Korea, right? But where's the LPL aggression, right? Where is that name that they've applied for themselves? Because they're playing so safe, and it's not even, at a certain point, it's not even tactical. It's illogical to play that safe. You have a lead, you win a fight, just pull the trigger. Just go for a fight, make an aggressive decision. I mean, the only way it goes south is if your members fail to execute, and you really need to have faith in your ability to play as a team. And, you know, if we don't see that in game 1, I don't think we're going to see it throughout the series at all.
Yeah, well, so far, looks like MMD and Karsa at least have been willing to be aggressive up in that top side of the map, giving Expression some hell. Already has 3 deaths, 3 out of the 4 that Longzhu has suffered. Looks like we're just going to be doing a slight test. Looks like we might be ready to get back into the game. And here we go. So 19 minutes on the clock. Flash Wolves currently in the lead, about 4,000 gold.
And of course,
Maple and Sword are just hovering in the mid lane.
100% kill participation for Expression as well, 75% death participation. So definitely a polarizing player, making things happen. Maybe not always in favor of Longzhu, sadly, but as we move out of the laning phase, if Chaser can get a pick here.
Oh yeah, Karsa gets rooted out by the Cocoon and the Deadly Flourish, and he gets taken out. Fury finding a kill. Shockwave does connect. A little bit missed time to get Chaser though, but it doesn't matter. Pure, he still is quite squishy on that Karma. He's gonna get taken down. Maple finds a kill. Nice flash over into the Dragon Pit, but it's kind of just delaying his own death. Flash forward by Fury, really wants to get the killing blow, but Frozen's gonna take it anyway. Maple pretty much dead to rights at that point. And Longzhu say, oh look, a Mountain Drake.
And solid playmaking from Longzhu, aggressive there. They get the man advantage, they continue to take the fight. Maple already does an insane amount of damage, but it's simply not enough. Takes the risky flash, the fight turns against him. The Mountain Drake drops, but meanwhile, Gnar is on the top side. Double Red is in the mid lane, and while they did get the Dragon, they may lose more in exchange.
Yeah, I mean, their tier 2 is gone.
It actually got a little bit of damage onto the inhibitor tower, which will regen, but MMD didn't find a path into the fight. Expression didn't have to use his teleport, wasn't involved either. But it's a slight win from Longzhu. You can see what this comp can do when it's operating under good conditions. The long-range engage of the Cocoon into the Deadly Flourish was enough to pick up a couple kills there for Longzhu, and that is also the turret, inner turret down bot, crashing down as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's really good CC chaining that you can put down there. You have the Cocoon, you have the Sun from the Poppy, the Gravity Field, as well as the Deadly Flourish, and then the Tether from the Karma. So there's a lot that Longzhu can use, and you saw it right there in practice, just picking off Karsa, and then Maple was pretty much a surefire pickup as well right after that.
Of course, as we move forward with the Black Cleaver finished on Gnar, it's going to get harder and harder for Poppy to sit comfortably in that lane. Not that she's not already cowering under that.
She's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah. But we can take a look at this one again, and the perfect chain CC that comes in here is excellent. And on top of that, Karsa, one of the few vulnerabilities of Nidalee is if you ever tank any of that CC, you're pretty much dead to rights. Now, The use of the ultimates here, I think a little over-aggressive. Yes, Maple does grab the kill, but the most he's setting up for there is a 1-for-1 trade. He's not setting up for a one-team fight and doesn't respect the potential, I think, for the rest of Longzhu to be waiting in the wings.
Well, I mean, it was a bit of a missed timing as well. He wanted to catch Chaser coming down from the rappel, maybe get a double kill in that regard, but he wasn't able to find it. Looks like we have just another pause as we go back in, trying to take care of this one. Looks like Longzhu just having some issues on their side of the stage. So we'll just be confirming with them what the problem is and taking care of it.
And I have the advantage of having the mini-map on my screen, but what I'm starting to see now around 21 minutes is the team with the Nidalee, the team with the Varus, the team that is set up to siege, has lost all semblance of vision on the red side jungle, on the side of Longzhu. And this was, again, the sort of situation that we saw back at Worlds. They very much struggled to dot their I's and cross the T's, set up vision so they're able to go for the siege that the comp is built around. And it might just be because we saw some fighting, but it's the sort of trend that I hope not to see from the Flash Wolves, because it is the sort of thing that slowed down the pace of their games back at Worlds.
And it's interesting what the vision that they do have set up indicates. They have a little bit of vision around the pit, a little bit of vision around the mid lane, setting up so that Varus can continue to pressure, so that Orianna can go to a side lane, so that Gnar can stay in a side lane. But they have vision on the top side, behind the Poppy, looking potentially for a flank onto the Poppy, looking potentially for a pick, but not really setting themselves up to take Baron, to take control of the top side jungle, which is where I think they need to be looking to apply the pressure. They have immense team fight power. If Longzhu ever try to contest, if they ever try to face check, while they don't have the insane chain CC that Longzhu do for picks, you can just use one of those ultimates to make a pick, get a 1-for-1 trade. If you take a jungler or a major carry off the map, it's such an easy transition to Baron. It's really, I would say it's very questionable from Flash Wolves. Of course, they did just reset the map. They have the potential to change where their vision is placed. Poppy can now push on the top side, can restore the pressure there and give them a free access to put down that vision. But if they don't do it, it seems like lackluster decision-making.
And some of their setups here are actually pretty intricate. One thing to consider is when they flex the Varus to bot, Varus, after those turrets go down, wants to be in mid lane wave clearing. It's effectively mid-Varus at that point when you have some AD and some mana. But when you draft Orianna, Orianna's also a champion that doesn't do well in side lanes. Even with Ghost Flash, it's not the Vladimir that was well in the meta back during Worlds time. It's not a Kassadin that can take teleport and affect other lanes. It feels like they're kind of stuck with both of these immobile wave clear champions. Only one of them can go to mid. The other one's not flourishing in a side lane. So they're it's much more important for them to group as 2, as 3, as 4, go on aggressive warding missions and play as a team, because otherwise they're just going to bleed gold, because one of Orianna and Varus is going to be caught without a safe lane to farm it.
Of course, I want to look forward and see exactly how Flash Wolves are going to play this out in terms of looking for team fights or continuing to split push. Because as you said, they don't have a solid split pusher. Of course, Longzhu doesn't really have anyone great to match them, but Longzhu is much better set up for team fights. They have the Victor, they have this instant AoE damage. Of course, Orianna has a similar presence, but Longzhu is better prepared for those situations, whereas Gnar with the split push build, the Black Cleaver, the Frozen Mallet, that's a lot of health, yes, but it's very easy for him to get deleted if he gets caught out, especially in that mini Gnar. And I'm just wondering, Flash Wolves, what is your plan? What is your strategy? Are you going to play around Baron? And luckily, we are going to be moving back into game here, and we'll get to find out. But it's going to be the next couple minutes going to be very crucial for Flash Wolves to close this one out.
Yeah, seems like Carson was having some connectivity issues, but we got him back into the game. And we will see what his next move is going to be. Already, just got caught out, suffered his first death. Doesn't want that to happen again. Really have a hard-fought battle over that ward brush. All in all, Flash Wolves will come out on top. It's not going to gain them a whole lot at this point. 22 minutes, very early for either of these teams to even think about going to Baron.
And to take away as a viewer is the longer the game goes, on balance, Orianna accepted, things look better and better for Longzhu. The late game seems to favor them in terms of composition. So all you can say is if we just keep trading farm, things are pretty happy for Longzhu.
Oh boy, Maple taking these curtain call shots. Last one isn't going to land. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Karsa finding a kill on a Frozen, who is clearing out the waves but pushed way too far forward. Doesn't have that tier 2 turret. Gets caught all on his lonesome by 3 members, and he goes down.
And if Flash Wolves don't commit to going towards this inhibitor turret, of course, it's a very difficult objective to rush down. Longzhu may get a free mid lane turret. As I say that, they all back away. No free objectives, just a single kill over to Flash Wolves.
Yeah, had to be worried about that collapse coming down from Flash Wolves.
Yeah, good use of the Defiance from Pierre to make sure the team could get out in that situation. Have to be careful here, have to respect it. But Flash Wolves, as a result, now should be able to take down this mid lane turret. There's not a lot of wave killer left, and with Karsa throwing spears and hitting spears over the side of that wall, it's going to be very difficult. But MMD going in.
Yeah, using the last second of his Mega Gnar to get that stun into the wall, but now might have bitten off more than he can shoot, trying to kite back and use that boomerang to slow up as much as he can. But Chaser and Expression are both hot on his heels. The flash for the Cocoon, not gonna land, but Expression is cutting him off on the other side. It's gonna take some fancy footwork from MMD if he's gonna make it out of Pure. We'll have to check back in with him. Looks like he's getting pinched down, but the turret does fall. Chaser and Expression both gonna come in. One hit there. It's gonna be the Cocoon to lock him up, and it was gonna be the solo kill in the end, going over to the Elise.
It's a heavy price to play. They actually lose the mid lane outer turret, which they've been so good at defending for the first 20 minutes of the game. Will this be enough for that aggressive vision to come in for Flash Wolves, for the Baron setups to start for Flash Wolves? Because finally, the outer ring of turrets has been pierced.
Now Longzhu now pushing down the mid lane despite Flash Wolves, you know, they have this 20-second window where Flash Wolves do not have 5 members. They can look to force something more aggressive, but Longzhu not getting aggressive here. I think this is Longzhu's opportunity to get some of that vision back. And Flash Wolves, yes, the towers are now broken down. They have actually great vision in the jungle, but is this when they're going to start baiting the Barons? The blue trinkets are out for the side of Longzhu. Then with both down, this is the perfect setup opportunity. They have Nidalee. They have the ability to rip this Baron, especially with the Blight stacks from Varus. But I don't know if they're going to take it here.
But I do like the Longzhu read the situation quite well. And the reason why I can say that, they went back and every single member bought a pink ward to help in the battle to actually get permanent vision around the Baron. When you have outer turrets around, your minions will go further up in the lane to provide vision.
Chaser walking right back into that spear, but now they can turn this one around yet again. Karsa is going to go down, doesn't get the kill onto the Elise, makes it into that repel at the last second. The Chaos Storm coming down onto Maple. The Gravity Well as well is on the ground, but it doesn't even matter. Expression is able to finish him off in time, and that is going to be 2 massive pickups for Longzhu, and they might finally take out this tier 1 turret.
And Karsa the only one to pull the trigger in the end, and now Longzhu should easily be able to push up the mid lane. They may go for 2 towers, they may go for more. They have the opportunity to try to set up for Baron, but Expression wants more.
Yeah, and MMD is exhausted, can't make it into that Mega Gnar. Now gets locked up. The Cocoon straight into the gravity field, popped up in the air by the Keeper's Virgin, and he is gonna go down. The 3rd kill for Longzhu in this extended fight, grabbed up by Expression, who has still just been the most consistent one on this team now, 4-3-1 on the Poppy.
Now, even though he took a couple of deaths early in the game, he's been able to match CS with a Gnar in a very difficult matchup. He picked up some trade kills, and the benefit of those trade kills is matching tank items with the Gnar. He's able to now shrug off the damage from the side of Flash Wolves and Expression. He's a wall that for now Flash Wolves haven't found a way through.
Yeah, he's 50% of the kills and 50% of the deaths at the moment. Well, a little bit over 50% after you count his assists, but for killing blows, he's got a pretty nice little stat there. But Flash Wolf still going to be in about a 3,000 gold lead. It is shrinking very slightly. Longzhu just need a couple more objectives. If they can transition these kills into more turrets, they will be in a lead.
And good positioning to start off that kill. All of Longzhu grouped together, ready to punish any over-aggressive moves as Chaser goes in to drop vision. But Karsa, what are you thinking? You do not have vision on that side of the jungle. They have taken that away from you. You've seen people place wards and kill your wards. You know that Longzhu are present there, and he's so desperate, so hungry for a pick that could guarantee Baron that he's getting stupid. He's making poor calls, and he needs to be more patient here, or Longzhu are going to be right back into this game.
Yep.
Just have to read that point in the game as Nidalee, where suddenly Cougar form is more of a cost than a benefit. Suddenly you are a squishy mage getting into melee range of a lot of damage on the other side, and that time clearly has come to pass.
Terrifying. Even worse with your 1 second increased cooldowns. Not the heaviest of heaviest hitting of nerfs, but it's got its relevance here and there. But we can see.
I would say the melee range is the bigger factor, but if you want to say the 1 second difference,
It's definitely the 1 second difference.
You.
No. But Frozen up top takes out that tier 1 turret. So Longzhu as well, shattering the tier 1 ranks of the towers. Flash Wolves trying to get some damage in onto this tier 2 in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, in mid, Curtain Call being used, looks like just to clear out some minions as Double Red and Sword Art were able to make it out of that range.
Victor splitting on the top side. This is, yes, going to probably end in the favor of Flash Wolves, but overall just not a very clean play. Trading objectives, this is essentially meaningless.
He's got 2 turrets for himself.
Given the texture of the game, Longzhu shouldn't be trading objectives. It's not like Victor has Lich Bane that isn't a build that Faker often opts into on the Victor, so Very, very strange to see, but I guess not a surprise. We have to remember, this is the 8th place Korean team against a team that has struggled to close out games, at least recently in the Flash Wolves. So some of the macro play, bit of a head scratcher.
Yep, well, that Keeper's Verdict not going to hit anybody, and Flash Wolves will net themselves the last Tier 2 turret standing for Longju. So they will still maintain that gold lead at about 3,000, but it's not getting any larger as time goes on. So they might just pick up their first dragon here with the Cloud Drake.
Longju can absolutely try to rush this Baron. There are 2 members on the bottom side. They're taking down Cloud Drake. The second that Cloud Drake drops, they have absolute authority to move into the jungle and to place deeper vision. They may not take the Baron, but they are guaranteed now control of the top side.
Well, those pink wards they picked up on that back about 2 minutes ago before they won a skirmish means they've had exclusive vision around the Baron. The moment that's established for more than a couple of seconds, you know Flash Wolves have to come, and within an item build like Chaser has, they have a lot of pick power on the side of Longju.
And they're going to have a base race. Yeah, with Longju just shoving down the top lane, already melting out the turret. Flash Wolves not as quick to the punch. They're going to lose the inhibitor. Flash Wolves, they have to commit. They have to at least get this. But no, actually, they're just going to continue Longju. They're just going for the Nexus. Shockwave comes out. Takes a bunch of damage onto Frozen. The turret barely lives. One more hit would have done it.
The difference here is
Longju want to commit to that.
They've traded evenly now, but there are members of Flash Wolves to stop the backs. Varus and the Nidalee have the power to keep this rolling. If someone can cancel that TP, they can keep the ball going.
Expression safe. He's in the jungle. Looks like he will be able to finish the channel, but Flash Wolves still come out on top because they're able to take out the Nexus turret, and they get the inhibitor down in the shorter lane.
Insane that Flash Wolves was able to trade up in that scenario. By the end, the attack speed steroid coming out of the Nidalee was very important. The Varus has plenty of flat damage. Longju did not persist, did not take that inhibitor turret when they saw the Orianna recall, and somehow they contrived to lose out on that trade.
Longju is split. Victor showed on the bottom side. Flash Wolves are going to start the Baron. They're going to make that aggressive call, that risky call. Chaser is up and alive, and this Baron could decide who wins the game.
This is going to be really risky by Flash Wolves. Baron not even at 50% HP yet. Expression is almost there. It's dropping lower and lower. The curtain call going to open up for Fury, and Flash Wolves, they have to peel back. Chaser coming over the wall. Throws out the Cocoon. Not going to be able to find a target. They get the ultimate from the Varus in onto Frozen, so that should stop the push by Longju. So Flash Wolves get a really risky play. They have to peel back.
Super Minion Wave pushing in the mid lane. Longju cannot afford to tally, and they are immediately going to start on the Baron. This is an aggressive call. Flash Wolves are not going to let it happen.
Yeah, Flash Wolves pushing back in, have most of their ultimates up. Expression has to flash away from the Shockwave, doesn't want to get caught off. He has to be there to be the front line for this squad. And now Flash Wolves, after chunking out Longju, they're going to go right back onto this Baron, but look at the minions pouring into the base. They're going to destroy that low Nexus tower and maybe even more.
Yeah, Longju are caught between 2 bad decisions. They do not want to back off from the Baron, but they need to wave clear in the mid lane.
Perfect snare from Fury. MMD tried to TP out. He snared him. He made sure he could not get in there and get that backdoor play. Longju are playing with fire. They are playing aggressively, but so far they have not lost out.
This is a win-win for them. If Flash Wolves goes back to defend the base, the Nexus tower now going down, then Longju gets the Baron. Otherwise, they just let the minions destroy it. Flash Wolves have to commit. The Chaos Storm coming down, Sword Art going low, has to flash away. Expression getting popped up, goes low. The Shockwave not yet available for Mabel. They have to try to get the Steel Card. Goes in, can he get it? No, he does not. Chaser is able to pick up the Baron, and that's going to be the Nidalee going down. Deadly Flourish not going to find a target for the root. Fury takes a hell of a lot of damage to the face. Just sitting in the back of the pit, has that Baron empowered recall. Looks like he might be able to make it out. And we're actually going to have a pause.
League of Legends.
Oh,
okay,
dear.
Okay. Taking stock of what you guys just witnessed, Maple and Double Red are out of mana. If Longju want to go forward and push for a fight, despite the fact that they all have insanely low health bars, they are slightly favored due to the raw power that their abilities are going to give them, because Varus is an auto-attack bot, Orianna is an auto-attack bot. It's greedy, it might even be stupid, but it's a potential risk. However, even if they back off, they've lost both of their Nexus towers. This is not a good situation for them to be in, despite the Baron they managed to take.
But on a simple level, you might not believe this, but Longju made the right decision in rushing Baron even in the face of the enemy. And it's not because they have a compositional 5v5 advantage. It's just that if they back away to go and wave clear, Flash Wolves takes Baron and they don't have a chance. The only way for them to force something is to face tank Baron, take 5, 6, 7,000 worth of Baron damage across their members to actually have the choice, to actually have the game in their own hands. Because if they back away in this scenario with the super minions crashing onto their Nexus, they lose Baron 100%. 90% of the time. Super risky. They get the pick. We still haven't seen the complete fallout of this situation, but it feels like they would have been bled out if they made any other decision than brute forcing the Baron.
And the second they committed to the initial attempt, they were set, as you said. They had to follow that course of action. They followed it well. To be fair, they took the risk. We'll have to see if it pays off as they move forward, what they can do with the buff now backing them up. But definitely not quite where Longzhu want to be. However, Flash Wolves have to play smart here. Baron's something they cannot discount, especially with a downed Nexus Tower and a downed inhibitor of their own. Very much high stakes. We're 31 minutes in, but a single team fight will probably decide this game, assuming that minion control is a decent factor for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Nexus is completely exposed is really bad for both teams, especially for Flash Wolves, who have so many minions already just pushing into the base, just about to be attacking the Nexus. So they have to hightail it back. So despite the fact that there's all these juicy targets on Longzhu, I think that they have to kind of just let him go.
And you just have to wonder the impact of these frequent pauses on the players in specifically this scenario, where suddenly a lot has happened in the last 5 minutes. We're going to return to the game eventually in the course of a fight after Baron was taken with multiple exposed Nexuses and other very low Nexus turrets. There's a lot going on right now. It's very high pressure, and this game should be decided in the next 5 minutes of play, the moment the game is restarted.
Getting closer. Looks like we may restart soon here. We'll keep you guys posted as we move forward. But in the meantime, I mean, we look at this game and it's very much balanced on the nice edge. It's very close. And you talked about the potential way that these pauses could affect a player, long pauses. It's something we saw in the EULCS once or twice. And it's never what you want to see, right? But
yeah.
I got a chance to talk to Reckless after those long pauses. He says it takes you out of the game. It cuts your focus. And even for a veteran like him, it was an issue. So we look at Double Red, a young player. Yes, he does have experience in the Challenger bracket. Yes, he is more experienced than a lot of rookies on a lot of younger teams. But definitely something that we have to be worried about. Like, is he going to be able to keep his composure moving forward? Because we know Fury on the opposite end, not going to man who's going to struggle with something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Karsa's already kind of like been wavering in this game even before the, after the first pause or so. So having this many might really start affecting him on this Nidalee play. You see right now he's the, the only one dead on the side of Flash Wolves. The rest of them have to go back. I don't think they can really go in and try to get the kills on the members of Longzhu. So they're just in a really bad spot. And I think that this might affect them very, this might be very detrimental to them.
I mean, just this situation, to me, veteran status is what really pulls out in a situation like this. You have to feel for Double Red after the frequent pauses in a late game, first game playing AD carry competitively. There's so many different things to consider, and then he's just a young player as well. The veterans have been around. They've been in scenarios similar to this. They're able to shake off things like those tech delays, like being on an international stage. You start piling up all the things that are going to be affecting the mindset, and that's why it's going to be really, really clutch play that's going to decide the rest of this game.
Absolutely. Of course, a lot of pressure now onto the side of Longzhu to find those picks. We look at the way that these characters scale into the late game. I'm going to take a chance to look at the junglers. Elise, of course, mostly a Cocoon bot at this point, right? Has a decent amount of burst damage, given that she's opted for the Protobell. May look to continue that trend by going for the Rylai's as well. Karsa doesn't have the luxury of CC, can pick off people in the back line, but plays like that are so difficult to execute against a team who is grouped up. And his value to the team, I mean, he can check all the brushes, he can guarantee decent vision control with the traps, but I think a lot of onus now onto Chaser on the side of Longzhu to ensure that his team can come out ahead, because if he lands a critical Cocoon in a tense moment, similar to like Elise and Insec, it can define games.
Yeah, at this point, Karsa basically takes as much damage as he dishes out, so he's got to really pick his battles intelligently, which is something that he's been struggling with in this game so far. See if he's able to do that once we get back in. For now, just still figuring out what the problem is, so we can resume this one and get game one out of the way.
You have to wonder what Unicorns of Love are making of watching this series. Of course, they are waiting to face the winner of this series in the final in a best-of-5 later on this evening. It's been a really hard one to read, I think, just as analysts, just for the crowd as well, because of the pauses, because of the fact that there was some tempo for Flash Wolves earlier in the game, then it kind of went away. Longzhu made some good decisions, then made some very wayward ones. It's so hard to read, or so hard to find takeaways for Game 2 of this series, let alone for the Unicorns of Love waiting in the grand final on what came out of this game, because apart from Double Red making, a rookie error very early in the game, it's been kind of up in the air.
All right, well, in the meantime, since we have this pause, we're going to go ahead and take a look at that Baron fight, that really extended one. and just try to make some sense out of this. So, Papa, you said that this was pretty much the right call from Longzhu.
And just because of that exposed inhibitor, it felt like they had to go for something. They couldn't back away from this particular scenario, so we're able to watch it. Longzhu commit. They're like, okay, we're in position now. We have ward control now, but if we back away, this game could quickly slip out of our fingers, and that's why they brute force Baron. They also have the benefit of, especially with 3 tank items, being able to tank the Baron without too much cost.
You can see as they move forward here too as well, they really look to set up some solid picks, but that right there, maybe you notice on the side of your screen, the use of the Aurea on ultimate on a single pick, very aggressive from Maple. On the one hand, I like that he's willing to use it so freely. He's not afraid to just set that up, but in the coming team fight, that not being there, not having access to that ultimate, changes the course of the fight.
And so much of this fight is about minion waves, the crucial interrupt by Fury to stop MMD from just taking down multiple turrets and potentially forcing the hand of Longzhu to have to go for a late recall was consequential. But this game is being played on where the minions are at on the map. At this point, Flash Wolves don't have a big minion wave pushing against them. They do have a big minion wave pushing in, though, and that's why Longzhu has to brute force the Baron.
And when we look back on this, it's really interesting how the cooldowns are used here. And you can see how quickly Longzhu moved for this. Chaser, if he is currently shot calling, clear, there's like, we're going, no questions asked. You can see a little hesitation there coming in from Fury and Pure. But at the end, it's a bold call, but I think it is the right one.
Yeah,
high risk, high reward kind of thing.
Yeah, and playing on that, at least, you know, in that situation, at least Chaser knows that he has that execute on the Q. He has the smite, so it's easier to secure the Baron. But looks like the clock is ticking down. We should be getting back into the game momentarily. And it looks like both squads so far just going to be recalling back to base. Longzhu, of course, with that Baron-empowered recall, it's going to help them get back to the Nexus and stop that from going down to the Super.
All right, now remember, ladies and gentlemen, I know the pauses have been long. I know it's been an arduous game as a spectator, but remember that this is the game that is decided by one fight. Baron buff is backing up Longzhu. Flash Wolves have 2 Nexus tower downs and an open road down mid with no inhibitor to block them. Everything comes down to a single fight, a single engage. One mistake from either of these teams could end the game.
Yep, but this is where Longzhu goes on the offensive. They're going to be shoving down this mid lane, looking to utilize this Baron buff that they've netted for themselves. You can see big wave stacked up, cannon minion ready to go. They're just going to go pushing straight onto this turret. There's really not much that Flash Wolves can do. MMD already turning into the Mega Gnar is going to be exhausted. Doesn't have the teleport as it got interrupted by Fury in that Baron fight. Has to recall and come join his squad so they can try to hold on to this inhibitor turret. They have a massive wave building up in the top lane that's going to be pushing against them. So this could be a really odd spot for Flash Wolves to be in.
But the Flash Wolves do have super minions in this lane they're pushing up, so it does match the Baron buff and the Banner of Command Smite coming there onto the Banner of Command tank minion. So it's going to be a slow push, but Longzhu, they've got the playmakers. They've got the likes of the Poppy. No members ejected though, so I don't think this is going to be an inhibitor turret for Longzhu.
Yeah, just throwing out that ultimate, doesn't find anything, so Longzhu going to go ahead and at least peel back momentarily. They have to wait for more minions to come in. They have that wave starting to pressure. MMD going to go meet that one. Again, transforming into the Mega Gnar. So he will be exhausted yet again. Longzhu, they have to pick their fights around, you know, small cooldowns like that. Small things like the Gnar being able to transform. They're going to open up with a curtain call here. Trying to get some shots in. Fourth one, who's it going to be? Looks like MMD. No, it's going to go wide. This is going to root off that deadly flourish. And Longzhu just not able to find an opening so they can get on top of that turret.
Often those scenarios, the ultimate being channeled by the Jhin is enough to be able to back away when you see the Poppy. But remember, Poppy had already used ult. There was not going to be any double tap Poppy knockup for them to respect. So with no future CC, they were able to stay strong, walk up, and not give away any free damage onto this outer mid lane turret here.
Yeah, it's also Sword Art utilizing that locket, making sure that they had that shield so that whoever did get hit up by those curtain call shots didn't take too much damage and they could hold on. So you can see Banner of Command yet again being used. They'll just take that one out, and Longzhu, Baron's going to be expiring soon, so
and of course,
going to have to peel back.
It's a difficult position to be in for Longzhu because they have such a limited window of opportunity here. Not only is it limited due to the Baron buff, not only due to the empowered cannon creep as well, but also Frozen's mana bar had to go back and get blue, was low on mana. The nature of his Victor build is that, yes, he hits like a truck, but he only gets to hit a few times. But now Longzhu, they are going to get a decent consolation prize here, if not another inhibitor.
I mean, Longzhu have had the minion waves pushed out for so long, just no way for Flash Wolves to rotate and contest that Infernal, and yeah, 34 minutes in. Extra 8% stats, very consequential. Frozen's got a lazy death cap on top of the perfect hex core and the Rylai's, so damage there going to be pretty insane from the Victor.
I'm just happy we got an Infernal Drake. I don't think I've seen one so far at IEM when I'm casting.
You get really upset about the Drakes, man. You are very attached to having like some high-powered Drake games.
I just want to see a little diversity in the Drakes that spawn for me, okay? It's been Cloud and Ocean all day and then mountains here and there. Infernal, I just wanted to pop up. Now I'm happy, all right? It's the small victories I can take away, Steve.
All right, man, we'll give it to you. Moving forward, of course, Papa Smithy, as you mentioned, though, the scary point for Victor, too, is if we step further and further into the game, is that Lich Bane as well, because that is a massive burst of damage. If he could not solo kill anyone at this point, he will certainly be able to, with the Lich Bane, further essentially bonus scaling when you take into account the empowered auto on top of all the other raw damage that Victor brings to the table. So an excellent situation for Longzhu to be in terms of raw power. However, Flash Wolves, once again, they take a fight, they can take it down mid. It's not going to be too hard, especially with MMD having TP up and available.
All right, well, both of these inhibitors have respawned. MMD, he's going for the back door. He's going to try to take this one out. All of Longzhu is now in that top lane.
They need to hold clearly right here.
Yep, Flash Wolves. We'll see if MMD can get it. Expression running his way out. He has the TP. Chaser goes low, but now he's on to Maple. He's going to jump away, get through that gate as best as he can. The curtain call, firing a few more shots in. Karsa takes a little bit of damage, only 426 though. Not going to do a whole lot. Cocoon lands on the Karsa. He goes low. Gravity Guild not going to catch him up, and that's going to be the inhib going down. But MMD, he's finished it. He's going to be going on to the Nexus. He only gets a couple shots in. Expression now running in, has that GA. He's going to try to slow him up, maybe for the rest of Longzhu to catch him, but
Expression needs to back off here. The second this becomes Mininar, he can easily get away or chase him down and get a lot of damage. Longzhu are backing off, but Sword Art and the rest of Flash Wolves are in the driver's seat. However, there's nothing for them to take on the backside of that fight.
And MMD pulled that off without having to teleport himself. That was purely just walking across the map, not much defensive vision down, because of course Longzhu hadn't needed it. They had it pushed up to the base of the Flash Wolves. So MMD, if he's able to repeat, if he's able to TP to a ward around bot, I mean, backdooring a Nexus, that doesn't sound like a thing that could happen, but it's been a crazy game already, Sifa.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I thought he had TP'd for sure. I can't believe...
He walked his way there. He was clearing out the waves to the bottom side, transformed into Meganor, so he, rejoining his team in top lane wouldn't have netted them that much, so he said, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and, take out at least that in him, maybe get some damage on the Nexus.
And, have now the TP advantage. Nara can continue to split push and look to contest a fight. Maple has the blue buff as well, so it's a prime time if they want to make any aggressive moves, as Victor's is now down. Cannot afford to take an extended fight at this stage, although his upfront damage, of course, still insane. And with the Sheen, has a slightly larger mana pool available to him.
Always funny to see the pink wards just sitting inside the base so they can make sure they got rid of all of those potential TP wards from MMD.
Yeah, not to know for sure, but we know that there are no really deep wards here for Flash Wolves, and specifically for MMD to teleport on.
Ping's coming out. Looks like Flash Wolves' first step. They're going to want to clear out these waves. They've assigned Nard to the bottom side. They want to keep Longzhu away from the Baron Pit so they can get the vision, so they can secure that area.
Man, the value of smiting a wolf at this point in the game, you can see MMD sniffing out at every opportunity. Is this the way I can go? Is this the way I can go? He can clear out some of those pinks. It will help in the future. Especially looking to match him at every opportunity, and it's GA versus GA, so don't expect too much excitement in this 1v1.
No, his only job is to make sure that he can cancel the Gnar TP if necessary. Longzhu now moving up. Flash Wolves descending on the Baron.
Has respawned. Looks like Flash Wolves got some decent vision control around the pit. Longzhu still have a few wards here and there, so they'll know whether or not Flash Wolves are doing the Baron.
Expression doesn't have the luxury of visiting bot lane very often. Consider he still doesn't have teleport for about 2.5 minutes. So many wards around Baron. Another decisive Baron call may decide the game, and until Expression can be able to match the teleport, Flash Wolves should have considerable map advantages in terms of rotation.
And they should, but the biggest issue for me is they only have 2 of the 5 potential pink wards on the map right now. And we praised Longzhu earlier for every single member picking up these pink wards, for placing them down, for securing pink vision. I expected more from Flash Wolves in the vision department. They could have so much more control of the Baron area, of the jungle of Longzhu, but kind of letting it get away from them. And it's a little thing, of course, to talk about just a simple pink ward, but at this stage of the game, it can mean everything if it means knowing where your opponents are going to be.
Apple's set up around Baron. The rest of Longzhu, they haven't been spotted by what was a scrying ward. Looking for a cheeky engage. They are spotted now. They're going to continue to push forward. Maybe looking to backdoor this bot lane inhibitor.
Yeah, they have this wave down bot. The rest of Flash Wolves now coming in. Not going to be able to really get the fast track onto the turret, so they won't get much damage down. You can see Fury already in the back starting to retreat.
Every time, this man is determined.
And he's going to go for it. So Flash Wolves, they just have to keep busy. They're actually able to find Frozen. They need to stop him. Expression doesn't have his TP for about another 30 seconds, and MMD is going for it. Fury has channeled the recall. This is the GA to Gnar. He might be. He's going to be able to 1v1 this. He's got him. He's going back into the fountain. Gets the shield, manages to make it back in. Is going to pop the curtain call, and MMD going into the Mega Form is not going to be able to finish the Nexus. He has to peel back.
It's so critical that Fury didn't go down because he could channel the ult in as he was Chase is down.
Yeah, he is gone. Sword Art able to snipe him out with the entangling vines there. And now with the super creeps pushing in, MMD's here, still has the Guardian Angel up. It's 3 members
This should be
of
the brute force for Flash Wolves, though.
Yeah, the Nexus is exposed. Flash Wolves just have to go for it. They have double red. Expression goes in, doesn't get the stun onto Mabel, but he goes down. The rest of the team is going for the Nexus, and they're going to have it. 40 minutes, a plethora of pauses, but Flash Wolves take down Longju in game 1.
The chaos across the map that was caused by MMD is what won them the game. It was a bold choice not to run their rookie, to stick with MMD, who certainly had an up and down year. But he's caused so much chaos with his 3 attempts to backdoor that Frozen was caught. Suddenly the Victor was dead. We're at the point in the game where that's for a very long time. They sent just Fury to contest a full tank GA double damage item Gnar. It certainly wasn't enough. Bought him a bit of time, but not enough. Chaser caught as well, and what a surreal game is decided in the end, and Flash Wolves will go up 1-0.
It was a bit of a confusing one right there for sure. There's a lot of craziness. I mean, the backdoor Gnar, it was kind of all over the place, but hey, that was just game 1. We have potentially 2 more games of that insanity.
I pity anyone that has to write a recap of this game. It's definitely like one of those nights where you're like, I think there was a backdoor at some point. I don't really remember what else happened.
You just, a bunch of team fights back to back, and then just simultaneous clips of MMD running through the jungle to, what was that game? That was a ridiculous way to close out.
I don't know.
Flash Wolves, this has not proven anything about their ability to close at all. This was absurd.
It was. So rather than us sit here, give our guests and conjecture, we're going to throw it over to our Xfinity analyst desk and see if they can make sense of this amalgamation of a game. So Shocks, take it away.
Thank you so much, and welcome back to the Xfinity Analyst Desk, where you're going to try and make sense of that. And I want to start by a quote from Frasco, and as we were looking at this game, rather, if you have to do a base raise, you're probably bad team.
That was a green rim card. Yeah, anytime you're getting into a base race, especially when you have a lead like that, because you have to think, anytime you have a lead, there should never be an opportunity for the other team to make an equal trade with you. You should always be setting up the map, forcing them to either contest you or outmaneuvering them with your superior control. So getting into a base race, it's just like Flash Wolves. What happened there?
I don't want to throw you too much under the bus. You did say you've just played that game incorrectly. So let's look at how we ended up at this point, because the big question mark for us was Flash Wolves, trouble closing games out at Worlds. They can't seem to get it going, and it happened again. A good lead in the beginning, and they couldn't find that acceleration.
Well, I've lost a complete faith in it. The fact that it devolved to the base race, as you're saying, just really speaks to their inability to really understand where to pressure in the map, because even once they got that inhibitor where you could say, oh, we have a pressure point, all they did was just kept trying to backdoor instead of looking for actual legitimate ways of winning.
But I'm so glad that we have this highlight on your screen. So this was kind of the big first thing, because yes, they had trouble closing out the game, but Flash Wolves looked so good for the early part of the game. And we're gonna kind of go on a ride, because I have to really compliment Carcer right here.
Take it away.
So there was this beautiful play bottom, and it happened around 9 minutes and 30 seconds of the game where Carcer got behind them. They ended up taking the bottom tier tower. What was beautiful about that play is that it was actually set up at 7 minutes in the game because of how Carcer pathed. So what he did is he went Wolves into Raptor. He smited the Raptor, so he had the buff. He then went Krugs, and he went over the Drake wall. And why it was important is because using that Raptor buff, he immediately knew where the vision was going to be, and it was sitting in the river. He cleared out two wards from Longju, and then he went and he did another initial clear to grab his level 6 to level up, and then he immediately went back over the Dragon Camp, giving his bottom lane enough time to stack up the wave and create that first tower. So the thing is like, when people look at that play, they're like, okay, the taking the first tower, that's what snowballed it for Flash Wolves, that's what gave him control. No, it started so much earlier than that with just these tiny little decisions of how they were pathing and what they prioritized in their clear.
Well, that's what you can see in the draft as well. When you pick a lane of the Vars and the Zyra, as we were speaking earlier in the draft, that you just push the waves and you can set up yourself to be in the position to really go for that first brick with triple range. It's very easy to zone out your opponent because of your poke, because of your zone, and just hammer down on the turret. And the first brick went down at 10 minutes, which is really impressive because it wasn't like they dove anybody. They just sat there. They utilized that play that you mentioned set up minutes beforehand. And with that lead, you'd expect them to transition to other parts of the map. They did so, but when it came down to actual objectives that were tier 2s, Barons, and inhibitors, completely lost.
And they didn't just do it once. Like, immediately following that play, Karsa then moved to the top side of the map. He smited the Wolf Camp despite the fact that Chaser was spotted on the bottom. So he's not smiting Wolf Camp because he's afraid that the enemy jungler is there and he's scouting it. He's smiting it just to speed up his clear. And he doesn't smite the Gromp because the Gromp gives you a buff where if you hit someone, it has a dot, so you automatically take tower aggro, and they were setting up a dive top. So again, it's this preparation of not just making the dive, but preparing it 40, 60 seconds in advance.
This right here is the Baron that happened after the base race, which was one of the craziest moments in the game. But here's when they're going to try to actually come in after the first TP from MD, really trying to solidify the lead. But after they were able to get some picks, Double Red can actually sneak in. And when you have the AD hitting the barely exposed Nexus, it goes down quite easily.
And that is in the end. Flash Wolves closing it down, but it doesn't make me more hopeful about what they have learned or what they have been trying to mediate from Worlds until now, because these are more of the same problems.
Well,
however, it might be enough to beat Longzhu.
Well, the Unicorns must be grinning backstage, watching these two teams just butt heads against each other, and none of them finding windows to close out a game quite efficiently, unlike them, which were able to, while some of the fights were a little bit greedy, they were on the right idea in most of the games.
And that's where Longzhu are actually powerful. It's when you get them into these 5v5. Again, it's this idea that Expression is a terrific player when he shows up and when he's in the right place. It's trying to get him into the right place that is the hard fact. So fighting around Baron, fighting around Dragon, that's where they're strong because it's so obvious to be there. If Flash Wolves can just kind of go back to what made them so strong in the early game, you know, identifying these micro objectives that set up control points for them across the map, that's what they need to string together and be decisive on their victories to close these games out. Otherwise, they're a phenomenal team up to like 25 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what Longzhu can do in game 2 as well in sort of the decision making. They also didn't get the opportunity to have those big 5-on-5 fights that we did see them do versus the Chiefs yesterday. How can you kind of force that as a team? And what point should they have taken over the early game? Was there anyway for them?
Well, I think the Elise has a lot of opportunities, but honestly, she blew it right from the start by flashing onto the mid lane. We saw that, okay, a nice little gank, getting a summoner out of mid laner, but the second that you blow a flash as Elise, your ability to go and look for tower dives is completely nullified, especially when you're against the likes of a Nidalee. Just like before, we saw that you cannot invade as a Zyra into the jungle, you can't do it with Elise.
And Longzhu is subbing in Crash for Chaser, so we won't see Chaser in game 2. So a lot of these problems that you guys talked about, the Karsa dominating and the pathing, the pick and the Elise play will get changed. So that's an important change of pace for them.
But that's almost concerning just because where Longzhu have been strong, have been in those skirmishes and those 5v5s, and that's because of Chaser. Yes, Expression is mechanically super dominant, performing well, but it's Chaser. You know, if you think back to his Lee Sin, like he's the guy going and he's initiating. And while I really like Crash, especially for how proactive he is in the early game, I'm just really curious if the one thing that Longzhu are strong at this tournament might disappear simply because they don't have Chaser on the roster.
Yeah. We'll see what happens and what they can mediate after the break. We are going to take 5 and get back with game 2 of Longzhu up against the Flash Wolves. Don't go anywhere.
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and Core i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the total prize purse of Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Feel like a pro.
Come on, one more?
One more.
One more.
Okay. Start the show! Yes! Totino's Pizza Rolls. Also, Totino's Stuffed Nachos.
Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy. Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
New from Nerf Rival. Dominate the competition with rival blasters like the new fully motorized Chaos with 40-round capacity. Blasting high-impact ammo at 100 feet per second. Battle with the rapid-fire Chaos. Or the new dual-shot Atlas. The new Rival Chaos and Atlas. Nerf Rival. Experience the intensity.
People think I'm trash, but they're wrong. Today I'm just an aluminum can, but one day I could be a stadium.
One more?
One more.
One more.
Okay.
Start the show! Yes! Totino's pizza rolls, also Totino's stuffed nachos.
And now, League of Legends on the Totino's bucking couch.
All right, let's go, Nikki.
All right, man, all right. It may appear like you've been winning so far, man, but like, honestly, no, I'm sitting on the couch. There's 2 fights to fight right now, and one is the couch fight, and the other one's the game fight.
Hey, come back here.
God, I keep on accidentally typing in the chat. What, you too scared to take my inhibitor? You couldn't, that's what, no!
Woo, woo, oh.
God, I'm the cover of the bush. I'm the cover, no!
Oh!
Oh, jeez. What?
I just stole your pizza rolls.
What?
I didn't even see what
Curse you! Curse you!
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters live from the Oracle Arena in Oakland and to the Xfinity Analyst Desk as we are about to get into Game 2 of the semifinal and best of 3 between Flash Wolves and Longzhu. Flash Wolves took Game 1 eventually, and the Longzhu has had a change in their lineup. They are bringing in Crash. They are subbing out Chaser and Frosker, and you talked a lot about the pathing of Karsa and Karsa just being able to snowball that game and get ahead of Chaser. So what do you think this change will bring?
So I'm a fan of Chaser as well as Crash. I think that the primary difference between them is Crash is a little bit inconsistent. He either looks, to be frank, godly or pretty terrible. But the big thing is that he really likes contesting buffs, like blue, red, which it's a common thing for junglers, but Crash will almost do it to an extent where he'll put himself in a hole because he likes being productive, because he likes going forward.
He contests buffs to the degree that TSM in the LCS would contest buffs, but it's a one-man operation, which is so impressive.
Yeah, and how will that snowball if that goes better on the rest of the game?
As long as he has frozen up, especially from Expression, as long as he has follow-up from Frozen, there we go, from Expression or Frozen, because the thing is he really likes to start with contesting the blue buff and playing between the top side of the map. So bouncing between Expression, bouncing between Frozen. It's not too often that he'll pop down to Pure and Fury. Actually, a lot of times Pure will actually be unlocked from the lane and kind of roam up to assist with that. But it's really dependent on the matchup if Fury can be left alone and be self-sufficient without his support.
Champion pick-wise, are we expecting to see something else coming out in terms of champion pool for Crash? The Elise, we were not terribly impressed by Chaser in the last game, not that much to pick, but also just a bit of misplayed. What would you like to see?
Well, Crash has a pretty mean Nidalee. I think that this pick has to be banned by the Flash Wolves. We saw how effective Karsa could be. If a team has that and has the ability to close out a game, although I really feel like we're hitting on that one so much because these teams really struggle with it, but the Nidalee for Crash in particular, I think he had a game in the LCK when Nidalee was really popular where he got about 100 CS lead with 3 levels over the opponent and just completely carries the game. So I think that he's very capable in these high-pressure junglers that can really put a team on his back. And if Nidalee's out, he can surely do it on Lee Sin as well.
And you know, Papa Smithy said it earlier on the desk, if you take a look at just the raw stats between these two junglers and what they've actually offered, there is a much higher win rate with Crash, though Longzhu, even though as a team collectively they haven't found a ton of success, what success they have found has really been with him on that roster as opposed to Chaser. So I definitely see this as more of an immediate upgrade, especially because Crash, you know, outside this tournament was kind of the most recent jungler.
Yeah, and the Longzhu will be finding themselves on the blue side for this pick and ban phase. Also interesting from the Flash Wolves because they kind of had some of the Flash Wolves picks that we hadn't seen. We hadn't seen the Gnar before they pulled it out. The Varus is not something we see other teams playing, so they have a bit of freedom to play around with that as we see the Poppy coming out as the first ban on the blue side from Longzhu, followed up by Syndra, very predictable, of course, by Flash Wolves on the red side.
And kind of quickly, yeah, as long as we're complimenting players, I mean, we've talked a lot about Karsa versus Crash, but that Gnar coming out, MMD really stepping up, you know, the fact that they
running through that base, hitting that Nexus, that was great.
The fact that they brought the sub again to echo Papa Smithy, that good thing that they kept MMD in there because he was clutch for them.
And it just makes sense when you're dealing with 2 rookies in an international stage. I mean, Crash also has not had international experience, and he might choke right now. We don't really know what we can expect of such a bipolar player. I do think that he will show up and perform to the level that we have seen him do in the LCK when he plays well, but it's still another X factor, which really seems to be the way to explain Longzhu.
Interestingly here, the Rise and Olaf fans coming out of Longzhu on blue side.
I like the fact that you used the phrase X factor because I feel like that's kind of Longzhu collectively as a team. You know, they have those days where they take down SKT in a best of series and then, you know, are the 8th place LCK team.
Yeah, and then they try Leona support.
And then Karma is a final ban coming out of Flash Rules. We'll see what Longzhu wants to go for in terms of their first pick. And we mentioned Italy, and that seems to be the direction they want to go in, and locked it in.
This is going to be really deadly, and now Carstar is going to have his work cut out for him. There's a lot of matchups that Nidalee can be that you can play into the Nidalee. You have Lee Sin, you have the Elise. Those are the most likely ones now that Olaf is out, and it's all going to be about the skill matchup, how you can utilize it. Because
knowing
Lee Sin,
his history,
if played effectively, Lee Sin can have a big advantage onto this, because Nidalee doesn't ramp up early on. She needs that first back. Once you start getting your jungle item, the Runic Echo's completed, she's going to be able to just power farm and get levels much faster than anybody else.
I also hope that they do commit on this Ashe pick. You know, not that I'm not a big fan of the Varus AD carry, but I also think that not only is Ashe more of a traditional pick and she's very strong on 6.21, but she kind of shores up a lot of the problems that Flash Wolves have late game and being like very decisive.
Pulling the trigger.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of Ashe, not even because of the engage, but because of the hawk shot. That ability is so incredibly powerful at all stages of the game. Not only can you scout the entirety of the map, you can see who's base, any lane assignments, anybody that goes missing. You can just, even if it doesn't hit anybody, the fact that you can tell if what camps have been taken allows you to deduce the pathing that Nidalee has. And with those two picks in combination, if they're on point together, they should know what Crash is doing at all times.
Definitely, and Karsa, of course, very well versed in playing Lee Sin, as well as we see Longzhu contemplating their possible bottom lane Jhin, and then Alistar, something we haven't seen yet here as a pick.
So the thing about Alistar is, so if you traditionally have, you know, either shoving or trading lanes, Alistar kind of negates any lane. You automatically lose it because if you just pick a range support and then you're just going to shove him in, he's going to get poked down. He has to sit there, kind of heal himself up. As I commit to the Alistar pick, they're like, nah, Braum.
Yeah, so that's why we're never supposed to talk about Huffers, but hey, we got baited.
The Braum one, though, that one makes so much sense. Braum and Nidalee together is probably the strongest 2v2 that you can have in terms of support and
have to bring that
jungle,
CC for her.
because she has that ability to switch to range for him. She can close the gap very quickly, and just having that CC, as you mentioned, for the Nidalee, that allows her to really get in place and hit those spears when it really counts. So I'm expecting not only a lot of ganks in the bottom side from Longzhu, but a lot of pressure and invades through that side, because it's quite difficult to contest those two.
And even though the fact that the Braum has been secured, that they're now looking at the Tahm Kench, we would assume would go into the support position. That's what he's been played for the majority of the IEM Oakland, if not all of the IEM Oakland tournament. Obviously, kind of a soft answer to Ashe. The arrow connects with someone. Tahm Kench can just gobble them up, reposition them.
Well, they are with Ashe paired together, and even though it is a good answer, it is a great pairing as well. Ashe and Tahm Kench are just similar to Jhin, where you can just ult and go towards mid lane. Yeah, you go towards mid lane again, and then you just shoot that arrow. And it's so obnoxious for the mid laners to deal with this. And if they're actually able to utilize the advantages that Maple got in the first game with the bottom lane of the two globals, then that means that they can really get that first tower in the mid lane, and that is just the biggest first brick that you can get.
On top of that, we also see the Echo picked away and have that secured for the Flash Wolves, as well as the bottom lane now secured. And to see what Longzhu will want to pick up after their last picks to round out the compositions, what would you guys like to see in the mid lane?
Orianna, Victor, Cassiopeia.
Yeah,
All right.
The same picks that we've seen time and time again. I mean, I don't think that these teams will risk anything and go with a Cassidy. And it's probably, like you mentioned, Orianna, Victor. There really is no need for anything else, but the Irelia pick would certainly be exciting.
Wow. They do switch it up, which is good.
Watch right here. Orianna or Cassiopeia.
Yeah, that was not a very exciting prediction, I know. But the Irelia, though, what do you guys make of that up against the Echo in the top lane?
I mean, this fits Expression's MO pretty much to a T. He's a very mechanically intensive player. I mean, there's scenarios where he's 1v3 and he manages to kill all the people and he looks great. And there's scenarios where he dies by himself because he made a mechanical error. He took a hit from a tower.
Forgot about the Aurelian Sol.
Yeah, I reckon with the Irelia and Nidalee, that's such a deadly combination when you're dealing with Echo. He's just going to be calling Crash nonstop. Come top, free kills. If you go ahead and you get that stun off onto anybody, again, the guaranteed stun. And it's just making sure that your Nidalee composition makes sense. You don't want to be having a Nidalee with no CC.
Which also makes the Aurelian Soul so much more important if they decide to pull the trigger on it, because that means that Maple needs to pay attention towards the top side on that, unlock himself, and start using that roam potential to cover his Echoes back.
Exactly. That's such a good pick to answer these split pushes.
Dragons.
The Aurelian Soul helps everybody out that is going to be in danger in the side. And the crowd loving the Soul.
And when I asked about mid lane picks, we were like, oh, whatever, Cassio or Victor or something. No, he comes out with the Aurelion Soul. It was left open and slipped through the cracks.
The spice of life.
Yep.
He's quite...
Look, Shocks, it's a blue dragon versus the blue dragons.
Fantastic, yeah. In any case, very interesting picks here coming out of both teams. Switching it up with the Aurelion, the top lane from Longzhou, and then the Aurelion Soul making it through for Maple as well. And we know how proficient he is, so I'm very excited to see how this plays out. The casters, take it away and run us through this one.
All right, thank you very much, Shocks. Coming back in now for game 2. Flash Wolves up 1-0 over Longzhou. We're going to try to bounce back, find a win, and then maybe close out this semi-final. See if they're able to do that when we load in. But first, let's just talk a little bit about the picks as well, because we have Aurelion Soul coming out from Maple. We know that he has a very deep champion pool, played 6 uniques at Worlds, 12 uniques during the summer split, and now going back to the Aurelion Soul.
There's a lot of excitement and just out of the game so far. So we've got Crash, and one thing I want to mention just before we get to the picks, of course, Crash, known for his explosive play. Yeah. His tendencies are actually very different to Chaser's. Chaser actually evolved into a ganking jungler towards the tail end of 2015 into 2016. Not the case with Crash. Crash is actually known for having big CS difference at 10 as a jungler, which means that basically he farms more camps than the enemy jungle. He focuses on being the battle ward, much like Peanut was for the Rox Tigers, especially in spring season. He's more of a pressure jungler, so he's not going to be impacting lanes, at least in his previous tendencies, has been more about trying to control the enemy jungler, get a farm lead, be team fight ready with his extra CS, compared to someone like Chaser, who was more of that ganking jungler.
Which I'm so happy to see, too, with this Nidalee pick being locked in, because if you want a power farm, this is the champion to do it on. And if you can get a sizable CS lead, if you can get an item advantage, it's so easy to take control of early skirmishes and early fights, and it's going to be about early skirmishes. There's a Lee Sin, an Aurelion Soul, an Ashe, a Tahm Kench. Fights can start anywhere and everywhere.
But it's Karsa's Lee Sin, and that's the thing that you have to be worried about if you're Crash, because this is one of Karsa's best champions. The Nidalee definitely didn't perform on that one. It's kind of surprising. So if he has a similar game, if he's making the same mistakes, the missed decisions that he did in game 1, then Karsa will still have a bad time. But mechanically on this champion, he is superb.
And then we can roll on to the picks. Aurelia, seeing it here. We saw how Expression did without having a lane pressure advantage. It was fine. It wasn't offensive. It wasn't fantastic. It wasn't terrible. This is a very good matchup for Aurelia. It's actually echoes, which is an ironic thing to say, but it reminds me of Fiora versus Echo, which was seen as a lane counter pick in the past. If you max hit 10 style, go in with your W, you do win trades against Echo, so he will have a 1v1 pressure advantage unless he falls considerably behind in CS over the Echo. And then the Aurelion Soul, the counterpick on the other side, has been seen as one of these champions that can deal with the Victor in lane. Since we last saw Aurelion Soul has seen some nerfs, so the trades aren't quite as oppressive, especially early. But it's interesting to see, because the global pressure here from the Tahm Kench, from the Ashe Arrow, from Aurelion Soul's mobility, and just the teleport Echo, there's a lot to think about for the Longzhou in the early game.
Yep.
And I think overall, this top lane, as you mentioned, is just super interesting, because with the max hit and style, even when Echo will take something, or take the keystone that allows him to get more battle, fervor battle, sorry, I blanked on it for a moment there. Normally against a weaker matchup, he can just stick on top of you after the Z-Drive Resonance procs, but now both top laners who normally can set up for these quick kind of burst trade patterns with their abilities can rely much more heavily on auto attacks, and that definitely comes out Aurelia favored, especially if she opts for the fervor as well.
There just aren't many champions that win an auto attack war against Echo, because the moment you go below 50% HP, the missing health damage comes in and you lose the trade. Fiora and the champion we see here, the Aurelia, are the two picks that can kind of go toe-to-toe, so at least based on the theory, based on other games, this should be really good for Expression.
Well, MMD taking a little bit early control here, but of course Aurelia level 1, not a very much a powerhouse, whereas Echo has the perks of having a very impactful passive in the early game, whereas the Ionian Fervor, yeah, it's pretty solid, but it's not more damage into your early
And
kit.
just on a simple level, level 1, you've got ranged wave clear in terms of the Q from Echo, whereas it's level 6 when Aurelia gets any sort of AoE ability. So early push is going to be fine there from MD. It's the all-in trades from Aurelia where she really shines around level 4, level 5.
Yeah, at that point, it's going to be pretty scary in the trades. We'll see what the Flash Wolves can do, what MMD specifically can do to try to get himself ahead, because Expression did have pretty solid performance on that Poppy in game 1, despite the loss coming in. At the end, you can see now Expression going to be dashing around, is at least able to get those reliable last hits and then get back to safety rather quickly. So this is going to be decent for him. He's fallen behind very slightly, but I'm expecting that this CS discrepancy is not going to increase in MMD's favor.
To me, it's Maple Karsa that have to do the work here. We saw a lot of Aurelion Sol plus strong ganking or pressure jungler duos do well at Worlds. That's the same case here with Aurelion Sol and Lee Sin, because I look at the draft from Longzhu, and specifically from Flash Wolves, they could have taken Ashe Braum in the first rotation, had a champion that denies some of the poke from Nidalee, denies a poke comp, but also stops the Braum draft from Longzhu that stops the Ashe arrow from being the same potent initiation tool that we know it to be. So they kind of gambled in some ways, and Longzhu have pressure laners, a pressure jungler. Okay, they lost game 1. They have to shake off their performance there, but Longzhu do have the tools to succeed in game 2.
Of course, we did see what looks like the blue buff being tributed over to the Aurelion Sol, making that laning phase even easier. Of course, the champion notorious for just being able to force out lanes, but I've been keeping my eyes on Crash this entire time, and I like his early pathing here. Goes for the full clear, then returns to topside for the Scuttle Crab, invades for early vision, steals the Krugs away, and honestly, one step ahead of Karsa in terms of early farming here, and the question is going to be, can Karsa, now that he's on the top side, get this gank off? It shouldn't be possible. They know Karsa's on the top side. Aurelia should play safe, but if Expression gets greedy here, there's definitely an opportunity.
But MMD needs to basically line up the parallel conversions. He's going to throw down Expression, dashing back. Can they get the stun? It's not going to happen in time. Karsa will land. The Sonic Wave goes in for the Resonating Strike, but all in all, they're just going to get a little bit of damage in onto that Aurelia, which he's basically going to regenerate off of his Corrupting Potion and his W anyway.
And the missing piece of the puzzle, though, Sifa, we have to remember, is that we expect the farm advantage for the Nidalee. It's just that Karsa got the farm advantage and got the successful ganks, whereas Chaser in the previous game, bit of happy feeding, didn't get the ganks off, wasn't able to match farm as expected, and now we look for Maple Karsa, and they're getting started early.
Oh, yes, they are. Parallel Convergence is down. Not going to get the stun, but they will get the shield. Stun from the Aurelion Sol, though. That's a bit more reliable. They'll find it. It looks like they will find a first blood flashing in, actually, but Maple, he's just going to turn, gets that auto attack, and the execution onto Karsa didn't make it out in time. Does go down, but first blood, all in all, secured by the Flash Wolves.
And just the dream there, getting the execution as well. Papa Smith, you mentioned earlier about the AoE comes out at level 6. That had been level 6, one blade would have guaranteed that kill, but because Aurelia had to consider each and every auto attack moving there, only picking a single target at the time, Expression, a little too much faith in his opponents to execute perfectly, did not anticipate Lee Sin going down, and Karsa, I mean, most of the time it's a joke, but he does get the fast back here and is now set to clear up the jungle even faster.
And they went with the Aurelion Sol Lee Sin before even level 6 is gotten by the Lee Sin. So they went for the very early roam, pulled it off, grow an advantage. Aurelia's flash is down, Aurelia's teleport is down. A lot of advantages stacking up for the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, exactly what you want as well, because the top lane with two strong potential split pushers is such a snowbally matchup, both hungry for that early Triforce, and Crash maybe overstaying his welcome here, but Expression there to back him up.
MMD gets a good little bit of damage down, but Karsa wasn't arriving in time to actually threaten a kill onto Crash, so he's able to go ahead and back off, doesn't have to worry about blowing the flash. Maple, though, he's going to take a cruise down to this bottom lane. Not sure if Pure and Fury know. There we go. Drops a ward, immediate teleport coming out onto this one from MMD. They're going to go for the dive yet again. Voice of Light thrown out. Fury taking a hell of a lot of damage. He's, of course, going to be the focus, and he will go down. Double red, finding the kill. Sonic Wave lands onto Pure. Parallel Convergence not going to find the stun. Do they want to keep pursuing underneath the tower? Looks like they are. Flash forward by MMD. Maple taking the tower. They'll make it out, and now Frozen, he's on the rope down, but now he's caught in the middle of all of the Flash Wolves. The power goes out onto Karsa, keeping him alive. Maple still just beating the hell out of him with the stars. Gonna find the kill. That's another one on the board. Maple 3-0-1 already on the Aurelion Sol.
Got these roams started so early, they're not gonna quite get Crash, but on the front foot, the Flash Wolves look so potent in the early game, and I love the time. We saw the same sort of thing from Expression in game 1. Yesterday as well, when you see your opponent have to teleport back to lane like Aurelia did, that frees the map to go for those roams and putting down the ward, teleporting on top of it, massive numbers discrepancy, then Frozen late on the roam to try and counter. Everything went right for Flash Wolves, and everything's starting to fall apart for Longzhu.
Just a beautiful execution overall, approaching a 2K gold lead, only 7 minutes into the game, and the top lane may have lost out on an immense amount of CS, but the rest of the map is prosperous, and the gold only slightly in favor of the Aurelia at this stage, but the Aurelion Sol, the big pick here. Maple for so long has been the hard carry of this team, where Karsa has been his enabler, but now that he can roam himself, now that Maple and Karsa can move together, not just in the mid game, but in the early game as well, they're looking pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, Maple definitely feeling comfortable on this champion. Flashed it before in game 1, didn't lock it in, but goes with it this time around, and it's been paying off quite well. 1.3 thousand in the lead for Flash Wolves. First turret has not come out yet, but it's pretty much a matter of time with the amount of pressure the Flash Wolves are applying on the map.
It's a bit surreal to me that we've seen so little of the Aurelion Soul. I knew everyone was practicing it, was ready for Worlds, saw a lot of bans, saw some picks, but wasn't necessarily a staple pick like I expected, and even at this tournament, it's also been very underrepresented.
Well, Bjergsen's out of the tournament now, so we can have Aurelion Soul back. It's great.
Oh, spicy there, Achilles.
Maple will be happy about that, so we'll see if they can close it out. We saw Flash Wolves start off decently in game one, and it went on a pretty rocky path there. So we'll see if they can close this one out a little bit smoother,
and
or
of course,
if Longzhu can inch back in.
Aurelion Sol did see some minor adjustments from the patches after Worlds, because during the World stage, of course, we got to witness how powerful he was, and maybe a lot of people thought that his damage wouldn't be relevant, that the roam potential wouldn't be relevant, but it is.
Yeah, there we go. Big stun comes in. Resonating Strike is there. Karsa picking up his first kill of the game. Another assist from Maple. And Flash Wolves just keep on the pressure.
And when you can gank for the Aurelion, so when you can gank for the mid laner with his ability to roam, those problems spill over. They already have this game, has a successful gank top as Maple, successful gank bot, now also getting advantages. He's turning down bottom as well.
What was that about a gank bot? Yeah, Maple cruising in, doesn't get the stun, pure block in that one with the Unbreakable, does get the root from the Deadly Flourish down on the Maple. Is going to open up with the current call. Sword Art likely going to eat all of these shots. Still has that great health. That's going to be the Glacial Fissure. Karsa now joining the team. Throw that out, stopping them from coming back in. Spear will connect onto the Aurelion Soul, but not going to get a whole lot done. Crash out of mana as well. So they're going to go ahead, have to back off, and it looks like the Flash Wolves, they'll just get a little bit of pressure, but otherwise they're not going to be able to get any more kills.
This is just preying upon a jungle like Crash on this Nidalee, a power farmer by trade, a power farmer in history, by just making aggressive moves around the map that you're not expecting Crash to be in position to counter gank. That's not his style. And because they've run this game specifically through that dynamic duo, Maple and Karsa, even though Expression's got a CS lead, even though he's winning trades, that looks like it's going to be very much a small point in the overall texture of this game.
Pretty much all the pressure now is on Expression, though, because as you said, he has the CS lead, he's doing well in these trades. He is the sole point of pressure in favor of Longzhu, but I don't think they have the tools left to play around him. Crash consistently forced to respond to the rest of the pressure on the map, and he's still power farming reasonably well, but it's just not what the team needs at this particular moment. You can see Karsa has the mobility boots. This man roaming the map, looking to gank, looking to get as much as he possibly can, whereas Crash has to just be content continuing to farm up.
Yeah, and I mean, he's about 20 CS ahead of Karsa at the moment, but it's only a difference of 100 gold because of that kill, because of those 3 assists that he's been able to get on that Lee Sin. So even having that massive CS discrepancy, it's not gaining Crash much of an advantage.
I mean, it's worth knowing that right now he hasn't actually shopped since much earlier, so he hasn't spent any of the gold that he has. So right now it's just going to be the hit end style base damage from the true damage that's going to happen in Chase. He's going for an all-in,
yeah, MMD. In a pretty bad spot. Crash is here as well. He gets the shield, but this is not looking good. Doesn't have the ultimate. Crash just going to be able to hop right in there. Takes a couple turret shots, but he's going to make it out alive.
And the story here will be, when he goes back, probably picks up a Sheen and a Phage, should continue to win those trades pretty strongly. Gus is going to come up, only going to be able to pick up some CS. Things are going to get worse for MMD before they get better, and he's probably going to have to go a very tanky route, and you can see Sunfire first. No Trinity Force Echo, at least till later in the game.
Yeah, no options to trade in that lane. Understands that he is now behind, and that is not going to change in the near future. This is not where Flash Wolves want to give their attention.
Third almost going down. That's going to be the Ash arrow coming out. Fury going to be the focus. Voice of Light comes out. Double Red picks up the kill. Now the tower dead. Pure trying to push back in. The Victor coming through. Frozen going to try to turn this one all around. They're going to pop the top catch. And now MMD getting locked up. Stunned so much that he can't even get out. He is going to go down 2 kills on the board for Longzhu as Expression takes one of them. That's going to make MMD's time in the top lane even tougher. But Karsa, he's going to be looking for a bit of damage onto that turret. Probably can finish this one off. So it'll be 2 turrets for Flash Wolves, but we'll see how Longzhu can retaliate.
You can see it's always a bit of a trap to enter lane as a jungler. Ends up being caught on the complete other side of the map with no hope of mobility. It was even numbers, but Flash Wolves give up 2 kills. and this Aurelia continues to grow. Massive CS lead. There are those Phage and Sheen towards the Trinity Force. Echo's not going to have the same kill pressure in the backline, not having the freedom to go for a Trinity Force. The objective will be taken down, but who is going to match Expression in the side lanes? Right now, it seems it's going to have to be pulling mid lane, pulling the jungler pretty exclusively. They have a bit of freedom to do that given how well the map is going otherwise, but it's on kind of a timer. Once the Trinity Force comes in, you worry for the opponents of Aurelia.
Yeah.
Of course, as we see this play unfold, you can see pretty clean the initial dive to start out from Flash Wolves, but they overcommit here, and you just get a beautiful, beautiful gravity field to come in from Frozen. The Victor AoE damage is so solid, and of course, once that initial burst goes through, it's so easy for Expression and Crass to just clean up the back of that fight. But at the end of the day, still only a 2-for-1 trade. Lee Sin does break the tower on the top side, so Flash Wolves have that just about 3K gold lead, are still very much in control, but it's not about the gold lead right now. It's about the Aurelia, as you said, Papa Smithy, because at no point in this game are they going to have a reliable answer to that Aurelia.
Yeah, the only other hope they have, though, is just keep playing around Aurelia. Her teleport's down right now. She's anchored to the top lane, trying to take this turret and just make advantages elsewhere. They still do have a massive dragon in the mid lane, being able to roam between lanes. So just trying to play around the Aurelia, but looks like Longzhu going to double down on Aurelia.
Yeah, they're just going to keep giving him the same treatment. Meanwhile, in bot, Frozen roaming down, getting caught out. Maple puts another kill on the board. 4-0-3 now, and Expression. Something happened up in this top lane. This doesn't look quite right. MMD going into the phase dive, just going to snap back so we can get more in range of this Aurelia. Throws out the Time Winder. There it is. Should be the kill coming through. Just needs one more hit. Can he get it? The E should be off cooldown.
In a second. He's going to grab it.
No, he rolls the wrong way. MMD playing Ring Around the Rosie. The Tom Kench coming up. Sword Art says, all right, you know what? I'll help you finish this off. Doesn't matter. Can't get the tag. Kill still goes over to MMD, but this is a bit of a weird scenario going on.
I'm going to pass judgment on that situation without a bit more information, but as far as I could tell, 2v1, MMD danced around a turret long enough to turn it around on Aurelia. We'll get confirmation, hopefully from a replay in the future, but that's a bad sign, given they lost Victor in the bot lane.
Well, and as we panned away, of course, it looked like the parallel convergence was going to connect, and we'll double check that soon. But in the meantime, Karsa going to take a Mountain Drake. That all works out in favor of Flash Wolves. I liked the fancy footwork from the Aurelia, but it's just not enough.
You just have to look. Killed on the Victor, kill on the Aurelia, Mountain Drake as well. Stacking objectives. We're going to see the replay. How did this go so poorly? Expression starts tanking. And it just, the stun completely outdoes them. Crash can do nothing, just caught on the other side. Can't afford to tank either. Yakety Sax playing around here.
Yeah, if only there was some sort of indicator to know where he would stun you. I mean, rough break for Expression, right? Right on the edge of the circle, couldn't make it out in the end. Sword Art comes in just to add insult to injury. Burns Flash.
Doesn't get kill involvement either.
Honestly, if Expression had gotten the execution out after that, after MMD rolled the wrong way,
that would have been a highlight clip.
That would have been so funny to me. But now in the mid lanes, Sword Art just watched his roam to the top side, didn't get any involvement. Yeah, he's going to get blown up. Fury takes him out. Get chain together the CC, and that's one dead Catfish. Can't get on the double red. They get a little bit of damage in. The heal used from him, but the kill going to evade them for a little bit. But now Longzhu grouping up in mid might be looking to make a push onto this tier 1 turret.
And it's always risky to commit a lot of resources onto a Tom Kench because of that gray health, but they chained the CC well, denied any opportunity to get that second health bar, made for an easy pick, and Sword Art, while not the most crucial member to grab, does neutralize a lot of the pressure that Flash Wolves are putting down. However, this Rift Herald, I said there's nothing that can stop the Aurelia, but this would be a big, big piece of help for
It's
MMD.
a neutralizer, right? It's another extra tool to try and stop Expression from running away from the lane. And it seems like the enemy outer turret did a pretty good job there as well, but compounding on that will be the Rift Herald that actually Lee Sin picked up.
Really? Interesting, of
At
course.
least the kill. I'm not 100% sure on the buff, but
I believe MMD grabbed it.
Okay.
He juked out of the way of the Nidalee Spear and then picked it up. Maple coming back down to the bottom lane. Looking for Expression. I actually don't know how this duel will go for him.
Well, there's a Catfish there too.
Yeah, not able to get the...
And a Robo Ash, so...
The interrupt, and Sword Art and Double Red arrived, so... I guess he would have been all right.
Just trying to take stock of what's happened this game. CS advantages on Aurelia, like we mentioned. Nidalee's been power farming. We said the Crash is a power farmer. That has proven true. Still has 100% kill participation, so at least where he has been, has caused things to happen.
And for the most part, very clean play coming from the Flash Wolves. Good use of their global advantage, good use of the Aurelian Soul, especially in the early game. Karsa just content to follow Maple for a lot of these early plays. Oh yes, the groan from the crowd. We'll figure out what this is. We'll get back underway. But in the meantime, I mean, it's been a very clean early game for the most part from Flash Wolves, but there have been a few critical errors, a few moments where they have overcommitted, and that is concerning moving forward. But it's a similar story to when we saw Unicorns of Love get ahead earlier in the day. They have such a massive lead that they can't afford to make these small mistakes.
I mean, but Longzhu is kind of matching them in those mistakes, so Flash Wolves have been hovering ahead because of that. But if Longzhu can collect themselves and start making more proactive plays, not doing what Expression did around the top lane turret and completely botch a dive, then they really could get back into this game. But for right now, it's a pretty comfortable spot for the Flash Wolves. 3,500 gold up, 3 turrets to 0. They now have that Mountain Drake. There's an Infernal on the way in several minutes, and they have twice the amount of kills as Longzhu. So they're in a pretty good spot. It's just whether or not they can hold on to it. They won by the skin of their teeth in game 1. I want to see them close out a bit cleaner if it comes to them winning in the second game.
Yeah, and it's just so rough for Longzhu as well, because there's a lot of comps you can get behind against. This is not one of them. Ashe Aurelion Sol, especially once Aurelion Sol gets that Rylai's, I mean, if they are ever on top of you, which is pretty easy when you have a Tahm Kench and Aurelion Sol, you're never getting away. There's an Echo, just to add insult to injury. When this team gets a lead, if they see you, you die. There's nothing you can do to escape, no matter how many flashes you have. If Flash Wolves want to kill you, they have the tools to do it. So much mobility, so much CC, so much sustained, slow, and sticking power. So this team is pretty much my solo queue nightmare, if I'm being completely honest. I never, ever want to see this comp block.
And the window in which Aurelia can just deal with any opposition in the top lane is starting to close, just because right now, okay, she's in the top lane, she's going to keep pushing. She might even take the top outer turret. That'll be the first outer turret, or any first turret of any kind, that Longzhu picked up this game. Flash Wolves have 3. As we see this pause, they're actually heading towards the mid lane to take the mid outer to complete the 3 outers from going down. And just playing around an Aurelia or playing around a top laner with an advantage is something we've seen in competitive play for the longest time. A champion like Nasus, for example, even if he gets a lead, so often you can just play in every other lane, prey upon the tendencies of a strong split pusher, and just make the advantages in other lanes. So for now, the Aurelia, the one real win condition for Longzhu, isn't counting for much. And if they don't find a way to slow down this game, they're in trouble.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the plays that have happened so far throughout this game in the 17.5 minutes that we've been in. We'll take a look at Maple, who has been pretty much just compiling a highlight reel for his Aurelion Sol play.
I mean, Frozen's played 4 games. It's the 4th game on Victor. It wasn't a staple pick like it was for Crown and LCK. He actually showed other champions. Karma was his most played, the Malzahar as well, but it's stuck with the Victor just for safety, the ability to draft it early, was played around in this game. Maple has had just a complete field day roaming between lanes, successful gank top, successful gank bot, and then crucially, even got a successful gank a couple of times for him in the mid lane. So Maple's really been the difference, and Karsa has been right next to him as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's been looking like solid play. You just see a few mistakes there coming in for Flash Wolves, and when you look at that highlight reel, we have like 1 positive, maybe 2 positive for the Flash Wolves, and 2 positive for Longzhu. So just looking at those clips, you may think it's an even game because of the kills that are being traded back and forth, but you start to look at the scoreboard, and more importantly, you start to look at all of the outer towers being knocked down, and it's just a brutal spot, honestly, for Longzhu to be in. They've lost pressure. They should soon lose control of their jungle, and there's a lot of teams where you go, I see one guy on the bottom side. We can invade as 5. Like, not when you're this far behind, unfortunately. It's very easy for the team with the amount of burst damage, with the amount of execution potential between an Echo and a Lee Sin to just start taking members out at any moment. So they have to be really scared. Once again, mobility, very terrifying to play against when you're behind.
Yeah.
And I wonder about Crash on a different team. I think about Crash a lot just because he has those highlight plays. I remember him getting a triple kill, dying an enemy red buff. He does a lot of questionable things and does some outstanding things. And it reminds me a lot of Peanut in 2015 on Najin, on a team that didn't support him. Didn't really make much happen. Farmed a bit, just didn't really contribute overall to games. On Longzhu, he has this farming style, he has this pressure style, but so often one of his 2 lanes, or at least one of his 2 solo lanes, will fall behind, force his hand, and even though he's picked up farm, it's not enough to actually take things over the line and pick up wins. So Crash, so far this game, it's been a bit of a non-factor, especially in against his opposite number. We're not talking about Crash and Frozen. This has been purely the Maple Casa show.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, too, because I really like the way that Crash played after the early game. Pairing up top with Expression, those are 2 champions who are very hard to get away from. They knew that they could snowball the top side of the map. The second Aurelia gets a stun, it's easy to get the spear follow-up. You snowball that lane. Nidalee's set up to control top side completely, and they get 1 successful kill off. But meanwhile, the rest of the map is dying constantly. And so even in this instance where they have a lead topside, they now attempt to rinse and repeat, and they fumble the execution. And this was the one glimmer of hope, is that they could continue to snowball topside, but Expression, despite his impressive ability to avoid an Echo chasing him down, has now kind of, at least to a certain degree, thrown that option away. When you are the last hope for your team, not that you ever should be in that position to begin with, you cannot afford to make mistakes. And unfortunately for Expression and Crash, they both overstepped a little bit on that topside play.
Yeah, it was good up until that point. It was like pretty decent, and they were like, okay, you know, just keep rocking MMD, just keep him down, and then Expression happened, and it all went downhill from there. But looks like we are back into game, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get this back underway. We'll see if Flash Wolves can maintain this lead, now applying some pressure in the mid lane, whittling down that turret pretty low, but not going to be able to kill it quite yet.
Yeah, Victor able to roam from bot to mid just in time to be able to stop there from being a mid-outer. That's really their own last bastion of hope, is having that mid-outer turret still up for Longzhu.
Of course, looking now at the top side too, with the Sunfire Cape completed in addition to that Rift Herald buff. Rally having a lot harder time on the top side of the map, despite that massive lead in her favor, at least in terms of CS. So pretty brutal to watch. Really was hoping for that to remain relevant at least for a little while longer, even if it wasn't the wide open opportunity that Longzhu were initially hoping for. I like the ward, though, that Flash Wolves have now placed in the mid lane. They can be sure when people are there to try to hold on to the tower, and it gives them a lot more freedom. You can see Ashe and Tahm Kench now safe to move down because they've seen that Jhin is already occupied.
Not much defensive vision here, so Ashe sniffing around, looking for further kills onto Maple, but for now, none come forward.
No, they're just going to keep double red in that mid lane because he can, you know, farm more optimally. Already has a massive CS lead, 172 to 132. So being 40 up over this Jhin, it's looking pretty good so far for the rookie.
It's good. It's such a rough spot to be in, right? Like right now, all the pressure is neutralized, and you kind of forget how far ahead Flash Wolves are. But all it takes is for Maple to find a single opportunity here for any kind of gank or any kind of action to just once again create an even bigger lead. And right now, I think his attention may be in the mid lane. Fury and Pure looking pretty confident as they step forward, but Brahm's not going to be able to block it all. Here comes Maple.
Oh, right as he gets into the lane.
Next time on Flash Wolves versus Longzhu.
Yeah. Just got to keep, you know, dragging them along, get our ratings in. So it'll be next episode.
We're a big fan of cliffhangers here.
Yeah.
We like to build the suspense.
No, but it's good to see, you know, Maple having such a good performance here, 4-0-3 so far on the Aurelion Sol, because I mean he's a really interesting player. He's one of the youngest starting professional players. He's been playing professionally for 3 years. Been to 3 World Championships already, and he's just 19 years old.
Oh, back
Looks
in.
like we're back in. Voice of Light. We'll go right into the action. Fury will get a route in on a double red. Pure able to make his way out alive. Sure, it takes a little bit more damage, but Flash Wolves, they're going to start rotating up towards the top. That's going to be the Abyssal Void coming in straight on top of Expression. Doesn't have a turret. Dashing through the minions.
Here comes the dragon.
Yeah, Karsa's on the chase. Maple coming in as well, but looks like he will be able to dash his way out to safety. But now Flash Wolves, they might just be like, oh, hey, look at this. A tier 2 top turret. Let's go ahead and take that instead.
That was actually a really smart escape from Expression. He's played a lot of this already. What he did was he actually started ulting the wave so he would have a reset on his Q to be able to escape. Managed a double Q, getting away there. So that was actually not completely caught, but really smooth stuff from Expression on a comfortable champ.
And meanwhile, Frozen splitting on the bottom lane. He should be set to break this bottom lane outer tower and start to even up the gold here. We're 20 minutes in. It's a 3K lead. It's not insurmountable at this stage of the game. The Aurelion Sol is terrifying, but if you avoid dealing with him, all that gold, all the money that has been poured into him is just not that relevant.
So much standing gold for Longzhu to pick up. That's their first turret of the game. 2,000 gold disadvantage. A couple of turrets come in. Suddenly, we pretty much got a line ball game.
Yeah. Well, they're pretty close on that one. I think they've whittled down the top turret just a little bit. Not sure how much the mid has gone down, but I'm surprised that Double Red wasn't able to secure that mid tier 1 tower. Most of Longzhu had rotated up to the top side to defend the tier 2. Double Red is by himself in mid, but wasn't able to take it. It would have been a nice advantage, at least a 1-for-1 tower trade that the Flash Wolves could have made, but instead they lose out on an objective.
And Longzhu's just heads-up play to have these pink walls down has really been their saving grace. Before the last couple of seconds, there was actually 4 on the map. Only 2 now is Pure. That's a very early flash, but regardless, wanted to get out to safety. Because they've had really smart defensive pinks, there was no way for Flash was to brute force down that mid lane turret, but Infernal Drake, that's a different thing for Flash. It looks like it's going to be pretty elementary for them to pick that one up.
Yeah, Crash coming around the back of the pit, unless he could steal it, but Karsa will body block that one, and MMD comes in to help secure. So we will see the Infernal going over to Flash Wolves, and the Ocean Drake will be our third element coming out.
Relatively small advantage overall at this stage of the game, however, was looking for a little bit more from Flash Wolves, but Maple.
Yep, Chaos Storm in the Gravity Field put down immediately by Frozen. Abyssal Voyage as well from Sword Art, but not close enough to get on top of him. Frozen pops the Ghost, and he will make it out safely.
Individual mechanics, that's what's carried Longzhu in a lot of games. First, it's Aurelia's daring escape up top, and then only the Ghost required from Frozen to get away from a multi-man collapse from Flash Wolves. It doesn't allow the gold lead to grow for Flash Wolves, allows Longzhu to continue to stabilize. Important that Longzhu isn't allowing the bleeding to cement Flash Wolves' advantage in the mid-game.
But of course, Aurelian Stoll continues to apply pressure on the top side of the map, has decent defensive vision as well. Unfortunately, that pink ward from Longzhu not going to spot out the cheeky ward over the wall. So he's comfortable to keep pressure there, but not a whole lot left for Flash Wolves to take after that play. They've lost a lot of minion pressure in the waves, and Longzhu just going to be happy to catch this one up. Oh.
Double Red stepping on that trap. He's going to get devoured immediately by Sword Art. Spits him out of range. And he'll just use the rest of those bullets to clear out the wave, but Longzhu's still not going to find much pressure into that tier 1 turret. Looks like it's just going to be standing for a pretty considerable amount of time. We're almost 25 minutes into this game, and they haven't broken all the outer turrets. Still have just the top and the mid standing.
And of course, it's been interesting too, because the pace of the game just continued to accelerate for so long in the early minutes. MMD maybe getting a little aggressive here. They'll have to hold on to that
down,
one.
he's got Maple in tow. He's going to be looking for the kill. Doesn't have a tier 2 tower. Asher, nice juke back by Expression. Not going to get stunned up. MMD now trying to turn this fight all around onto him. Has to use the ultimate. It's like Flash Wolf's just going to go ahead and peel back, but Expression, very nice dodge.
It may not be enough for them to win this game, but Expression's solo performance, given how many different targets have been set on him from multiple members, with globals, with roams, great stuff solo from Expression. If he had died a couple of times, like honestly, in any other situation, many players would have. This game would probably be just iced out by the Flash Wolves, but for now, Longzhu still within touching distance, even though Flash Wolves take out that mid lane outer turret and keep trying to grow a lead.
Yeah, trying to keep their hopes alive.
I mean, absolutely, of course, probably as you're saying, if Expression had gone down, it would have been 3 losing lanes, no hope left, free wins on team fights, free wins over any objective, and a massively fed Aurelian Soul. But Expression holding on to hope has been so key for them to move forward. And additionally, the luxury of this composition is that with this Victor, once he gets a few items under his belt, it's really easy to stop the bleeding, especially since Flash Wolves made 1 or 2 missteps to stop the snowball from moving forward, allowed him to get those items, and now Frozen pretty content to just clear the waves and stall this game out further.
And even though Longzhu are one of the teams that, once again, haven't had any roster changes coming into this particular tournament, barring just using some of their substitutes, this tournament isn't happening in a vacuum for Longzhu either. This is still a roster with a lot of members fighting for their spot in 2017. The re-signings haven't happened. That contract period hasn't happened yet in Korea. A lot of money spent on Longzhu, not many results. So someone like Expression showing up big does start to cement him just in terms of his hopes of playing on this roster in 2017.
Look at it too, Flash Wolves trying out new things on the roster. They may be content to just, play for the record here, play for the tournament, but it's different when you're playing for a career, when there's that pressure on you, and Expression, maybe despite that pressure, is still playing incredibly well, and we have to give him respect for that.
Yep, now though, Flash Wolves want to turn up the heat a little bit, get on the Crash. Not going to be able to find the kill, but a big stun comes through, get a little bit more damage in onto the team. Frozen has used that Chaos Storm, but is he going to get a whole lot of damage out for that?
Expression is on the bottom side. Now Maple moves to the top side as well. The split pressure is definitely here. Good patience to back off. They look for the collapse. It doesn't look like they're going to get Aurelia, or are they? They do stop it.
Oh,
nice
the flash
play.
forward. There it is. Gets him with the tongue lash. Expression doesn't have much mana, but look at the damage that he has. Goes straight on the double red, trying to take him out. The volley being fired off. He's way too slow. Dashes back in. Flash away by double red, and he will live in the end. But that was a close one. Expression still showing off his mechanical prowess, almost coming out even in that exchange.
Had to use all his summoners there, double red, so they get the kill, but what more, Flash Wolves? There's no easy objectives on the bottom side of the map. They decided not to just go for a counter push and draw the teleport away from Expression. So you get a kill, you feel a bit better about yourself, but it doesn't really advance the game any further for Flash Wolves.
And of course, as we look forward to, as Baron becomes the center of attention, Flash Wolves have an insane amount of sustained damage, a decent amount of burst, but the potential for Longzhu to find a pick to burst down any individual individual member of Flash Wolves is very legitimate, very high. They can kill anybody with a single rotation between the Aurelia Equilibrium Strike, between the Nidalee rotation, the Jhin, the Victor, whereas Ashe and Aurelion Sol much more effective in those sustained damage situations as opposed to the upfront burst. So Baron fights feel reasonably in favor of Longzhu if they can find a decent setup.
I mean, they have good AoE control with that Chaos Storm. So far, Frozen hasn't been able to do a whole lot with it. Got the Rylai's, though, slow him up in the Baron Pit would be nice. Karsa going to go ahead, flash to the other side of here, kicks him back in, but he's got the Unbreakable. He's going to mitigate a lot of that damage. Karsa now getting rooted by that Deadly Flourish. That's going to be the current call coming through. Sword Art going to be the target. One more shot will take him down, and Frozen's able to find a big special in the front lines. He is going to fall. Now MMD coming in on the sideline, snaps it, gets a huge burst of damage on a Fury Crash, and it looks like Flash Wolves might be able to run over Longzhu. Karsa still barely managing to live, picks up the kill onto Frozen, and that is just going to be Fury, the only one left alive, retreating into the jungle by the Dragon Pit. That's a near ace for Flash Wolves, and they are going to take the base.
And the start of the fight looked so good for Longzhu, especially on the backside, taking so much attention. They were able to start cutting through Flash Wolves members. They take off Sword Art to start the fight, but they do not respect the Aurelion Sol, the Ashe, and even the Echo. Yes, Aurelia can 1v1 him, but no one else on the side of Longzhu can, and now Flash Wolves are in absolute control.
Yeah, Aurelia tried to dive, but no dive buddy for the Aurelia. No other frontline tank, especially with the Nidalee jungle, purely on the defensive there, so nothing they could do. So
Fury trying to go in for the steal. Basically a Hail Mary from him, but it's going to get cut short. He goes down. Baron picked up by Karsa. The Flash Wolves have everything that they need to go back and break the base of Longzhu.
And we're going to see this fight once more. The Fury actually has QSS here, so he's able to get out of the fight. The insect play doesn't get a lot. And then when you see Fury set up behind Vision there, you thought, okay, maybe this is a fight for Longzhu, but the big issue is that Crash, of course, is getting to the late game, can't pounce in. They turn on Expression. He may have Spirit Visage, but he doesn't have any semblance of armor items. So the moment that the Aurelia goes down, Fury's out of position, and Longzhu's hopes are dashed.
And the moment that they back off is the moment that they lose that fight. And it's not likely that they would have won if they pushed in, but the second you back off like that, you're doomed to fail because they need to kill the back line, and they turn instead to focus on MMD. The second they turn, they are grouped up perfectly for the snapback, for the chrono break on Echo, to get a massive chunk of burst damage on top of the now barreling down Double Red, who, yeah, he may be at a quarter health, but you've used all your mobility to get out, and he is free to just cut through your back line.
Yep, so Flash Wolves have that Baron go back, pick up their third Dragon in the Ocean Drake, get that added little bit of sustain, and we'll see where they want to put their focus. Looks like it might be in the mid lane. Double Red and Sword Art already grouped up. MMD splitting in the top, and Karsa and Maple on their way. And with this Baron, with these minions coming in, they should be able to poke Longzhu off of the turret and maybe finally break the inhibitor line.
And getting any sort of chunk onto Frozen, which might happen right now.
Yep, gets locked up a bit there. Not going to have too much follow-up, though, so they only get a little bit of damage. That is a massive, massive star, but they're not able to land it on anybody for the stun. Karsa going in deep, kicks out Frozen. Can they jump on him in time? Karsa's actually going to go down, but they do get the victor in the end. MMD sitting in the front, has to snap back. That's going to be the transfer onto Maple for the turret. He's eating up the aggro, but it doesn't even matter. He is such a huge dragon at this point. That's 3 members down on the side of Longzhu. Crash and Fury desperately trying to retreat, but the flash forward from Double Red comes up with the double kill. MMD will die to the turret in the end, but Flash Wolves, they ace Longzhu, and I think that they might just be able to end the game right here.
Double Red gets flashy on the back half of that play, picks up a couple extra kills to pad that stat line. 7-0-4 for the rookie 80 carry of Flash Wolves, but it's Maple and Karsa who carried this game in a well-earned win.
Yeah, Maple roaming between the lanes, taking out members, and 6-0-11, 17 out of 19 kill participation, untouched in the last fight, DPSing down everyone, and Flash Wolves are through to the final.
That they are. Nexus crumbles, and Flash Wolves 2-0, a much cleaner game over Longzhu in Game 2 compared to Game 1. A little bit how Longzhu was yesterday when we saw them play, but they will be moving on to the finals, as you said, Papa Smithy, to face off against Unicorns of Love, who have looked pretty strong so far in this tournament, so this should be a very interesting matchup, and the first time that these two teams will ever play against each other, I'm pretty sure.
And I'm really excited. Maple versus Exile. He's already taken down Bjergsen today. It was a rough-fought battle, but he came out on top, and now taking down another world-class mid laner, or trying to take down another world-class mid laner. There's a lot of pressure on this guy today, but the Aurelion Soul, we didn't see it. We didn't see it for so long. We wondered why, and now the question is, does it have to be back on the top tier ban list?
I mean, the story of this tournament was questions, whether it was underperformance at Worlds or new rosters coming through. In the case of Flash Wolves, both, right? They have new players, they went out in group stages. LMS in general underperformed, and now we have a final where literally anything that could happen. A best of 5 between the Unicorns of Love and the Flash Wolves, and Flash Wolves looked good in 2 games. Were they clean? Not necessarily in both games. Are there still question marks about Double Red? Good performance in game 2, sure. Struggled in game 1. There's still a lot of questions. We've seen more of Unicorns, and on the whole, I think Unicorns have been more impressive. But because we've only seen 2 games and thus 2 wins from the Flash Wolves, it's pretty hard to call, honestly, between the 2.
Yeah, and I think with MMD having an okay performance in this set, that we're likely going to see him moving into the final. I think that putting in Rins would be too much of a risk. Rins also doesn't have that great of a competitive record. He's something like 3-24 in his last games when he was on Team Mist. So it's a pretty damning record. So I think they're going to go ahead, stick with MMD, but we could very well just see Double Red staying on this roster rather than NL.
Absolutely. I think you continue to give Double Red the spotlight, the opportunity to play. Of course, it is the luxury of the best of 5. If things start to fall apart, you have the opportunity, you have the time to mix things up. But really curious, too, is have we seen everything that Unicorns of Love have to show? Is this where the weird picks start coming out? Because they, too, have a best of 5.
You've been cussing them a long time there, Sifa. I feel like the bag of tricks never ends with that team. So they've shown some creative things here, but honestly, it's the standard, honestly, that Unicorns of Love look most comfortable in.
Well, one of the things that I have to kind of question is how much have these two teams scrimmed together since they've been here at IEM when they flew in? Because they're on the opposite side of the bracket, so you have to think that they were probably scrimming each other in preparation of their games against TSM, against Longzhu. So they might know a few of the tricks that they have hidden for each other. So it'll be interesting to see how that draft goes and how those games go overall when we get to the finals in a little bit.
Yeah, we can only speculate on a point like that, though. And it's a really intriguing matchup. Could have some long games, but Unicorns, the draft in game 1, I think, against TSM really let them down. The moment they got the draft together, thought they looked like the Unicorns of yesterday in games 2 and 3. So to me, they come in favorites, but we just have so little info specifically about the ceiling of the Flash Wolves. You see Maple and Casa running around, killing everyone. You get excited about Flash Wolves.
Well, that you do. But we're going to go ahead and throw over to the stage for an interview with Carsa and Stake. So, Mark, go ahead and take it away.
Well, we are here at the Totino's winner interview here with Carsa from the Flash Wolves. Thank you so much for making the time for the interview. Congratulations on the match. Now, you've talked about family, that your team is like family, and you have a new addition to your family, Double Red. How do you think Double Red did today at this match?
I got it. 就没有什么改变吧，就一直以来就是他也待在我们这边蛮久的了，只是从候补变成正选，然后就感觉没什么变。
He says nothing really changed because Double Red was a sub in our team. He just couldn't play because of the age, and he's been with us for a long time.
Well, we are glad that he came of age because he did an amazing performance today. Now, this is the you played against Crash and Chaser. Talk to us about you. How do you feel about playing against them today?
我说你跟 Crash 还有 Chaser 都打过了，那你对他们有什么想法，或者是今天的比赛有什么感想？
就打过 Bengi 以后，其实就没什么感觉了。
He thinks after playing with Bengi, it doesn't really matter who.
All right, now I hear that you guys sing before your matches and also during your matches. If you guys win today, will you sing if you win with all of us today?
他说他听说我们会在比赛开始前跟比赛中途都会唱歌。那如果你今天比赛结束之后，你会不会在台上唱歌？
You guys want to hear him sing if he wins?
我们的上路咪咪就那 AND 他比较会唱，所以我应该会请他来开嗓。
He says MMD is a better singer, so he'll make MMD sing.
Well, good. Well, we're looking forward to it. Thank you, guys. Congratulations, and back to you guys.
Thank you so much. That was great. We're all going to sing karaoke party the final if the Flash Wolves manage to win, because they have made it to the final and the marked improvement from Game 1 to Game 2 in terms of keeping the acceleration of the game going and closing it out. It does help if you have a 19,000 Aurelian Soul in Aurelian Soul in your team, because that will be a catalyst.
Well, we did see them take down SKT with Aurelian Soul, and they definitely put in a clinic here in terms of how to utilize this guy to pressure the entire map, and we're going to see it right here. At level 5, a roam to the top side to the point of pressure that Longzhu wanted to have, immediately trying to shut it down.
Yeah, this was really the Maple story right there. It was a good attempt from Expression to flash and try to dodge the orbs, but literally back to back. So we've just now ganked top. Maple immediately goes to mid, pushes a wave, and suddenly he's bottom, places the ward. Now MMD's joining the party.
Only one level of difference, and you go for a 5-man gank to the bottom side, and this is where the first brick is going to come down, just putting attention everywhere, and that's the beauty about Aurelian Soul. Even in the hands of a very skilled player, he can make plays across the map, and the 3 places being ganked just all over. This is such a great game from Maple that it must be banned in the finals.
Yeah, and Aurelian Soul did see some nerfs between now and 6.21, you know, trying to nerf out his mid game. But the thing is, he still exists in such a great spot because of his build. You know, going for, he effectively builds kind of all of these resistances, but he gets so much damage off of it as well as CC since he's building, I like to call it the hose, GLP. Just ridiculous. Interrili is disgusting.
He's just such a good pick for this matchup, especially as a surprise pick. You see him kind of like the cheese guy in a best of 1 where you know, oh, they didn't expect it. But in a best of 3, essentially, when you're 1 game away, it turns into a best of 1. So going for it makes a lot of sense. And I really like what Longzhu did to contrast that, to really focus onto the Aurelia, the lane that was winning. Unfortunately, they were not able to get as much as Aurelian Soul got everywhere else.
And you actually saw that reflected in their vision. So we talk about kind of those gateways or those silk roads into lanes. It usually starts with the Raptor brush or on either side of the map. And Longzhu actually prioritized majority of their vision in controlling the top side. The problem with controlling the top side of the map versus the bottom side, especially early game, is that you're putting all of your eggs and simply snowballing that champion ahead, because the objectives early on the top side of the map are just that tower, whereas the objectives on the bottom side of the map are things like the dragon as the tower as well, and snowballing more members because you're dealing with your dual lane. So it makes sense that Flash would prioritize that with the Ash Arrow, but I just think that Longzhu, they needed to kind of change gears away from that Aurelia, especially when Echo started giving her a fight.
It's also so difficult to actually get rewards out of camping a tank in the top side. Somebody like Echo, that is quite difficult to dive. We saw them struggle to actually go for all the dives that they went for, not 100% success rate, and that just is not how it goes for the bottom side. When you have Aurelian Soul and Ash down there, you are going to get guaranteed kills left, right, and center, and you're able to easily get objectives, so your efforts are less and with more reward.
And we did see that Crash was trying to keep up with the speed of Aurelian Soul. Like immediately, as soon as he was done ganking top in the initial dive, he immediately reset his position on the map and started booking it towards the bottom side of the map, but it was just a little bit too slow because you're dealing with such high mobility.
And a little bit too late as well as the cross map potential. They had the Tom Kench, they had the Aurelian Soul, they have the Ash Arrow, and they have found more openings than they did in game number 1. And I also think this is very interesting going into a best of 5 champion select now, because they have shown a couple of different things. They know that they play the Vars now. They are not afraid to take the Gnar top lane. They have the Aurelian Soul in their back pocket. So that will be very interesting as we see how a best of 5 evolves in terms of picks and bans for the Unicorns of Love to prepare.
Well, I absolutely love best of 5s, and the fact that we get the Unicorns that have been playing so standard with the exception of just the Kassadin, and now we have the Flash Wolves coming in with very different priorities in their champion pool, makes it quite exciting. This is always a clash of, is our playstyle, is our composition better than yours, and how does it match up against it? Like the Gnar into the Poppy, no Poppy priority. Will they run Kassadin into Aurelian Soul and simply trust that maybe they can account for the roams? Maybe we'll see that.
It's effectively the evolution of the meta. So we already have the tournament meta, you know, Tom Kench kind of being the surprising pick and the support that maybe wasn't quite noticeable on the world stage, but coming out here at IEM, when you get into that best of 5, it's almost like a mini meta takes place. Like Aurelian Soul is now probably going to be a priority, or at least considered in those bans. You definitely have to echo what the casters were saying. But so far, most of the tournament has been about the jungle pool, and you now have Karsa versus the likes of Move.
Yeah, it will be a very interesting matchup indeed, and I just want to round it out, of course, the report card for Longzhu coming in here as the 8th place LCK team who put up a competitive game versus the Chiefs and now knocked out. What is kind of your judgment on them and where they can improve?
The report card, I think, is we're sitting at a C. I think a C minus maybe. You know, you passed, but you didn't really.
How much is that out
You're
of
not
10?
going home and showing your parents. You're keeping that one under the bed.
But they're just so like, we didn't see it at this tournament, but if this is like the first time that the audience is releasing Longzhu, if you don't watch much of the LCK, like they do have these performances where they look great and you're like, man, this team has so much potential. If only they had a brain. That's just really it comes down to. They make
You put yourself in that one, by the way.
They make really poor decisions, and they do it as a team, and they do it on an individual level. The fact that consistently Expression is trading his teleport for like single kills, and it's not going into a tower, and then he loses so much CS, or he loses so much, like the fact that Lee Sin was able to push down the tower on himself because Expression teleported bottom, they picked up a kill and they got nothing else. He also did it in the first game where he teleported bottom to kill the Varus, and again, they lost their top lane tower for it. So that's individual decision-making errors on Expression's level, and then the fact that Frozen being that split push victor, like back-to-back, like why is he the only guy that seems to know where they need to be on the map?
Yeah, harsh but fair judgment, I think, judging off the play that we've seen, and we do have to say that same thing for the Flash Wolves as well, because we had the Aurelion Sol in Game 2, he absolutely popped off and they did much better, but we do have that inkling of those problems of not being able to accelerate and close out the game like we saw in Game 1, up versus the Unicorns, and you guys were saying as we watched the series, well, this should be a done deal for the Unicorns.
I don't think we can go that far. I do think that the Unicorns are coming in as favorites as their games looked a lot better, but the Flash Wolves are mechanically very impressive, and they're also capable of closing games out when they get the ball rolling far ahead enough. We saw it in this game with the Aurelion Sol. It was a very quick lead. Left, right, and center, they understood where to pressure, and it just became that much easier because Longzhu only had one window of opportunity to come back.
I do want to interject there a little bit because we did definitely say that after the first game, because of the back and forth game, they're not been able to close in and out, and are we not putting a bit too much on this last game where the Aurelion Sol completely popped off and took over the game?
See, I actually disagree a bit because I agree with that point that we just don't have enough of a sample size to say that Flash Wolves have learned their lesson, especially if you look back to like the history at Worlds. It was consistently a problem. I mean, really the last time that they were able to close was when Stake was on the roster. But the big mismatch that I see for these teams lining up, because you have such talents like Karsa, like Maple there, is actually in the bottom lane. You know, you have that rookie ADC in double red versus Veritas and Hylissang. And Veritas and Hylissang are having an incredible tournament right now. So I definitely think bottom lane is actually a big point of power for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see. Let's take a look at the updated bracket. As we know almost everything, we still have to crown our winner here, our champion at IEM Oakland. After running through everything, the Unicorns of Love have made it to the grand final up against the Flash Wolves, which will be a best of 5, and we will touch on this a lot more when we come back and set up for the grand final. But if in the beginning of the tournament we talked about teams that had not met their expectations in 2016 for the Flash Wolves and for the Unicorns of Love, this is just a monumental opportunity to show something.
Absolutely. Winning a tournament, a major tournament, is quite important, especially when it comes to international play that we really don't get to see, and just comparing yourself. Even if you don't succeed, the ability for you to play on stage against other regions that is so scarce makes you a much better team. So all the teams that played here will most likely come out ahead just better.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to kind of see the innovation as we go into this best of 5. Again, we talk about kind of like the mini metas that can exist. We haven't seen any of the Unicorns of Love's kind of staple tricks. You know, they finally made it to the finals. It is a best of 5. That probably won't happen in game 1. Maybe there's a chance, but I'm still holding on to that hope that there's going to be a surprise pick.
Maybe it's completely gone and they just standard close it out. That would maybe even be a more hopeful sign from the side of the Unicorns of Love.
Because then it goes back to, you know, changing their identity of style, that they're no longer synonymous with this idea of chaos style, that they can play a very patient, very clean style. And they're not reliant on gimmick picks anymore, that they can just play the standard clean map.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's not sticking to cheese and picks that are just surprising. I think that it's always something that is valuable, something that we're not at a point in League of Legends where you clutch on that. A cheese is just things like Aurelion Sol, which is a very standard pick that everybody should be expecting. So if they are capable of playing surprise picks and win a game off that, all the power to them. And I'm very excited to see if they actually are capable of doing that, if their champion pools are deep enough, because it really doesn't remove any credit away. After all, this is one team against the other, and you're expected to use all the resources that you have to beat your opponent.
And hopefully we will see that all come out in the full 5 games in the best of 5 that's coming up. The Flash Wolves up against the Unicorns Love in the grand final of IEM Oakland after this.
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and Core i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the total prize purse of Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Feel like a pro.
Come on, one more?
One more.
One more.
Okay.
Start the show! Totino's pizza rolls, also Totino stuffed nachos.
That's a whole lot of sugar. Fun fact, there are about 16 packs of sugar in one 20-ounce canned drink. And then there's us.
G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports. Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy.
Extreme Masters Oakland. We're here on the Xfinity Analyst Desk. We're also joined by Achilles after casting. We'll be having a four-man desk for the final that is coming up. But first, we have something very important to reveal and or decide, which is a G Fuel MVP. We're gonna find out who it is later. But first, I want to get your opinion. Who has personally stood out for you guys throughout this tournament?
I think that the MVP for me is the manager for the Unicorns of Love, the guy in the suit.
That's what I was gonna say.
But realistically, I think that there's a lot of players on Unicorns that stand out. Exile and Hylissang, for me, are the two guys that are really making a case for this, just because they've been so pivotal in all their wins.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate kind of for the other teams in the tournament, simply because we just have so much more footage of Unicorns of Love. I mean, the other finalist Flash Wolves, we've only really seen 2 games, but I do have to echo the same sentiment. I'm going to really be specific and say Hylissang in particular. I think Hilly has played out of his mind. He's helped multiple lanes, you know, picking up that Tom Kinch, unlocking himself, rotating around the map, and being exactly where he needs to be for the Unicorns of Love. I think he's been so vital in a lot of their success.
Yeah, I mean, Exile as well. He's been playing insanely well throughout that series versus TSM, and of course versus INTZ as well. They, you know, Unicorns as well as just a cohesive unit did excellently. But I'd have to say probably Exile or Veritas, the AD carry position. They both did really good. Almost, you know, going deathless in that second game versus TSM. Veritas had a really strong performance, and then closing it out with the Ezreal is just beautiful play from him.
Yeah, just piggybacking. I mean, Veritas, he's kind of gone a little bit unsung. We did praise him a little bit when he had that Ashe game, but the fact that he's been consistent every single game. Like, Exile and Hilly, they've had their superstar moments, but Veritas has just been like that solid backbone.
Well, what I really like about Hylissang is that on the 5 games that they have played, basically Bard has been either banned or picked, which is not a pick that overlaps with other teams. While Sword Art can play Bard, most likely is not something that is practiced, not something that is ready to come out, which means that once again that is drawing a ban to something that is essentially gone to waste, because the Tom Kent, he's very capable of playing it, as we saw. I'm sure he has many other supports that we do not know, and just the ability to knock down one of those bans makes it that much harder to prep against a team.
Definitely does, and as you say, we do not have that much sample size of the Flash Wolves, and Unicorns of Love has a lot to show for them. So without further ado, we're going to find out who our G Fuel MVP is here in IEM Oakland.
And ladies and gentlemen, now to present the G Fuel MVP award for the Intel Extreme Masters is the CEO of G Fuel, Cliff Morgan. Cliff, would you like to say a few words?
I would. This is awesome. So, IEM Oakland, 11 years, 11 seasons. You know, G Fuel, we really feel like we've had such a great honor of growing within the esports community and the gaming community. We feel like veterans, we've been doing it since 2012, but 11 seasons is something very impressive. And that's really the attachment and the reason why we wanted to be part of it. And we're so excited to be here, and we're excited to see the industry booming. And these guys are doing great, and we're looking forward to season 12.
Well, we're glad to have you here, and we hope that there's many years after. And now, for your G Fuel MVP, and also this person wins a year's supply of G Fuel from the Unicorns of Love, Exile! Now, Exile, congratulations on winning the MVP, the G Fuel MVP award here at the Intel Extreme Masters. How does it feel? It's been a really big day to you. How does it feel to win the G Fuel MVP?
It feels really awesome, actually. Like, I didn't expect it at all to come to the tournament and beat TSM, and now even going further into the finals. So yeah, it's just an awesome experience, yeah.
Well, next up, you guys are going to be facing the Flash Wolves. What do you guys expect to happen in the next couple matches?
I think we can do really well. We had good scrim results against them, so I think overall we have really good chances to win against them.
Good, good. Do you want to take a feel of that trophy and see how heavy that is? All right. Well, congratulations, and back to you guys. Congratulations.
Fantastic. Congratulations to Exile on winning that G Fuel MVP. And there was so much storyline coming into this about him being excited to be here to show what he can do. And he had a couple of games where he really shone and came through for the team. Also having that interesting Kassadin pick coming out. And we see a couple of highlights from him. It must be just an enormous morale and confidence boost for him before this final to see that he got it.
And this 2 kills right here is right after he was getting solo kills, so completely unfazed by it on a 4-man Flash Cassiopeia ultimate. Just so many impressive plays by him throughout this tournament that really makes him worthy of 1 year worth of G Fuel.
I mean, he crushed him so hard that the game had to pause after that point, so he was just doing an absolute monstrous job in this game.
The only play worthy of the slow-mo was his Flash Cassiopeia ultimate.
We're going to see it over and over and over. No, he had a very good performance so far overall, but I always feel like, are we jinxing it a little bit? Yes, he had those great matchups, but now he is going up against Maple in that mid lane. Although we only have a 2-game sample size, that is a scary matchup, or it should be.
Yeah, I think that Maple, given if Flash Wolves had played a couple more games so far throughout the tournament, he could have been a pretty serious contender for the MVP. The kid is...
How dare they go straight to the zone?
Yeah, how dare they qualify and seed higher than the other teams now. But, I mean, he is... I was talking about this a little bit on the cast. I mean, he's 19 years old. He's been playing competitively for years. He's been to 3 World Championships. There's very few players like Maple that have that career history already at such a young age. And his champion pool is immensely deep. He played 12 unique champions in the summer split. He played 6 at Worlds. And it goes deeper than that. I mean, I think last year he played something like almost close to 20 champions.
Yeah, it will be very exciting to see what happens in there and if that can tilt the rest of the matchup. And finally, yeah, just again, praise for Exile, because it's one thing to be excited to be here. You have to make it come through, and that is what separates the real champions from the people that have the potential but cannot bring it out.
And it's kind of like final boss right now. The fact that Exile stepped up, that he took down Bjergsen and the rest of TSM, and now he gets the chance to take on Maple. So, you know, strike 1 off the list, now looking towards the LMS.
Maybe it's written on the chest somewhere.
All right. Yeah, anything to add, you guys, before we go to another break?
I think that it's going to be a really good matchup because of the picks. Because Kassadin is something that you just don't really know how it plays out because it's so dependent on the individual. The pick itself doesn't make a whole lot of sense in many compositions, but he made it work, and he's very vocal that, oh, I'm not really playing the first game out of a series very well. If he pulls it off this time around, this series might be close, or not as close as we think.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. We have our G Fuel MVP, but we need to know who our champion will be here at the Intel Extreme Masters Oakland. And after the break, we will see the Flash Wolves going up against the Unicorns of Love for that title. Don't go anywhere.
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and Core i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the total prize purse of Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Feel like a pro.
Come on, one more?
One more.
One more.
Okay.
Start the show! Totino's pizza rolls, also Totino stuffed nachos.
Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy. Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Oakland, California at the Oracle Arena celebrating the 11th season of the Intel Extreme Masters Finals. And as you guys have seen, we have had an incredible weekend with some very matches that we kind of expected, but most of the matches, we had no idea of the outcomes. And I can tell you guys, we have been watching, screaming up and down with the hearts pumping out of our chests watching these matches, and I can assure you, these next few matches are going to be just the same. And now, to introduce our first team, the LMS Spring and Summer Champions, the Flash Wolves! And now let's welcome back the European team who is making their debut in this series, Unicorns of Love!
Fantastic, the Unicorns of Love and the Flash Wolves, and they brought out the unicorn hats. I couldn't be happier. They're totally in the atmosphere and in the
Power is coming out now, and we really get to see what they can show in the best of 5, which is really where you're tested, and you can really tell which team is best.
They're not going to play with the hats on? What is this?
No, it's all about the synergy. So they're just going to set up. I know yesterday they had them sitting on top of the computers and everything, so that was pretty nice. But maybe they'll do that again.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm also disappointed they don't have the hats on.
Well, just as an aside, they probably don't want anything disturbing them, because this is a huge moment for both of these teams. A big story coming into the tournament was all the teams that are attending not meeting their goals. They have to prove something. They have to make a statement. And now both the Flash Wolves, after that not getting through to past the group stage at Worlds, and the Unicorns of Love, after not even making it, can win an international tournament. That is huge.
And the other side of that is also kind of the development and the long journeys that both these teams have been on. It's not just the failed expectations, but, you know, can the Flash Wolves now close out in a late game? Can the Unicorns of Love play more than just one style, or fall back to that gimmick kind of reputation that they have? And so far for the Unicorns of Love, the answer has been yes. Jury's still out on Flash Wolves.
And we have to remember that the winner here will advance to IEM Katowice, so get another chance to really play against even stronger competition and really say we're kind of the best in the world at this point. We're the best in our region, at least to some extent, which is really quite the prestige. And I think that makes these teams just have so much more pressure on the line and just really focus down, especially for the Unicorns, who really got a good chance of looking at the Flash Wolves and scout them out.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have an immense amount that they want to prove, you know, not only just to us, but to themselves, because Flash Wolves, of course, as we mentioned it, having a really rough time at the group stage, not making it out, a really pretty dismal performance at Worlds as far as they are concerned. And then Unicorns, a playoff team that never made it to Worlds. So to be on this stage now and have the chance to win, Unicorns are...
Romain's going all out.
The manager's throwing out jerseys. I'll take one over here. How about that? No, that was supposed to be mine. All right, I didn't catch it. But anyway, they have a lot to prove to themselves, because they want to have that confidence, especially for a team like Flash Wolves that has Double Red starting on this roster. This could mean a lot to him, starting his professional career here at IEM and winning in the finals. That would be massive.
Yeah, definitely. So let's take a look at the rest of the lineup, or the roster rather. For the Flash Wolves, it will be unchanged as what we just saw. MMD is staying up in that top lane as a start at least. Karsa in the jungle, then Maple, Double Red as you mentioned, and Sword Art, the staple, absolute staple of that lineup. Interesting that we haven't seen any variation yet, but they haven't needed it yet to bring in Rins to show him the ropes. This might be a good opportunity.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And MD had a really good game on the Gnar, and he was just capable of being a solid voice through the team and making sure that everyone stays calm and collected, which is such an important thing to do in hectic games.
And let's take a look at their opponents, the Unicorns of Love. No subs for them here, so they will also be starting with the same lineup. Vizichachi in the top lane. In the jungle, it's Move, Exile, RG Fuel, MVP in the mid lane, Veritas, and Hilisak holding down that bottom lane. And something also very interesting from the side of the Unicorns of Love, they've been to 3 IEMs now, but they've never played international team that isn't from NA or a wildcard region. So now going up against this LMS team and being able to scrim them will be very important, not only for this match, but also for their future going forward and the beginning of the EULCS, sticking that team together.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting match. I mean, these guys, they mentioned that they have been scrimming each other, which makes sense because they're on the opposite side of the brackets, but now they get to meet in the final. So hopefully they didn't reveal too much to each other during those scrims. But I mean, if we've learned anything about the Unicorns of Love, it's that they have a lot of things up their sleeve. But Flash Wolves as well, with Maple with his immense champion pool, I think that there's a couple things that he could pull out as well. The Aurelion Sol definitely going to be a big pick.
Yeah, thinking about picks and bans, I just think we're kind of beating a dead horse, no pun intended here, for the Unicorns, because they have played incredibly standard. We haven't seen anything cheese, and to be honest, that hasn't been a really big part of their identity for quite a while, and I think that is a hopeful sign for them going into this final.
And that's when they've really looked best in this tournament, is when they play standard and when they fall back to kind of their macro rotations and their decision-making across the map. Their skirmishes, you know, sometimes they're still fighting at inopportune times or taking fights that aren't the best and kind of fumbling on the execution, but it's still like a 50-50 coin flop there. So if Flash Wolves are good at early game macro and kind of meh at late game team fights, and Unicorns of Love are great at mid game, late game macro, and 50-50 on team fights, I'm still going to err on the side of Unicorns.
And it's considering that even the fights that they lose tend to be on sides of the map that actually make sense. They're moving or areas matter. They're contesting Baron where they have a lead post 20 minutes. They're moving towards the bottom side of the map if they want to go for turrets, as opposed to just randomly getting caught out in places that just do not belong if you're in an advantageous position. And that's something that is a lot of credit towards the team, because that's the thing that while the game might be sloppy, it's still indicative of somebody that knows where they should be, which means that they have less steps to close in terms of improving their gameplay and just being very crisp.
Yeah, and a game one in a best-of-5 series always so indicative in terms of picks and bans. I mean, we are about to jump into those picks and bans. Unicorns of Love are on the blue side for game one. We're going to see what they decide to go for in terms of their first ban. A lot of options open for them. A lot of variety we've seen from them well in the top lane as well as in the mid lane. 4 different champions played already. For Exile, we have that Kassadin in the mix, and then of course the MF, the Bard, and the Tom Kenshin support. So we'll see what they do. They do not want to take any risks with the Dragon. Aurelion Sol's banned out, as well as Karma, and then Syndra, of course, a ban from coming out of the Flash Wolves, as well as Rise.
Absolutely, you have to get rid of the Aurelion Sol, especially on the blue side. You do not want to let them have a purple as a counter pick, which makes it so difficult for you to play the side lanes accordingly.
And this is a bit of an adaptation. You know, normally we see either Olaf or Nidalee targeted out, but this time around the Lee Sin. So we'll see if that's followed up by Flash Wolves banning the Nidalee, and then that jungle pool really becomes down to Olaf and Elise.
Yeah, we'll see what their priorities go to if they decide to do that, and what kind of a first pick they force out of the Unicorns of Love. It will be the Jhin banned out.
Jace is still up as well, and I do think that Jace might be a bigger priority, although the thing is, if you pick the Jace, you can't run it with the Nidalee. So then, right here, if the Flash Wolves were to take the Jace, they would opt out on giving up the Nid pick, because it just doesn't make sense to have double poke composition.
Yeah, I mean, even outside of that, we have, you know, like the Cassiopeia is something that's available. The Orianna is still there, but it will be the Olaf as the first pickup for Unicorns of Love. So it seems like they don't want to go for that Nidalee. So it is an option available for Karsa. We saw him play it in that first game. Wasn't the cleanest play. The game was a little bit of a clown fiesta overall, but could bring it back out. I mean, he still does have mechanical prowess with that champion. It was just the decision-making really wasn't there.
Yeah, they also don't have to show too much here. Oh, they decide to go for the Ashe. Tom Kench lane has been a pivotal pick for both Sword Art and for Hylissang.
And again, this is just kind of a denial pick that covers all of their bases. The fact that they're prioritizing the Ashe because the Jhin is banned, and then picking up the support that is able to deny Ashe her pick potential with that gobble.
Yeah, I really like how you bring that up, because they were hovering the Nidalee, and you could just take the Nidalee and say, yep, we got the great jungler already, but because the Unicorns takes the Olaf, there is no need for you to show your jungling right away, and you make sure that you take the heavy engage, that roaming global bottom lane of the Tahm Kench and the Ashe, and because the Jhin was banned, you keep that priority. So I like the ban from the Jhin, understanding that the Unicorns would most likely prioritize a jungler, and you immediately clutch onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, already very interesting start, and not really anything special seen from both of these teams, with the Tahm Kench in there and the Ashe, and then the Bard is possibly what Hylissang will go to, and it seems like Caitlyn is on the board, and yes, it is for Veritas.
I thought for sure that they were going to go with the Ezreal route, just because Veritas had already showed a great game on that champion, but deciding to really prioritize the shove and the lane control by having both the Caitlyn and the Bard. Very oppressive 2v2.
It's actually one of my favorite jungle combos, the Olaf and the Bard, because one of Olaf's greatest strengths is that mobility, but Bard really, or not that mobility, the ability to just fight, and then Bard just helps him get that mobility. He can go over walls, he can tempered fate, and he just sits there chucking his axes in the air, just getting ready to maul, and it's so entertaining to watch this combination, especially when we saw how much focus they put into the bottom lane.
Yeah, Caitlyn, the first bit of a surprise in that draft, and now we will see what the Flash Wolves decide to go for. Nidalee is kind of a given, it seems, for that jungle pick, and hovering the Poppy for the top lane.
I was really concerned for a second that they were flashing the Gangplank. I don't necessarily agree with it, although I do think he's a great champion. It's just when you see an Olaf, you really need to grab the Poppy again, not because you're disengaging the Olaf, but because you're creating and separating space between him and his enemy and his ally team.
They do decide to lock in the Nidalee and the Poppy there. No big surprises there?
It's a super solid draft already from the Flash Wolves. You know that the last pick is going to come out for Maple so that he does have that counter pick, although it's most likely going to be a control mage again because of the meta, but there's just so much CC and pick potential here. You have slamming against the wall, you have the CC from Tahm Kench and the Ashe, and when you couple that with the high DPS from a Nidalee jungling, it's very easy for you to catch somebody out of position and punish them immediately. So I like the ability to just get quick picks and then move on.
Yeah, as said, the Orianna as Exile has had a fantastic performance on, as well as paired with the Kennen for Vizicsacsi in the top lane. A lot of playmaking potential here again coming out of the Unicorns of Love. And now to see what Maple will prefer to take to the mid lane, although will most likely... Oh, or curveball. No, I'm getting too excited.
I told you, this guy has a champion pull, all right? So, I mean... if you look at Worlds, he probably has the second biggest champion pool under maybe Faker. So it's pretty massive. So I mean,
I do not want to see a Vel'Koz here. First of all, if you put Vel'Koz against Bard, if you're Vel'Koz against Bard, you are going to get decimated. Hylissang had no problem shooting that Tempered Fate and just killing Victor, which is even tougher than the Vel'Koz because he has the speed boost. Unfortunately, there's really not a whole lot of champion pool for the mid to protect yourself against Hylissang.
Get out of here with your logic. We want to see that Vel'Koz in the game, but possibly it will get changed here in the end too if Victor possibly casts it.
They're gonna lock it in. Goodness. All right. It's definitely risky, but it's got a lot of potential to just blow up the game. I mean, if he can get fed.
Murdered by Hylissang.
We'll see. Is this just an extreme show of confidence, or does he know something that we don't?
Well, it's an incredibly powerful duo for the jungle and mid because Vel'Koz can push the wave so seamlessly that it allows Nidalee to go into the jungle non-stop. So if they're capable of keeping track of Olaf, making sure that they're on top of buff invades, this could work very well.
We will see. This is what they are fighting for in game one and over this best of 5. It is the championship at IEM Oakland, and they're going to start it off with a Vel'Koz from the side of the Flash Wolves. Casters, take it away.
I could not be happier to be casting a Vel'Koz game in the grand finals of IEM Oakland. Thank you, everyone, for sticking it out through this day. My name is Daniel Sifa-Dracos. I'm joined to what you consider my right by Aiden Zyrun Moon, and to technically my left by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith.
You got it. Nailed it.
It was a little slow to start, but this is it. One final best of 5 to see who will be our champion, who will be moving on to Katowice, and who can make a bigger name for themselves on the international stage, as Unicorns of Love haven't really won a lot of tournaments.
Well, they haven't won a single tournament. They don't actually have a trophy in their case, except for maybe a challenger one from back in the day, but that's 2 years old plus. So right now, Unicorns of Love, we're trying to look at a 2017 Unicorns of Love. They're trying to come into the next year strong, and they want that. They want to set a new precedent.
And Unicorns of Love already fired a couple of shots today. The news came to confirm their roster. They will have Vizicsacsi and Hylissang and the rest of the players locked in for 2017. They beat TSM. If they were to also take this tournament, be a really exciting acceleration of the hype train for Unicorns of Love in 2017.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Unicorns of Love on blue side in game one. Flash Wolves on the red, ready to get it underway. Vel'Koz, I think, has to be the center of attention here as we come into this. What does this champion do?
I mean, it's a really interesting pick, just because Maple sees something I don't. The laning phase could probably be pretty comfortable in the mid lane. We've got time to talk about Vel'Koz. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen.
It's all planned. We needed to talk about Vel'Koz.
Thank you so much, guys. We needed this time.
We need it.
Don't make it sound like it's our fault. Come on.
You've got to embrace the situation. But the big story here is they're drafting a Vel'Koz, you know, a no escape mid laner. Has its strengths, but it's against Kennen, for example. The Kennen flank's going to be something. Any champion that can close the distance onto the Vel'Koz will make his life hell. And there's also Bard who can do the ranged engage and the ranged interruption of the Vel'Koz ultimate. So it seems like a game where there's a lot of tools on the side of Unicorns of Love to take out Vel'Koz. So Vel'Koz, as this last pick, sure, the wave clear is going to be very safe against Orianna in lane. But I just don't see what about the draft really necessitated or really encouraged a Vel'Koz pick? I mean, Zyrene, what do you see about the Vel'Koz?
The thing I see about it is it's mostly just, it's a good wave clear champion in the mid lane, but also they're looking at a little bit more of a poke siege composition here for themselves. They already have the Nidalee. If you can get the slow with the Vel'Koz, you're going to land the Nidalee Spear afterwards and possibly get a kill there. So the Maple Karsa synergy, there is potential for them to actually pick up a lot of kills early on a low mobility champion like the Orianna.
So that's interesting too, because if we're going to talk about early game snowballing, I'm wondering, is this the ideal champion to do it on? How strong is Vel'Koz if he gets a lead? Because, you know, we know Assassins for that potential to snowball in the mid lane. We have a lot of great champions to set up potential mid ganks. Is Vel'Koz the ideal pick for that circumstance, or what else does he provide aside from the potential for that early pressure?
I don't think we've ever got an answer, you know, in the history of competitive league over whether Vel'Koz is the ideal champion in a specific situation. That's why I'm looking for another data point here. This is Maple, just carried on Aurelion Sol, but we've seen scarcely in the past, but we know its potential. Champion like Vel'Koz, you know, over in Korea, we had Spenu playing it a couple of times. It troubled Faker in one of those series, but actually picking up the win with so many tools that deal well against the Vel'Koz, that's the part that I don't see. I don't see the full picture here.
Exactly. The Vel'Koz may be able to do well in a little bit of a vacuum with the team composition, but it's not going to play too well into what UOL have right now, if UOL end up playing it correctly. And I do actually want to talk about this bottom lane because we actually have Veritas, Hylissang, and then Double Red, who actually had some pretty decent performances in the last 2 games up against the Tahm Kench as well. So that's the Ashe Tahm Kench combo. They took it away so that they wouldn't have the Tahm Kench on the other side to prevent the Ashe arrow. But then this is another combination on the other side. Caitlyn Bard, ulti from Bard into Caitlyn traps. A lot of damage that you'll be able to deal and a lot of pickoff potential.
But not a great start coming in there from Double Red, tanking the early binding here. And we saw a lot of teams take the Bard away from Hylissang. It's been given over to them this time. They have it. And, you know, honestly, we saw it be very effective against a much more experienced AD carry in Wild Turtle, in Biofrost. Not experienced as a duo, but you have to wonder how Double Red's going to stand up to the insane pick potential that comes out at level 6.
Questions upon questions, but in a best of 5, I'm sure we're going to get to some of the answers to the things we're wondering about. One thing you can say about Vel'Koz, the WMAX has certainly been the staple so far, just being able to instant wave clear through 2 Ws. Pretty low risk in that way. So at least in the early game, once you get about 3 points in that Vel'Koz W, you're easily going to shove in Orianna before the Morellonomicon comes out for that Ori.
A lot of aggressive trading on the top side. Shachi has the luxury of range, but MMD's not done chasing him down yet. It's just going to back off in the end, but normally we expect Kennen to be a little bit more dominant in these early trades. However, MMD keeping up so far.
Yeah, it was actually really good by MMD. He got a pin with the heroic charge into a wall, so he ate double damage to the heroic charge, and then he ate the Q, both ends of it on Vizichachi, so that's a ton of damage from the Poppy.
Of course, looking, of course, checking in on the junglers as well. MMD, though, and he had to be the center. Tanks a tower shot as well. Flash traded for Flash. MMD maybe a little too thirsty for the early kills there.
I think that Flash was unnecessary. The moment he was never going to be able to flash into auto attack range. It looked like it might even require 2 auto attacks. So you can understand the excitement for MMD. But trading flashes, given how much lane control he had, if he could have just taken the flash away and had the flash advantage, that would have been pretty big.
They already TP'd back. Vizichachi got up there, and now you can see move. He's already trying to come up to the top side, but nope, they're actually going to make it back off there. All right.
Meanwhile, Karsa's on the bottom side. Nothing going to come from it. Hylissang dangerously close. Getting picked up by the Tahm Kench there. No unacquired taste stack going to come through, and he has to burn the flash in the end. So a lot of early action here for the Flash Wolves.
Really excited to see this jungle matchup. To me, these are the 2 power farmers, the 2 champions that often rack up a big CS advantage over other junglers. Very rare that both are actually active in a game. And the dueling, you'd have to think if Olaf hits that first axe, he actually wins the duels against Nidalee.
Yeah, and I want to look at it stylistically as well. Karsa as a player is very aggressive, likes to invade and move. He only invades when he thinks he can get camp out of it or get some vision. Not that aggressive jungler that goes for those ganks early right now.
Moves in and unfortunately cost him his ghost in the end. You saw Maple moving up and happy to collapse on him if he didn't just immediately run out of there. But already in the mid lane, Maple with a 5 CS advantage, and you said the early levels needs a few points in W, but now that he has it, looks to be in total control.
And Karsa, he's already invading. He knew that he chunked out move, so he's trying to find him in the jungle and trying to harass him and deny a little bit.
Move uses the smite to secure it in the end, but Karsa, hungry for blood, throws the spear. Is going to connect. Is he going to follow it up? He's looking He's going for it. First blood, dropping for Flash Wolves. Karsa, is he going to drop 2?
Nope.
Makes it out of the tower range just in time.
Already so much aggression from the Flash Wolves.
No room for Oriana to counter Rome either, to pick up the kill and answer. So the Nidalee going to get out. Really nice stuff from Karsa, and that's the pace.
What is Chachi doing? He's way too far forward.
Yeah, here comes Karsa, MMD, ready to set up any potential action here. The red buff ticking down. Chachi in trouble, does get the stun onto MMD in the end. Spear does go wide, still wants the execute. Not hunted, not going to get the mark. MMD hungry for blood.
Oh.
Dashes to the creep to make it to safety. Red buff ticks, but Chachi walks out with his life. No TP, however, to return to lane.
And this is just really bad for Unicorns of Love. Top half of the map, they've already had their jungler be a little bit dominated now by Karsa, and then Visit Chachi to boot. Oh, wasn't doing well in the early game from the get-go, and now, despite everything, he's actually in an okay spot because he's 10 CS up.
And despite the fact that the Olaf might have the advantage in the dueling if he hits the first act, it's the big disadvantage he has. He doesn't have the ability to pounce over walls, doesn't even take flash. So these invading missions move is kind of feeling like he's forced to go into the enemy jungle. But if he's collapsed on, especially pre-6, doesn't have the mobility in Nidalee, and he'll just give more kills over to the Flash Wolves.
Does in the end on that invade get the Wolf Spirit up, so we'll have a little bit more vision onto Karsa. Takes the opportunity after seeing Karsa on the top side, but does, as you said, have to be careful. That first one cost him so much. However, top lane, normally expected to be so favored for Kennen. Yes, he has the massive CS advantage, but MMD consistently bullying him out here for damage, and if that transitions into a kill, it could turn around the lane.
Exactly. Ultimately, it's what does this mean for MMD, because he's not ahead in gold. He's actually not even ahead in experience right now over Vizichachi. Has nothing really going for himself, despite the pressure that he's had. It hasn't made anything of it.
Of course, now checking in on the bottom lane. Approaching level 6 for Veritas. Hylissang a little bit behind after an early back. Swordart potentially overstaying his welcome. Ghost comes in from move. The low cooldown, an absolute boom, but Swordart has the thick skin. Isn't going to have to pop it. We'll get the healing instead.
Just a nice bit of damage there. No need for Swordart to use either of his summoners, so can recall, also has a potion to pot, so he's going to be okay in that scenario. So a real big gain for the Unicorns of Love. A little bit of lane control on bot.
So far, a very even early game, despite the kill going over to Nidalee. Interestingly enough, the CS lead maintained for Maple, but not growing. Caitlyn and Ash going back and forth in the CS department as well, so really waiting for a major breakpoint here from either team. Bot lane appears to be taking control, but Poppy also pushing in on the top side, and pressure feels relatively even.
Right now, Karsa, he knows that the blue buff came up once again.
Exile moving forward. Waiting, maybe going to look for the steal here. Smite does come out. Spear.
Went over to Exile. He got it.
So close in that exchange. Absolutely crucial for Oriana to get this in the early game, as Vel'Koz known for some of those terrifying early base damages, the potential for the passive there. And Exile still going to be able to clear these waves, still going to be able to keep up, at least for now.
Yeah, without the blue buff, you would have to think the double W would just, there'd be no way for Exile to match the wave pressure. So very important the blue buff transfer goes on. Both sides clearly knew that, with Karsa moving up. And speaking of moving up,
Triangle looking for it. Axe does connect. The chain slow is ready and available. Maple has the flash. Are they going to keep going? Karsa ready for the turnaround. Unicorns of Love have to back off.
But right now, what do they end up doing with this on Unicorns of Love side? Now they have an inside track onto the enemy blue buff. They know that it's up. They know that Vel'Koz took a lot of damage. Are they going to try to make something of this is the question.
Swordart taking a cheeky opportunity to lay down the ward. Potentially risky, but takes the chance. Is going to have a little bit more vision, a little bit more information. We'll know now if Unicorns of Love want to push, want to try to contest that blue buff. Instead, it looks like choosing to back off.
Yeah, we always look for that next step, getting the maximum out of just chunking out an opponent, not expecting a lot of lane pressure for even a blue buff Vel'Koz without any summoners. He actually has to get into pretty close range to the minion wave to be able to clear it, theoretically close to the command attack shockwave range. So expect Maple to have to be super defensive until he has any summoners back up.
Something that I expect to happen in the near future here is Hylissang, once he hits 6, going mid, there's no summoner spells for that Vel'Koz. It would be an easy pickoff for the way that he's been playing Bard today. Just throw out the Tempered Fate, hit him with the ultimate, and have the follow-up.
There's so much to respect in terms of CC on the side of Unicorns of Love. You think of team fights. Sure, the Tahm Kench can negate an attack onto one of Ashe or Vel'Koz, but they're both pretty similarly going to be rooted in position during team fights when they're trying to put out damage, and Tahm can only choose one. So target selection, both for the Tahm Kench and then obviously for the Unicorns of Love in team fights, is going to be really interesting to track.
Sort of taking a bit of poke, but you just got to think about the potential for mobility here. You have the Magical Journey, you have the Abyssal Voyage. Both teams the potential to move around the map very quickly to make strong, map-based plays, but also, as you said, the potential to start fights on their terms. The Ash Arrow, the Tempered Fate, Kennen even with the potential for TPs, and it's the same story for Poppy as well.
Helasan go for a walk.
You just got to wait. Every time, you can never be sure when that Tempered Fate is going to come out. Looks like he's going to hold on to it for now, but Exile is here. Maybe the potential to go in. They go through the journey, looks at, gets the cat. Ooh, just so good on the shockwave there. And Sword Art could be down. Looks like they are going to back off in the end. Caitlyn ulti not going to follow up.
Yeah, no flash there as well from Double Red. It looks like they weren't expecting that, and they got swept out, and then immediately comes through, and maybe they weren't expecting the Orianna on top of it.
Yeah, the Double Red's job this game is going to be very different to the one in the previous game. He had an Aurelion Soul that could go into a side lane. Remember, this time, it is the Vel'Koz who's going to want to stay in mid, pick up blue buff, be behind the turret. It's not just going to be Hurricane Ash predictably wave clearing, getting into the late game easily. He's going to have to be a bit more on his toes, and already caught out with both summoners.
Definitely a solid trade in favor of the Unicorns of Love. Not a massive gold lead, but they're happy to now have the edge on the bottom side of the map, and Exile especially may just be stuck in a battle of wave clear when it comes to facing his lane opponent, but already making a larger impact when it comes to moving across the map.
Nice trades of Vizicachi. This lane's going to be pretty similar to Jace vs Poppy, that of course people are going to be a bit more familiar with since we saw it throughout the World Championships especially. I feel like Kennen's going to fall off in terms of having a turret threat compared to the Jace a little bit early, but the team fight, that's where Kennen is much more powerful than Jace, so both of them going to be very strong primary initiators, both top laners.
Yeah, difference is Jace's teleports, you know, not as effective as both of these top laners' teleports. So the Poppy is also very effective and can go to other places, but you can see the MMD is falling quite a bit behind in CS currently, but it is being made up by Maple in the mid lane, who has been having a rather good time despite the attention. He's already at the 10 per minute mark in terms of CS on this Vel'Koz, so he's been farming up a Storm, and he's just looking to scale a bit into this game.
While the farm is good for Maple, a lot of questions remain around the Vel'Koz, yet to have any major impact. Push waves as predicted, but outside of that, nothing really to show for it. Hasn't gone down, hasn't lost anything, but really expecting a lot from this final pick.
Just the why. Why of Vel'Koz in this particular situation? You can understand if he has a big wave clear advantage, it makes sense, but Orianna, you know, wave clear becomes seminal with her eventually. Sure, he can put out a lot of long-range damage, you know, much like a Jhin in team fights, but he's rooted doing so, and there's so many different ways to close the gap on him on the side of Unicorns of Love that we're just waiting for that flashbulb moment to really show us, demonstrate to us why it was the Vel'Koz.
Oh, could be this one right here. A lot of damage. Karsa moving in. Exile not quite marked up by the triple stack on the passive.
Blue the Ghost, though.
Yeah, did actually get the summoner spell out of him, and he hasn't had any extra help here, but Maple...
This is interesting pathing choice. Exile potentially caught out here.
He does have Olaf, but Nidalee is there too.
Oh, pulls it forward. Maple in trouble. Does not have the flash yet. He's going to drop, and Karsa, Spear not going to connect. Move with a nice sidestep to block the mid laner.
I really like Exile spacing in lane, moving towards the top left side because Olaf was invading as well, baiting out the Vel'Koz from walking up. One shockwave later, Olaf's in place. Nice stuff, Unicorns of Love.
But that also makes you feel very safe if you were Maple, because you know your jungler is also on that side. So you're like, okay, this Orianna's playing towards my side where the jungler is. He's going to get killed, and that's what baited him in.
Interesting as well. Unicorns of Love, decent advantage, and we now look to the jungle position. Karsa, standard build path coming out, but some interesting moves coming in from Move in the jungle with his choices here.
Yeah, I love the Righteous Glory. He did it previously on Olaf, and it's just to enable his team to get in, especially Vizicachi and himself. Those both need to get to the backline, the Kennen and the Olaf both. If they can reach that Vel'Koz, that Ashe, they pretty much make it so the damage dealers have to focus them, and they're not focusing somebody like your Orianna or Caitlyn.
Yeah, it's not quite like the Shurelya's Olaf back in the day because you don't have that team-wide utility, but because he always gets into the fight, the slow can be very powerful and it makes you super, super fast. These trades, we knew they were going to go towards MMD, and look at this.
Oh, looks like he's going to get the setup, the Q going down. Chachi running for his life. The flash available, goes in, gets the wall bang, knocks him down.
It just doesn't get much better from here for the Kennen, so bit of a worry now for Unicorns of Love on top. Karsa never takes an opportunity to miss the turret dive.
Want to keep the ball rolling. Helasan caught out and lasered down. Quick staring contest from the Vel'Koz. He comes out on top. Karsa moving forward, doesn't connect the spear. Veritas now set to fall. He's going to get taken down. Move is in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not going to get anything in the end.
And they just took advantage of the gaps of vision in UOL's jungle. You can see Flash Wolves own this bottom side of the jungle. They own the way to the dragon, and they own the way to the bottom side, and they just own Unicorns of Love.
Just these coupling the advantages, you know, taking stock of the fact they got a solo kill on top and made the superior rotation in bot, and suddenly it all starts to fall apart on some level for the Unicorns of Love. It's also going to be the soloing of the Cloud Drake for Flash Wolves.
End of the day, it's not the Vel'Koz setting the pace here, but the Nidalee moving in to help make these plays happen. Maple with some nice positioning on the back half of that fight, and Flash Wolves very clearly in control as their bottom lane moves on to the top side of the map.
Now suddenly, you can just park the duo lane against the cannon, negate the ranged versus melee advantage that cannon had, and things look pretty comfortable for Flash Wolves.
Exactly where they want to be. A small CS lead for Ashe. Mid lane relatively even now. Karsa with a decent lead. Righteous Glory for move, not a purchase that has been able to use yet. Hylissang potentially in trouble. MMD just going for a bit of poke there.
Say a bit of poke, looked like a pretty solid chunk to me.
Just gonna half health him, a little bit of poke, a little bit. Just 50%.
Rotating to top actually does help out. That I talked about the awkward period where both Vel'Koz and Hurricane Ashe are going to want to be in the mid lane. Rotating to top, again, we're delaying that part where they will have to assign one of Vel'Koz and Ashe to a side lane where they're going to be very easy to be preyed upon.
Now Unicorns of Love, not quite sure what their intention is here. May look for the dive on MMD, instead just auto-attacking the tower. Hylissang taking as many shots as possible, seemingly determined to get back some of the structural gold and even up the difference between them, but it's just going to be the one-for-one trade in the end.
Yeah, but can you continue to push down? This Kennen is much squishier than that Poppy and easier to rip through, so if they can actually reach him, Double Red has the arrow.
Flash available, Chachi, sidestep, no, still connects. Chachi potentially in trouble, leaping forward, uses the Protobell to get to safety. Volley going to connect, but no follow-up here. Maple looking for the solo kill, not gonna get it. Exile turns it on him.
G Fuel MVP, baby. Exile in the mid lane.
It's just such an impressive showing for a guy, rookie in the summer split, comes internationally, still in his comfort zone, has played super, super well and vindicating the early MVP award to him.
And this is the question mark, of course, what the Vel'Koz provides, and clearly it is not the 1v1 potential in that circumstance. Orianna's damage, instantaneous. Vel'Koz wants to channel that laser. It's just a little too easy for Exile, but it still costs him a ton of life, and Flash Wolves are here to capitalize.
Yeah, great rotation there, using the Abyssal Voyage to get there rather quickly, but Exile just has so much in terms of the wave clear department.
Of course, Flash Wolves backing off in the end, do get down a decent amount of damage. Unicorns of Love behind by a little less than 2K at this stage in the game. A little more, rather. You can take a look at it one more time.
Oh, that was absolutely monstrous. Exile pretty much 100 to zeros him there, and Exile only took about 20% of his own HP.
I mean, this matchup is really intricate because both champions have to move up to either position the ball or go for the W, and it's all about respecting the different variables available. If the Vel'Koz is ahead, he just walks up in the lane whenever the Orianna starts to move forward to move the ball, hit an E, and then you go for a combo of your own. But it's Exile playing with his tail up. He's in form. He's had a great tournament so far, and he's the one holding down Maple, someone who ran rampant in our last series.
Unicorns of Love now pushing down the mid lane. The itemization tells the same story as you do, Papa Smithy. Needlessly large rod coming in for Exile. Negatron Cloak coming in for Maple on the opposite side.
Yeah, likely to be a death cap. Luden's Echo, obviously an outside opportunity there with the build path that's currently been taken. Rylai is also a possibility as we've returned to Paulsville.
Well, as long as we're here.
Yeah, it might be the Rylai's. I've seen it before from Exile specifically, I believe, earlier in the tournament.
Swiffer was doing it as well.
Yeah, it's actually a fantastic item in order for these guys to actually catch up to things like Ashe, Vel'Koz. You hit him once, he's slowed, everybody's going to catch up to him, right? I mean, also the Negatron Cloak is a little strange because Abyssal Scepter would be what you would turn into, right? Vel'Koz's effective range, or the way he likes to play from, is way shorter than that range. I believe they're pretty damn small.
Yeah, I mean, while it's very likely that people will be on top of you as Vel'Koz, it feels like you've already lost the fight at that point. So defensive itemization, maybe just to survive here, but Abyssal definitely not playing for the ideal scenario, rather the one that he's in currently.
I mean, you're comparing it to a champion like Lux, right? Where Lux will just often go for things like Medjos, things for full AP builds, and it's basically, well, I have 1,000 range on my abilities. If someone gets closer, I'm dead anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a double AP composition. I don't blame him for doing it at all. Because the Kennen, if he does get to you, well, if I have the Negatron Cloak, I have a chance to survive. If I don't, then I'm definitely dead.
Moving forward. Chachi caught out on the bottom side. Karsa is here to punish. Essentially overextending. Tanks the spear on the way out. Not at all what he wanted. The Chain CC coming in, looking for a kill back. Not going to get it. Primal Surge more than enough to heal the wounds.
Really nice stuff there. This Poppy has been at arm's length ahead of Vizichachi earlier than expected, earlier than the Poppy versus Jace matchup we frequently see. Been able to itemize very easily into the Magic Resist, but can even go to Sunfire Cape, which lets you know how comfortable the Poppy feels. They can go into Sunfire Cape against double AP.
Move, throwing down a little bit of poke. We'll pick up the axe, rethrow, gonna miss on the reconnect. However, using the ghost.
Committing on it.
Double Red has the arrow up and available. Not going to have to use it in the end. And Chachi, despite the massive CS lead, you know, just even on gold because of the chain ganks that have come down, and really feels like he's maybe getting over-aggressive here.
It's been the level of being able to actually take advantage of those ganks. When Karsa has visited lanes, they've been able to pick up kills. Otherwise, been farming. Still is 43 CS ahead of another power farmer in Olaf and had more kill involvements, which lets you know that Karsa's just ahead of moves straight up.
Oh no, Carson may have bit off more than he can chew. Unicorns of Love waiting in the bush. Set up from the bar, not quite going to connect.
Optimistic.
Goes back off. Do get the flash from Karsa in the end, as well as secure control over the brush there. But not much going to come of that gank.
And now it's just all about getting that vision control for your next move. Mid lane turret's going to be one that's quite hard to knock down, because if both of these wave clear mids can play from a very long range, you'd have to dive them. So you're waiting for somebody like MMD to actually get enough armor when he was building magic resistance early to actually go for a dive, or have the Tahm Kench help out. Whereas if you look at the other side, UOL, their Olaf isn't ready to dive at all. He has the Righteous Glory, but he needs a little bit more armor before he can actually go after those turrets.
You can see what the plan is for Unicorns of Love. Ashe and Tahm Kench rotate. They want to take this mid turret. They're looking to dive it potentially as well. Turret's starting to fall low. It's about 30% HP.
Veritas doing what he can to clear. As he's farming, dodges the arrow. Double Red, maybe a little over-aggressive on the placement. Move wants to get frisky, moving forward.
Just have to be a turret dive.
Options for coming in. Double Red taking the damage anyway. A little bit late on the swallow from Tahm Kench.
And now they're going to have to try to siege here. Veritas, if he sets up traps, 3 ranks in it currently, ended up going for the Peacemaker Max first. And this is going to be a difficult siege. Both these compositions actually play pretty well from a siege position.
There is a ward for the Poppy to come in from the backside. It's going to do that.
There he goes.
Here comes the flank. They want the tower anyway. Unicorns of Love are going to stick to it, but how are they going to get out of this scenario? Exile trying to run his way out. Hylissang in trouble. Spear not going to connect. Chachi low health, but no one there to follow up.
Chachi has ult still.
Both teams backing off. Maple not seeing the setup for the ult, and Unicorns of Love come out on top.
Yeah, Flash was first instant to go in, of course, looking for the pop, and then they realize, oh crap, we don't actually have that outer turret. Flash cannon, there's no ability to kite back like there was before. So both teams go out. Flash will still want to answer with the mid lane turret though. Cannon's back, but still going to be difficult to outpush this Orianna.
Maple looking for the angle to throw down a bit of harass. Gonna have to recall all the days. Geometry, but not going to find it today. Carson picking up the blue buff for himself as he takes it away from the Unicorns of Love. That will be relatively major in the coming moments. And Hosman, you said Luden's Echo, a rare chance. Looks like it might be what Exile's going for, or do you think we're just getting the Aether Wisp for the extra mobility?
I think almost certainly it has to be the Luden's Echo because you have the 2 constituent parts there. There's always the outside chance, something crazy, but for now, we will call it the Ludens. I don't think it's going to be Lichbane onto the Orianna.
Yeah, it's
I'm sure it's been done before.
That's the thing, it's Unicorns of Love, right? You can't be confident. You want to say never, but you don't know for sure. That
I mean, it's the Flash Wolves throwing the curveballs. We have a last pick Velcos to consider here.
And the siege coming out is pretty impressive. Decent defensive tools with the Tahm Kench on the backside, but they can only save one person. For now, it is Double Red, but that tower almost entirely taken down, and Maple throwing down a large amount of damage. Move in the meantime, though, takes the Mountain Drake.
Double Red has actually been doing wonders for Flash Wolves. He's actually been quite good substitution here. Doing great work. He's up in CS. He's synergizing quite well with Sword Art. They're in a lane where they have a range disadvantage, and also it's not even a range support on his side. He has the Tahm Kench, and yet they've been able to set things up constantly.
And the team fight phase is going to be super interesting, considering the positioning of first the Velcos, then the Ashe. They can't be next to each other, then they're going to eat the AoE CC, whether it's from the Bard, the Orianna, or the Cannon. They also have to synergize really well with their support. So positioning for Ashe, even with Tahm Kench, where you think, okay, I've got an out, not necessarily, given just how many options Unicorns of Love have.
Oh, Karsa caught out. That's a lot of damage. Chachi picking up the kill in the end, but look at the proactive play from Exile.
Roaming up towards this Baron, there is some vision here. It's worth noting for the Flash Wolves. They certainly know this has been started. Scrying Orb as well.
Coming and killing it pretty quickly. They have a lot of damage threats. Poppy on the way, Velcot's on the way. Double Red over the wall. The arrow is up and available. Unicorns of Love walk away with the Baron 23 minutes in.
A beautiful call there as well. They pick off Karsa. They don't have to use much for it at all. And they take down the Baron, and now they're rotating top, instantly going to cash in.
And this is sort of thing in a VOD where you can pause and say, okay, Karsa needed to flash because he knew his Poppy didn't have teleport. He was just surprised by the damage. He had some magic resist. When he went down, Poppy's completely out of position, and credit to Unicorns of Love, making the proactive call, the sort of things that Flash Wolves and other teams at this tournament like Longzhu have struggled to do. And now suddenly the game blown open for the Unicorns of Love.
The power of Baron evening up to gold, the tower giving them a slight lead. Unicorns of Love in the driver's seat.
Yeah, actually I do want to touch on that because Karsa was out and still there with 2,000 gold. When he died, he purchased from an Amp Tome straight to Athene's Unholy Grail.
So he didn't even have that magic
Exactly.
resist.
He was like, oh my god, I need magic resist now because that just happened to me. But you shouldn't be out with that much gold when you can't afford that item. Maybe he was clearing Raptors for that last little bit, but that's still really greedy to be sitting on that much.
And while Karsa and Maple are taking some defensive measures, not the same case for Double Red, and he may need to because look at the amount of raw AP being picked up by Exile. Doesn't even need pen items, just going straight for that death count.
And Unicorns of Love are going for the bulldozer approach.
Wants to get in there. Vel'Koz over the wall is doing a lot of damage. Hylissang not going to get the kill. Ooh, Shockwave not connecting. Almost disaster there for Flash Wolves, but they're holding on for now.
Yeah, Unicorns Love not making the percentage play. They're not bringing out minion waves. They want to dive.
Connects with Maple. Moving.
Just get damage on turret.
Taking the tower in the end. Vel'Koz getting a little frisky. MFD goes in again. Chachi going to get cut down. Sword Art gets aggressive on the front side, but they will not pick him up. Karsa looking for a way into the back line. Leaps forward. Not going to get anyone. Flash out to safety. Now Move has to Ghost. Has to try to find a way out, but MFD is fearless. He's going to get the double stun. Doesn't look like there's any follow-up. Keep your eyes on the Ori.
Double Red almost has his ultimate. It's about to come up. It's off right now.
Ash Arrow up available. Hylissang, are you playing too far forward? They're ready to moment's notice to turn this one back. Flash Wolves back in control of the game, have a decent lead now. They do not care about the Baron buff. They're barreling down for the tier 2. Chachi going to fall. The shield comes in. Yes, they do get the kill in the end, but it's so close to getting away. Exile, not quite enough for shields.
Yeah, Exile will have the Orianna ultimate available in about 5 seconds. That's why Move persisting.
Ragnarok, there's no tools to stop him from moving into the backline, but he's going to back off of his own volition. Exile hungry for blood. He wants a little bit more. He's getting so much damage down. Not going to be enough. Karsa moving forward. Veritas, can he stop Karsa from getting in? No, the shockwave, the misplay. It doesn't matter. The damage is too much, and Karsa gets popped.
Ash is completely out of position. Double Red backing, is taking his time. Also out of position is another member. Wow,
Chachi, that's a lot of damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Pop goes Maple. Unicorns of Love pushing up mid.
Yeah, they still have the Baron buff as well for a little bit longer here. It's about 3/4 of the way done, so that's going to be enough to push up, get it, this turret, and they only have an Ash and also a Tahm Kench to defend. They have to play this safe on Flash Wolf side or else they'll lose even more.
I mean, Flash Wolves overstay. They weren't realistically going to get that inner turret. Doesn't matter if you get a kill on Hylissang, it's just the support. And they're going to pay a pretty hefty penalty in their first inhibitor of the game.
And there's even a gigantic wave on the bottom side, and it looks like it's being prepped right now, and the vision from Hylissang is also coming out on that side. So he's prepping it. They'll back possibly, or they'll just continue to shove. There are about 5 seconds left on Maple here.
And you just keep thinking about the Vel'Koz last pick. Remember, last pick, they had full information of the 5 picks, and if this was a game 3 where Flash Wolves were 2-0 up, what would you call this? It'd be just like when we saw the Fiora lock-in from Smer, be like, oh, this is a confidence pick. He's styling a little bit. This is the first game of a best of 5, and he made the measured choice of the Vel'Koz, and it really hasn't been the game breaker it intended to be.
I'd call it a bit of a mistake as well, because then you have 3 losing lanes.
True.
And especially when it doesn't go your way.
Oh,
this
I
right
just
here.
love Exile. So aggressive, looking for whatever he can.
2 seconds from his ultimate being off cooldown. It finally comes off. Doesn't end up hitting Karsa with that, but Veritas had his back.
Perfect play in the end there. Anticipates that Nidalee is going to make it in. Veritas says, no, I got you with the trap. So at the end, the ult does not connect, but still makes it out with some confidence. Chachi, of course, just the last moment of styling.
Yeah, Double Red and Maple completely out of position. 1 recall goes through, but of course they need both wave clear members full health for an inhibitor turret not to go down. Unicorns of Love turning this around. Remember, this was Flash Wolves' game not 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, and then a very bold call from UOL to take the the Baron at 23 minutes when they had caught Karsa out. Now the Baron is gone, but they just get to keep sieging out.
Oh, Exile's caught. The Bardock goes in, cancels the Vel'Koz. Hylissang gets the stun for follow-up. The Poppy TP is canceled, but she continues to push on the top side and is breaking down towers.
It's only an inner turret. There's no more than that. They will have to take significantly more penalty here. Still do have Flash available with Chachi, but not enough health. So for now, inner turret will actually stay up.
Exile's going to have to actually back and go towards that top side. He is already 2 levels up over Maple, and he's going to get even more experience off of this. So that'll probably give over this Drake to UOL, despite the fact that Poppy, you know, no teleport, no way to join this. So it's a pretty confident move here.
And it's just going to be a answering Cloud Drake. It's just going to ensure that there are no little advantages when it comes to the engage. Coming through it later in the game.
And surprisingly, the gold is just about dead even. 300 just does not matter at this stage of the game. The Cloud Drake and the Mountain, just the Mountain in favor of Unicorns of Love, as Flash Wolves have a Cloud of their own. But the Inhibitor, maybe the bigger concern for Flash Wolves at this stage.
Oh, absolutely. They have to be able to defend that, and it's just constant wave pressure. And these 2 outer turrets that are remaining, and 2, I guess, inner turrets, as we like to call them, tier 2s. Which one does Unicorns want to play towards right now? Because the Drake just went down. You play towards the bottom side, you can possibly open up more options for you in the future on the Baron, or you play for the top side one, the harder one, or the one to get right now, but then it means that if you do end up in a situation where you're 4-1 split pushing in the Baron, you can get a tier 2 on the bottom side with your split pusher much easier.
Yeah, it's good to see Unicorns of Love playing 3 lanes. They have so much pressure mid.
Perfect portal, gets stunned as he's already starting the animation. It is going to make it out in the end. Very close scenario there. Hillsang very forward for the entirety of this game.
Chachi's no teleport, neither does MMD. They're trying to move Vision forward with Baron spawning in 40 seconds.
Of course,
Exile's so monstrously strong at this point. Extra needlessly large rod on top of the Ludens, Morellonomicon, and the Void Staff. Style choice though, no death cap. The extra movement speed from Ludens, slight bit of burst, sure, but no death cap. Basically means the shields are lower, but with 10% extra move speed, he's looking to sidestep the Ashe. He's looking to sidestep some of the Velko's CC. Otherwise, you'd see death cap 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, absolutely. You thought it was going to be a death cap there. He had all the components to make it.
Yeah,
you would
clearly.
assume. But I guess he sees that the Poppy is getting a little bit tankier and that there's also some magic resist coming in. So being able to shred through it, this also helped him kill Double Red in 1 combo.
Definitely exactly where they want to be. Baron now up and available 30 minutes into the game, 7-7 in kills, 52 to 52K, almost dead even. Big breakpoint will be the next fight. An Inhibitor down in favor of the Unicorns of Love, but Flash Wolves were in control for this game for so long. The Vel'Koz remains the question mark.
Wave clear for now. The Baron buff, the big objective on the map. You have to think the driver's seat is Unicorns of Love, having that Inhibitor down. But now, Karsa feels confident enough to walk up to his creeps, his monsters, sorry, and clear them. So pressure hasn't quite been there from Unicorns of Love after their very decisive first Baron take.
UOL pushing in, Flash is up and available for every member of every team. Cooldowns all available. The next fight will be explosive. No one has a massive advantage, but Unicorns of Love are looking to build one with Vision as they start to clear out here.
That's also the Smite as well coming out from Move. So Flash Wolves know he won't have it for about 15 seconds. That's 1 charge down. But also, the Smite fight would be really risky because Karsa's level 16. He's 2 levels up over Move. It's always a little bit riskier when he's got 2 levels.
And additionally, paired with the execution in the cat form, the takedown, a lot of potential burst damage onto the Baron. Unicorns of Love not as confident in pulling the trigger here without Karsa off the table.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they're trying to bait back and forth, trying to catch somebody. The middle Inhibitor has respawned, and that might be where they would try to push next, but MMD is doing a really good job of applying pressure to the bottom side. He keeps pulling Vizichachi away, so they can't find a lot of those little peaks.
So the correct play here for Unicorns of Love is a couple of people invading the red side and setting up flank wards for the Kennen. They're going to put down a pink ward, they're going to start Baron, and if Kennen comes from the backside, there really isn't much of an answer for Flash Wolves to a Kennen engage. So for now, you look and you see with the double pinks down, there are no Kennen flank wards around Baron, and that means that Unicorns of Love can't really advance the game any further, and that just leads to this stall right now as both teams kind of reassess and look for that all-important initiation.
Yeah, and it's going to even take longer for you all because they just had all of their vision cleared out of the Baron pit. They're pretty much taking stock of everything, clearing out the jungle, getting Veritas that red buff as well as Exile the blue buff, and backing, buying, making sure that they're all ready for this one moment where they can ward up the Baron and start pushing from there and try to get that vision that you're talking about.
Move, locking down what vision he can in the meantime, but of course, as you guys mentioned, both teams just waiting for a mistake, looking for an opportunity, playing out the game. It's formulaic for them. They've been here. This is the Baron bait. This is the Baron dance we know so well. Neither one going to give up any major opportunities yet, but someone's going to slip up eventually. Someone's going to go to clear a ward that they shouldn't clear. Someone's going to overstep or overpush or use their TP in the wrong place, and at that moment, the other team can just explode into the lead.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting one to track. It felt like Flash Wolves, the Nidalee was getting ahead, the Roams were coming off, Move was second to every engage, like, okay, Flash Wolves, they're parlaying what they did in the previous series into this one, but Unicorns of Love steadied, and specifically the carries here, Maple and Double Red on champions that are very punishing if you're out of position. Have been caught out of position a couple of times, Karsa caught around the Baron that led to the start of Unicorns of Love's advantage, and now it's all up in the air. So we're just waiting for there to be the wards to allow the flanks, to allow the initiation, because Double Red, he's not looking for picks. Basically, Flash Wolves are kind of licking their wounds at this point, and Unicorns of Love, they're the ones that are begging, they're just trying to find, they want to force a fight, but only really Baron is going to get a fight out of Flash Wolves.
Absolutely. They'll be able to defend. They keep putting MMD in a side lane to split push, so you have to kind of bait the Baron, possibly bait a teleport, or also get your own teleport in a really good spot, and they just haven't been able to get those wards just yet, because that requires you pushing up. It doesn't seem like Unicorns of Love are really selling like Doran's Blades on Vizicachi or anything for pink wards, or making sure that they're backing and having their inventory stocked with them just yet, because they don't have any on the ground, and they also don't have any in their inventories, except for one from Hylissang.
And the one thing you can say for Flash Wolves, look at some of these CS numbers. They actually have advantage in every member except for the mid lane. The mid lane's about 30 down, but they have an advantage on the Poppy, because Poppy's just been sitting in a side lane, whereas Kennen has been grouping. Big advantage in the jungle, expected after the advantage that Nidalee had. But also, even Double Red, he's picked up 45 more CS than a Caitlyn, and one of the most safe wave clearers. So the scores are even, but so much of the gold, and the slight gold lead here, is because Flash Wolves have kept up their CS farming throughout this game.
Yeah, down one turret, but they still have all of that farm. And it was almost MMD. He used to be behind Vizicachi in farm, if I remember correctly. The Kennen had an edge over that Poppy for so long, and then eventually, because of the split push and the nature of the Poppy-Kennen matchup, then he actually takes control of it and just starts having a split push advantage with the Sheen and with the fact that he clears the waves pretty quickly.
I mean, the cost of going for these wards, looking for those Kennen wards, is that you're grouping and the Poppy's just chilling, taking free minion waves in the bot side. But if you don't get the wards, then you just gave away 40 CS to your opponent. You just gave away minions. Literally, this is just a case that minions are dying to turrets or just dying to minions on the side of the map that Unicorns of Love just aren't able to claim because they're tunneled on getting vision to start a fight, but they're not getting it. So in essence, they're just giving over free resources to Flash Wolves.
Of course, still waiting on a fix here for Karsa. Should be taken care of soon. In the meantime, however, have to wonder who's going to make the first misstep. We talked about it earlier, and really what the opportunities are to do so, because it seems like, honestly, MMD and Vizicachi, the two split pushers, have just not been making any mistakes for aggression outside of the few missteps from Vizicachi in the early game.
It's really kind of been Hylissang that's been walking forward and trying to make those aggressive plays. Sometimes he's getting a little bit caught out, but he's also catching other people out, and he's just putting himself at risk. Otherwise, there haven't been too many risks taken by either side, even to this point. I want to touch on something with the pauses, though, because you have to be able to keep yourself sharp. You have to keep track of the game and the pauses. Even if it lasts like 2 minutes, you walk away, come back, you still have to remember the state of the game, what you were intending to do, what you want to do next, and how you're trying to play this out, and not get frustrated either. The focus is so important when these types of moments happen. To just jump right back on the railroad track and keep going, that's very difficult to do, and it may throw somebody off.
Of course, game one as well. Have to stay strong. It is going to be not just a battle of, each and every one of these games, a battle of mental fortitude as we push into potentially a longer series, as these guys do seem to have a lot of parity. Very close in the gold line. Very close coming out of the mid game, but Karsa,
trap,
potentially caught again. No CC going to go down for follow-up. That could have been the Baron for Unicorns of Love, or maybe a big fight, but Karsa makes it out with his life. Cooldowns traded back and forth.
There's a lot of rhetoric for Karsa.
Oh. Hylissang in trouble. Hylissang potentially the one to get caught out. The Chain CC comes in. Will he be able to make it through the portal? He is healed up as well. Veritas on the lookout for his team, but that's Summoner spells now in favor of Flash Wolves.
Until the blood pressure is starting to rise for both these teams, it's actually Flash Wolves are the ones that are looking for that important pick. Even onto Hylissang, taking him out, being able to clear all the vision around Baron would be massive. Inches away from doing so, but not quite yet.
You talk about Summoner spell advantage. It's that teleport. Vizicachi no longer has that. He's going to have to start grouping with the team, possibly making a fight start, and that's what he's looking for here.
Now the pressure is on Unicorns of Love to make the proactive play. Flash Wolves get the luxury of reacting to whatever they do. The teleport gives them the freedom to be responsive, to put MMD on the bottom side, just to let them push and to steadily build advantage. Chachi, in the meantime, has to play safe, has to be careful here.
Sheen in the inventory, so a bit of damage towards turrets available for MMD. Not quite the Iceborne Gauntlet yet that we're heavily predicting to come in, but cannot leave too much free time for the Poppy. Take a inner turret. Will be the first turret falling in a while, just because otherwise basically been a stalemate around Baron.
Second Cloud Drake now coming in for the Unicorns of Love. Elder Dragon will be on the table in about 6 minutes, so the split for objectives potential is there, although Unicorns of Love will struggle to take down that Dragon. Double Cloud, of course, not the biggest buff to have, but the extra movement speed will be welcome on the team, especially as long as Chachi has that TP down.
Yeah, the person I'm looking at on Unicorns of Love to actually put into place what we've been musing about, those aggressive wards, has to be Move. He's the one who has the Ragnarok. Ghost is on a very low cooldown, be available about 45 seconds. It should be the likes of Hylissang and Move, moving as a unit into the red side jungle to actually put down a couple of those wards and facilitate some sort of deep vision. There is a pink in that Raptor Brush, but that's all there is. There should be some spots here, some creative wards that could allow Kennen to come from the back.
Exactly. They're the ones that have wards. They're the ones that have the sweepers, and they also have the ability to get away, put Magical Journey down, things like that. And we've been talking about two-man units and jungle support synergy. People have been talking about how you need 3 people to invade now. You need 4 people to move as an entire group to actually get that vision down. But they haven't been going for that just yet. And it looks like Double Red.
Double Red connects onto Exile. No tools left to stay him alive. He is going to flash to safety, though. Small advantage to Flash Wolves. They force him out, but MMD is in the middle. Veritas is in trouble. All is going to connect for Bard, but it is not enough. Knocked up, move set to be knocked out. Unicorns of Love losing control in the middle lane. Chachi. Spear is not going to connect. Flashful is backing off, headed straight for the Baron.
Really big engage by MMD over the Raptor pit, not spotted whatsoever. One wave cleared down, the other one DPS'd out. The Smite DPS'd out. This should be Baron to Flashwolves.
Exactly what you were talking about. Got to have those flank wards. The TP comes through from MMD, and Flashwolves might get the Baron right here.
Ticking down lower and lower. Yes, Karsa's going to take it away. Hylissang and Chachi, have they overstepped? In comes the Abyssal Voyage. They are not welcome here. Stun not going to connect. MMD Sword Art running in. At the end of the day, Spear does connect. Chachi potentially in trouble. MMD wants more. Hylissang gets the double stun over the wall. Exile looking for a play. Only going to connect one. Doesn't want it on the Tom Kench. Double Red is going to back off. Unicorns of Love falling behind here as Flashfuls now control the pace of the game. Oh, in comes the ult. Exile barely making that in time.
It seemed like Unicorns of Love had the inside track to accelerating the game, to finishing out with a Baron, but it was the creative play by MMD and the lack of defensive vision, because they've been so in the mindset of needing to put down offensive vision. Great punish from MMD. We didn't even think he'd be playing at this tunnel. We thought, okay, they've included Rinse. He's going to be starting to learn a bit more. We're learning more about MMD, and so far, so good.
Yeah, he's been looking great. Even his laning phase was pretty damn good considering the matchup, but he wasn't CSing exactly as well as you would like, but otherwise he's been pretty damn good.
And look, he turned a Sheen into a Trinity Force. Now he's going to have serious damage both in the team fights and crucially in the split push. And although right now Vizichachi has that teleport advantage, if that ever changes, he's going to rip through turrets on his own.
A massive threat to the backline now, and they don't have the luxury of peel on the side of Unicorns of Love. So much potential for engage, but if someone gets on top of Exile and Veritas, not a whole ton of tools for those individuals to protect themselves. So they have to respect MMD. And MMD being the playmaker that Flash Wolves need, helping them in this late game decision-making moments by finding those clutch engages.
Exactly, those make or break moments. If he's able to get to Veritas again, Veritas has purchased a QSS, so there is a possibility that he can kind of slip away from it now, but still, it's so much damage from the Poppy with the Trinity Force, and the fact that more items are just coming through for Flash Wolves, and with the fact they have Baron on top of it, looking for those turrets.
Just so punishing for Unicorns of Love that Flash Wolves were able to have their Poppy sit in a side lane, pick up a lot of CS, get item advantages because of all the CS they got, and then not even pick up the Baron. You get punished.
Vizichachi's backing right now. There might be a teleport play behind the Flash Wolves. There's been pings onto the ward that is over the wall. He is waiting for the home guard. Are they going to go for it?
His team's just not in position. I mean, the Caitlyn certainly won't be there, but neither will the Poppies.
Exile is here now. The Shockwave is up and available. The Tempered Fate ready.
Vizichachi has been the captain, the vocal member of the team. He's the one who's been trying to make the plays, and he's got to have to make one here if they want to break it. And no, he's going to walk up to the top side. He's wasted too much time inside the base. He's giving up turrets for free.
There's a group to minion wave coming in top, so that's why he reacts. He can't afford to wait anymore. There goes an inner turret as well. Flash Wolves They had the decisiveness, and it's the indecisiveness of Unicorns of Love. Not something that we could really claim from them the rest of this weekend, but now suddenly, in their first final, indecisiveness is really hurting Unicorns.
Hesitation costs them a tier 2 tower. What else will it cost them in the coming plays as Hylissang does his best to sidestep each and every skill shot? In comes the Abyssal Voyage. It's the Unicorns of Love. They're using it to take down the bottom tier tower. In comes the TP from Kennen. Move is onto the back line. Maple is in trouble. They have no way to CC him down, but he doesn't have the damage to threaten Maple. There is the setup, but is there going to be the follow-up? No, fails to connect the snare. Unicorns of Love need to respect the potential for engage here. Maple still has the ultimate.
Orianna and Kennen both were well out of positions. They didn't have any follow-up CC, so okay, they stopped their tower from going down, but no more for Unicorns.
Yeah, and they even blow the teleport there from Vizichachi.
Veritas so low from the poke, move at half health as well. Things not looking good. No more Baron buff to back them up, but Flash Wolves a lot of raw power if they want to shoot for a dive here.
Next minion wave will probably be the go time. Veritas did find time to go get the heal up. The health pools will be there, but Flash Wolves, they smell blood.
Exactly, and they've been doing such a great job of sieging this turret. The constant spears coming out from Karsa. And the fact that also the Elder Dragon's almost up. 10 seconds on that one. MMG's gonna charge up the ultimate. Make sure that they get that turret.
Poppycopter zoning off the remaining members of the Unicorns of Love as they lose their first inhibitor tower. Maple, a decent amount of damage going down. Hylissang wants the hero play. Maple caught out. The rest of the team is there. In comes the shockwave. It's not going to be enough. Move alone in the back line, but Tom Kench says no. Chachi says yes, though, as they find their first pick. Maple, will he find the setup? No ult available. Hylissang in trouble. Flash Wolves are starting to turn the fight. Unicorns of Love, though, still hungry for more, but the spear sends them back as Veritas must retreat.
And when Kennen ult's down, when Shockwave's down, when Hylissang is there, they don't have any more CC. Easy for Flash Wolves to kite back. They're going to kite back towards an Elder Drake, and it doesn't seem like Unicorns of Love is in any position to contest.
Exactly, they can't contest it. No teleport from Vizichachi. That's going to be going over to the Flash Wolves.
Elder Dragon now backing them up as well. They may not have a lot to make that buff impactful, but the extra damage will be welcome as they push forward if they want to break that open inhibitor, because they've already been so proactive in poking down the Unicorns.
Now the Unicorns are doing something unorthodox. They're walking in towards there. They will be spotted out. That's awkward here for Exile. They knew that was spawning. They're just trying to find something. I imagine it might have been a brush cam. It might have been just following the massive group minion wave in top lane, but not going to be able to have a cheeky brush camp, because you have to think the Flash Wolves are onto them at this point.
Yeah, but Karsa is backing and Maple is in the mid lane. Unicorns of Love may be set to break down this tower, but can they afford to take the fight that follows? Looks like not, so they are going to back off.
Topsy-turvy game, this one. So far, MMD's been the game breaker. That one engage has really been what separated the two teams, because Unicorns of Love had done some great work before. Exile, close to 100% kill participation. He's played out of his mind, but a couple of those Orianna shockwaves haven't hit as big as they needed to. And even though the score is flawless, the play has not been quite so far.
Have to be careful. At the end of the day, Exile, there's so much pressure on this guy to succeed. You know, he has the major tool that can win a team fight in a moment if he hits it on multiple members, but very difficult for him to do so. The Nidalee, the Vel'Koz, the Ashe, all so comfortable to stay as far away from him as possible, and Move, unfortunately, lacking the damage. Really threaten the back.
Double red.
Oh, double red misses the ult.
Oh,
he's gonna get stunned up.
Punished.
TP coming in. Oh, Tom Kench says no. Chachi wants to go in again, though. Is he going to get the CC? MMD still knocks members out of the fight. This could be advantage for Flash Wolves. Move is just getting cut down. There's nothing there for him, but Chachi moving forward with Exile. The duo solo laners moving in to get more, but Chachi is so low. The stun comes in. Double kill for Exile. Unicorns of Love now moving in mid.
Even with the Elder Dragon, the Unicorns of Love decided to take a fight to Flash Wolves. This is one of the points where Flash Wolves are stronger, but they find a double red out of position. He wasn't thinking that that was what was going to happen to him. That's actually baffling that they decided, boom, that's the moment. They saw it, they saw him out of position, and they took it.
And while 2-for-1 sounds good, because it's moved, they have really no one else to walk up, and with so much poke, there's always the chance that the right spear lands and things turn around from Flash Wolves. So even with the outnumbered, because they have no one else that can catch spears or that can shrug off the damage poke that's coming from Flash Wolves, Unicorns of Love, they find a bit of gold, but nothing else.
Ping's going into the mid lane as the carries are left alone.
They do find themselves a little bit of a teleport advantage, though. 45 seconds on Vizichachi's. Baron is up currently, whereas MMD, his teleport, really far from being up. So they'll be able to split the Flash Wolves however they want. And remember, there is an exposed inhibitor bot and mid here.
Flash Wolves, of course, in control with position of the Baron pit, but do not have the tools to clear out the vision of the Unicorns of Love. They will have knowledge if Flash Wolves opt to start. Karsa just going to back off and clear his jungle as Ash clears on the bottom side. Unicorns of Love now moving in to take control of the pit for themselves.
See Ash bottom, they might try a Baron. Remember, Tom is right behind Ash, so he's there to be able to ferry, but this Baron's going to go quick.
Karsa is here as well. 7K counting down, MMD ready with the flank. Here comes the rest of the team. Tom Kent just delivered one in. Are they going to be able to start the fight? Baron's ticking down. Are they going to back off? In goes the ult from Hylissang, but he is low. Will he drop? Chachi and MMD. Solo fight on the backside. Karsa gets one. Orion is down. Flash Wolves in control of the tempo of the fight. Move trying to make his way out. Flash Wolves ready to cut through the Unicorns. Maple looking for the flank to the side. Backing off in the end for the Unicorns, but that will be the Baron for Flash Wolves.
Unicorns of Love were on completely different pages. Hylissang went in for an aggressive use of the magical journey into ultimate. No one else was in position and nearly just cleaned up the Orianna in the backline for the second time. Flash Wolves are going to pick up an uncontested Baron.
And right there, UOL, they didn't even get to use a lot of their ultimates in that fight. It just looked like they were in a bad position and completely scattered, like you said. And that's even more going over to Flash Wolves. They'll be able to go back to, remember when they were sieging bottom? It was absolutely devastating. They slowly chipped away at the turret. Even with the traps down, they still walk up, get a few shots.
Veritas! Makes it out with his life, but the poke coming in from the Unicorn, or from the Flash Wolves rather, is absolutely insane. That inhibitor is nothing in the face of the raw power of this team. They're going to break a second one as well. Hylissang stepping forward, but I don't know what he hopes to accomplish here.
Well, they have a flank Olaf here onto double red.
Move on his way in, but he takes so much damage here. There's no follow-up as well. Overstays his welcome.
So much damage. Vizichachi walked up, cast a walk away immediately.
I know there's not going to be any freedom of movement for Unicorns of Love. Double inhibitor down. Minion wave going to be coming from the top side as well. Just some crucial communication errors around the Baron have cost them now to the tune of 2 inhibitors and 2 Barons. And it feels like Flash Wolves are just one solid push away from ending game 1.
2 inhibitors, 2 Barons, and a 9K gold deficit that they now have to stare down. The 600 gold, the 2,000 gold, the 4,000 gold may not mean much at the 45-minute marks, but that is a lot of difference between them. Death caps on both of the AP threats. Ash at the 6-item threshold. This is a terrifying Flash Wolves to behold, and only 1 inhibitor stands left before they will surely be able to break the base.
Yeah, but now you know exactly where they'll go. Nice dodge from Chachi.
Pulling back in the end. Double red and the rest of Flash Wolves pushing in. Poppy in the mid lane.
Yeah, but also in the bottom lane, you have Exile there. Exile is a big part of these team fights if they want to make it happen. Try to beat Flash Wolves. But Flash Wolves, they've been really good about taking the right fight. Those 2 Barons didn't happen by accident. Flash Wolves were able to actually punish UOL when they saw him out of position.
Exile doing what he can to clear the waves, as are the rest of the Unicorns. Karsa throwing spears over the wall. The geometry strike coming in from Maple. He's trying to land each and every one of those Qs if he can. A lot of potential damage threat coming in. Exile can't comfortably clear the cannon creep. It's the long, slow siege here. The traps keeping the Unicorns safe for now.
And Chachi can go for an engage. He's teleporting in.
All the way in the back. They know that he's there.
There's the setup. This could be perfect. Are they going to get in there? They're pulling back. No. In comes the save from Sword Art. Chachi gets exhausted immediately. Unicorns of Love are scattered. MMD disrupts the fight, and Chachi is left alone. Down he goes. Double red gets the kill. The laser comes out and is immediately canceled. Unicorns of Love now on the back foot. Will the final inhibitor break? Hylissang almost deleted instantly. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is on the bottom side. The Abyssal Voyage ferries in the Flash Wolves potentially to their first game win. Unicorns of Love desperately trying to hold on. Karsa gets popped. Orianna is up and available, but it is not enough, and Flash Wolves will take the first game.
Flash Wolves' decision-making around the fights, around the Barons, was one of the only things that separated these 2 teams. First game of a best-of-5 goes over to the Flash Wolves. And Unicorns of Love, you know, we have a lot of caster rhetoric, whether it's in best-of-3s or best-of-5s. There still is a lot of time for Unicorns to come back, but they'll feel kind of robbed here because for long swaths of the 48 minutes, Unicorns had the control.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that the Vel'Koz ends up bringing is it's hard to get in, it's hard to make those decisions, and they have to be snap decisions too. Sure, Unicorns of Love had the control, but you have to make that decisive moment happen, because if you don't, Vel'Koz pokes over and over again, and then you can't make that actual action happen.
And you saw the sheer amount of damage coming out from him in those last couple plays to poke down each and every member of the Unicorns, but I gotta say, some insane plays coming in from Sword Art on that Abyssal Voyage, and additionally, MMD, the man who kept making those fights happen.
I think Poppy's a problem. I think they have to remove Poppy or pick it for themselves if UOL want to turn it around, but I think it becomes a priority pick for both teams.
I mean, it was most clear in that last fight where MMD could just stand to the whole backline and Kennen was kind of on his own looking for a flank engage. Sure, Oriana could walk through, but nothing else could be done, and it was close. It was a very close margin. It sets us up for what should be a very competitive best-of-5.
Well, with game 1 under wraps, we're going to send things back over to the Xfinity analyst desk to break that one down.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast in that game 1, and a very competitive game it was. And let's pop off from the picks and bans. We did see that surprise Vel'Koz coming out, but Freshkering, you especially had your eyes on the Ashe for double red throughout that game.
Double red. So Ashe for the Flash Wolves, I think, is such a fundamental pick simply because it shores up a lot of their discrepancies in the late game. Again, it's about being decisive and making sure that they can close out. And when you have a tool that's so powerful as that enchanted crystal arrow, it just makes it so much easier for them. And time again, it was that arrow connecting on pivotal targets. I mean, we think back to the fact that it nailed Exile right in the face, forced him to burn his flash back up. And then when MMD came in from the back and got the surprise gank, he didn't have those escapes available to him anymore.
And I really like the combination of the Ashe and the Tahm Kench, because you have the Ashe as your engage tool, and the Tahm Kench was simply used as just walk around and make sure that anybody that gets ultied by Bard, that gets Tempered Fate, gets eaten right away. So it becomes very difficult. And Flash was just off to a really great start here from Karsa, being able to get basically a solo kill off of reading what Move was doing, and he doesn't even die there.
Yeah, I mean, he basically set the Flash Wolves up for success at the very start of the game. It got a little bit shaky as we moved in. Unicorn started making some moves like this, down bottom, picking up that kill onto double red. But Karsa getting rolling on that Nidalee. He was much more reserved this time around, didn't make any, really rash decisions. There was a time he leapt into the trap, but he basically just didn't even see that one. That's what got him killed. So it was a really good job by him to pick up that first blood and just get the ball rolling for Flash Wolves.
And what's cool is that Flash Wolves weren't dependent on Karsa being kind of by Maple being the primary playmaker for them. You think back to the Arulian Soul game, it was so definitive, it looked so much stronger. This time around was on the Vel'Koz, was locked down in that mid lane, including getting that solo kill, or Exile getting that solo kill on him, and it was left up to the rest of the members to pick up that dead weight.
Yeah, I feel like Maple basically played more of a utility role in this. It was just constantly chipping down, poking, and his laser beam never really melted like 100-0 somebody, but it was always working them down so that they were in a position to contest certain objectives or to invade for vision. So it was just really smart play by Maple. Didn't die nearly as many times as I kind of expected him to on the Vel'Koz, but overall it was pretty strong play from the Flash Wolves.
Mentally or strategically, what does this mean going further into the best of 5? Actually, we'll talk about that in a second. You guys want to jump in on this one?
Oh no, this is just the play that I was talking about. The fact that the arrow connects right in Exile's mouth. He burns his flash, and the MMD comes around. It's like, surprise, round 2.
Yeah.
Well, mentally, the difficulty with this is that this has been a 50-minute game 1, which is really tough for you to go into a best of 5 knowing that there's a potential of 4 more games, considering that the Flash Wolves have played today as well as the Unicorns. Like, Flash Wolves are coming off maybe a 30-minute break from the previous match.
Yeah, I meant maybe even more specifically the Vel'Koz, because it's not that it was extremely destructive to the game, as you said, more of a utility role, but now all of a sudden you also have to keep that in your back pocket and think that the pool might be even deeper for me.
I don't think that the Vel'Koz really did anything in this game. It could be replaced by pretty much any other pick. In fact, Exile probably really liked the fact that he was just winning mid lane by himself. So Vel'Koz really didn't do a whole lot besides just be a really annoying threat for wave.
And showing a sign that it's frustrating because Exile, even with doing really well in that lane and getting those pickoffs and important moments in fights, they still can't manage to win off the game of that. So what do they have to adjust going into game 2?
I think it's more of picking up more tools or actually denying tools away from Flash Wolves that allow them to start these fights, like the Kench, like the Ashe. I get what you're saying, Shucks, the fact that even though it essentially was a free lane for Exile, that he wasn't able to do anything anyway, and that Maple was still incredibly effective as that secondary support that Seth brought up.
I really find very difficult to say to let Nidalee go through for Karsa. I mean, this guy was having such an amazing game. Right there, the play that we saw, the spear was basically half the life of Oriana, and she just randomly disappeared. And when you have to deal with such a powerful late-game threat from the jungle, it's another element that you don't really expect, because she can one-shot you as a carry, and that's something that you don't really expect. You're usually looking out for the CC, for the big carries, and when you have to deal with an extra threat that is so powerful like Nidalee on Karsa, it's just not worth it.
And it's a rather difficult composition, or one of the harder compositions to pull off that Flash Wolves were playing. The fact that Unicorns Love had so many tools in their kit like that cannon to get those big engagements, lock them down, but they were never able to find them. MMD, again, the fact that they brought a sub for that guy, but he has just been so potent and so powerful and resetting those fights and creating the space needed for a Nidalee Vel'Koz composition to work.
Yeah, I feel like bringing, having Rins as a possible substitute for MMD kind of set a fire under his ass, because he's really been playing like I haven't seen him play in quite some time. This is looking more like 2015 MMD, where I was like, okay, this guy's actually really good, because it was pretty bad moving through. With what little I followed the LMS, it was pretty abysmal moving through the spring and the summer with his performance. So I was happy to hear like, oh yeah, maybe they have a substitute for him, but he's getting back on form, and that's really good to see.
Yeah, definitely. And for the Flash Wolves, of course, a very good confidence boost in the beginning. But we do have to remember also that the Unicorns of Love played earlier today versus TSM. They lost game 1, and they did the reverse sweep in a best-of-3. And this time they are in a best-of-5. So we will see a lot of adaptations coming through for them in game 2. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the picks and bans of game 2 of this final between UL and Flash Wolves right after this.
Do you want to feel like a pro gamer? Wait no more. Greatness awaits you with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks. When you see unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you will find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and Core i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the total prize purse of Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Feel like a pro.
Come on, one more?
One more.
One more.
Okay.
Start the show! Totino's pizza rolls, also Totino stuffed nachos.
Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy. Expert service, unbeatable price. Best Buy.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Get up, we're going out. Dude, I made Totino's pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls!
Pizza rolls!
Pizza
rolls!
Eat us!
Okay.
Totino's pizza rolls. Also, Totino's stuffed nachos.
With DeVry University's new software programming specialization, you learn some of the most in-demand coding languages, like C++ and Java, so you learn the skills you need for your future. DeVry University, different on purpose. Visit devry.edu/tech.
Nerf Rival, the new fully motorized chaos. 40 rounds of continuous rival blasting. 100 feet per second velocity ammo. The new Rival Chaos. Nerf Rival. Experience the intensity.
Get up, we're going out. Dude, I made Totino's pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls!
Pizza rolls!
Pizza rolls! Eat us!
Okay.
Totino's pizza rolls. Also, Totino's stuffed nachos.
Sometimes you have to take apart a few beloved household devices to follow your dreams. At DeVry University, we take builders, makers, and doers and teach them engineering technology, how to create networks, and how to write code. Our professors know tech because they're techies themselves, so you graduate with the technical knowledge you need for your future. DeVry University, different on purpose. Learn about all our tech programs at devry.edu/tech.
People think I'm trash, but they're wrong. Today I'm just an aluminum can, but one day I could be a stadium.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Oakland, live from Oracle Arena, where we are about to set up for Game 2 between the Flash Wolves and the Unicorns of Love in this grand final. And the Flash Flash Wolves, they dealt the first blow and took home game number 1. Going into game 2, we're going to jump straight into picks and bans with the Flash Wolves this time around on the blue side and see what they go with. They must have a lot of choices, of course. They had that Vel'Koz pocket pip coming out in game 1 that didn't do that much, but it has planted the seed of doubt probably in the mind of the Unicorns of Love as they decide to ban out Gangplank as the first ban coming out of the Flash Wolves.
I sure hope that Vel'Koz did not plant any seeds because I was not very impressed by that. But Jace, interestingly enough, was left up the previous game and was not picked up. So there's a lot of picks that went through that last game that can affect the outcome of this one tremendously.
Frostgrain, you had mentioned before that you did not particularly want to see the Gangplank from either side. Why do you think the ban is coming in here?
It could be that they want to prioritize having that Poppy there. Again, that's the thing that Gangplank really punishes in the 1v1 just because she is a melee champion. When she goes to clear those barrels, he's just going to punch her right in the face.
I think you're right on the money here. Gangplank and Kennen. Could it be more obvious that they want the Poppy?
They want the Poppy and absolutely get the edge over the Vizicachi in that lane from MD again.
Yeah, but that means if they show their hand and if Unicorns of Love either decide to deny it or even possibly ban it, it makes Olaf such a more powerful pick simply because then you don't have that disengage available. It's just kind of one of the soft answers to it.
Okay, never mind.
And a Poppy ban.
They're just saying screw it, so they're just going to throw everything out the window.
All right, so why?
Jace is up, so Jace is the only pick. I'm assuming that they want to say, hey, we are definitely going to pick Jace even though we didn't pick it last time. Although it would not make a whole lot of sense because MD not really the guy that plays a whole lot of Jace.
Oh, this is shaping up to be a very interesting pick and ban and a very interesting strategy when the Unicorns of Love, of course, have to ban that Syndra out and also choose to ban out Karma.
Yeah, and reminder that the Gnar is also available, so while Jace is kind of the big priority, as well as the Rise from the mid lane still left open, there are still options in terms of the top lane
puzzles are the piece of the puzzles rather is coming together here for Flash Wolves.
Tahm Kench getting banned away, and now the Rise is going to be the first pick for Flash Wolves. It's obviously going to be a mid-Rise. We're not going to see that one in the top lane. So Maple going to go for that one. But this is an odd shift in priority for them because the Nidalee is again available for Karsa.
But I think that the Tahm Kench is just like they want Ashe, right? The previous game you were mentioning how important the Ashe was for the Flash Wolves. Right now they're saying, all right, you want whatever you want. We are going to make sure that when we get the Ashe, that the Tahm Kench is not involved. That way we can have that Bard as well if we choose to have that lane. Although, screw it, out the window. Jhin it is. Who knows what they get to.
I was just about to say, because the issue is the last time they did that, they also decided to ban the Jhin and pick away the Ashe. And again, both of those champions are pretty much interchangeable in terms of how they start fights with their ultimate. So don't prioritize the Ashe, but
with everything open in the jungle pool, the first Rek'Sai of the tournament, what is going on?
It's got to be a comfort pick. I mean, the thing with Rek'Sai is that she's still very good at finding lanes to camp and really influence them heavily.
Calm down.
By going, let's not get too excited about the hovers anymore. I think that we're not in Stanford versus Berkeley anymore, so we can expect the Olaf to be the correct pick.
Yes.
I think it's either going to be that Olaf or that Nidalee. We did see him hover back over that one, so it still is innately possible that we see that locked in for Karsa. Had a very good game on it. You know, just last game, played it again in game 1 versus Longzhu, so I think that he could go back to that one. I'm interested that the Jhin was the pickup here, because the Ashe is still available and there's not a Tahm Kench, so if you see the curtain call go up, you send out the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow and suddenly there's no more curtain call.
It's not just there, it's also the fact that Ashe works really well as kind of a counter to Jhin, just because if she does tap him with that arrow, it's going to completely deny his ultimate, but also the fact that you have the opportunity to take the Olaf. Olaf is known as a great pick into the likes of Jhin and Ashe because they are so immobile, he could just rush to that backline. So that's kind of 2 picks where Unicorns of Love had the opportunity to take something away or deny it from Flash Wolves and gave it away instead for comfort picks. Again, Move is known as kind of a control-oriented jungler, not necessarily a carry-oriented jungler.
So I think that with that control of the Rek'Sai, it becomes very obvious of what their game plan is. Rek'Sai with Bard is even more deadly than Olaf Bard because that means that they can go even over more walls to get behind your opponents. And when you have that in combination with the Cassiopeia, we actually did get to see Exile against Cassiopeia in their match against INTZ versus Talkers, which he completely bodied. And if he is able to replicate a similar performance, but this time with the Rek'Sai, hopefully he gets blue buff, hopefully we see some ganks from behind into the Rise, and this could be a very action-packed game.
It also offers a lot more safety for that Jhin in the backline. The fact that Cassie will be sitting next to him, yeah, the Olaf can still run through and get down there, but there's that many more members to try to burn him down.
And now we are going to see the top lane pick coming out as well. And of course, they've pinched the top lane pool themselves, so they probably have something in mind, as well as the support pick still need to come out from the side of the Flash Wolves. And it does seem to be Echo and Zyra to round up that composition.
I mean, Echo, great top lane pick.
Oh, last second swap.
That is sick. Who doesn't?
Never mind.
I mean, this is classic Sword Art as far as this pick goes. It's one that he's very comfortable playing with, so I'm really surprised that he's going to go for it today, but I'm also really excited to see him play this again.
What I really like about the Thresh pick, I mean, obviously it works well with Ashe. Again, low mobility, you have the Dark Passage, you're able to help her out, but more importantly, it should keep Hilly locked down in the lane. Not because it's going to push against him, but because it can really threaten against Veritas. You know, if that Jhin is locked up, it's much more dangerous for him to be in the lane by himself, which means that he should need a babysitter to hang out with him.
I love that you bring that point up, because if you make sure that Bard has to stay in the lane, you already